Ye Chen, what are you doing here? The class teacher looked at the handsome young man standing in the awakening queue, surprised. A poor student from the orphanage, in his view, would never have enough money to afford the awakening fee. On this continent, awakening a profession requires 50,000 dragon soul coins, a huge expense for an average family that only earns 7 to 8,000 dragon soul coins a year. He frowned and then asked, "You didn't take out a loan, did you?" Ye Chen nodded calmly. For this awakening, he did indeed take out a 40,000 dragon soul coin awakening loan. The teacher shook his head, seemed about to say something, opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't speak. Every year, he saw several students who were unwilling to accept an ordinary life, always dreaming of awakening a god-tier profession. Persuading them was useless. They never considered that hundreds of thousands, even millions, of students awakened each year, yet only a fraction, less than 1%, awaken an S or a class powerful profession. The rest are just background. Ye Chen knew in his heart that taking out a loan to awaken was a gamble. If he won, awakening a powerful profession would ensure a life free of worries and make him rich overnight. If he lost, it would mean losing everything, with the added burden of a high-interest loan to pay off for the rest of his life. But name, Ye Chen. Profession, Beast Tamer, awaiting awakening. Beast, none. Skills, none. Evolution points, 1. Note, evolution points can be used for beast evolution. 1 evolution point is gained daily. Just yesterday, the system panel appeared before him. Ye Chen was so excited that he couldn't sleep the whole night. As one of the people who had crossed over, he understood all too well what the system before him meant. 18 years. He had crossed over to the Blue Star continent for exactly 18 years. During these 18 years, he had eaten rough food and endured the bullying of life in the orphanage, countless times shouting in his heart, "System, where are you? Did you forget there's a cross-dresser suffering here?" Yet, all he received was silence. His memories from his past life were useless in this high martial world, full of underground cities and wild monsters. Chie! A loud phoenix cry rang out, and an astonishing chill spread from the awakening stage. An illusory ice phoenix shot out from the crystal, spiraling in the sky. With a loud gasp, the crowd instantly erupted into a frenzy, the teacher's eyes nearly popping out of his head. Damn! This is an S-class battle profession, the Ice Phoenix. Amazing! The first person to awaken is already an S-class with a 1% awakening probability. There's not even one S-class in the entire city, and our Black Dragon High School is about to soar. As expected of the school beauty, Xiao Yue. The icy beauty awakens the Ice Phoenix, truly top tier. The icy beauty, Xiao Yue, stood elegantly before the awakening crystal. As she gazed at the Ice Phoenix above, even her calm face couldn't suppress a smile. The principal, who had just sat down, immediately jumped up from his chair. His breath became heavy, his eyes fixed on the Ice Phoenix apparition above, a flush spreading across his face. Ordinary professions were gray, advanced professions were blue, A-class professions were purple, and those with phenomena were S-class professions. That's right, this was an S-class profession. The principal's face blossomed like a chrysanthemum, his excitement causing him to rush up to the stage. Your name is Xiao Yue, right? Xiao Yue nodded, her expression indifferent. If an ordinary student had treated him like this, he would have immediately dragged them to the office for a harsh scolding, teaching them how to respect their teachers. But now, the principal didn't care at all about Xiao Yue's attitude. An S-class battle profession? Forget about her giving him a cold shoulder. If she punched him, the principal would still smile and praise her for doing it perfectly. Yue, come. Let's go to my office and talk. We have some important matters to discuss, including resource distribution. The principal kindly said. Then he turned around and looked at the teacher conducting the awakening ceremony. Director Li, you continue with the awakening. The principal walked down from the high platform, taking Xiao Yue toward the office. Next. Immediately, a student walked up to the high platform to undergo awakening. Buzz. The awakening crystal emitted a gray light. Ordinary profession, planter. Next. The boy walked down from the high platform with his head lowered, looking disheartened. Several more students awakened to ordinary professions. It was hard to get a high-level profession, and even when one finally appeared, it didn't cause any waves. In the past, when a high-level profession appeared, there would always be cheers and praise, but now everything was lifeless. Xiao Yue's entrance was too dazzling, making it impossible for the professions awaken afterward to draw any attention. Next, Ye Chen. Ye Chen calmly walked up to the high platform, extending his hand to touch the awakening crystal. Buzz. The crystal emitted a purple light. A loud commotion immediately erupted from the crowd. What the hell, an S-class profession just left, and now an A-class profession comes. Is our Black Dragon High School really that amazing this year? Both of these professions have a 1% awakening probability. Although an A-class profession is slightly weaker than an S-class, it's still enough to dominate the entire district. The future is limitless. It's more than enough to get into a top university. Ha! This person looks like Ye Chen. Damn, what kind of luck does this guy have, awakening an A-class profession? Damn! Why can't I do that? I awakened into some stupid planter. Is it because I'm not an orphan? Damn it, it's so unfair. Why does a penniless orphan get an A-class profession, while I only awakened into a simple blacksmith? It's infuriating. Many people recognized Ye Chen, their eyes turning red. Their envy, jealousy, and hatred reached their peak. When Xiao Yue awakened to an S-class profession, all people had was admiration and praise. The reason? Nothing more than her good family background and appearance. Even though she always wore an aloof, cold expression, everyone still respected her. But Ye Chen, an orphan, a poor guy, someone considered of low status, actually awakened to a higher-level A-class profession. The feeling of being stepped on by someone they considered beneath them was unbearable, and it filled their hearts with anger. They could accept being stepped on by Xiao Yue, but they could not accept being stepped on by Ye Chen. To put it simply, people cannot accept someone far inferior to them surpassing them one day, living a better life than they do. That feeling is worse than death. The class teacher looked at the purple light on the high platform, his face filled with shock. He really won the bet. When he thought of Ye Chen being an orphan, with no money or power, the class teacher felt that his opportunity had come. No money, no power, doesn't that just mean he desperately needs an investor right now? And if he became Ye Chen's first angel investor when he was weak, once Ye Chen grew stronger, he would definitely remember his kindness. Just as the class teacher was about to step onto the high platform, he heard a voice from above. A-class profession, Beast Tamer. Beast Tamer? What? Beast Tamer? The class teacher stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes as he looked at the big characters on the crystal. It was indeed a Beast Tamer. The crowd also erupted in laughter after reading the words Beast Tamer. Ha ha ha, good, damn, I almost let this kid live a good life, ha ha ha, so satisfying. I'm dying of laughter. I thought he awakened some incredible A-class profession, but it turns out to be a Beast Tamer, ha ha ha. As we all know, the Beast Tamer is a profession with a low minimum and a high maximum. Just think about it, when you enter a dungeon and summon a few dogs, what's the point? This profession is a rich man's job. If you don't have money, what's the use of being a Beast Tamer, ha ha ha. Forget about Ye Chen, even the top tycoons in our province would have to go bankrupt just to raise a lord-level beast. And a lord-level beast only has the strength of a 5th-tier combat profession anyway. User is working on translating a Chinese novel into English. They requested the translation of a story that should be highly emotional yet simple enough for low literacy readers to understand. They also prefer direct translations with no changes in expressions, only adjusting for emotional impact in the English version. It's even cheaper and easier to just hire a 5th-tier adventurer with money. The Beast Master's entire combat strength is focused on their beasts, making them incredibly weak themselves. If the beast isn't strong, the Beast Master can't even beat an ordinary person. And if they encounter a monster of assassin level, they are easily killed. Ye Chen listened to the overwhelming mockery around him, his face calm, even a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, because he had just heard a pleasant ding sound in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully awakened as a Beast Master. The strongest Beast Master system has been fully activated. Laugh all you want. When the college entrance exams come, you won't have the chance to laugh anymore. At that time, I'll make you feel the power of my Beast Master's iron fist. Ye Chen walked off the high platform and stepped out of the awakening hall. His goal now was to first obtain his first beast. Chapter 2, The Evolution of the Green Snake. The Department Store. This department store was extremely bustling, with 5 floors covering tens of thousands of square meters. Each floor was huge, and it had a wide variety of goods, equipment, jewelry, restaurants, and more. In the first floor lobby, there was a display of many low-level beasts. Ye Chen was inspecting these display cases back and forth. Swamp crocodile. Quality, bronze. Skills, none. Price, 110,000. Flying raven. Quality, bronze. Skills, none. Price, 180,000. Mighty King Kong. Quality, bronze. Skills, none. Price, 160,000. Beast Masters were an extremely expensive profession, with even the lowest quality beasts costing over 100,000 dragon soul coins. Ye Chen's bank card was already empty. Should he continue borrowing money? After all, he had already borrowed 40,000, and more debt wasn't a problem. Ye Chen hugged a small green snake and walked up to the counter. Why choose the little green snake? Simple, it was cheap. Hello, I'd like to apply for a loan. The sales assistant looked at Ye Chen in surprise. Generally, those who came to buy beasts were the wealthy, and almost no one ever applied for a loan to buy a beast. After all, if they were already borrowing money, how would they have the funds to raise the beast later? But that wasn't his problem. If he wanted to borrow, then let him. The sales assistant took out a form and handed it to Ye Chen. Please fill in your information. Ye Chen quickly filled it out with ease. The loan process went smoothly, and a few minutes later, Ye Chen was holding the little green snake in a special contract room. The room had only a table and a chair, with the contract array in the middle. The staff member signaled Ye Chen to place the little green snake into the array, then closed the door and left. The little green snake coiled in the center of the array, raising its head. Its large vertical pupils curiously stared at Ye Chen. Ye Chen gazed back at it for a moment, smiling slightly. We'll be good buddies, fighting side by side very soon. Start the contract. As soon as the words left his mouth, the array lit up with a circle of yellow light, and countless mysterious golden symbols climbed all over the little green snake's body. A strange feeling surged in Ye Chen's heart. A familiar sense of connection with the green snake's bloodline made him feel delighted. This contract was going to succeed. He didn't expect it to be so smooth on the first try. After all, contracting a beast had a failure rate. Usually, in order to tame a beast, you had to reduce its health to a sliver, breaking its pride, so that the success rate would be higher. This time, it worked successfully, perhaps because the green snake had only recently hatched and was still ignorant, plus the help of the contract array, making it much smoother. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a new beast. Ye Chen heard the system's prompt in his mind, and the little green snake flashed with green light before disappearing from the array. The little green snake appeared in the beast space. Green snake. Quality, bronze. Level, LV1. Attack, 6. Defense, 4. Spirit, 5. Agility, 8. Skills, none. Evolution points required, 1. Current evolution points, 1. Note, you can earn 1 unit of evolution points per day, which can be used to evolve your beasts. Ye Chen looked at the green snake's stats, with its attributes barely reaching 10 points. Ye Chen muttered in his heart. This is too weak. Not only are the attribute values low, but there are no skills either. The attribute value of 10 is equivalent to a level 1 monster in a beginner dungeon. And this thing doesn't even have skills. It would be hard to kill a level 1 monster. However, he noticed that the points required for evolution were 1. Now, he happened to have 1 evolution point. Doesn't that mean he can start evolving right away? Ye Chen became excited. The evolved green snake couldn't possibly be so weak, could it? He immediately spoke, "Start evolution." As soon as his words fell, the Beastmaster space began to stir with flying sand and rolling stones, dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed across the sky. A white mist enveloped the green snake's entire body, releasing a heavy, powerful pressure. A dangerous aura emanated from it. What the hell? What's going on? Suddenly, the sky changed, and the momentum was so grand. This evolution effect seems a bit exaggerated. As time passed, the white mist gradually shrank, and a giant pet egg could be vaguely seen inside. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Clang! Countless golden rays burst out from the pet egg with a sharp metallic sound, almost blinding Ye Chen's eyes. What the hell is going on? Ye Chen closed his eyes tightly, and then, a system prompt sounded in the Beastmaster space. Ding! Congratulations, your beast has mutated during the evolution process. Here are the 3 evolution paths. Please make your choice within 1 minute. Failure to do so will result in evolution failure. Option 1, Dragon Bloodline, the ultimate evolution form is the Divine Beast Azure Dragon. Option 2, Hell Evil Dragon Bloodline, the ultimate evolution form is the Underworld Demon Dragon. Option 3, Nine-Headed Serpent Bloodline, the ultimate evolution form is the Nine-Headed Serpent. Ye Chen was slightly stunned but quickly reacted, his heart swelling with joy. Beast mutations are extremely rare, almost 1 in a million. This was really lucky. The first evolution already resulted in a mutation, and it even kindly listed the ultimate forms of evolution. Ye Chen scanned the 3 options, quickly eliminating the third one. If there's a dragon, pick a dragon. Who the hell would choose a snake? He hesitated between the Underworld Demon Dragon and the Azure Dragon for a moment, and finally made up his mind, choosing the Azure Dragon. At least the Azure Dragon is a familiar divine beast. He had never even heard of the Underworld Demon Dragon. Who knows what the result would be? I choose Azure Dragon. As soon as his words were spoken, the options disappeared without a trace. A green light descended vertically onto the pet egg. The green light continued to grow stronger, like flowing water. A few minutes later. Boom! Several invisible waves swept out from the pet egg, and the immense life force made Ye Chen feel as if he was bathed in spring breeze. Snap! After a crisp sound, cracks appeared in the eggshell. Crack! A small azure snake broke out of the eggshell and poked its head out, blinking its big eyes and looking around. When it saw Ye Chen, its eyes showed joy, and it quickly wriggled out of the egg to swim toward him. Ding! Evolution successful. This evolution resulted in a mutation. Evolution result: Green Snake Azure Python. Azure Python. Quality: Platinum. Level: LV1. Attack: 156. Defense: 134. Mental: 143. Agility: 185. Skills: Poison Dragon Swamp, Twin Poison Fangs, Hardened Scales. Evolution points needed: 10. Current evolution points: 0. Note: 1 evolution point can be earned daily. Evolution points can be used for beast evolution. I can't believe it. A platinum quality beast. It evolved into platinum on the first try. And the values are all above 100. Everyone knows that in the Blue Star continent, beast quality is ranked as bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, lord, king, divine beast. Each upgrade in quality causes a dramatic change in the beast's attributes. Most beast masters spend their entire lives only raising gold quality beasts, while only the rich and noble families have the strength to raise higher quality beasts. What does it mean for all the values to exceed 100? You should know that the small monsters in the beginner dungeon only have 10 points of attributes. Even a boss only has 50 points of attributes. The attribute value of the green python is more than double that of the boss. Don't even talk about fighting it, just looking at the boss would make it die instantly. Crushed. Ultimate crushing. This time, the college entrance exam is like a beginner village dungeon, the Green Forest, where the final boss, the Goblin King, only has an attribute of 53 points. With this green python, Ye Chen will definitely be able to slaughter his way through the Green Forest and take the unprecedented first place in the exam. By then, top universities will probably go crazy, scrambling for him. Ye Chen also noticed that the next evolution only requires 10 evolution points, meaning that in 10 days, the green python can evolve again. And the next evolution will be diamond. It's just too outrageous. Ye Chen's breathing became rapid, and he muttered, "Holy crap." In less than a month, he had cultivated his beast to diamond quality. And there are only a handful of people in the entire province who own diamond quality beasts. Once the beast evolves into diamond, his strength will make it onto the provincial power rankings. By then, entering university, the so-called college students will be no different from ants in his eyes. Moreover, as the level increases, the beast's attributes will improve. It was already this strong at level 1, so what would it be like at higher levels? Ye Chen unconsciously widened his eyes, his heart pounding. After leveling up, he could contract more beasts, and with the evolution points, he could eventually evolve the legendary divine beasts. When that happens, with just one move, a sky full of divine beasts would surround him, dark and overwhelming. Who could compete with such pressure? Ye Chen's breathing became heavier, and the excitement in his heart didn't settle for a long time. It took him several minutes to calm down. Beasts of high quality are certainly powerful, but leveling up is also an urgent matter. Only when his level is high enough can he contract more beasts. This is not the time to be arrogant and complacent. With that thought, he immediately exited the beast space and walked out of the shopping mall. Tomorrow, the school will organize awakeners to enter dungeons for leveling. Depending on the rarity of the awakening, those with A-level talents can enter the level 10 dungeon. Compared to the level 1 dungeon, the level 10 dungeon gives much higher experience points, so Ye Chen naturally wants to go to the level 10 dungeon. He decided to go to school tomorrow and apply to the principal. Chapter 3, Nonsense. In the central area of Jiang City, at the dungeon entrance arena. Ye Chen and the senior high school teachers and students stood at one end of the arena. The principal was in a good mood, chatting confidently with the principal of another school. I'm so sorry, but our Black Dragon High School has produced an S-level student. This year's first place will probably have to be given up by your Star River High School. Star River High School had always been the top school in Jiang City, while Black Dragon High School was one of the bottom 4 schools in Jiang City. Today, the principal of Black Dragon High School was actually teasing him face-to-face, making the principal's face black as a pot bottom. Humph, Li Wei, don't get too happy too soon. Your Black Dragon High only has one S-level student, Xiao Yue. As for our Star River High School, we have 5 A-level awakeners. Overall strength, we are still number 1 in Star River. Xiao Yue, right? Her name is well known. The Xiao family is one of Jiang City's top families, so it's not surprising they produced an S-level awakener. It's just that your Black Dragon High got lucky and picked up the scraps. Zhang Tianzong, the principal of Qingtung High School, ranked second in previous years, said lightly. Ha, Li Wei, I heard that not only did you produce an S-level Xiao Yue, but also an A-level student. Black Dragon High is truly a double blessing. Zhou Yu, the principal of Huaming High School, ranked third, said with a laugh. Li Wei's face showed a look of regret when he heard this. Yes, there is one A-level student, but unfortunately, the awakened profession is Beastmaster. What a pity. Beastmaster? Hiss, that's indeed a pity. That profession burns too much money. Unless the student's family background is good, their future is bleak. Zhang Tianzong said with a regretful expression. He sighed with relief inside, thinking to himself, this damn S-level student was already enough of a nightmare, and now if there's an A-level student too, his school's ranking would probably drop to third this year. The ranking of a school was incredibly important. It determined how many resources the Education Bureau would allocate, and students preferred to attend higher-ranking schools. Not only would they receive more resources, but the facilities would be better, and with more students, the chances of having a genius among them would naturally increase. Zhou Yu, however, knew something. Hearing Li Wei's exclamation, he still asked with a smiling face, although he's a beast tamer, as long as his awakening is a rare occupational talent, according to the rules, the school has to provide resources. Li Wei, did you buy a beast for that student? Li Wei's face stiffened. Zhou Yu, this smiling tiger, was really hateful. Why did he have to bring up that topic? After learning that Ye Chen was a beast tamer, he never thought about giving him resources. Even the cheapest beast would cost tens of thousands of dragon soul coins, and the expensive ones were even worse. Ye Chen was an orphan and could never afford to raise a beast. Instead of wasting tens of thousands of dragon soul coins on him, he'd rather pocket the money for himself. Li Wei snorted coldly. That student left the school after awakening. I haven't arranged it yet. After this level-up tournament is over, I'll arrange a beast for him. A few old foxes who overheard this knew exactly what he was scheming. However, they had all known each other for years, and despite the competition, they still gave each other face. After all, everyone had some dark history, and no one wanted their old skeletons to be dug up. At that moment, Xiao Yue walked over from the team. Li Wei glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, his face blooming into a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum, and hurriedly went to greet her. Yue, is there something you need? If you need my help, feel free to ask. Li Wei was warm and gentle, his tone soft. Xiao Yue still had the face of an ice-cold beauty. She said softly, Principal, I want to apply to go to the level 10 dungeon to level up. Ah, the level 10 dungeon is a bit dangerous. The monsters inside start at level 10 at the lowest. You're only level 1 right now, and jumping across so many levels to level up will be very tough. I know what I'm doing. Please approve my request, Principal. Seeing that she was determined, Li Wei couldn't stop her. A flash of hesitation crossed his face, but then he gritted his teeth, and with a flick of his hand, a glowing ice staff appeared from his spatial ring. Here, I just happen to have an epic level ice staff with no level restrictions. I'll lend it to you for now. It'll keep you safer while leveling. Zhou Yu, seeing the staff, laughed heartily. Principal Li really has a generous hand. He's giving away an epic level weapon with no level restrictions. This is a rare treasure. Weapons with no level restrictions are priceless, and Principal Li normally doesn't even let us see them. But today, he's willing to lend you one for leveling. This shows that Principal Li has high hopes for you, Yue. You must work hard and not let your principal down. Xiao Yue was a bit moved. With her family's strength, getting a weapon with no level restrictions wouldn't be difficult, but getting an epic level weapon was another matter. Let alone one that was suitable for her, an ice-type staff. Paired with her Ice Phoenix talent, it was like adding wings to a tiger. She accepted the staff, and her cold expression unconsciously softened into a slight smile. Thank you, Principal. With just a few minutes left before the dungeon opened, Ye Chen walked up from the back of the team. Principal Li, I also want to apply to go to the level 10 dungeon. Li Wei looked at the unfamiliar student in the Black Dragon School uniform, puzzled. Who are you? I'm Ye Chen. Li Wei suddenly understood. Oh, it's you. The A-level beast tamer. You want to go to the level 10 dungeon too? Ye Chen nodded. Originally, when Li Wei saw Ye Chen walking towards the principal, many people have noticed his strange behavior, and now they hear that he actually dares to speak up and say he's going to the level 10 dungeon. Before Li Wei could say anything, the students from Black Dragon High School burst into laughter. Haha, I didn't expect Ye Chen to be this kind of show-off. He sees Xiao Yue going to the level 10 dungeon, and immediately feels he has to follow, not even considering what kind of strength she has, and what strength he himself has. Is he going to the level 10 dungeon just to die? Ridiculous, a beast master who doesn't even have a beast dares to say he's going to the level 10 dungeon to level up. I think he's just saying these exaggerated things to attract attention. An orphan is an orphan, always insecure since childhood, and whenever there's a chance, they like to make a scene to grab attention. So laughable. Hey, do you think he's risking his life to be with the beautiful girl? Seeing our school's top beauty Xiao Yue going to the level 10 dungeon, thinking he might have a chance to be alone with her, throwing his life away just to chase her. Yo, don't say, there really could be some truth to that, haha. The crowd erupted with even louder laughter. It seemed many people had already considered Ye Chen to be Xiao Yue's hardcore fanboy. Otherwise, they couldn't understand why he would want to go to the level 10 dungeon. Was he really going to level up? Xiao Yue heard the surrounding chatter and furrowed her brows. She was always surrounded by suitors, and in her mind, Ye Chen was always a rather transparent student, with a weak presence. He was the quiet type, rarely speaking in class. If he was really going to risk his life just to pursue her and go to the level 10 dungeon, this was something she didn't want to see. Moreover, their family backgrounds were as different as the sky and the earth, they were from entirely different worlds, and it was impossible for them to have any connection. She wanted to advise Ye Chen and slowly opened her mouth. Ye Chen, you need to understand, the beasts in the level 10 dungeon are at least level 10. You won't last even one move in front of these beasts. I think it would be better for you to go to a level 1 dungeon. It's safer and easier to level up there. What you said makes sense, but I still want to go to the level 10 dungeon. Ye Chen replied faintly. Xiao Yue was about to speak, but was stopped by Li Wei's gesture. With a dark expression, Li Wei said, Ye Chen, stop messing around here. Can't you see there are so many people from other schools? You're just making Black Dragon High School the laughingstock. Get down now. In the end, he scolded him in a stern tone. Chapter 4, I apply. I'm not messing around, I'm formally applying to go to the level 10 dungeon. Seeing Ye Chen's serious face, Li Wei found it laughable and asked, going to the level 10 dungeon? Let me ask you first, do you have a beast? Ye Chen was silent, then waved his hand. A flash of green light passed, and a sudden gust of wind swept out from Ye Chen's body, blowing so hard that people couldn't open their eyes. The overwhelming vitality shook everyone's hearts, thumping loudly. What's going on? Why is it suddenly so windy? Oh my, what's with this light, it's so dazzling. I feel a powerful vitality, is that coming from Ye Chen? It seems like Ye Chen's beast, the vitality is so strong, his beast must not be ordinary. Damn, don't tell me Ye Chen really contracted some rare beast. Damn. After the green light passed, a small green snake coiled around Ye Chen's arm. This is my beast. How about now, can you approve my application? At first, everyone thought Ye Chen had summoned some incredible beast, but when they focused their eyes, they saw that it was just a small snake, less than a meter long, coiled around his arm. The little snake was completely ordinary, just like a bamboo viper in the bamboo forest. For a moment, the crowd went silent, before bursting into loud, thunderous laughter. Ha ha ha. This is your beast? Just a damn small snake. Are you seriously going to use this snake to bite and kill the powerful beasts in the level 10 dungeon? Ha ha ha. Black Dragon High School really has talent, good thing I'm not from Black Dragon High School. There's this clown of an alumni, and every time I go out, I'm afraid of being laughed to death. Ha ha ha. This snake probably hasn't even been born for long. Look at those clear, stupid big eyes. Is Ye Chen really out of his mind? Is he really planning to use this little snake to fight those beasts that are as tall as a building? This is what happens when a beast tamer is as dumb as their beast. Both master and beast are idiots. Phew, thankfully, Ye Chen is still the same old trash. That vitality almost made me think he had contracted some ancient beast. It was all just an illusion, heh. When Li Wei saw the little green snake, his face turned completely black. His expression hardened like frost, gritting his teeth as he growled, Ye Chen. Put your little snake away right now. Keep messing around and I'll expel you. Among the crowd, only the principal of Xinghe, Chen Jiu, looked at the little green snake with shifting eyes. After a few seconds, his face twitched imperceptibly, and his eyes were filled with shock. Expel me? Ha, fine, go ahead and expel me. What the hell is this Black Dragon High? I've already been wanting to leave for a long time. Every year my scholarship gets cut, and when I tested for an A-class occupation, you didn't give me any resources. Now, you won't even let me go to the level 10 dungeon. Why the hell should I stay at this crappy school? I'm done with this bullshit. Li Wei is cheap in every way, but what really pisses Ye Chen off is that his application for the level 10 dungeon was denied, while Xiao Yue's was approved without a second thought. This blatant favoritism had already made Ye Chen unhappy, and the level 10 dungeon was crucial for his leveling up. He could tolerate other things, but not this one. He couldn't stand it at all. Li Wei sneered, a little third-year student like you dares to act tough in front of me? You think expelling you is a joke? You want me to lose face in front of everyone? Fine, you want to act tough? As you wish. He took out Ye Chen's student file from his spatial ring, signed the expulsion letter, stuffed it into the folder, and threw it at Ye Chen's feet. Take your file and get lost. From today on, you're officially expelled from Black Dragon High. Li Wei crossed his arms and looked down from his high position. The principal is too ruthless, just expelling him like that? Ye Chen is really stubborn, all he had to do was apologize, but no, he had to argue with the principal. Now look at this, he can't even take the college entrance exam. His future is completely ruined. Sigh. TCH, he deserves it. Orphans should know their place. A guy without parents dares to be this arrogant, thinking he's so great just because he has an A-class occupation? Laughable, just a clown. Wow, the principal of Black Dragon High is this powerful? Expelled just like that? TSK, today's been a real show. Ye Chen picked up the file, dusted it off with a few slaps, and stared at Li Wei. Principal Li, remember what you did today. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't ever look down on a young man who's down on his luck. As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, the crowd burst into laughter again. Ha ha, damn, how come I never noticed that Ye Chen could pretend this much in high school? Ha ha, he thinks he's the protagonist of a novel, talking about not looking down on the poor youth? Ha 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 ha. Oh no, I'm dying of laughter, my stomach hurts. Pfft, he has ambition, but he's just a clown. An orphan thinking he can turn things around? I think Ye Chen lives in a dream. Xiao Yue frowned, looking at Li Wei. Principal, Ye Chen didn't break any school rules. Is it really appropriate for you to expel him like this? Li Wei's dark face immediately turned into a friendly smile when he met Xiao Yue's gaze. Yue, don't get involved in this. Ye Chen is disrespectful and has no respect for his teachers. People like him don't belong at Black Dragon High. I've given him a chance, but he didn't cherish it. Xiao Yue sighed. Principal. I think this punishment is still too harsh. How about this? I'll have Ye Chen apologize to you, and you cannot expel him. Li Wei stayed silent for a few seconds, his eyes flashing, then nodded. For your sake, if Ye Chen kowtows and apologizes to me now, I'll take back the expulsion letter. Isn't this kowtowing a bit too? Before Xiao Yue could finish, Li Wei waved his hand to interrupt, no discussion. He contradicted me in front of so many people. If he doesn't kowtow and apologize, where's my authority as principal? Xiao Yue looked at Ye Chen helplessly. Ye Chen, why don't you just kowtow to the principal and apologize? That way, you can still take the college entrance exam. You know, going to college is your only way out now. With your A-level career talent, once you're in college, there will definitely be teachers willing to teach you, and you'll be able to find a good job after graduation. Ye Chen sneered, make me kowtow and apologize? Don't joke, I won't go to college, I won't look for a job, I'll starve and die of thirst, or even jump off this building and die, but I will never say a single word of apology to the old dog, because I have done nothing wrong. Ye Chen, stop being stubborn, this is your last chance. Ye Chen shook his head, no need to persuade me anymore, I understand your good intentions. Sigh, well then, do as you wish. Li Wei saw Xiao Yue's helplessness and spoke up, Yue, don't mind him. He's just a stinky stone in a toilet, both stinky and hard. He's a waste, why bother with him? A waste? Ridiculous. In the future, I'll show you who the real waste is. Ye Chen shrugged indifferently, then turned his gaze to the three principals standing nearby. Hello, principals. May I ask if your school is still enrolling students? As you can see, I've just been expelled. I am an A-level beastmaster with my own beast, and I have great potential. If you enroll me, you will not regret it. If you're accepting students, I'd like to apply. Hearing that Ye Chen was asking to enroll in another school, all the students were struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. They were instantly left speechless. Damn, this Ye Chen, he's really a god. How thick is his skin? Alright. Ye Chen, when someone is so worthless, they become invincible. You're so worthless now, you're invincible. A beastmaster daring to boast about his great potential? Hilarious. Which principal would be foolish enough to enroll you? Ha. No, do you even understand that your beastmaster profession is extremely expensive? Without money, you're nothing. If they enroll you, they'll lower the school's graduation rate. Ridiculous. Your beast, you mean that little snake? It looks so weak, it probably can't even defeat a level 1 monster. And you're showing that off? You have no shame. Li Wei shook his head in disdain, too lazy to even mock him. The reality would soon make Ye Chen see how useless he truly was. Always thinking an A-level profession was something great, but in fact, it was just a useless profession. No school would want a student like him. Just as everyone was laughing at Ye Chen like a clown, a firm male voice rang out, echoing through the hall. I'll take him. Everyone turned their heads toward the voice and was instantly stunned. No one expected that the speaker was Xinghe, the principal of Xinghe University. The number one ranked principal of the four major universities was actually going to enroll a useless A-level beastmaster? Some people pinched their faces hard, feeling the pain, realizing this wasn't a dream. What? I must have heard wrong. Xinghe University is a provincial key university, and he's going to enroll a waste? This is impossible. It must be a mistake by Principal Chen. Someone incredulously asked Xinghe again if he was really going to enroll Ye Chen. Xinghe remained calm, smiling slightly as he looked at Ye Chen. Xinghe University is currently enrolling new students. As the principal, I now officially extend an invitation to you. If you're willing to come to Xinghe University, not only will I admit you, but I will also offer you 100,000 Dragon Soul Coins as a reward for your A-level career. If you get into college, my Xinghe University will also offer an extra 1 million Dragon Soul Coins as a reward for your enrollment, and you can use the school's training resources for free. As soon as Xinghe finished speaking, the entire room fell silent, so quiet it was terrifying. A few seconds later, the first to snap back to reality were Li Wei and the other three principals. Li Wei's mouth dropped open, big enough to fit an egg. Old Chen must have taken the wrong medicine, right? How could he admit Ye Chen directly without even an entrance exam? Even though Ye Chen is an A-level professional, he's a useless one. It makes no sense to favor him like this. He can't possibly think he can help Ye Chen train some powerful beast, right? Li Wei thought carefully and realized it was quite possible. After all, Xinghe himself was a beastmaster. Even though he had only reached the diamond rank, he was still considered outstanding among people. But Old Chen is too arrogant. Raising a beast requires a lot of money and energy, and Xinghe University probably can't afford that. Li Wei scoffed, full of disdain. The other three principals thought similarly to Li Wei. They all felt that Xinghe had been too hasty. Admitting a useless profession to the school would only drag down the enrollment rate. Even though Xinghe University had abundant resources, they couldn't possibly raise another high-level beast. The other students thought that Xinghe's decision to admit Ye Chen was already a huge favor, and hearing about the abundant resource rewards, their eyes turned red. They couldn't believe that Xinghe would offer such a sky-high reward to admit a useless student. Too exaggerated. How could Principal Chen offer such conditions to admit a beastmaster? I can't open my eyes, it must be an illusion. What the hell, Ye Chen must have stepped in some dog poop to get Principal Chen's favor, and even got such generous resources. My god, Ye Chen is taking off? Damn, this isn't fair. Why should Ye Chen, such a useless person, get into the top school in Tianjin province without even an exam, and it's the number one Xinghe University? Who can I complain to about this? I'm not convinced. No, I need to ask the principal for an explanation. It's one thing to admit Ye Chen without reason, but the conditions he's given are the ones for a top student. I'm not convinced. Xinghe ignored the dissatisfied voices around him, calmly watching Ye Chen and waiting for his response. Ye Chen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to be admitted to Xinghe University. He had only said those words with the mindset of giving it a try, but he never expected to actually be admitted, especially to Tianjin province's best school, Xinghe University. He didn't hesitate and shook Xinghe's hand, smiling. I'm very willing to go to Xinghe University, thank you, Principal Chen. Xiao Yue's expression was complex. She had originally thought Ye Chen would be expelled, with no future ahead of him, but unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he was admitted to Xinghe University. She returned to her icy expression and looked calmly at Ye Chen. You've gained something from misfortune, now you should work hard and repay Xinghe University. Ye Chen chuckled, of course. At this moment, the entrance to the dungeon made a cracking sound, and then a blue light screen appeared. The dungeon entrance had finally opened. Ye Chen turned to Xinghe and said, Principal, I want to go to the level 10 dungeon. Xinghe took out a crystal and handed it to Ye Chen. This is the crystal to open the level 10 dungeon. He then took out a staff. Here's a level 1 Beastmaster staff. The enhancement isn't much, but it's better than nothing. Take it with you. Ye Chen took the items and thanked him, just about to step into the dungeon when Xiao Yue stopped him. The monsters in the level 10 dungeon are very strong. If you don't want to lose your life, I can help you level up, but I can only take you to level 5. After that, you might want to consider retreating and going to the level 3 dungeon to level up. Ye Chen shook his head. Thanks, but I'm a lone wolf, I prefer to level up by myself. The students around them heard this and immediately looked at Ye Chen in disbelief. This is an opportunity to be alone with Goddess Xiao. What did I just hear? Ye Chen actually refused. Damn, how is this any different from refusing to be alone with Louis Fei? Damn it, why does all the good stuff keep going to Ye Chen? He got expelled but ended up at a better school, he's leveling up by fighting monsters and has beauties actively teaming up with him, and he actually refuses. Damn it, he's so arrogant. Ye Chen is just too arrogant. I'm really pissed off. I want to slap him to death right now. Damn it, why do I have nothing? Is it just because I'm not an orphan? I can't stand Ye Chen, this show off. A level 1 useless beast master acting like this, he'll probably die in a level 10 dungeon later. Oomph, don't worry, he won't survive. That's a level 10 dungeon, without Xiao Yue to guide him. Let's see how he levels up. That little green snake is useless, crossing over more than 10 levels of difference. Does he think this is a game? He'll probably die to the small monsters, and then he'll regret it, ha ha ha. Ye Chen ignored the mocking jeers around him and walked straight to the dungeon entrance. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the blue light screen, and his figure vanished from the arena. Xiao Yue looked at Ye Chen's back and shook her head slightly. Then, she stepped forward into the dungeon entrance. Chen Jiyu, however, watched Ye Chen's figure, his eyes flickering. This Ye Chen is truly a child of destiny. At just 18, he already raised a platinum-level beast. It's terrifyingly impressive. He spent over 30 years of hard work just to raise a beast to diamond level, and now the beast's health is drained. It's impossible to evolve it into a lord-level beast. Looking at that little green snake, it's still a juvenile beast, full of vitality and thick blood, probably with an extraordinary origin. At the very least, it will be a lord-level beast in the future. If it encounters some fortuitous events, reaching king level is also possible. A king-level beast, what kind of concept is that? It's a strategic weapon for a country. Even a nuclear bomb would be no more than a big firecracker in the eyes of a king-level beast. With a king-level beast, one could walk unhindered on this planet. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they are invincible in the world. This child's future is limitless, I must make every effort to befriend him. He glanced at Li Wei indifferently, his eyes full of mockery. I must thank this big fool, Li Wei, for the blessing he gave me. Ye Chen is still in his weak phase, this is the perfect time to make friends. Once he grows stronger, I'll probably never be able to approach him again. Ha ha ha. Chapter 6, Leveling Up. A flash of light passed, and Ye Chen found himself in a dark forest. The bare, dry tree branches were covered in hooks, and occasionally, a few red-eyed crows perched on the branches, cawing incessantly, making a racket. The ground was dark gray dirt, emitting a faint purple mist. Some tombstones stood by the roadside, some of them missing a corner, with nameless white beast bones scattered nearby. A glance around revealed a scene of decay. Level 10 dungeon, dark forest. Finally entered the level 10 dungeon, but there was no one around. It seemed that without a team, you would be randomly teleported after entering the dungeon. Ye Chen stroked his chin, remembering that some other students from different schools had also entered the level 10 dungeon, but he didn't know where they went. Ha-ha, a raspy, almost ancient coughing sound came from Ye Chen's side, accompanied by heavy footsteps that grew closer and closer. He turned his head to look. Venomous zombie. Level, LV 12. Attack, 36. Defense, 28. Spirit, 30. Agility, 19. Skills, bite, throw poison. A purple zombie saw Ye Chen, and its hollow, murky yellow eyes instantly erupted with a bloodthirsty light, as if it had found the world's most delicious food. It charged toward Ye Chen. Well, you were limping just now, but now your leg isn't limping, your eyes aren't blind, and you're running pretty fast. Are you in such a hurry to die? Ye Chen was amused by this zombie. Come out, Xinghe. A green light suddenly flared up in front of Ye Chen, accompanied by overwhelming pressure, and a small cyan snake unexpectedly appeared on his shoulder. Let's test this skill on your zombie. Twin poison fangs. As the words fell, Xinghe opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 sharp poison fangs. The poison fangs immediately split into 2 identical poison fangs and shot out towards the zombie. Hiss. The sound of air breaking echoed as the 2 sharp poison fangs, like 2 needles, shot out at an incredible speed. The running zombie was instantly hit by the poison fangs. It seemed unaware and kept running desperately. But from the 2 small holes in its chest, the surrounding skin rapidly rotted. Within a few seconds, its flesh and blood melted into blood water. At the last moment, its legs were still moving forward, until only the skeleton remained, and it finally stopped moving. One-shot kill. As expected of a platinum-level beastmaster. Twin poison fangs are so powerful. Even a zombie carrying deadly poison can be poisoned to death. TSK, Xinghe's poison is really domineering. Ye Chen happily patted Xinghe's head. Ding. Congratulations, you killed a venomous zombie. Xinghe gained 30 experience points, and you gained 30 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, Xinghe leveled up. Current level, LV2. As the system notification ended, Xinghe's size suddenly grew by a circle, and its weight doubled. As expected of a level 10 dungeon, just killing a small monster immediately raised my level by 1. At this rate, reaching level 10 today is no problem. Ye Chen smiled happily. This is the outskirts, where monsters are rare. The deeper you go, the more and stronger the monsters become, and the higher the experience points. There are others in the level 10 dungeon. Xinghe, let's go, hurry up and go inside to steal monsters and level up. Ye Chen strode toward the deeper part of the forest. At the edge of the dark forest, a 5-person team walked through the jungle, their expressions cautious. Team leader Qian Zimo said seriously, everyone be careful. There are venomous zombies here. If one gets too close, the consequences are unimaginable. The other 4 nodded solemnly, and one of them said, Captain Qian, there's a new recruit from Xinghe High School, Ye Chen. Should we go find him? Qian Zimo snorted coldly, why find him? This kid is very arrogant. He thinks that being an A-class profession makes him invincible. We 5 A-class professionals still need to team up to dare to come in. He said he likes to be a lone wolf. If he wants to die, that's on him. As his words fell, a strange beast's roar sounded around them. Qian Zimo's face changed, something is coming, everyone be alert. The 5 of them nervously stared at the bushes beside them. Boom! 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 The ground shook slightly with dull sounds, and a massive creature was rushing toward them. Boom! A large tree in front of them was suddenly knocked aside by great force, and a minotaur holding a giant axe, over 3 meters tall, suddenly charged out. Moo! The minotaur roared at them. Hoo! Behind it, more than 10 venomous zombies followed. Upon seeing the group, their murky yellow eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty murderous gleam. Shit! More than 10 venomous zombies plus an elite minotaur? Anyone who faces this is dead. Quick! Run! Qian Zimo turned and ran. The other 4, seeing this powerful lineup on the opposite side, had their legs go weak. They were only at level 1, and the monsters in front of them were all at level 10 or higher. If they had to fight one, it might be possible, but now more than 10 appeared at once. Forget fighting, they were almost scared out of their wits. Captain, wait for me. The 4 followed behind Qian Zimo, running with all their might. One female student stumbled and tripped over a stone, falling to the ground. She stretched out her hand and loudly called out to them. The others looked back and were terrified. They saw that the venomous zombie had already pounced on her head. Zhang Shui, get out of the way! Qian Zimo shouted loudly. Zhang Shui felt a shadow looming over her head, and the disgusting, foul stench filled her nostrils. She looked up and her pupils immediately contracted sharply. The grotesque zombie head reflected in her pupils, its mouth wide open, pitch black inside, with many white maggots wriggling on its yellow teeth. Zhang Shui slightly parted her lips, her heart sharply jolted, her whole body froze, as if submerged in icy snow water, her mind blank, unable to think of a way to escape. Everyone watched helplessly as the venomous zombie lunged for Zhang Shui's neck, but they could do nothing. Qian Zimo's hand appeared to hold a shield, wanting to rush over to save Zhang Shui, but the distance was too far. By the time he reached her, Zhang Shui would already be dead in the zombie's jaws. No! Qian Zimo roared in desperation. Just as the zombie's massive mouth was about to clamp onto Zhang Shui's neck, a bird's cry suddenly came from the side. Ing! A streak of pure white flashed past Zhang Shui's head like lightning. Boom! Cold air exploded, white smoke spread, and the venomous zombie seemed to be hit by a speeding truck, making a loud crash as its body was sent flying, crashing to the ground, its frozen body shattering into pieces. The sudden scene stunned everyone. Several people looked towards the direction the ice bird had come from, and saw a beautiful woman like an ice mountain standing, frowning. It's Xiao Yue, someone exclaimed in shock. Xiao Yue shouted, run quickly. The crowd snapped back to reality, hurriedly pulling Zhang Shui and running for their lives. Qian Zimo glanced at Zhang Shui. Thanks. Xiao Yue ignored him, turning to face the more than 10 monsters that were chasing after them. Qian Zimo wanted to urge her to run with them, but seeing Xiao Yue's expression, it was clear she wanted to take down all these monsters herself. He laughed at himself. He thought that by awakening the A-level class of shield swordsman, he could practice leveling in a level 10 dungeon, but he almost died as soon as he entered. In contrast, Xiao Yue, also level 1, easily dealt with the venomous zombie that he believed would need 5 A-level players to handle. An S-level class is just insane. Sigh. He sighed silently and turned to follow his teammates, running off into the distance. Above the arena hall, there was a huge round crystal ball, showing the rankings for leveling. First place, Black Dragon High School, Xiao Yue, level LV5. Second place, Qingtung High School, Xu Feng, level LV4. Third place, Star River High School, Qian Zimo, level LV3. Li Wei saw his student ranked first and felt that all the grievances of the years had been swept away today. He looked smugly at Chen Jiyu. Old Chen, I'm not saying this, but your school is not doing well this year. In the past, you were always first, but now you're ranked third. And you even offered generous resources to recruit that useless Ye Chen. I'm not saying you're wasting the school's resources, but sooner or later, you'll mess everything up. Xinghe glanced at him and coldly snorted, it's not over yet. Who will be first is still undecided. Why are you in such a hurry? And who said Ye Chen is useless? Ridiculous. We'll see in the future. Li Wei laughed loudly, I know you're a beastmaster, so it's understandable that you favor Ye Chen. But even Star River High can't train a high-level beastmaster in a short time. Don't count on that useless Ye Chen. My Xiao Yue is S-level. This year's first place will definitely be Black Dragon High. We both know how big the gap is between A-level and S-level. I think you won't believe it until you see the results later. The principal of Qingtung High School, Zhang Tianzong, spoke indifferently, Principal Li, don't underestimate Star River High. Qian Zimo is a shield swordsman, and he has 4 teammates. As long as they have enough time, their leveling speed will eventually catch up to Xiao Yue. After all, Xiao Yue is alone, and there's always a limit to her strength. Li Wei shook his head, looking smug, unwilling to continue arguing with the other principals. Chapter 7, The Ultimate Boss Descends. Students who hadn't entered the dungeon looked at the rankings, causing a stir. User seems to be interested in high school-themed stories with elements of fantasy or supernatural events. The students of Black Dragon High School were the most excited. Great! Our Black Dragon High School is finally going to take first place this year. Moony Goddess is amazing. Ha ha ha, awesome. We used to be called the bottom-tier school, but now look, Xiao Yue is first place. I can go home and brag that I study at the best school in Tianqing province. Why are you guys in such a rush? The leveling isn't over yet. Senior Qian will get the ranking back. Laughable, Qian Zimo is already third, and you're still hoping he can compete for first? Ha ha ha, not even coming last would be an achievement. Exactly, our senior Xiao is an S-rank professional. What does your school even have to compete with? First place is already ours, it's Black Dragon High Schools for sure. Hey, don't underestimate Xinghe High School. Don't forget, their principal just recruited an A-rank genius today. The one who'll probably take first place is this new student, ha ha ha. But, you're right, that Ye Chen is an A-rank beast tamer, he's really powerful, ha ha ha. Hearing Black Dragon High School students mocking them with Ye Chen's name, Xinghe High School students felt like they were chewing bitter gourd, with no way to voice their frustration. Someone whispered, I don't know what the principal is thinking, why did he suddenly accept Ye Chen? Now we're being laughed at by other schools, seriously. What is Ye Chen up to? The principal invested so many resources to recruit him, but he really can't be useless, right? The leaderboard shows 50 names, and we can't even see his name. How pathetic, he can't even make it into the top 50. The principal must have lost his mind letting him in. Meanwhile, deep in the dark forest, Ye Chen rubbed his chin, staring at a big tree in front of him. I really walked back here. I really got lost. That's right, Ye Chen had been wandering around this forest for an hour. Damn it, I can't waste any more time here. Since I can't walk out, I'll just fight my way out. Xiao Qing, push down this forest in front of me. Xiao Qing quickly darted out, like a green light arrow, cutting through the trees in her path. Ye Chen walked quickly behind. The man and the snake moved fast, and soon they reached a small stream. Few finally made it out. Ye Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, breathing heavily. Suddenly, a commotion sounded ahead. Ha! People? What are they arguing about? It was a bit far, so he couldn't hear clearly. Ye Chen walked slowly towards the noise. When he got closer, he saw 2 groups of people confronting each other. Ye Chen's sudden appearance startled them, thinking a monster had appeared. Everyone nervously looked at him. Ye Chen and the others stared at each other, and for a moment, no one spoke. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. I was just passing by, you all carry on. Ye Chen broke the silence first. When everyone realized it wasn't a monster but Ye Chen, their tensed nerves relaxed. Someone angrily said, Ye Chen, don't you know that scaring people can kill them? Phew, I thought it was some monster, turns out it's Ye Chen, that useless guy. Forget about that useless Ye Chen, hey, Chen Zimo, this blue gear is something our Qingtang High School wants. If you're smart, you should leave quickly before I get angry. This is a dungeon, and every year, a few students die here. The captain of Qingtang High School, Feng Xiuyong, spoke with a threatening tone at the end. Ye Chen was about to say something when Zhang Shui spoke first, angrily saying, this is too much. This gear dropped from a monster our team defeated, why should we give it to you? Qian Zimo's face turned cold. Feng Xiuyong, you're threatening me? Ridiculous, even if all 5 of you attack together, you're still no match for us. Who dies here today is still uncertain. Everyone, get ready to fight. Qian Zimo's hand flashed with white light, and he had already drawn a large sword and a big shield. A-class occupation Shield Swordsman. The Shield Swordsman has both good offense and defense, making it the top warrior profession. Zheng Shui picked up a staff, ready to cast magic. Others also revealed their weapons, creating a tense atmosphere filled with anticipation. No one noticed that above them, a six-eyed crow circled in the air. Ye Chen glanced at the crow, feeling speechless towards these headstrong youths. The six-eyed crow is the spy of the ultimate boss, the Poisonous Ruins King, in the level 10 dungeon. The crow's appearance here means the Poisonous Ruins King is nearby. As the ultimate boss of the level 10 dungeon, the Poisonous Ruins King is level 20, with stats reaching 60 to 70 points, while the highest among them, Xinghe, is only level 3, with stats barely around 20 points. If they encounter the Poisonous Ruins King, these headstrong youths will definitely be killed in an instant. Ye Chen thought about giving them a reminder. Hey! As soon as he spoke, everyone had already started fighting. These people completely ignored him. A gust of wind blew, tousling Ye Chen's bangs. He shook his head, crossed his arms, and leaned against a tree to watch the show. I like fighting. Good, they better make more noise, so the Poisonous Ruins King will arrive quickly. I wonder if they will have any strength left to escape when the Poisonous Ruins King comes. But Ye Chen didn't plan to care about these people's lives. Their arrogance surely comes with a price. He turned his gaze to the blue equipment on the ground. Assassin's Cloak. Rarity, blue. Level, LV12. Equipment effect. Wearing the cloak can lower your presence to a minimum, making it hard for enemies to detect your existence. This equipment is quite good, no wonder these people are fighting so desperately for it. Being able to lower one's presence can work wonders for both escape and attack, especially for someone like him, a beast master, whose strength relies entirely on his beasts. While he is very weak himself, if he encounters an assassin who sneaks up on him, he would be finished. Ye Chen stroked his chin and glanced at the chaotic battle among the people. Should he take the equipment while they are fighting? That's a good idea. But he thought it would be better to say something to them before picking it up. After all, he is a polite and cultured man, and he doesn't want to steal from others. Hey, no one wants this equipment on the ground, right? I'm going to pick it up. Ye Chen shouted to the crowd. Boom! What responded to him was the sound of skill explosions. Everyone was fully focused on their fierce battle, surrounded by the chaotic sound of magic explosions and clashing metals, and they couldn't hear Ye Chen's voice. Even if someone vaguely heard Ye Chen, they automatically ignored him, as in their eyes, Ye Chen was just a useless person. Would a useless person dare to touch their equipment? Ye Chen shouted again, no one wants this equipment, right? Then I'll pick it up. Still, no one paid attention. Ye Chen shook his head, sigh, these people are really wasting equipment, such a good blue item, and no one wants it. Since no one wants it, I'll take it. After all, I am an orphan who often scavenges for a living. He picked up the equipment and swiftly stowed it away in his beast space. After collecting the equipment, Ye Chen sat down on the grass to enjoy the fierce battle. Xinghe, living up to his reputation as a top warrior profession, had a well-organized offense and defense, making the people from Qingtung Academy very flustered. Meanwhile, Zheng Shui, hiding behind Xinghe, was crazily casting spells, raining down magic bolts like they were free. Ye Chen nodded, not bad, Xinghe's formation looks quite impressive. Crack! Suddenly, the sky darkened, and lightning danced wildly within the clouds. Ye Chen focused his gaze, feeling a strong sense of oppression coming from it. Poisonous Ruins King, you finally came. I wonder how many levels I can gain from killing you. His eyes were filled with anticipation. The crowd engaged in the fierce battle tightened their expressions in shock at the sudden change in the sky, all halting their actions. Damn, this overwhelming pressure, could it be the boss has arrived? Look! Those black birds in the sky seem to be six-eyed crows. What? Six-eyed crows? This can't be. Oh my god, it really is six-eyed crows, which means the boss that came this time is the ultimate boss of the level 10 dungeon, the Toxic Ruin King. While the boss hasn't descended yet, run! Run! Xinghe and his teammates rushed backwards in a panic, even forgetting about their equipment. However, just after they had taken a few steps, a massive shadow fell from the sky with a thunderous crash. Boom! The enormous figure landing caused a powerful earthquake, splitting the ground into numerous cracks, and thick smoke rolled in, engulfing everyone's figures. What do we do? Our escape route is blocked. Damn it! Chapter 8, Toxic Ruin King, Instant Kill. As the smoke dissipated, a tall and powerful figure emerged. The Toxic Ruin King stood over 3 meters tall, clad in black gold armor covered in sharp spikes, exuding a cloud of black energy. His face was dry and twisted, with red light glowing from his eyes, and on his shoulder rested a thick wolf fawn club. Upon landing, he flicked his cloak and his long black hair danced wildly in the wind. His domineering presence felt like an immense weight pressing down on everyone. Qian Zimo's eyes widened, his heart thumping wildly, a sense of death filled his heart, and all his blood seemed to freeze in an instant. The others couldn't help but shiver, although it was June, it felt like they had fallen into a frigid winter. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed. Toxic Ruin King. Tier, Ultimate Boss. Level, LV 20. Attack, 75. Defense, 72. Spirit, 65. Agility, 70. Skills, Skeleton Legion, Ruin Domain, Steel Teeth Chaos. Qian Zimo shouted, concentrate all your strength and attack 1 point, this way, we might be able to break through its ruin domain. Everyone was trapped in a phantom city ruin, and through the black light curtain, they could see the forest outside. Upon hearing Qian Zimo's voice, everyone immediately mobilized all their energy to attack a single spot on the black light curtain. In an instant, multicolored attacks burst into dazzling light. Boom! After the explosion, everyone nervously looked towards the spot of attack, and saw the black light curtain completely unharmed. We're doomed, we're doomed. Some mumbled, their eyes blank. We can't break the domain, what do we do now? Qian Zimo. It's all your fault. As the captain, you led us into a dead end. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to the level 10 dungeon. Woohoo, I want to go home, my mom is still waiting for me, woohoo. Some slumped on the ground, crying loudly, while others harshly accused Qian Zimo. Ha! He. The toxic Ruin King's eyes gleamed with disdain. A group of insects, thinking they could break his ruin domain, how ridiculous. He slightly curved his fingers, palm facing up, and raised it, a black light suddenly emerging from his palm. Skeleton Legion. The toxic Ruin King's voice echoed heavily. The ground suddenly broke open with countless mounds of earth, and numerous skeletons crawled up from below, some wielding swords, others holding magic staffs, and others with daggers, a whole legion of skeletons seemingly composed of various professions. Ah! Zheng Shui screamed in shock as a skeleton near her swung a greatsword at her. Qian Zimo rushed over and smashed the skeleton with his shield. Now is not the time to be negative, everyone work together with me, we can definitely get out. I will block the skeleton's attack, you all keep attacking the light curtain. Upon hearing his shout, everyone's spirits lifted. This was indeed not the time to despair, as long as they broke the domain, they would have a chance to escape. Qian Zimo turned to look at the team from Greenvine High School. If you don't want to die, then attack the light curtain with us. The captain of Greenvine High School snorted coldly, although he was reluctant to follow Qian Zimo's orders, the situation left him no choice but to comply. Let's attack the light screen together, he said to the 4 teammates behind him. Qian Zimo scanned the skeletal army and found Ye Chen actually leaning against a big tree, yawning, looking relaxed and carefree. What is this? What is this useless person doing? Is he not afraid? Has he given up on himself? Knowing he can't escape, is he just waiting to die? This guy is about to die, and he's still pretending to be at ease? No wonder he's the top guy in Nangong University, with such mental strength, I'm impressed. Qian Zimo furrowed his brows and shouted at Ye Chen, even though you're useless, at this life and death moment, every bit of strength increases the chance of breaking the realm. If you just give up, what's the difference from a coward? Hurry up and join the attack on the light screen. Attack the light screen? Is it really necessary to make it so complicated? Why not just kill the Poison Ruins King directly? The realm will break naturally, what effort is needed to hit the light screen? Ye Chen shrugged, besides, is this how you ask for help? Since you say I'm useless, why should I help you break the light screen? Ye Chen shook his head, these people didn't even understand a bit of politeness, so let them fend for themselves. Qian Zimo sneered, you're useful? If you were useful, prove it through your actions instead of just using your mouth. Besides showing off, what else can you do? Pathetic. I don't need to prove anything to anyone. My strength belongs to me. Just because you say I'm weak doesn't mean my strength decreases, and just because you say I'm strong doesn't mean my strength increases. My strength is built by myself. Ye Chen simply closed his eyes and pretended to nap, I have no interest in arguing with you. Don't talk to me anymore, you can do whatever you want, it's none of my business. Qian Zimo was furious. Seeing Ye Chen's nonchalant attitude, he knew he wouldn't come to help, fine. When we break the light screen, don't think you can come out with us. Stay here and wait to die. Whatever. Ye Chen sat down cross-legged, looking like a spectator enjoying the show. You damn adventurers dare to chat easily in my territory and disregard me. The Poison Ruins King was furious at being ignored by the two. He pointed at Qian Zimo and roared, all troops, attack. Suddenly, all the skeletons surged towards Qian Zimo like a tidal wave. Qian Zimo's pupils shook in despair, everything turned white before him as the tsunami of skeletons rushed in. Against the skeletal army, he felt like an ant, how could he stand alone? You all hurry up. Hearing the deafening sound of the skeletal army rushing behind and the tremors of the ground, the others felt the imminent danger and their hearts trembled. They didn't even dare to look back. The captain of Xinghe University yelled, "Quickly! Move faster!" The Poison Ruins King turned to Ye Chen, "And you, pretending to be impressive, come and die." He leaped into the air, raising his wolf-tooth club high, gathering all his power. Black light burst forth from the club like a black sun, dazzling and blinding. Steel teeth chaos. Ye Chen coldly watched the Poison Ruins King falling rapidly toward him, sighed, "Why not take care of them first before coming for me? In this situation, I have no choice but to step in. Maybe it's these people's fate that they shouldn't die." "Come out, Xiao Chang." A bright blue light shone, and a powerful pressure erupted from in front of Ye Chen. Xiao Chang had already grown over a meter long, its body sturdier, with cold snake eyes staring at the Poison Ruins King. It coiled on the ground, quietly waiting for Ye Chen's command. "Hardened scale armor." As soon as the words fell, Xiao Chang was covered in blue light, as if water flowed over it, hardening its scales to iron-like strength. Ye Chen pointed at the Poison Ruins King. "Go, kill it." Hiss. Xiao Chang shot up from the ground, charging toward the Poison Ruins King. In midair, the black light and blue light clashed instantly. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the air. Waves of invisible air rippled out in circles. Where they passed, grass and trees were severed, and the black light screen shattered into countless fragments, dispersing into black star points. Everyone was originally focused on attacking the light screen, when suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from above, and the light screen before them exploded loudly. In their shock, they looked up into the sky. There, a green snake stood proudly, surrounded by the shattered remains of the toxic Wasteland King, while a spiked club fell from the high sky. Clang! The crisp sound of the spiked club hitting the ground startled them, clearly telling them this was not a dream. What happened? How did the toxic Wasteland King suddenly die? That snake seems to be Ye Chen's, but why has it grown so much all of a sudden? Ding! Congratulations! You have killed the toxic Wasteland King. The green python receives 1,000 experience points. You receive 1,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! The green python has leveled up, current level, LV10. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up, current level, LV8. The body of the green python grew explosively in mid-air. My god, look at that snake. It's growing. I've never seen a creature grow so wildly. In just a few seconds, it has surged over 10 meters. What the hell kind of monster is this? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Chen Zimo's eyes widened in shock. While others were attacking the light screen, he clearly saw how Ye Chen commanded the green snake. He swallowed hard. Now he understood why the principal wanted to recruit Ye Chen and why the principal was offering such an astronomical price to recruit him. Because Ye Chen was definitely not a waste. His green python was absolutely an ancient species. Terrifying. So terrifying. A level 2 Beastmaster can kill a level 20 ultimate boss. That was the toxic Wasteland King. Even Xiao Yue would flee with her tail between her legs if she encountered it. One misstep meant death. Even other S-level professions couldn't kill the toxic Wasteland King so easily, unless that profession had reached level 10. By this standard, the potential of that green snake might be above S-level professionals. Hiss. Thinking of this, Chen Zimo sucked in a cold breath. This green snake was so terrifying. Chapter 9, Top Quality Purple Equipment. The broken body of the toxic Wasteland King fell to the ground. Boom! It hit the ground with a muffled thud, followed by a loud noise that burst out a large quantity of items. Among them were common refining materials, furnace rock coal, obsidian, amethyst, and more. There were also many whiteboard and blue equipment and other low-quality items. Roughly estimated, these things were worth about 20 to 30,000 dragon soul coins. Until a dazzling purple light shot up to the sky. Wow! Purple equipment dropped. Everyone gasped in surprise, instinctively holding their breath. Purple equipment had significant value. Even a single piece could be worth 60 to 70,000 dragon soul coins, and if the attached effects were good, the price could double or more. Ye Chen walked straight over and picked up the piece of purple equipment. Everyone watched but dared not rush over to snatch it. Are you kidding? The toxic Wasteland King was killed in seconds by Ye Chen. Anyone who rushed over would be asking for trouble, right? Although they were envious of the loot scattered on the ground, they could only watch helplessly. Blood-colored bones of the Wasteland King. Quality, boss exclusive equipment. Level, LV20. Equipment effect, can summon the Wasteland King for battle for 30 minutes, with a cooldown time of 3 days. Ye Chen looked at the blood-colored wrist guard in his hand, feeling somewhat speechless. Good news, purple equipment dropped. Bad news, for him, it was just a piece of junk. The Wasteland King was pitifully weak. What would he summon it for? And there was a cooldown. If only other exclusive items had dropped, Ye Chen sighed inwardly. But after reconsideration, his frown relaxed. This equipment might be useless to him, but to others, it was top quality gear. These novice rookies generally had stats only between 20 to 30 points. The newbies who went to the ordinary area to level up had stats just over 10 points. If they could summon a Ruins King with 60 to 70 points, they could walk sideways in the newbie village. The value of this equipment was undoubtedly godly for newcomers. Ye Chen couldn't help but smile, knowing there were rich young masters among these newbies. If he asked them for an auction, he would definitely profit a lot. Thinking of this, Ye Chen shouted to the crowd in the distance, "Does anyone want this purple equipment?" "Ha? What does he mean? Is Ye Chen asking if we want the purple gear? Did he lose his mind? He is actually going to give away the purple equipment? Wow, I really underestimated Ye Chen before. I didn't expect him to be so nice, thinking of gifting a purple item. It's truly touching." Someone was so touched that tears flowed from the corners of their mouth. I want this purple equipment. I want it too, I want it too. Everyone screamed excitedly. Ye Chen looked at the crowd in their cheerful frenzy and cleared his throat. "I haven't finished speaking yet. If you want it, you'll have to pay for it." The lively scene fell silent for a second before erupting with excited shouts again. "I bid 10,000 dragon soul coins. I bid 15,000. Damn it, you two idiots, if you're not buying, just get lost. Do you think Ye Chen is a fool? You dare shout out over 10,000 dragon soul coins? The market price for purple gear starts at least 50,000. You have hearts of stone." "Ye Chen, I won't say much more. I bid 70,000 dragon soul coins." Everyone was shocked. 70,000 dragon soul coins, that was the yearly income for an average family, who was so generous. People turned to see Chen Zimo, casually waving his hand as he called out 70,000 dragon soul coins, and it seemed he had amnesia, forgetting that he had just mocked Ye Chen for being useless. The captain of the Xinghe University team sighed. His family was just an ordinary household, earning only 70,000 to 80,000 in a year, so he had no chance to compete for this purple gear. After Chen Zimo shouted 70,000 dragon soul coins, no one spoke again. Ye Chen stroked his chin, thinking it didn't make sense. Was there really no young master in these two teams? Just one Chen Zimo? This equipment has good effects, you all can take a look. Ye Chen felt that since they didn't know the effects of the equipment, they wouldn't know whether it was worth offending Chen Zimo for it, so he brought the equipment in front of everyone. After everyone came into contact with the equipment and saw the effects, they all exclaimed in surprise. It's actually the legendary beginner's artifact with a drop rate of less than 1%. Wow, it's actually this equipment. It can summon the Ruins King. There are less than 10 of this equipment in the entire country. With this equipment, not only do you have status, but you also have safety. You can walk sideways in the newbie village for leveling. This equipment sold for 300,000 dragon soul coins at the auction last time. Remember, it's just a piece of beginner equipment, and if it weren't for its extraordinary effects, it wouldn't be worth so much. Most beginner purple equipment is only worth 50,000. The most crucial point is that during the college entrance examination, this equipment can help with the test. With this equipment, wouldn't you get high scores in the exam venue of the Green Forest? That would mean a higher chance of entering a key university. Everyone was breathing rapidly, not expecting that one day they would actually be able to touch the legendary top-tier god gear. Chen Zimo was even more excited, his face red and ears hot. Ye Chen heard their discussion and quietly thanked his luck. Fortunately, he showed them the effects of the equipment, otherwise, he wouldn't have known it was worth so much. If Chen Zimo bought the equipment for 70,000, it would have been a huge loss. He looked at Chen Zimo. 70,000 is really too little. You heard it too. This equipment was once auctioned for 300,000. Chen Zimo chuckled. I didn't know this was the artifact, so I initially offered a normal market price. Isn't it just 300,000? Let's agree like this. I'll buy it from you for 350,000. How about that? As soon as he finished speaking, a little chubby boy inside the Qingtang High School stood up to refute him. You think you can just take it for 350,000? Chen Zimo, are you thinking too simply? He turned to Ye Chen. Brother Yi, I suggest you don't rush to sell. After we go out, let me help you organize an auction. I know many rich big shots who will definitely pay a satisfactory price for it. Ye Chen nodded, put away his equipment, and with a big wave of his hand, also collected the low-level items that had fallen on the ground into the beast control space. Chen Zimo opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything, just stared angrily at the chubby boy. The chubby boy sneered, ignoring Chen Zimo's anger, and turned his head to Ye Chen, exchanging contact information with him. Brother Yi, see you after the dungeon. The chubby boy laughed and returned to the Qingtang High School group. The sky was only around 3 in the afternoon, allowing for 3 more hours of leveling up. At 6 o'clock, the dungeon would close, and everyone would be teleported out. Ye Chen nodded to the chubby boy and turned to leave. He wanted to use the remaining 3 hours to level up as much as possible. Meanwhile, on the other side, the arena. At this time, the leaderboard underwent a shocking change. Just a moment ago, the first place spot belonged to Xiao Yue, but suddenly she fell to second place, and Ye Chen's name forcibly captured everyone's attention. First place, how did Ye Chen suddenly become first? Someone's surprised shout attracted the attention of the crowd. Everyone in the arena almost simultaneously looked at the leaderboard, which immediately caused a huge uproar. Chapter 10, He really didn't cheat. Li Wei jumped up from his seat, his eyes wide open as he stared in disbelief at the leaderboard. First place, Xinghe High School, Ye Chen, LV8. Second place, Heilong High School, Xiao Yue, LV6. How is this possible? He was very sure that Ye Chen had not entered the top 50 of the leaderboard before, and the 50th place was LV3, meaning he had suddenly jumped from level 2 to level 8. While everyone else was leveling up one by one, he shot up like a rocket? Jumping straight to level 8, how did he do that? Li Wei's face showed deep thought, and a few seconds later, he revealed a look of horror. He thought of a possibility. But could this possibility really happen? Could someone actually kill the ultimate boss at level 1 or 2? That was the Toxic Ruins King, a terrifying existence for newcomers. Even he, back in the day, when he saw the Ruins King, could only tremble in fear, with no courage to resist at all. If Ye Chen really had such ability, then it would be too terrifying. This level of strength was something even an S-tier profession couldn't achieve. Li Wei cast a dark look at Xinghe. Xinghe appeared calm, with a look as if it was to be expected. This old man must know something, otherwise, why would he go through so much effort to recruit Ye Chen? What secret does Ye Chen hold? Li Wei was now filled with regret, thinking how he could have expelled such a genius. It was too late to say anything now, he just hoped Ye Chen wouldn't become his enemy in the future. Xinghe noticed Li Wei's gaze and the corner of his mouth curled up in a playful smile. The green snake on Ye Chen's body was of platinum rank, not to mention a level 10 dungeon, even the Grin Forest of the college entrance examination was beneath it. Right now, he had only taken first place in a training match. In the future, he could even win first in the national college entrance examination with ease. Li Wei must be regretting his decision to expel Ye Chen. Don't regret it too much, because even worse regrets are yet to come. When Ye Chen wins first in the entrance exam, what will his expression be? And by that time, our Xinghe High School will be renowned nationwide. Perhaps we could even be recognized as a key national university in the future. Thinking of this, Xinghe's mouth turned up harder than AK's. The students in the arena had already erupted into a clamor. What's going on? Is there some kind of conspiracy? How could a waste like Ye Chen surpass my goddess, Xiao Yue? He must be cheating. Yes. I also believe Ye Chen is cheating. I demand that all the principals conduct an investigation into Ye Chen. I've never seen anyone's level rise so strangely, suddenly jumping to level 8. Can anyone show me a talent like that? So, I'm sure it's either Ye Chen cheating or the crystal ball is malfunctioning. Such remarks became more and more frequent, with everyone convinced that Ye Chen must have used some kind of trick to claim the top spot. Many students approached the principals, demanding a thorough investigation into Ye Chen. Seeing more and more students coming forward, the 4 principals had no choice but to step out and explain. Xinghe was the first to explain. Students, please be quiet. Let me say a few words. The training match is a grand event organized by 4 universities in Tianjin province, and there absolutely won't be any cheating. Please don't spread rumors. We don't believe it. How can a waste like Ye Chen take first place? It drives me crazy. Right, I don't believe it either. We demand to see Ye Chen's leveling video. Good idea. If Ye Chen didn't cheat, then let's make his video from the dungeon public. We collectively demand that the video be made public. Li Wei's eyes twitched, he also wanted to know the secret behind Ye Chen. If he could see the video of how Ye Chen defeated the poisonous Ruins King, wouldn't he find out his secret? He said to Xinghe, "Old Chen, with so many schools requesting to see the video, let's take a look. It will also help calm the students down. It's chaotic like this, what kind of order is that?" Xinghe furrowed his brow. "Li Wei, don't you know that we must keep students' abilities confidential before the college entrance examination? If we make his video public now, won't it let those with ulterior motives know his abilities? In the upcoming college entrance examination, Ye Chen could easily become a target." Li Wei hesitated. "What you say is true, but look at the situation now. If you don't publish the video, how will you handle these students' anger?" Xinghe took a deep breath and tried persuading the students again. But the excited students showed no interest in his explanation, still clamoring to report Ye Chen for cheating to the Education Bureau. The situation seemed impossible to resolve, and the other 2 principals also came over to persuade Xinghe to make the video public. Xinghe felt overwhelmed and helpless. Fine. Let's take a look then. Viewing the students' leveling videos required the authority of all 4 principals to access. The four principals took out their respective keys and infused their spiritual energy, inserting the keys into the four directions of the crystal ball. Click, click, click. The crystal ball began to rotate, and then Xinghe selected Ye Chen's video. In the video, Ye Chen was wandering around in the forest, always returning to the starting point. He seemed to be lost. Haha, a waste is indeed a waste. He can't even find his way in the dungeon, haha, this is hilarious. Someone like him can surpass Xiao Yuedi? I just want to see how he cheated. Xinghe rubbed his temples helplessly. He should get himself a smart navigation device in the future. The other three principals quietly watched Ye Chen's video on the crystal ball. They all knew that Ye Chen must have killed the poisonous Ruins King to suddenly rise to level 8, they just didn't know what methods Ye Chen used to defeat the Ruins King. The video suddenly shifted, and a tall man in black armor descended from the sky. That imposing figure, like a demon god, made the students watching the video break into a cold sweat. What? What the hell is this monster? It's so terrifying. That's the ultimate boss of the level 10 dungeon, the venomous Ruin King. Damn, Ye Chen and the others actually encountered such an outrageous boss. Oh no, Xian Zimo and the others are doomed. They're trapped in the Ruin King's domain and can't escape. That's Feng Xiaoyang from Qingteng High School. My god, are they all going to die there? The situation took a drastic turn. Just when everyone thought Xian Zimo and the others were facing a calamity and about to die, Ye Chen stepped up, summoning the green python, striking with a single blow, instantly killing the Ruin King. The green light soared into the sky, clashing with the black light, bursting into the most intense brightness, and as the Ruin King became the Rags King, its body fell to the ground, leaving everyone feeling as if they were in a dream. At this moment, Xinghe immediately turned off the video. Only then did everyone come to their senses. What just happened? That little snake actually killed the ultimate boss in a second? Am I dreaming? Hiss. So that's how powerful Ye Chen's beast is. At that moment, everyone realized how Ye Chen leveled up. He really didn't cheat, that little snake's power is incredible. Li Wei painfully closed his eyes. The brilliance radiating from Ye Chen stung his heart deeply. He actually expelled such an extraordinary student. He struggled to catch his breath. Ye Chen should have been he should have had two of the best students this year, one Ye Chen and one Xiao Yue, both the first and second place from his Heilong High School. He could have had a double supreme title. He could have shone brightly in this training competition, bringing glory to Heilong High School in the upcoming college entrance examination. But now, Li Wei felt a heart-wrenching pain, as if his heart was twisted into a crumpled rag. Chapter 11, Stop. In the midst of the chaos of the arena, Ye Chen was blissfully unaware, as he was currently halfway up a mountain deep in a dark forest. Before him stood a group of exotic beasts. Ye Chen stretched lazily. I've already used 2 skills, no time to waste, let's try the 3rd skill. Little Green, use Poison Dragon Swamp. The over 10-meter tall Little Green, after continuous leveling, not only grew in size, but also developed 2 protrusions on its head, resembling the early form of dragon horns. Its demeanor became increasingly cold, like the king of snakes. Upon hearing Ye Chen's command, its vertical pupils flashed with a bloodthirsty glint. Its enormous body leaped up, suddenly bursting forth with thousands of green lights, and then its tail slammed down fiercely. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the ground shook violently for dozens of miles, small exotic beasts were directly killed in the tremors, and then the ground cracked open with countless fissures, green swamp gas and poison burst forth from the cracks, boiling like scalding water. Once any exotic beast touched the green liquid, the poison invaded, causing their bodies to rot and die. The intense shaking and explosions caused panic among students hunting exotic beasts. What's happening? Why is there suddenly an earthquake? Damn, the small monsters got killed by the tremor. Shit, this green liquid is highly toxic, get away fast. Several students exchanged frightened glances, all shocked. One sharp-eyed student spotted a large green snake in the distance and exclaimed, "Look over there." What is that? Hiss. Where did this green giant snake come from in the level 10 dungeon? What the hell is this exotic beast? Did it slip through from another dimension? No way, that thing looks fierce, it just glanced at me, and I nearly dropped dead. The ultimate boss of the level 10 dungeon is the venomous Ruin King. Why do I feel like this thing is even more amazing than the Ruin King? Oh no, let's run. Before it notices us, we can't deal with that thing at all, let's get out of here. A few people were terrified, wanting to escape, when the first person to spot the snake suddenly widened his eyes and screamed, "Wait! There's someone on that snake's head!" The other few people also looked up at the top of the big snake's head. Wow, there really is someone. Several people stared in shock. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed an elite level poisonous zombie, and the green python gained 80 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a man-eating poisonous bee, and the green python gained 50 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed a jungle wolf, and the green python gained 50 experience points. Colorful equipment and materials exploded all over the ground. Ye Chen's mind was filled with the system's dinging sounds. Ding! Congratulations, your green python has leveled up, current level LV20. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up, current job level LV10. Awesome! Ye Chen felt completely refreshed. This skill, Toxic Dragon Swamp, was simply a cleansing skill. With one attack, all monsters were wiped out. The speed of leveling up was like riding a rocket, shooting straight up. Every profession unlocks a career advancement path when reaching level 10, which means job transfer. The more job transfers, the stronger the profession becomes. Ding! Congratulations, you have unlocked career advancement. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered a hidden profession. There are currently 2 hidden professions for you to choose from. Choice 1, Master of Beasts. Job feature, can learn more powerful beast control skills, skills leaning towards support and survival. Choice 2, Shadow King. Job feature, can learn powerful offensive skills, can draw biological shadows as your own beasts, skills leaning towards attack and summoning shadow creatures. Job choice countdown, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Note, if the countdown ends without a choice, it will be considered a failure in advancement. Ye Chen stared at the 2 options lost in thought. As a beast master, he himself was very weak. Once approached or trapped, it was easy for him to be killed instantly. The beasts already had strong attack capabilities, so the beast master didn't need to output damage himself. If he chose the Shadow King, he would undoubtedly need to get involved in battles himself. Without survival skills, going into a fight would be like seeking death. What exactly was this shadow creature? Could it be stronger than legendary divine beasts? Ye Chen thought for a moment and felt that choosing the Shadow King was simply too low in value. On one hand, shadow creatures sounded weak, probably getting killed in an instant by a hit from a divine beast. On the other hand, the Master of Beasts could learn stronger beast control skills, as well as support and survival skills. As a beast master, as long as he had powerful supportive skills, he could unleash extraordinary power from his beasts. More importantly, this profession had survival skills. Although he didn't know what kind of survival skills yet, the skills provided by the commander were surely not weak. They would definitely be life-saving skills. Ye Chen firmly said, I choose Master of Beasts. Hidden profession transfer task has been issued for you. Task requirements, kill 3 transformation beasts. Task time, unlimited. 3 transformation beasts? Opening the first transformation at level 10 means 3 transformation beasts are level 30. This task is relatively simple, but 3 transformation beasts are too hard to find. The highest level training ground in the Tianqing province is the level 20 untransformed Ruins King. At this moment, Ye Chen had no idea where to find 3 transformation beasts. Perhaps the principal knows. Thinking of this, Ye Chen led little Qing towards the exit of the instance. At this time, only 5 minutes were left until the instance closed. Most of the beasts in the instance had already been dealt with by him. Staying any longer would be pointless. It was better to go back early to ask the principal about the news regarding the 3 transformation beasts. In a corner that Ye Chen had not noticed, Xiao Yue looked deeply at his back. He actually has such strength. Xiao Yue murmured, and until Ye Chen completely disappeared from her sight, she crushed the black eagle in her palm. Xiao Yue took a deep breath. I underestimated you. This green snake's strength is unfathomable. Perhaps it's some kind of ancient beast. Once we go out, I will have the family investigate. Ye Chen has unlimited potential, we should try to befriend him. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in the instance. Please gather at the exit of the instance, classmates. 3 minutes later, everyone will be forcibly teleported out of the instance. Just as the voice fell, many people from the dark forest rushed toward the entrance. Ye Chen had just arrived at the entrance when he saw a group of students gathered together, excitedly discussing something. Ha, I just leveled up 5 times this time, can you believe it? Ha ha ha. Level 5 on the first day, I must be on the leaderboard, ha ha, I'm a genius. Hey, come on, stop showing off. I almost got killed by a toxic zombie today. If I had known, I would have gone to the level 1 instance. We spent the whole day and only killed 2 toxic zombies, damn it, I'm still only level 3. It's so frustrating. Who says otherwise? Going to the level 1 instance, although it's slow to level up, there's no danger. It's safe and steady leveling. After a day, leveling up to 2 or 3 is no problem. Coming here is just bitter hardship. While they were discussing, a student from Black Dragon Academy caught sight of Ye Chen's arrival and exclaimed in surprise, isn't that Ye Chen? He actually didn't die. Everyone turned to look at Ye Chen. Hey! It really is Ye Chen, he's still alive, this is simply a miracle. It's so dangerous here, how did he survive? What else could it be? He must have found a cave to hide in and waited until time was up, ha. Pfft, you make a good point. By this logic, Ye Chen should still be level 1. This show-off likes to pretend without the strength. If he had gone to the level 1 instance, he wouldn't be wasting precious leveling opportunities. Let's see what he does in the college entrance examination this time. Do you think what we said was right? Ye Chen. Ye Chen crossed his arms and walked past everyone, appearing distant yet extremely calm, as if saying, how can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? He was too lazy to waste words on this group of fools and walked straight to a big tree, leaned against the trunk, and closed his eyes to rest. Yo! Ye Chen, can't you hear we're talking to you? Damn it, who are you showing this aloof attitude to? Damn, I can't hold my temper anymore. We're in an instance, before we go back, I want to beat him up hard, and no one should stop me. Ye Chen, come here for a one-on-one. That student from Black Dragon Academy rolled up his sleeves and approached Ye Chen with a fierce look. Ye Chen tilted his head and glanced at him, one-on-one? You're not worthy. What? You say I'm unworthy? Damn it, with my temper, if I don't beat you until you can't get up, I won't write the word king backwards. He reached out his right hand, grabbed a hammer, and swung it down at Ye Chen's head. Ye Chen, die for me. The hammer fell quickly. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes, just about to summon Xiaoqing, when suddenly a white icebird rushed in from the side. Stop. Chapter 12, for major prestigious universities. Xiao Yue flashed in with a wave of white cold air, standing in front of Ye Chen, the icebird flapping its wings, sending the student from Black Dragon Academy flying. As classmates, how could you use such harsh means? Xiao Yue frowned slightly and shouted. Xiao Yue, Ye Chen is just a waste, he's not worth your protection. The student from Black Dragon Academy looked heartbroken, his gaze towards Ye Chen growing redder with jealousy, his heart bleeding. Why does this show-off Ye Chen keep getting protected by Xiao Yue? Ye Chen, if you are a man, come out and fight me fair and square. Always hiding behind a woman, what kind of thing is that? You coward. The student from Black Dragon Academy roared. Ye Chen looked at him with interest, you want to hide behind a woman? You probably won't even have that chance, are you still single? Hearing Ye Chen's mockery, the student gasped, and a surge of hot blood rushed to his head, instantly making him furious, his face turning red, teeth grinding. He hated being called single because he really was single and had failed to confess 100 times. Ye Chen, this freeloading. A man protected by a woman is the one he hates and envies the most. Seeing his gritted teeth, Ye Chen continued to smile and said, I really hit the nail on the head, you single dog. Ye Chen. I want to kill you. Jealousy and anger drove him mad, he raised his hammer and charged forward again. Xiao Yue's gaze turned cold, she lightly clapped her palm forward, and a wave of cold air shot out. Puff! The cold air instantly hit the student, knocking him back 3 meters. If you act recklessly again, don't blame me for being heavy-handed. Xiao Yue's tone grew colder. The student clutched his chest, wincing in pain, slowly getting up from the ground, casting a resentful glance at Ye Chen before slinking back into the crowd. The onlookers finally seemed to wake from a dream, whispering among themselves. My goodness, did you see that? Why is Xiao Yue treating Ye Chen so well? She's like a wife protecting her husband, do they have an affair? Nonsense. My goddess Yue would never fall for Ye Chen, that waste. She is just kind-hearted and can't stand seeing someone like Ye Chen, a weak group, being bullied, so she stepped in to seek justice. Don't slander my goddess. I agree, after all, Xiao Yue is the young lady of a top family in the Tianjin province. Now she has awakened an S-class superpower, truly a child of destiny. What is Ye Chen? How could Xiao Yue possibly like him? Does he deserve it? Ye Chen glanced at Xiao Yue, thank you. Xiao Yue nodded and stood to the side. After a few minutes, the transport officially opened, a wave-like blue passage appeared, and everyone stepped into the blue passage in turn. Ye Chen's eyes flashed, and he found himself back in the arena, immediately engulfed by the thunderous cheer of the crowd. This time, what welcomed him was not cold mockery, but the passionate shouts of the students. Ye Chen! Ye Chen! I love you! Brother Yi, you are our pride at Xinghe University. Ye Chen is amazing. Ye Chen? What's happening? Are the students of Xinghe University going crazy? Ye Chen stood there in confusion. At this moment, Chen Zhiyu walked up to him with a big smile. Ye Chen, congratulations! You are first in this training competition. According to the ranking, you will receive a reward of 300,000 dragon soul coins and a bottle of body enhancement liquid. Chen Zhiyu took out a bank card and a bottle of green liquid. Ye Chen thanked him and accepted it. At that moment, he finally understood why the students at Xinghe University were cheering wildly for him. It turned out he had actually come in first. He looked at the crystal ball in the sky, and the second place was Xiao Yue, LV9. Xiao Yue was strong too, she had actually reached level 9. The gap in ranks after that was very large, the third place was only at level 6, and the others were mostly at levels 2 to 3. Your performance this time was outstanding. Not only did you reach level 10 on the first day, but you also defeated the ultimate boss, the Ruin King, as a newcomer. Such dazzling achievements will allow you to be assessed for key universities across the country. Have you thought about which university you want to go to? Usually, reaching level 5 in the first awakening training session indicates exceptional talent, while achieving level 8 and above is considered a child of destiny. Achieving level 10 opens the path to job advancement, and such students are extremely rare. There would likely be fewer than 100 in the whole country. Ye Chen reached level 10 in the first training competition, starting on the path of job change. He was undoubtedly a dragon among men. At this moment, Chen Zhiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Ye Chen. There was no doubt he had stumbled upon a great opportunity. Finding a top-tier genius, Ye Chen's path was destined to be bright. Perhaps he would attain a high-ranking position in the military someday, and the reputation of Xinghe University would soar to new heights. Just the thought of Xinghe University producing a senior military officer or even a general, one day renowned throughout the world, made Chen Zhiyu tremble with excitement. Ye Chen shook his head. I don't know much about those universities. Could the principal give me some advice? Haha, of course. In our dragon country, there are 4 major national key universities: Haotian Martial Academy, Xinghe University, Longyuan War College, and St. Roland United High Martial Academy. Haotian Martial Academy is in charge of various weapons, internal skills, and techniques, making it more suitable for students who awaken martial skills. Xinghe University focuses on studying various summoned beasts and combat skills. Longyuan War College has rich knowledge in command tactics and war theory, along with a training system for military officers. If you want to join the army in the future, this university is the best choice. St. Roland United High Martial Academy majors in various types of magic and forbidden spells, which is more suitable for students who awaken magical abilities. I suggest you choose between Longyuan War College and Xinghe University. Ye Chen stroked his chin and asked, which of these universities has a third-tier monster instance for leveling up? Hearing Ye Chen ask such a basic question, Chen Zhiyu found it amusing. A third-tier monster instance is nothing. Not to mention key universities, even some decent universities have such instances for leveling. That's good to know. Ye Chen felt relieved and after thinking for a moment replied, I want to go to Xinghe University. Chen Zhiyu secretly hoped Ye Chen would go to Longyuan War College and enter the army after graduation. However, his choice of Xinghe University was also good. This university perfectly matched the Beast Master profession, and Ye Chen's choice was within his expectations. Yes, Xinghe University is also a very good choice. Every mentor there is a powerful Beast Master capable of standing alone. Once you get to Xinghe University, you'll learn more advanced Beast Mastery skills. While they were talking, Li Wei walked over with a complicated expression. Ye Chen, congratulations. Ye Chen snorted coldly and didn't respond. Seeing Ye Chen's disregard, Li Wei's face showed a hint of anger, but in order not to offend Ye Chen, he suppressed his anger. Chen Zhiyu glanced at Li Wei and said with a smile, I really have to thank Principal Li. You are truly a great person for sending such a good student like Ye Chen to our Xinghe High School. Ha, I wonder what the board of Black Dragon High School will feel about your decision. If I were you, I would write a reflection letter right now to avoid being dismissed from the principal position by the board. Li Wei shot a dark look at Chen Zhiyu and said each word slowly, Thank you, Principal Chen, for the reminder. Chen Zhiyu replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, You're welcome. I will write about your glorious deed of expelling Ye Chen honestly in the congratulatory letter. After all, Black Dragon High School has shown such great prominence this time, with Xiao Yue achieving second place. Not congratulating properly would make our Xinghe High School seem stingy, wouldn't it? Li Wei angrily said, Chen Zhiyu, you dare. Do you think I dare not? With so many eyes on us today, do you think this matter can still be hidden? Ridiculous. Chen Zhiyu smiled. Li Wei clenched his fists, turning away in anger. His immediate priority was to go to the board and seek understanding, otherwise, expelling a genius like Ye Chen would surely lead to punishment from the board. Xiao Yue left with the people from Black Dragon High School. Before leaving, she turned back to look at Ye Chen, nodding slightly. This action caught the attention of many students, who felt that the relationship between Ye Chen and Xiao Yue must be extraordinary. However, no one dared to say anything about Ye Chen being unworthy of Xiao Yue anymore. What a joke. A genius who could reach level 10 on the first day could never be unworthy of Xiao Yue. After leaving the arena, Ye Chen pondered what kind of summoned beast he should buy. Having reached level 10, he could contract a second summoned beast now. Luckily, this time the reward money was considerable, amounting to over 300,000, and if he added the special equipment from the Ruined King, his little treasury might reach 1 million dragon soul coins. This time he could pay off the loan at once and still have plenty of money left, so he naturally didn't have to buy a cheap beast like the first time. Chapter 13, Buying the Second Beast. Department Store. Ye Chen came here once again, first going to the first floor to find a shop, exchanging the equipment and materials he got from the dungeon for dragon soul coins, totaling 60,000 dragon soul coins. He now had 360,000 dragon soul coins in hand, plus the 100,000 entry dragon soul coins given by Xinghe, giving him a total of 460,000 dragon soul coins. This was undoubtedly a huge amount of money, and Ye Chen swept away the gloom in his heart, paying off the over 100,000 loan, and still having about 300,000 dragon soul coins left. Holding such a large sum, he looked at the beasts in the exhibition hall with a more critical eye, directly passing through the bronze area to the silver area, where the beasts were priced more than double the bronze ones. Underworld Wolf. Quality, silver. Skill, bite. Price, 280,000. Flamingo. Quality, silver. Skill, fireball. Price, 300,000. Jumping mouse. Quality, silver. Skill, shadow leg. Price, 240,000. Even with 300,000 dragon soul coins, Ye Chen was shocked by these prices. He originally thought he had struck it rich and could pick and choose in the silver area, but he didn't expect the prices of the beasts to be ridiculously high, all above 200,000. Buying one would just bring him back to square one. Ye Chen frowned and walked back and forth in front of many beasts. He already had a ground beast like the green snake, and it would be great to have a flying beast. Just thinking about riding a beast soaring through the sky made Ye Chen's heart surge with excitement. He arrived at the display stand for several bird-type beasts. Bald eagle. Quality, silver. Skill, eagle strike. Price, 298,000. Mist lark. Quality, silver. Skill, water bullet. Price, 250,000. Golden-edged white crane. Quality, silver. Skill, wind gathering. Price, 264,000. After looking at these bird-type beast skills, none were ideal, the best being that flamingo, which was also the most expensive among the bird beasts. Ye Chen felt that there was a reason for the high price. Since he wasn't short on money right now, he decided to just buy it. He picked up the cage of the flamingo and walked to the counter. "Hello, I want to pay." The service girl took a glance at Ye Chen, slightly surprised. "Wasn't this person just here yesterday to buy a beast? Why is he back today?" "Okay, sir, this flamingo is priced at 300,000 dragon soul coins. Will you be paying by card or?" The girl blinked, wondering if this guy could still get a loan after coming to buy a beast yesterday. "By card." The girl froze for a second. "By card? He has money to swipe?" Seeing she wasn't responding, Ye Chen repeated, oh, okay. The girl quickly took out a card reader. Ye Chen took out his bank card, inserted it into the slot, and gently swiped it. Ding! Payment of 300,000 dragon soul coins successful. The girl's face showed surprise. He actually succeeded in swiping it? Could it be that the card machine had a problem? She checked the card reader and found no issues. He really has 300,000. The guy who had to take a loan to buy a beast yesterday casually pulled out 300,000 today? This guy is so wealthy. The girl's gaze towards Ye Chen softened significantly. "Please arrange a contract room for me." "Certainly, sir, this way please." The girl's attitude was very humble, bending slightly and extending her hand in a gesture of invitation, leading Ye Chen to the innermost contract room. "This contract room is the best in our company. Here, the success rate of contracts is high, the environment is very quiet, and absolutely no one will disturb you." "Thanks. You're welcome. If you need anything, feel free to call me." Ye Chen nodded, walked into the contract room, and the girl softly exited the room, gently closing the door. Ye Chen glanced around the contract room. In the center was a contract magic circle, directly across from the door was a luxurious sofa with a tea table on it, and it looked like good tea was provided. On the table beside it was an incense burner. Smoke of sandalwood is rising, the scent is refreshing. The entire room is primarily decorated in blue and white, elegant and comfortable, making one feel relaxed. Being rich is good, huh? The first time I came here for a contract, they gave me a room that was so shabby. This 30,000 contract room is so comfortable. Ye Chen smiles faintly. He takes the flamingo out of the cage and places it into the contract array, then he prepares for the contract ceremony with a serious face. The contract begins. As soon as the words fall, the contract array lights up with bursts of golden light. Ka ka ka. After a series of sounds, countless mysterious inscriptions float out from the array, all drilling into the flamingo's body. The flamingo lets out a cry and then stays quiet in place. A few seconds later. Ding! Congratulations on contracting a new beast. Everything feels so smooth. Is this the power of money? It seems that the failure of the contract will never happen. Ye Chen happily enters the beast space. As soon as he enters, he sees a small red bird flapping wildly in the air, and in another corner of the beast space, a 10-meter-tall cold blue snake coils its body, staring at the flying little bird. The strong aura from the blue snake makes the flamingo restless. Although they are both Ye Chen's beasts and won't attack each other, the difference in strength makes the flamingo extremely panicked. Ye Chen shakes his head with a smile and calls out to the flamingo, "Come here. It won't hurt you. Don't be scared of the little blue, it's very nice." The flamingo flies to Ye Chen's shoulder and stops, finally feeling a sense of security, calming down significantly. Flamingo. Quality, silver. Level, LV1. Attack, 15. Defense, 9. Spirit, 11. Agility, 13. Skill, Fireball Technique. Evolution points needed for evolution, 1. Current evolution points, 1. Note, gain 1 unit of evolution points every day. Evolution points can be used for beast evolution. Ye Chen looks at the evolution line, his eyes flickering. Previously, Little Blue underwent a mutation during evolution for an unknown reason. If the cause is not clear, rashly evolving the flamingo might not result in a mutation. It should be known that mutations depend heavily on luck. Last time, who knows what kind of luck caused the mutation? Ye Chen thinks for a few seconds and decides not to evolve the flamingo for now. There's plenty of evolution points, he can evolve at any time. He should first clarify the cause of the mutation and then evolve. Perhaps it will yield unexpected gains. After exiting the beast space, Ye Chen heads straight home. He quietly waits for tomorrow to return to school. Chen Jiyu told him that today he would report the rankings, and tomorrow perhaps a mentor from Xinghe University would come to school for a personal assessment of him. If he passes the assessment, he will get a chance for direct admission, able to attend Xinghe University directly, making the college entrance exam results irrelevant. However, he still needs to take the entrance exam, as this is the country's hard policy, also concerning the enrollment rate of Xinghe universities. Xinghe University, Admissions Department. A training match score in a video are sent in front of the admissions teacher, and the male teacher, wearing glasses and looking refined, instantly dumbfounded, followed by wild joy. Quickly call over mentor Nangong, there's a genius student here. Chapter 14, Nangong Yudi. Nangong Yudi is sitting in her office reviewing an ancient book. This ancient book records many powerful ancient creatures. Suddenly, there is a rapid knocking sound at her door. Nangong Yudi slightly furrows her brows, "Come in." The male teacher from the admissions department rushes in, out of breath, and immediately says, "Mentor Nangong, there's a genius profile from the admissions department, you should take a look." Before he finishes speaking, he places the materials in his hand on Nangong Yudi's desk. Nangong Yudi gives him a glance. "What kind of student makes you so eager?" The male teacher awkwardly scratches his head. Nangong Yudi checks the ranking of Ye Chen's training match. Training competition first place, level, LV10. She nodded slightly. "Well, not bad, being able to reach level 10 on the first day, your potential can rank within the top 100 in the country. But such a student is rare, isn't it a bit too much for you to lose composure?" Nangong Yudi looked at the male teacher with a puzzled expression. "You should take a look at the training competition video." "Oh? There's a video? Such things are usually not made public. Did this student offend someone?" "It's a long story." Next to the video, there's a handwritten letter from Principal Chen explaining the reason for the public video. You'll understand once you take a look. Nangong Yudi clicked on the video. In the first few minutes, her expression was calm until Ye Chen's green python killed the fierce venomous Ruin King in an instant. Her expression changed. Nangong Yudi's eyes widened, fixated on the gigantic green snake. She pointed at the video, paused the frame, then zoomed in. After careful examination, she immediately picked up the ancient book beside her. This ancient book had cost her quite a bit to acquire from an old beast master. When she checked the information on the ancient divine beast, the Azure Dragon, her eyes narrowed, her breath quickened, and then her fingers trembled as she searched for the next evolution of the Azure Dragon. It really is a beast with the bloodline of the Azure Dragon. Nangong Yudi murmured in disbelief. The male teacher was also stunned by her words. Azure Dragon? Instructor Nangong, is that truly the green snake with the bloodline of the divine beast, the Azure Dragon? Nangong Yudi took a deep breath, her chest heaving, silent for a long time before calming down. This student's information is classified and must not be leaked. The male teacher's expression grew serious. "I understand the seriousness of this matter. Please rest assured, Instructor Nangong. I will personally assess this student, you may leave." The male teacher quietly stepped back and gently closed the door. Nangong Yudi leaned back in her chair, her eyes fixed on the green snake in the video. For some unknown reason, divine beasts have been extinct on Blue Star Continent for 30,000 years, even beasts with divine bloodlines no longer appear. Since then, the once glorious profession of Beast Master has been overshadowed by others, and now it has become a lowly profession. This green snake is the hope of Beast Masters. If it can be cultivated into a divine beast, then Divine Palace University can return to its peak era from 30,000 years ago. A glimmer of longing flashed in Nangong Yudi's eyes. Every divine beast possesses immense power and is the top creature of Blue Star Continent, unmatched even by the greatest elites of various professions. When that time comes, we shall see how the other three universities can compete with Divine Palace University. Thinking of this, she smiled slightly, rushed out of the room, and summoned a giant flying dragon, leaping up to land steadily on its back. Let's go, we're heading to Tianqing Province. The flying dragon flapped its wings, soared into the sky, and sped towards Tianqing Province, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The next day, the chubby guy from Qingtang High School was waiting at the school gate. When he saw Ye Chen coming, he waved from afar. Hey, brother Ye, I found several buyers, they all want to buy this equipment. Ye Chen stuffed the equipment into the chubby guy's arms. You can auction it. If you succeed, I'll give you 1,000 as a handling fee. The chubby guy shook his head repeatedly. It's my honor to help brother Yi, how could I ask for a handling fee? Take it, just take it, no need for so many words. Ye Chen waved his hand and stepped towards the school gate, but the chubby guy quickly grabbed his arm. Aren't you coming with me? You can go, I'm too lazy to join. Ye Chen left without looking back. Brother Yi really trusts me, he's not afraid I might pocket the auction money. The chubby guy muttered to himself, then turned and hurried to the auction hall. Entering the campus, a classmate immediately came to find Ye Chen and brought him to the principal's office. Xinghe was pacing back and forth in his office, his face full of excitement. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, knock knock. Principal Chen, I'm here. Upon seeing Ye Chen, Xinghe's eyes lit up, showing great concern. Student Yi. How did you rest last night? Did you have breakfast this morning? I still have a few buns here, do you want to eat some? Ye Chen politely declined. Thank you, I've already had breakfast. That's good. Come on, don't just stand there. Sit down first, I have some good news to tell you. When it came to the good news, Xinghe's tone rose a few decibels, his voice full of barely concealed excitement. He eagerly moved a chair over, allowing Ye Chen to sit down. What news? Ye Chen felt a bit uncomfortable with a principal showing such enthusiasm. As soon as the ranking list came out yesterday, I immediately rushed it to Xinghe University. Today I received a reply from Xinghe University. Such efficiency shows that Xinghe University values you immensely. You should know that there are other students who reached level 10 on the first day, the replies usually take 1 or 2 weeks. Also, the assessment mentor from Xinghe University has arrived today. Their level of attention towards you is evident, you need to prepare well for the assessment, Yi student. They're coming for the assessment this fast? Ye Chen was surprised. Xinghe University is one of the 4 key universities in the country, quite prestigious. Even if they are going to assess someone, they usually delay it for a month or 2, often, it's only close to the college entrance exam that they send mentors for assessment. Yes, the mentor sent for this assessment is the renowned Nangong Yudi. Xinghe said excitedly. Nangong Yudi is a significant figure in the Beastmaster realm. Even at a young age, she has nurtured lord-level beasts. It's said her beasts have reached a critical point and could evolve to king level at any moment. She is also widely knowledgeable, with an immense understanding of beast mastery. You could say that just by taking a glance at your beast, she could tell its origins, its potential for cultivation, and what materials it's suited for, and so on. The more Xinghe spoke, the more excited he became, his eyes shining brighter. Such a person must have high demands. Ye Chen interrupted Xinghe's chatter. Yes, the requirements are very high. But I have great confidence in you, Yi student. Just perform well, and you will definitely surprise mentor Nangong. Xinghe laughed. While the two were happily chatting, a thunderous roar suddenly sounded from outside the door. Where is Ye Chen? Come out. A burly man descended from the sky, shining with golden light, like a thunderbolt, exuding immense power. Chapter 15, The Arrival from Haotian Martial Arts Academy. Many students looked at the burly man on the playground, feeling a heavy stone pressing on their hearts, their breathing slightly labored. Wow, who is this? He just barged into our Xinghe High School, looking for trouble? Lower your voice. Didn't you see his bare torso covered in muscles? Are you not afraid of death? I feel he is even more intimidating than Principal Chen. What should we do? He came here calling for Ye Chen. Could it be Ye Chen's enemies are looking for him? Xinghe and Ye Chen hurriedly walked out of the office to the edge of the playground, finally seeing the man. The man stood bare-chested, muscles bulging, with a powerful stride releasing dazzling light from under his feet. He had neat short hair, a resolute face, and a rebellious aura that clearly indicated his formidable strength. Seeing the man's intimidating stance, Xinghe forced a smile and stepped forward, asking, "Dear guest, may I inquire what brings you to Xinghe High School?" "I'm looking for Ye Chen." The man boomed, his voice like a bell, reverberating in the ears of those nearby. What do you want with Ye Chen?" "Old man, you're talking too much. Hurry up and call Ye Chen out." Xinghe turned back helplessly to glance at Ye Chen, his eyes seeming to ask, "Who is this? Is he your enemy?" Ye Chen shook his head and stepped forward. "Who is this guy?" He didn't recognize him at all. "I'm Ye Chen. What do you want from me?" The man raised his eyebrows, his large eyes shamelessly sizing up Ye Chen from head to toe. "You're skinny and look like you weigh less than 2 taels. A person like you can defeat the Ruins King? Relying solely on beast taming, in my opinion, you are simply pathetic. Beast tamers are nothing but a lowly profession, utterly worthless. I really don't understand how those old fossils in Haotian Academy saw something in you. I just want to ask you one question, do you want to come to Haotian Martial Academy?" After saying this, the man crossed his arms, lifted his head, and looked at Ye Chen through his nostrils. Haotian Martial Academy ranks first among the 4 key universities, being the strongest university in the country. Many people want to enter but never succeed. Once you enter Haotian Martial Academy, it means stepping onto a wide road to success. You can't imagine how many people will rush to flatter you and give gifts, hoping to connect with a student from Martial Academy. Every student who gets into Haotian Martial Academy is a pride of the heavens, the hope of the entire village. Each time, there would be drums and gongs, announcing their achievement for miles. Lavish banquets would be held for 3 days and nights, and all relatives and friends would visit this student's home to strengthen connections. The surrounding students listened, their faces flushed with excitement upon hearing that this man was from Haotian Martial Academy recruiting Ye Chen. "I can't believe I can see a Haotian Martial Academy student in my lifetime. I'm going to faint, he is so handsome. Did this man just ask Ye Chen if he wants to go to Haotian Martial Academy? My god, Ye Chen actually has a chance to enter Haotian Martial Academy. Ye Chen is simply so envied to death. Students need near-perfect scores to catch the eye of Haotian Martial Academy. How did he catch their attention with just a first place in a training match? It's so unfair, why don't I have such luck?" The man listened to the discussions and screams of the students around him, his pride swelling even more. He was not only a student of Haotian Martial Academy but also the newcomer king of this year's freshmen. Because of training in Tianqing province, he didn't expect to be called urgently by the old folks from Haotian Academy to come to Xinghe High School to recruit someone named Ye Chen. "Hanyang, hurry to Xinghe High School and recruit that beast tamer named Ye Chen into Haotian Martial Academy." Beast tamer? Isn't that a lowly profession? Why would our academy recruit such students? Qin Hanyang was confused. "Sigh, anyway, you don't need to ask too much. Just go convince Ye Chen to join us. Even if you can't recruit him, you need to keep him steady, don't let the other 3 universities snatch him away. We are too far from Tianqing province and won't arrive for a couple of days. Just make sure you stabilize Ye Chen before the assessment instructors arrive." Qin Hanyang was even more confused, feeling extremely unconvinced. Who on earth is Ye Chen that could attract the attention of Haotian Academy instructors? They even said that people from the other 3 universities would come to compete for him. After hanging up the phone, Qin Hanyang snorted coldly, "Humph, Ye Chen, huh? I'll go meet him tomorrow and see what kind of abilities he has to catch the attention of Haotian Academy." Upon seeing Ye Chen, Qin Hanyang was greatly disappointed. Just such a scrawny guy, someone who looks so weak he could probably be killed with one punch. Serious expression. "What did you just say?" "I said I refuse." "Are you deaf?" Ye Chen's voice was clear and firm. Before Qin Hanyang could respond, the surrounding students erupted into chaos. Refuse? Ye Chen actually refused the invitation from Haotian Martial Arts Academy. Damn, Ye Chen must be crazy. This is Haotian Martial Arts Academy. So many people would do anything to get in, and he actually refuses. He's gone mad. He must be insane. I've heard students from Black Dragon High School say Ye Chen is a king of forced confrontation, and seeing it today, it's true. No wonder people from Black Dragon High don't like him. Damn, I'm really annoyed too. If you don't want to go to Haotian Martial Arts Academy, give the spot to me. I want to go. You're wasting a spot, it's painful for me. Qin Hanyang looked at Ye Chen in disbelief. Do you know who you are refusing? That is Haotian Martial Arts Academy. The top-ranked university in the country. How many nobles and wealthy families have used countless riches and connections just to get in? You say you refuse? Ye Chen calmly replied, so what? I said I won't go, and that's it. Haotian Martial Arts Academy, in my eyes, is nothing but a bunch of chickens and dogs. Qin Hanyang nearly spat blood at Ye Chen's arrogant words. Entering Haotian Martial Arts Academy was his pride. What kind of attitude was this from Ye Chen? Mockery? Disdain? Ye Chen. You're asking for trouble. I, Haotian Martial Arts Academy, personally invited you, and you not only refuse but dare to mock? You're disrespecting Haotian Martial Arts Academy. What are you? A low-level beast master, and you dare to bark in front of me? I now command you to kneel and apologize, admitting your fault to Haotian Martial Arts Academy, or don't blame me for punching your dog head to pieces. Qin Hanyang was furious, and his harsh reprimand struck like thunder, shaking everyone's hearts and leaving them in shock. Chen Zhiyu was already panicking. Ye Chen was too good at causing trouble. The other side was from Haotian Martial Arts Academy. You could refuse, but why mock them? Now you've truly stirred up a tempest. Ye Chen, if you don't apologize, Haotian Martial Arts Academy is not something our little Galaxy High School can provoke. A real man doesn't seek trouble. Chen Zhiyu advised Ye Chen. Ye Chen laughed coldly, apologized to a mad dog that just came to Galaxy High barking? Sorry, I can't do that. You dare call me a dog? Qin Hanyang was enraged. Even if you kneel and apologize now, it's too late. I will break one of your arms. Qin Hanyang's right fist gathered golden light, a terrifying aura emanating from it, causing the surrounding students to scream and retreat. Ye Chen, die! Qin Hanyang roared, throwing a punch. The fierce wind from his punch shredded the grass on the playground, and all the students in the vicinity were blown away, with the weaker one spraying blood midair. Ye Chen frowned, calling forth little Cheng from the beast space. Just as he was about to summon it, a light laugh rang out from the sky. Qin Hanyang, you sure are impressive. Chapter 16, Lord-level Beast Master. A fireball fell from the sky, blocking in front of Ye Chen. Qin Hanyang's forward momentum was forced to halt. The fierce wind from the punch was completely stopped by the fireball. Boom! The explosion from the collision of the two energies created a violent backlash, stirring up an even stronger wind that sent everyone tumbling. Qin Hanyang turned back in anger. At the school gate stood a man and a woman. The man was in military uniform, his expression serious, muscles taut, looking powerful and explosive. The woman wore a blue mage robe, cradling a floating magic book in her palm, watching Qin Hanyang with a calm demeanor. I wonder what the mentors at Haotian Martial Arts Academy would think of your behavior. Qin Hanyang, you are truly arrogantly foolish. The mentors called you here to recruit Ye Chen, not to show off your power. The girl's voice was calm and peaceful, yet there was an irresistible authority. Qin Hanyang frowned tightly. Why are you two here? Is it only allowed for you, from Haotian Martial Academy, to recruit Ye Chen? Are we from the other two schools not allowed to send people over? The girl said. He's just a level 10 beast master, everyone treats him like a treasure, it's truly laughable. If you want him, go ahead and recruit. Qin Hanyang crossed his arms. The boy in military uniform walked straight up to Ye Chen. Hello, I'm from Longyuan War Academy. On behalf of Longyuan War Academy, I extend an invitation to you for an assessment. If you wish to join Longyuan War Academy, you can find me at the Defense Department in Tianjin Province tomorrow. The girl also stepped beside Ye Chen, handing him a gilded invitation. I am Zhuang Chuhan from St. Roland United Martial Academy. Our mentors are quite far from Tianjin Province. On behalf of our school, I extend an invitation for an assessment. Our mentors will arrive in about 3 days. If you are interested in our school, please bring this invitation to Shuehu Park to find me 3 days later. 2 top universities issued invitations at the same time, and Chen Zhiyu was already dumbfounded on the side. It has been over a decade since anyone from Tianjin Province was admitted to the 4 major key universities, and today, 3 of them came out at once. The surrounding students could only envy. How wonderful it would be if they could be fought over by 3 top universities like this. Sigh, that can only be realized in dreams. At this moment, facing Ye Chen, they no longer had any contempt or underestimation. Given Ye Chen's achievements, not to mention them, even the top students from Tianjin Province over the years hadn't received such treatment. These are the top universities in the country, always the ones begging to enroll. Who would ever expect someone like Ye Chen to be fought over by top universities? Ye Chen looked at the 2 in front of him, still with a calm expression. Thank you both for the invitations, but I prefer the school of Xinghe University. Zhuang Chuan frowned slightly. Your potential is good, going to Xinghe University would be a bit of a waste. Although Xinghe University is among the 4 top universities, it has ranked the lowest among them every year. Are you sure you want to go there? Ye Chen nodded. Well then, I wish you the best in the exams. Zhuang Chuan retracted the invitation. The boy in military uniform turned and walked out, striding out of the campus. For them, there are hundreds of level 10 students like Ye Chen who rise during training matches every year. Who knows how many students like him are within the 4 major universities? Although his potential is not bad, he is considered a genius, but what the 4 major universities lack most is genius. Seeing the two of them take a hit, Qin Hanyang felt an indescribable pleasure in his heart. Ye Chen was just a smelly stone in a latrine, both stinky and hard. Anyone who got too close would be disgusted to death. A garbage beast master only deserves to go to the crummiest school. Ye Chen, you better pray that you don't run into me in the Tower of Death. Qin Hanyang sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, a dragon's roar suddenly came from the sky, followed by a dignified female voice. Is this how Haotian Martial Academy educates its students? Openly insulting my Xinghe University as a garbage school, today I will teach you a lesson in place of your mentor. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sharp sound of wind rushed down from the sky, heading straight for Qin Hanyang. Qin Hanyang quickly looked up, only to see a giant funnel-shaped tornado suddenly forming in the previously clear sky, bright blue with white clouds. Zhuang Chuan stared at the changing sky, her mouth slightly open, breath quickened, and her face changed dramatically. This is level 10 magic? Everyone looked up as well. The tornado descended like heavenly wrath, a powerful sense of oppression making everyone feel as if the sky was falling. Ye Chen's heart also shook violently. Wow, this tornado must have a diameter of over 10 meters. Such powerful magic, is it going to flatten Xinghe High School? Chen Jiyu had a face full of worry. Xinghe High School was the fruit of many years of hard work. This tornado could possibly reduce it to rubble. Shouldn't today be filled with good news? How come so far, there's not a single happy moment, only heart-wrenching problems? He had thought Ye Chen was about to be admitted to a top university, that Xinghe High School would rise to new heights. Who would have thought the school might be leveled instead? Do the people from the top university really not take a small school like theirs seriously? The tornado was extremely fast, taking only a few seconds to form and descend. Crash. Boom. At the moment the tornado landed, the playground that had already been lifted 3 meters deep now had a pit over 10 meters deep. However, this wind was quite peculiar, as it only targeted the area where Qin Hanyang was located, while everything else around remained untouched and unharmed. When the tornado descended, Qin Hanyang burst with golden light, resisting with all his strength. Apart from the giant pit, he had completely vanished. In the sky above the playground, a shadow floated down, slowly covering everyone. Everyone looked up. In the sky, there was a giant dragon over 10 meters long, flapping its wings and slowly descending, with a spirited woman standing on it. This woman had a clean bob cut. Her appearance was strikingly beautiful, exuding an aura of both scholarly grace and commanding authority, making one dare not offend her. She was holding Qin Hanyang, who looked like a dead dog. Everyone thought Qin Hanyang had perished in the tornado, but now it seemed he had only been half dead from the wind, then swept up into the sky by this woman. When the giant dragon appeared, Ye Chen's information had already displayed on the system page. Wind God Pterosaur. Rank, Lord. Level, LV 100. Attack, 23,000. Defense, 27,000. Spirit, 19,000. Agility, 31,000. Skills, Great Tornado, Wind Blade, Dragon Breath Wind Spell, Frenzied Vortex, Wind Travel Magic Ring, Wind Magic Impact Technique. Holy cow! A Lord level Beast Master. 6 skills. And each skill seems incredibly powerful. Ye Chen's heart shook. He did not expect this woman before him was also a Beastmaster, and one who possessed a Lord-level beast. Chapter 17, I Want to Be Your Student. Zhuang Chuan and the soldier in uniform changed their expressions drastically upon seeing the woman. It was actually Nangong Yudi, one of the strongest mentors from Xinghe University. Why is she here? This person is an extremely terrifying existence. At the moment of her awakening at 18, she contracted a golden level beast, and on the first day of training matches, she rose to level 13, a record that remains unbroken to this day. She is also a representative figure of extensive knowledge, with a memory so sharp that she seemingly possesses an ocean of beast knowledge stored in her mind. She is alert, wise, and has created many paths for beast evolution on her own. Her beast was trained from golden level to lord level in just 5 years. What does lord level beast mean? Once a beast reaches lord level, it is a rebirth-like existence. In ancient times, lord-level beasts were also called great terrors, each possessing destructive power. Other awakened humans in different professions must reach the 9th turn to have the qualification to face a lord-level beast, and if one wishes to kill a lord-level beast, at least 5 9th turn professionals must work together for a chance to succeed. Moreover, her beast has been at the lord level for several years. It is likely not far from breaking into king level, with unfathomable strength. If we disregard her identity as a mentor from Xinghe University, Nangong Yudi could easily be a local emperor across the entire Blue Star continent. The true top strongman. After the two were surprised, they quickly greeted Nangong Yudi politely. Hello, Mentor Nangong. Nangong Yudi glanced at the two and slightly nodded, then threw Qin Hanyang to the ground. Bang. After the muffled sound, a cloud of dust rose from the ground. Xinghe coughed a few times, covering his chest, and painfully stood up from the ground, bowing to Nangong Yudi. "Hello, Mentor Nangong. Who did you just say is trash?" Nangong Yudi's expression was calm. Xinghe's face twitched, and he immediately slapped himself a few times. "It's all my fault. I ask for Mentor Nangong's forgiveness. I will remember what happened today. Later, I will look for your mentor to seek justice," Nangong Yudi said indifferently. Xinghe had a bitter expression and dared not refute. He meekly replied and quickly rolled to the side to stand firm. Just as he stood straight, a sweet taste came in his throat, and he hurriedly shut his mouth, swallowing the blood that was about to spew out. Damn, today is just his bad luck. He was actually caught red-handed by Nangong Yudi. Not only did he get beaten up, but he also had to go back and face his mentor's reprimand. Next time he goes out, he has to check the calendar. He cursed inwardly, but he dared not show a hint on his face. With a searing pain in his chest, he could only endure standing there, afraid that he might accidentally provoke Nangong Yudi's displeasure again. "You are Ye Chen?" Nangong Yudi turned to look at Ye Chen. Her tone was flat, but there was a lethal aura that commanded respect. Ye Chen's face stiffened, and he replied seriously, "Yes." This mentor Nangong had too strong an aura. As soon as she appeared, the 3 students sent from prestigious schools stood like quail, very obedient. It seemed this woman had a profound background. "You, very good. Are you interested in coming to my Divine Palace University?" Nangong Yudi looked at Ye Chen with a strange light in her eyes. "Of course I am interested. I came here for Divine Palace University. I heard that your university specializes in researching beast companions, right? Then you must be proficient in the art of beast taming?" Nangong Yudi nodded. "Then do you know the origin of my beast companion? Are you testing me?" Nangong Yudi looked at Ye Chen with great interest. "If you think of it that way, then yes. After all, the university I want to attend can't be of too low a level. If they don't even know the origin of my beast companion, then it's better not to go." Before Nangong Yudi could respond, others couldn't help but speak first. "Damn, so arrogant, bastard. This kid Ye Chen is really a jerk. This mentor looks like a top-notch expert, and he actually dares to speak to her like that. Does he not know how to write death? Yigo Yyds, after rejecting the 3 top schools, he still dares to show off in front of Divine Palace University. He truly deserves to be our model of arrogance. From what Ye Chen means, if this mentor doesn't know the origin of his beast companion, then she isn't worthy of him? Good, you an orphan, actually throwing a question to test a prestigious university. Historically, you're really the first. I'm impressed." Zhuang Chuhan and the others were even more shocked, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Does he even know who this woman in front of him is? He actually dared to test Nangong Yudi? Does he not fear being laughed at? How many famous works in the field of beast taming have come from her hands? Nangong Yudi is a master in the field of beast taming. Ye Chen truly has the guts of a dog. The few of them looked at Nangong Yudi but did not see the anger they imagined. She seemed to find it interesting. Interesting? Is this really possible? Am I not having an illusion? That's Nangong Yudi. It's rare for her to find something interesting. Should she not be angry at Ye Chen's disrespect? Nangong Yudi waved her hand at Ye Chen, signaling him to come closer. Ye Chen stepped forward a few paces and stood in front of her. Standing so close to Nangong Yudi, the fragrance on her body naturally entered Ye Chen's nose. It is hard to say whether it is perfume or something else. This scent is very unique, making one feel like they are in a sea of spring flowers, extremely comfortable and elegant, refreshing the mind. Nangong Yudi is very tall, estimated to be around 1 meter 80, with a slender figure and an extremely impressive proportion. She is definitely a stunning woman. With her looks and figure, she could easily become a world-class model. Ye Chen is only 1 meter 76 tall, a bit shorter than Nangong Yudi. Nangong Yudi lowered her head and gently whispered in Ye Chen's ear. In the eyes of everyone, this scene was extremely affectionate. Zhuang Chuhan and the others, who knew her background, seemed to be struck by lightning, instantly feeling charred and tender inside. Is this still the distant Nangong mentor they knew? Not only did she let such a disrespectful student like Ye Chen get close, but she also whispered affectionately in his ear? Oh my god, the sun has come out from the west. Other clueless students could only feel jealousy upon seeing this. Meanwhile, Xinghe had long become an unnoticed backdrop, standing beside like a stone statue. After hearing Nangong Yudi's words, Ye Chen's expression showed slight surprise. This woman is really strong. Not only did she mention that Xiaoqing possesses the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, but she also pointed out the path of evolution and ways to strengthen it. However, he completely does not need the path of evolution. With Brother Tonzi around, Xiaoqing will surely evolve into a divine beast sooner or later. What interests him is the method of strengthening mentioned by Nangong Yudi. Xiao Qing's skills can actually be enhanced. He has personally witnessed the powerful effects of Xiao Qing's 3 skills. If they continue to strengthen, then. Thinking of this, Ye Chen couldn't contain his joy. This Nangong University is a must-go. If he can learn under this woman's guidance, it would be even more delightful. Ye Chen has a premonition that the only person capable of guiding him to continue progressing might just be this woman before him. Finally, Nangong Yudi straightened her body and smiled at Ye Chen. Your beast is quite good, but your strength is too weak. A tree that stands out in a forest will be blown down by the wind. You better not reveal the origins of your beast now, do you understand? Ye Chen's eyes lit up. No wonder she wanted to speak to him in a whisper. Her thoughts are also very delicate. I must make this woman my university mentor. Ye Chen said, thank you for your guidance, Mentor Nangong. Can I apprentice under you? Ye Chen, you are humiliating yourself. Nangong Mentor talking to you already gives you a lot of face. Do you know who is standing in front of you? She is one of the strongest beast masters in the world. Do you think you are worthy to apprentice under her? Qin Hanyan couldn't help but mock. Zhuang Chuhan frowned slightly. It's important to know that Nangong Yudi's pride is very high. She never takes students. Ye Chen's sudden request is really too reckless, no different from a hot-headed fool. The man in military uniform shook his head. Nangong Yudi said, if you want to be my student, it depends on whether you can pass my assessment. Isn't it just an assessment? Bring it on, Ye Chen, will take it all on. Ye Chen said confidently. Damn it, I'm stiff, my fists are hard. Qin Hanyan looked at Ye Chen's annoying expression, feeling furious. This guy is so arrogant, that is Nangong Mentor's assessment. What kind of attitude is that? As if Nangong Mentor's assessment is nothing, and he is definitely going to pass. He has seen arrogance, but never such arrogance. Qin Hanyang is very unhappy right now. If he could, he would want to beat Ye Chen to death immediately. Chapter 18, Assessment Success. Nangong Yudi stopped wasting words, jumped onto the back of the Wind God Wyvern and said to Ye Chen, come up. Ye Chen followed the wings of the Wind God Wyvern that were lowered and jumped onto its back. The Wind God Wyvern flapped its wings, rising rapidly into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving a group of stunned onlookers behind. This speed is too fast. The two quickly arrived at a high mountain in the suburban area of Tianqing Province on the Wind God Wyvern. The vegetation here is dense, and there is no one around. Nangong Yudi put away the Wind Spirit Wyvern. Let your beast out. A flash of blue light and red light shone, summoning a magic array in the air, among which the blue magic array was extremely large. Suddenly, a blue figure slowly descended from it. The powerful pressure caused the stones on the ground to tremble faintly. The enormous body of the blue python, over 10 meters long, flattened the grass and trees on the mountain, its blue scales sparkling in the sunlight. Nangong Yudi looked at this giant python in front of her, her breath slightly hurried, her eyes shining with excitement. Though she had seen this blue snake in videos, seeing it in person still stirred her heart. She fixed her gaze on the two bulges on the small blue head, unable to hide her excitement. It has actually started to evolve towards a dragon. Very good, Ye Chen, you are truly a genius. Your evolution direction is spot on, and without a teacher, your potential even exceeds mine. So, what is your assessment? Ye Chen asked. Nangong Yudi smiled slightly, took out 4 pitch-black orbs that hovered in the air. These orbs looked very heavy. These 4 orbs are your assessment. 1 orb weighs 1,000 kilograms. As a newcomer in your senior year, usually, being able to block 1 orb's attack is the limit. But you are different. As long as you can withstand the attacks of all 4 orbs for 1 minute, you pass. Come on. Ye Chen said lightly. It's just catching 4 small orbs, how hard can that be? As soon as the words fell, the 4 orbs zoomed in from 4 directions. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. With a thought, the small blue immediately understood his intention and quickly twisted its massive body, wrapping Ye Chen completely. Boom! 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 The 4 orbs struck the small blue. The heavy force caused loud thuds all over its body, and Ye Chen, hiding inside, felt the power of the orbs, his heart shouting that it was not good. These seemingly unassuming orbs actually held considerable power. He had to do something, otherwise, if he got hit a few more times, the small blue would suffer internal injuries. Hardened phosphor armor. Hiss. The small blue's eyes flashed fiercely, its body trembled, and blue light quickly covered its whole body. The blue light washed over it like a stream, making its scales shine even brighter under the glow. Nangong Yudi kept staring at the blue snake. At this moment, seeing this skill, she unconsciously touched her chin, showing a thoughtful expression. Boom! The 4 orbs struck the small blue again. However, this time the small blue could easily withstand them. With the skill's enhancement, the orbs were no longer a threat. Nangong Yudi pointed her hand through the air a few times. A faint golden magical incantation quickly took shape. Gravity doubled, 1 layer. Once the golden incantation formed, it flickered a few times and then disappeared. At the same time, the 4 orbs flashed with golden light and grew larger by a circle. Ye Chen, be careful, I have increased the weight of the orbs by 1 layer. What? Is that how you play? How can you suddenly increase the difficulty during the assessment? Isn't this cheating? Nangong Yudi lightly coughed, her face slightly embarrassed. You're a genius, so of course, you deserve special treatment. Focus on the assessment. Okay, so this is how we play? Then I won't defend, small blue, full attack. Bring those 4 broken orbs down. Twin venomous fangs. Hiss. The small blue let out a fierce howl, opening its mouth to spit out several venomous fangs toward 2 of the orbs. Clang. Clang. With 2 crisp sounds, the venomous fangs pierced deeply into the interior of the orbs like 2 white needles. Hiss. The sound of a balloon bursting echoed, and the 2 orbs quickly deflated, becoming pools of green liquid on the ground under the strong corrosion of the venomous fangs. Nangong Yudi frowned and gestured to retrieve the remaining 2 orbs. You boy, you're really petty. These 4 orbs are not easy to create. If you destroy them all, those old men are going to make a fuss with me. Ye Chen poked his head out from Xiao Qing's abdomen and smiled at Nangong Yudi. So, Master Nangong, does this mean I passed the assessment? Nangong Yudi rubbed her temples. You're the first student to destroy the Dark Knight Star orbs, so of course, you passed. She was speechless. The assessment ended up destroying 2 orbs, and she would definitely be scolded for it by the old men back at the academy. Just the thought made her frustrated. Does this mean I'm officially in the Divine Palace University? Are there any perks? Ye Chen said with a joyful smile. Divine Palace University was the top university in the country, so there had to be scholarships and precious resources, like skill enhancement items, things Ye Chen had been remembering since earlier. Nangong Yudi glanced at him and, in a bad mood, pulled out a beautifully crafted acceptance letter from Divine Palace University and slammed it hard against Ye Chen's chest. Guh? Ye Chen was knocked back by the impact and gagged slightly. You'll have perks arranged for you once you're in the university. You brat, destroying 2 of my orbs really makes me mad. Just go home by yourself. Without waiting for Ye Chen to respond, Nangong Yudi summoned a wind god pterosaur and flew straight up into the sky, quickly disappearing from the mountaintop. Hey! Master Nangong, you can't just leave me here alone. Damn, it's so far back to Xinghe University, how do I get back? However, his shouts couldn't reach Nangong Yudi's ears, only fading away in the cool winds at the mountaintop. As the cold wind blew, Ye Chen stood alone at the mountaintop, and the scene looked even more desolate. Women's hearts are as deep as the ocean. Just a moment ago, we were joking, and now you're mad because I broke 2 orbs. Ye Chen patted Xiao Qing, who stood proudly beside him. Xiao Qing, let's head back. Xiao Qing lowered her head, and once Ye Chen jumped on, she carried him down the winding path from the mountaintop. Recalling the graceful figure of Nangong Yudi riding the wind god pterosaur, Ye Chen longed for a flying beast of his own. I need to quickly figure out how to trigger the mutation conditions, then evolve my flamingo into a high-level beast. That way, I can soar through the skies and go anywhere easily. Nangong Yudi was speeding along when she suddenly awkwardly scratched her head. Oh no, I was so mad that I forgot to give that kid the awakening crystal. His flamingo is only at silver rank and still a juvenile. It's the best time for evolution. Forget it, I'll give it to him next time. This time, let it be a punishment for breaking my 2 Dark Knight Star orbs. Chapter 19, Online Training Room. Ye Chen took quite some time to return to his rental apartment, and it was already 10 p.m. Upon arriving at the door, the chubby little guy had been waiting for him for a long time. When he saw Ye Chen return, he immediately walked over with a beaming smile. Brother Yi, you're finally back. That piece of equipment is really hot, so many rich second generations are fighting over it, and since it's your equipment, they offered even more. The chubby guy pulled out a bank card, deducting the auction fee of 30,000 dragon soul coins. There are still 600,000 dragon soul coins in this card. Ye Chen smiled. You did well, little fatty. What's your name? My name is Zhou Xiaoqiao, everyone calls me Fei Bo. You can just call me Fei Bo from now on, he. Ye Chen took the bank card and then transferred 60,000 dragon soul coins to Fei Bo's account. I won't shortchange you for doing my work, this is the agreed reward. Fei Bo repeatedly declined, but he couldn't resist Ye Chen's insistence. Alright, you can go back. I need to rest. Fei Bo nodded repeatedly, very grateful for the 60,000 dragon soul coins Ye Chen had given him. 60,000 coins were no small amount, after all, many hard-working individuals might spend a year just to save that much. He excitedly patted his chest and said, in the future, just tell me whenever you need something, Brother Yi. As long as Fat Bo can help, he is willing to go through fire and water. Ye Chen shook his head and smiled, stop flattering me, just get lost. Hey, alright, Brother Yi, rest well. The chubby guy left with a bright smile. After returning to his room, Ye Chen lay directly on the bed, not wanting to move even a bit, truly exhausted. He walked mountain paths all afternoon, and didn't dare to ride Xiao Chang down the mountain directly. He only allowed Xiao Chang to take him for a few kilometers before putting it back into the beast's space. After all, Xiao Chang was just too big. The enormous body over 10 meters long made people think that the Tianqing province was being invaded by beasts. After coming down the mountain, there were several vehicle changes and rides. His body was not strong to begin with, and after so much tossing around, he was already completely worn out, dizzy and blurry-eyed. Ye Chen lay on the bed and unknowingly fell asleep. The next day, after hastily having breakfast, he went to school. As soon as Ye Chen stepped into Xinghe High School, he received everyone's attention. Everywhere was buzzing about his glorious achievements and impressive displays. Chen Jiyu learned that he had arrived at school and rushed over excitedly to invite him to the office. Ye Chen, how did the assessment go? Did you pass? Chen Jiyu had a big smile, moving chairs, pouring tea, and filling water, being very attentive. Hey, it's just an assessment, do you not trust me? Oh. This is the admission notice from the Divine Palace University. Ye Chen took out the exquisite admission letter and placed it on the tea table. Seeing the admission letter, Chen Jiyu's eyes lit up, smiling even brighter. Great! Our Xinghe High School is famous for its geniuses, and you actually got into the top university in the country, ha ha ha. So, why did you call me over? Ye Chen asked in confusion. Of course, I have good news for you. First, congratulations on getting into Divine Palace University. Our school previously promised that as long as you got into a key university, we would reward you with 1 million dragon soul coins. This time, you got into one of the 4 top universities in the country, so the school's board of directors decided to double your reward to 2 million dragon soul coins. Not bad, you guys are much better than that Black Dragon High School. Ye Chen said with a smile. This time, he had become overnight rich. Hey, over 200,000 dragon soul coins, surely he could buy some strengthening resources. Besides these rewards, you can also use our Xinghe High School's online training room for free without limits. The online training room is a great thing. Ye Chen felt overjoyed. It is well known that copies on Blue Star Continent are rare, and each copy's entrance is controlled by certain forces or schools. To enter and fight monsters to level up, you need their permission. If an unowned copy entrance is found in the wild, it will definitely attract competition from major forces. Without strength, one cannot guard the copy entrance. The online training room is designed to mimic copies. As long as you wear a virtual helmet, you can transport your consciousness to the training hall, where you can choose the difficulty of the copy for training, and there are rankings and other features inside. Although killing monsters in PK in the online training room does not give real experience for leveling up, it can increase one's practical combat experience, which will be greatly beneficial in future battles. The online training room costs 100 dragon soul coins per hour, making it quite an expensive training resource. Now Ye Chen can use it for free without limits. This truly saves him a large sum of money. Thank you, Principal, I'm going to train now. Ye Chen bid farewell to the principal and hurried off towards the online training room. Chen Jiyu watched Ye Chen's departing figure, his face filled with contentment. He hoped that after Ye Chen became powerful, he would still remember the kindness that Xinghe High School had shown him. Arriving at the online training room, it was filled with noisy sounds, with many students crowding around the training capsules, chattering about something. Damn, I dropped another 1,000 places in the rankings. The college entrance exam is in a month, what am I going to do? I've just practiced a new skill, Thunder Flash. It's awesome. I'm going to go rank up right now and I'm sure I can climb up a few dozen spots. Did you see that? Xiao Yue from Black Dragon High has been climbing ranks since yesterday and is already within the top 300. She's really a genius. Ugh, just 300? I thought with Xiao Yue's S-level profession, she'd be able to rank in the top 10. I didn't expect so many freaks in our class, she can't even squeeze into the 200. The college entrance exam this time is going to be brutal, too many talented people. I don't know if I can even go to college anymore, wah. Some are happy, some are worried. As Ye Chen passed by these students, he learned a bit about the online training room. It turns out the online training room connects students from all over the country, meaning all senior students are in the same training hall, competing on the same stage. They can also enter online simulated dungeons for challenges. Some dungeons are extremely difficult, with hardly anyone able to clear them. The number of dungeon clears is also ranked. At that moment, someone noticed Ye Chen had arrived, and discussions broke out. Isn't that Ye Chen? He's here to train? Of course. Anyone who makes it here is definitely aiming for the training hall. Hey, I'm curious if Ye Chen can rank within the top 100. The online training hall isn't just filled with our Tianqing province's geniuses, all the talents from across the country are gathered here. Let's see how Ye Chen can keep showing off. I think Ye Chen is too cocky. He should go into the training hall and let the geniuses from the elite schools teach him a lesson. He needs to know there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. He should keep a low profile, he will get beaten sooner or later acting so arrogant. Hey. I can't talk with you right now. Ye Chen is entering the training pod. I need to hop online to watch. Seeing Ye Chen lie down in the training pod, many students rushed to log in. They all wanted to watch him, to see what kind of reputation this recently famous and sought-after person could build in the training hall. Of course, many were waiting to see Ye Chen's embarrassment. They didn't believe he could rank within the top 100. After all, those within the top 100 are truly terrifying. Chapter 20, Ranking Matches. Ye Chen lay in the training pod, put on the virtual helmet, and the door closed immediately, bringing an unusual sensation to his mind. His consciousness traveled through a digital tunnel like a black hole and appeared on a platform as white as jade. The round platform floated in the sky, surrounded by white clouds, with a gentle breeze occasionally blowing. Ye Chen felt a chill on his body. He was amazed, it felt so real, just like he was really there. Above his head were 3 options: dungeon, training room, ranked match. As the name suggests, the dungeon is where students talk about battling monsters to clear challenges, the training room allows one to test their training results, like new skills, and the ranked match is where one can compete against geniuses from all over the country. Let's check out the ranked matches first. He was curious about how high he could rank in the ranked match, especially since in the training competition at school, the strange beasts were no match for Xiao Chang. He wasn't very sure about his own strength. Clicking on the ranked match, the 3 options above his head disappeared immediately, replaced by a timer. Ranking match in progress? 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Match successful. Please get ready. Tiling High School, Zhang Xiaoyu, Magician, rank, 12400. 24,000. It seemed this Zhang Xiaoyu was also entering a ranked match for the first time, just like him. Before long, a high school student dressed in a uniform. A cute and charming girl appeared in front of him. Hello, how are you, fellow student? I'm here to play ranked matches too, please go easy on me. Zhang Xiaoyu jumped around as she spoke, her tone very playful. Ye Chen. With the sound of beeping, the countdown above slowly approached 0. 3. 2. 1. Duel begins. What the heck, this guy is no fun at all. I'm such a cute girl talking to you, and you're just staring with a blank face. Seriously, are you that much of a bro? Fireball. With a whoosh, a giant fireball fell from the sky. Zhang Xiaoyu felt the heat above her head, looked up, and was instantly frightened, her face turning pale as the big fireball rapidly enlarged in her eyes. Ah! Zhang Xiaoyu screamed, then with a booming sound, she vanished under the explosion of the fireball. Just duel properly. You can't stop talking the moment you show up. Do you think everyone is as chatty as you? Ye Chen curled his lips and put away the flamingo. Ye Chen, victory. Current ranking, 12,400. He casually clicked to match again. The timer above lit up once more. Match successful. Kyoto High School, Song Shui, Magic Swordsman, ranking, 9865. Another female student. Soon, Song Shui's figure appeared before Ye Chen. True to her name, her skin was snow white, and she had a calm expression. She focused intently on Ye Chen, clearly ready for battle. This Song Shui was far more serious than the naive Zhang Xiaoyu. Ye Chen secretly nodded, it seemed he needed to take this seriously. The countdown began. 3. 2. 1. Duel begins. Song Shui was the first to attack, a snow-white sword appearing out of thin air. She dashed forward, lightly touching the ground, and quickly reached Ye Chen's side. Starlight Slash. Ye Chen smiled slightly, Flamingo, block her. Tweet. A magic circle suddenly appeared in front of Song Shui, and a small red bird flew out, flapping its wings against her sword. Clang. The sword was pushed away by the immense force, and Song Shui jumped back to create distance from Ye Chen. Instant summon. She was startled. She didn't expect this person to be a beastmaster and to be able to summon beasts instantly. His strength was not weak. Typically, newly contracted beastmasters couldn't summon their beasts at will without a period of cooperation, making it difficult to fight freely. Song Shui's expression stiffened as she performed a sword dance. Ice Soul Triple Strike. 3 strands of icy sword energy swiftly charged at her. Ye Chen focused his thoughts, and the flamingo flew swiftly in the air, blocking all 3 strands of sword energy. Song Shui furrowed her brows slightly. This bird seemed to be of a high rank, it should be silver grade, otherwise it couldn't easily fend off her sword energy. However, a beastmaster's fighting power relied entirely on their beast, they themselves were weak. As long as she could bypass the bird and get close to him, she believed she could defeat him in one hit. Frost Sword Aura. Song Shui's sword suddenly burst with dazzling white light, a long beam of sword light sweeping across, freezing the ground wherever it passed. This sword had immense power. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed. If the flamingo took that sword head-on, it would probably get hurt. He gave a command to the flamingo. The flamingo tilted its head and squawked, then allowed Ye Chen to grab its talon and lifted him into the air. The sword light zoomed quickly past Ye Chen's feet. The man and bird soared into the air, narrowly avoiding the sword light's attack. Song Shui watched Ye Chen flying in the air, thinking it was a great opportunity. You flying in the air won't be able to dodge this move. Sorry, fellow student, but I'm the winner. Song Shui said confidently. Ice Soul Thousand Blades. Song Shui pointed her sword at Ye Chen, and suddenly dozens of ice spears formed around her. As her voice fell, all the ice spears shot towards Ye Chen like a flurry of flying swords. Ye Chen's lips curled up. You think you won? Not necessarily. Fireball. The flamingo's eyes flashed with a dazzling fire, and it opened its mouth to unleash a huge fireball, a fireball it had gathered with all its strength. The fireball was several times more powerful than last time. Flames and cold ice collided in an instant. Boom. Hiss. The center of the impact erupted with thick white steam, the hissing sound unending. However, the power of the ice spear quickly drained, and the fireball shrank more than half, still charging towards Song Shui. Song Shui was already exhausted. After continuously using skills, she had drained all the spiritual power in her body. Seeing the fireball coming, she didn't even have the strength to run and could only watch helplessly as the fireball hit her. Boom! The fireball exploded, blasting Song Shui's figure 3 meters away to the ground, slowly fading away. Ye Chen, victory! Current rank, 9,865. Ye Chen opened the matchmaking again. Ye Chen, victory! Ye Chen, victory! Ye Chen, victory! His rank skyrocketed like a rocket, swiftly rising from outside 10,000 to 300. The students watching his battle all widened their eyes, exclaiming in shock. What? How is this possible? He actually reached 300 with just a silver-level firebird. Damn, this is unbelievable. Isn't Ye Chen's beast that big green snake? Why isn't he using it? You don't understand? Ugh, these people are so useless, they can't even force Ye Chen to use his big green snake, and he can crush them with just a little bird. Match successful. Magic City University, Zhang Yong, Gunner, 256. Zhang Yong's figure quickly appeared in the duel arena. He sat cross-legged, yawning as he looked at Ye Chen's rank. Ha! A guy ranked 342 can match with me? This ELO system is so trash. Did it see me lose 5 times in a row and purposely match me with a weak opponent? It's not even pretending. He looked at Ye Chen and lazily said, Kid, you should just admit defeat. With your rank over 300, there's no way you can beat me. Ye Chen let out a cold laugh and did not answer. Oh, not talking, acting tough? He shook his head. Acting is useless, soon you will know how huge the gap between us is. At this moment, the countdown ended. Zhang Yang stood up, confidently laughing at Ye Chen. Ha ha ha. Come on, kid, summon your strongest beast. Let me see what you're made of. Hurry and summon your strongest beast. Come on. Ye Chen looked at him with a strange expression. Are you sure you want me to summon my strongest beast? I've never seen anyone ask for such a twisted request. Are you still going to hold back against me in battle? Zhang Yang looked at him with disdain. If you don't summon your strongest beast, you probably won't last a second. Ye Chen, alright, as you wish. Chapter 21, Young Master Xiao invites. Come out, little green. As Ye Chen's voice fell, the entire duel arena rumbled, and the ground trembled continually. What? What's happening? Zhang Yang looked at the ground in bewilderment. Boom! The magic circle under Ye Chen's feet lit up, and in an instant, a deafening roar erupted, a dazzling green light shining across the whole duel arena, nearly blinding Zhang Yang's titanium alloy dog eyes. A huge creature slowly rose from the magic circle, lifting Ye Chen's body higher, a fierce aura radiating from the giant, and when Zhang Yang felt this aura, goosebumps covered his body, a bone-chilling cold swept over him, making his legs weak, even making him feel the urge to kneel. When the green python fully emerged, standing tall, its cold vertical pupils emotionlessly stared at Zhang Yang, he could no longer hold back his fear, his legs went weak, and he slumped to the ground. What is this thing? Zhang Yang's eyes widened, his lips trembling slightly. Is this your beast? Is this a beast? Ye Chen stood atop Little Green's head, looking down at him. You go first. Seeing Little Green's true form, Zhang Yang was nearly scared to death. Go first? What do you mean by that? How could I fight against such a giant snake? Bro, you should have said so earlier. If you had told me your beast was this strong, this would have been a waste of time. What are you still fighting for? I surrender, I'll just leave, no need for you to make a move. Zhang Yang decisively chose to surrender. Are you kidding? Fighting such a monster is just asking for death. This big snake clearly has boss-level strength. This beast master is just a bug in a beginner's village. Who can summon a boss right from the start? Just the aura it gives off makes my legs weak. How can I possibly fight such a monster? Although death in the training room doesn't affect the body in reality, the pain of death can be really felt. Who wants to suffer that kind of pain? It's better to just surrender. Ye Chen, victory. Ranking, 256. The notification sounded, and Ye Chen waved to recall Xiao Chang. Zhang Yong's figure slowly disappeared. Just before vanishing, he looked at Ye Chen deeply. Ye Chen, right? You're very strong, I'll remember you. If I get the chance to go to Magic Capital Province, I'll treat you to a meal. Ye Chen waved his hand. Then he exited the training room. Taking off the virtual helmet and stepping out of the training pod, Ye Chen felt extremely hungry. Having played ranked matches all morning in the training room, he felt a bit dizzy. It seemed that practicing online was also very exhausting. Ugh, I should go buy some potions to strengthen this body. Even though beast masters don't rely on their own fighting skills and don't have high physical requirements, being too weak is also not good. No matter how powerful a beast is, without a strong body, you can't fight for long. The classmates who just watched Ye Chen's battle also began to exit the training pod. When they looked at Ye Chen again, all their previous dissatisfaction was gone. Strength determines everything. What you hear is not as true as what you see. Ye Chen's strength was clearly displayed before them, and they silently asked themselves if they could do the same. Voices discussing among the students echoed in the training room. He's simply a monster. With just one flamingo, he made it into the top 300. I thought he relied solely on that big snake to crush others, but it turns out Ye Chen's battle command abilities are also exceptional. Alright, this guy Ye Chen has the right to show off. His strength is indeed impressive. Some students had already gathered around Ye Chen, chattering and asking for guidance. Brother Yi, can you teach us some battle skills? Brother Yi, where did you buy that flamingo? Can you share? My sister will awaken next year. If she's also a beastmaster, I'll buy her one too, haha. Yi, brother Yi, don't go. Let's chat for a bit. Ye Chen pushed through the crowd, shouting, make way, make way. I'm going to eat, I'll answer your questions when I have time. Eating sounds great. I'm going to eat too. Brother Yi, let's go to the cafeteria, I'll treat. A sturdy boy patted his chest. Go, go, go. You want to treat Brother Yi to the cafeteria? How can you say that? I know a restaurant with good cooking, let's go, I'll treat you. Get lost. I'll cover Brother Ye's meals from now on. A beautiful girl pushed a few boys aside, shouting loudly. Oh, it's just a meal, who can't cover that? I'll treat Brother Yi to seafood every day. Brother Yi, come with me. Everyone tugged at Ye Chen's clothes. If one didn't know better, they would think Ye Chen was being mobbed. The scene was incredibly lively, and Ye Chen was already overwhelmed by the excited students in the crowd. As the crowd pushed toward the center, Ye Chen awkwardly crawled out from under their feet, immediately squatting down and quickly taking small steps toward the door to escape. Far away from the training room, Ye Chen leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Crazy, these students have gone crazy. Can I still come to this training room in the future? Ye Chen was quite speechless. Holding a fortune of 1 million, Ye Chen naturally had no need to eat in the cafeteria. He strode out of the school gate. Just as he stepped out, he saw a familiar figure rushing over. Ye Chen turned around and saw it was Fat Bo. Yi gu, who? Fat Bo was panting, unable to speak properly. You should catch your breath before talking. After catching his breath for a while, Fat Bo finally spoke. Yi gu, this isn't the place to talk. Let's go to the restaurant. Ye Chen frowned. What's so secretive? It's great news, come with me quickly. Fat Bo had a mysterious look on his face. The two got into a taxi, and a few minutes later, they arrived at a magnificent grand restaurant. Wait, are we eating here? Fat Bo, are you a rich second generation? Ye Chen asked, puzzled. This restaurant looked incredibly expensive. At the entrance, 2 rows of hostesses in kipayos greeted them, with a red carpet laid from the door to the inside. 2 massive stone lions stood fiercely, and there was a grand fountain outside. The overall decoration was splendid and majestic, showcasing royal elegance. Hee, I certainly can't afford such an expensive restaurant. No way, are you asking me to treat you? Hey, Yi gu, how could I let you pay? This meal is being covered by someone else, the wealthy guy who bought your equipment last time. Let's go in, he has been waiting for us for a long time. They were welcomed inside by the hostess. As soon as they entered the hall, Ye Chen was stunned by the scene in front of him. The hall was extremely spacious. In the center was a large round water sphere floating in mid-air, inside which were countless various fish, as if it were an independent ocean. Among them was a fish with a dragon's head and a fish's body, looking very extraordinary. Around the hall were some burly men in suits, clearly not weak. The hall was decorated with many colorful expensive gems, rockeries and flowing water, golden escalators, as if all the most luxurious things in the world were in this hall. Who is this big spender inviting me to eat here? Ye Chen was filled with confusion. In a restaurant like this, even with over $1 million savings, I probably couldn't eat here more than a few times. Too extravagant. At this moment, a cultured middle-aged man in a suit approached with a warm smile. Hello, are you Ye Chen? Ye Chen nodded. The middle-aged man smiled wider. Young Master Xiao has been waiting for you for a long time, please follow me. The middle-aged man gestured for Ye Chen to follow him. Ye Chen walked forward slowly. Young Master Xiao? Is it the young Master Xiao from the top family in Tianqing province? Does that mean he is related to Xiao Yue? What does the Xiao family want with me? Chapter 22, Restricted Level Dungeon. Ye Chen pushed open the door marked with the character Tian, and a handsome man in a luxurious custom suit immediately stood up from his seat. The man looked to be around 25 or 26 years old, with a friendly and wealthy aura, making it easy to feel his privileged background. With a congenial smile, the man greeted Ye Chen. You must be Brother Yi. Indeed, you are quite handsome, worthy of being the first in the training match. Even my little sister Xiao Yue can't compare to you. I'm just the first in a training match, not worthy of praise. Xiao Yue is an S-level professional, that is great too. Ye Chen said casually. The man smiled casually. Please, have a seat. He warmly invited Ye Chen to sit down. I wonder what young Master Xiao wants with me. Ye Chen disliked vague social interactions. If young Master Xiao didn't present something interesting to him, then this meal wouldn't be worth it. Brother Yi, you are straightforward. I, Xiao Zian, like making friends with someone like you. I invited you here because I have some great news to share, just as a gift for meeting you. Oh? What good news? Don't rush, let's eat first. I believe Brother Yi hasn't tried the signature dish of this restaurant yet. Let me introduce it to you today. Xiao Zian laughed heartily. Then he clapped his hands. At the door, there was an immediate knock. Serve the dishes. Xiao Zian spoke toward the door. The door gently pushed open, and a group of well-dressed waiters pushed in a cart filled with delicious dishes. Xiao Zian picked up a plate carved with golden dragons and placed it in front of Ye Chen. This dish is called Dragon Pattern Ginseng Stew with Blood Essence, made with purple pattern ginseng paired with the blood essence refined from blood jade fire snake, slow-cooked for 16 hours. After eating it, it can strengthen the toughness of the meridians and boost physical fitness. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen felt a bit surprised in his heart. Xiao Zian had clearly come prepared, with the dishes meticulously tailored for him. This guy knew he was a beast master, weak in body, and purposely prepared such a dish for strengthening health. Ye Chen glanced at him with a hint of depth. Xiao Zian, as if oblivious, continued to introduce the second dish. This plate of fruit has a great origin, called Bodhi leaf-infused Xianbing fruit, made by boiling the leaves of the heavenly path Bodhi and soaking the extreme northern Xianbing dragon's saliva fruit. Although these heavenly path Bodhi leaves are not real Bodhi leaves, they are indeed a small branch from the legendary Bodhi tree. The Bodhi tree from legend can no longer be seen, but this little branch does carry some of the Bodhi tree's power. The Bodhi leaves produce only 10 pounds of tender leaves each year for consumption. Even my Xiao family can only divide 1 or 2 hao, and the Bodhi leaves are very rare. Eating this dish can enhance mental strength and improve one's perception. It must be very helpful for Brother Yi. Just as Xiao Zian was about to introduce the third dish, Ye Chen directly interrupted. No merit, no reward. Young Master Xiao has prepared dishes that are simply too precious. If you don't explain clearly why you came to find me, I will leave first. Saying this, he stood up. Brother Yi is indeed impatient. Sit down, I will make things clear to you right now. Xiao Zian laughed. So, our Xiao family's mercenaries found a brand new dungeon entrance in the wild. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed. A brand new dungeon entrance means no one has explored it before, it's an unclaimed dungeon. Such dungeons usually lead to competition among various forces. Xiao Zian continued, after we discovered this dungeon, we immediately sent mercenaries to explore it, but no one could enter. Later, the elders of the clan conducted research and detection and ultimately determined that this is a restricted level dungeon. Oh? Restricted level? Ye Chen asked in confusion. That's right. Generally, uncompleted dungeons won't have a restriction level situation, but some special unclaimed dungeons may have a restriction level. Usually, a restricted level dungeon has better completion rewards and a lot of treasures, but the risks are also enormous. The elders detected that this unclaimed dungeon can only be entered by those below level 10. Currently, our Xiao family has only Xiao Yue as the only eligible practitioner below level 10. The other clan members are too weak, they can't even complete the dungeon, let alone support little sister. After thinking it over, the only one who can adventure in with little sister is Brother Yi. 1. Brother Ye is a classmate of my little sister. 2. Brother Ye's strength is also greater than little sister's. If any danger occurs after entering, you can take care of little sister. You are indeed the most suitable choice. Of course, considering the enormous risks of uncompleted dungeons, we won't force Brother Ye to go. If Brother Ye is interested in going in, we can cooperate. After clearing the dungeon, the treasures obtained will be split 60 for you and 40 for us. After hearing this, Ye Chen fell into deep thought. The Xiao family's sincerity was indeed abundant, and the offered terms were extremely high. You should know that restricted-level dungeons themselves contain many treasures, and offering him 60% of the treasures after clearing is already a lot. Many people have found that the unowned dungeons are quietly claimed for themselves. Even the restricted dungeons can easily be accessed by sending a level 10 veteran in with the strength of the Xiao family. Moreover, with Xiao Yue's decent strength, bringing her along into the dungeon is a huge boost. The main point is that this unowned dungeon is very likely to have third-turn exotic beasts appear. Ye Chen still has a job change quest to complete. If he can finish it inside, that trip will already have tremendous rewards. If he can add to that the 60% treasure, it can be said that he will profit immensely. When do we set off? Ye Chen stroked his chin. Upon hearing Ye Chen's response, Xiao Ziyan's eyes lit up, and his smile became even brighter. How about this? There's no time to waste, we leave tomorrow. Ye Chen nodded. Ha, Brother Ye is truly a straightforward person. Come, let me toast to you. Xiao Ziyan raised his wine glass to Ye Chen. Since he arrived in this world, he hadn't drunk any alcohol. Ye Chen picked up the wine glass and sniffed it. It was rich and fragrant, definitely high-quality wine. At this moment, seeing the two reach an agreement, Feibo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Ziyan had asked him to invite Ye Chen over to discuss business. If everything went well, he could earn 100,000 dragon soul coins. Now that the 100,000 dragon soul coins had finally arrived, he was overjoyed. Ye Chen truly was his lucky star. Since meeting him, he had been rolling in wealth. In just a few days, he had already made over 100,000, which was quite a fortune. Feibo laughed heartily. I told you, Brother Ye is a top-notch straightforward person. Whoever treats him sincerely, he treats them sincerely in return. But if someone tries to play tricks on him, he will not hold back at all. For young Master Xiao to have a friend like Brother Ye is definitely a great thing. Come, Brother Ye, let me toast to you as well. Since following you, my luck has been non-stop. Feibo speaks well. Today I got to know Brother Ye, and it's all thanks to you acting as the middleman. Let's drink together, all three of us. Feibo raised his glass with a sincere expression. He was speaking from the heart. Ye Chen clinked glasses with the two and then drank it all in one go. Throughout the meal, the three of them frequently toasted one another, enjoying the atmosphere. All the dishes on the table were precious ingredients, and most had benefits like enhancing strength and boosting spirits. They were extremely good for Ye Chen's frail body. Ye Chen ate heartily, giving his body a substantial fill. The three kept drinking until the sun set, chatting and joking around, especially with Xiao Ziyan sharing stories that Ye Chen was unaware of, broadening his horizons and helping him understand this world better. Alright, that's enough for today. We should go back and digest a bit. Ye Chen burped a few times, his face flushed, he looked a bit drunk. Okay, then let's leave it at that for today. I'll see Brother Ye home. Xiao Ziyan also appeared slightly tipsy, speaking with a thick tongue. Ye Chen nodded. Xiao Ziyan walked beside Ye Chen, escorting him to the door, and then called the Xiao family's driver to safely take Ye Chen home. Once Ye Chen got in the car, Xiao Ziyan turned back to the hotel, entering a presidential suite. After closing the door, his expression returned to calm, no trace of drunkenness remained. How did it go? Xiao Yue sat in the middle of an executive chair, her tone indifferent. He agreed, this Ye Chen kid isn't bad, worth making friends with for our Xiao family. This time when you go into the dungeon with him, pay attention to your limits, you need to know your identity. Although Ye Chen has great potential, he is still just an orphan, he is not worthy of you, and the elders in the family will not approve of any feelings between you two, do you understand? I'm only thinking of the Xiao family, befriending future powerful figures is greatly beneficial for us. You and the elders in the family are equally foolish, my future husband must be the best in strength and status. I can't stand him at all. Xiao Yue scoffed, stood up, and left the room. Xiao Ziyan looked at Xiao Yue's departing figure, his eyes flickering, muttering to himself, oh, my foolish sister, very few can catch your eye, and you care so much about Ye Chen. It's best not to develop any feelings. The marriage of people like us isn't up to ourselves, you better wake up, or you'll harm others and yourself. Chapter 23, Entering the Instance. The next day. Xiao Ziyan drove early in the morning to pick up Ye Chen. Brother Ye, please take this beast-taming staff. Xiao Ziyan took out a staff and handed it to Ye Chen. Demon Head Staff. Level, LV10. Quality, Purple. Spirit, +10, wielding the Demon Head Staff increases spirit by 10 points. Equipment effect, beast attacks carry a necromancy effect, causing enemies to experience 3 seconds of fear, and this effect can stack. Ye Chen accepted the staff and thanked him. There's no reason to refuse such a good piece of equipment, especially since the other party needed something from him. Moreover, the bonuses of this staff are quite good. The higher the spirit, the stronger the control over tamed beasts, which extends their fighting time. If the spirit is low, then after a period of fighting, the beast master must rest, otherwise, mental exhaustion will ensue, and not only will they be unable to direct the beast in battle, but they might even faint on the spot. The vehicle drove out of Tianqing province, arriving at a desolate mountain area, where there was no sign of human life, and occasionally the sound of beast roars could be heard. After driving for a while, they finally stopped in front of a forest. We're here, the entrance to the instance is inside. Before them was a dense jungle, with no sign of any spatial passage fluctuations. It seemed that the entrance had been concealed by the Shao family using formations. Normally, even if someone came close, they wouldn't notice it, unless the person's level was very high. Ye Chen followed behind Xiao Ziyan, watching as Xiao Ziyan took out a magic book and recited an incantation. The forest ahead parted like a curtain, slowly opening up a passage. The two entered the passage together. It was pitch black inside. After several turns, they suddenly emerged into light, the sunlight dazzling, with dense forests and wild grasses taller than a person. A small path through the wild grass had been trampled by human feet. It seemed that following this path would lead them to the instance entrance. Xiao Ziyan led Ye Chen along the path, twisting and turning until they finally reached the instance entrance. There were already 6 people gathered here, 5 men and 1 woman. The 5 men were tall and had a fierce aura, likely the Shao family's mercenaries who lived by the sword. The other woman was Xiao Yue, who was currently standing with her arms crossed, gazing into the distance, her expression as cold as ever, keeping a distance from the 5 mercenaries as if to say, "Don't get close." Noticing the movement, all 6 looked over. Xiao Ziyan smiled at everyone, saying, "Sorry to trouble you, brothers, please take good care of my little sister once we go in." Then he introduced Ye Chen. "This is Ye Chen, brother Yi. Don't be fooled by his youth, he is already a level 10 awakener. His tamed beasts are formidable allies. With him here, everyone will have a significantly easier time clearing the instance." The 5 mercenaries glanced at Ye Chen, feeling skeptical. A young kid, and a beast master at that, what use was he? The employer would surely complicate matters for them. It's already not easy to protect a pampered young lady in an unknown instance, and now they brought along a weak-looking silly kid. This job was going to be tough to earn money from. Although the 5 men were also level 10, just like Ye Chen, they had experienced countless instances, and their combat experience and teamwork were exceptionally rich, far beyond what a newcomer like Ye Chen, who had just awakened his profession, could compare to. However, seeing how polite Xiao Ziyan was towards this Ye Chen, maybe this guy is a friend of the boss, and they seem to look down on him in their hearts, but they can't show it too much on the surface, to avoid embarrassing the boss. A few mercenaries greeted Ye Chen lightly, considering it an acknowledgement. Ye Chen responded mildly. Xiao Yue nodded at Ye Chen, considering it a greeting. "All right, it's getting late. If everyone is ready, let's quickly enter the dungeon." Xiao Ziyan smiled slightly. No one disagreed, of course. Xiao Ziyan took out 5 colorful gemstones and a magic book, then began to chant a spell. The 5 gemstones floated in the air, emitting a stunning 5-colored light that slowly spun. Crack! Suddenly, the space in front of them cracked open with several seams, and then with a loud bang, a hole burst open. A black dungeon entrance appeared before everyone. The 5 mercenaries entered first, followed closely by Xiao Yue, with Ye Chen walking last. Ye Chen felt like he was walking in a time-space tunnel, surrounded by pitch darkness, with only starlight racing by. This feeling lasted only a few seconds, and then a forest meadow appeared again before him. However, this forest meadow was completely different from Blue Star. The giant trees in front reached a height of 100 meters, their trunks thick as a small house, with numerous runes twinkling with golden light, as if they were breathing. All around were strange flowers and grasses, with purple flowers that had teeth and small blue grass clumps that looked like little pigs lying on the ground, among others. The leader of the mercenaries, named Lung Feng, frowned and said, "Everyone be careful, we are no longer on Blue Star. To me, this seems to be some sort of otherworld." As soon as he finished speaking, a mechanical voice suddenly came from the sky, warning. "Warning! Extra-dimensional beings are invading the Veil continent. Extra-dimensional beings are invading the Veil continent. All citizens enter level 1 alert." Lang Feng's expression changed. Damn it, this other world has already been occupied, otherwise, there wouldn't be an alarm. However, the current owners must have died or encountered an accident long ago, and it's been a while since anyone entered, which is why it has drifted to our Blue Star. Everyone be cautious, Guardians will be coming soon. As long as everyone defeats the Guardians and enters the core area of this other world to destroy the war flag of the previous owner, this dungeon will be cleared. The other mercenaries looked solemn, all ready for battle. Woo-hoo! A rhythmic horn sounded from the mountain top. Then a black border appeared in the distance. Ye Chen squinted into the distance and found a group of lizardmen riding creatures that resembled dinosaurs, charging towards them with long spears. "They're coming!" Lang Feng shouted, and the others pressed their lips tightly together, their expressions grave and ready. Lizardman Warrior. Level, LV20, First Turn Warrior. Rank, Silver. Attack, 51. Defense, 49. Spirit, 36. Agility, 38. Skills, Javelin Throw, Blood Rage. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes. These first-turn ordinary otherworld beasts nearly matched the Ruins King in terms of statistics. It seemed the added attribute points and skills after promotion were significantly more than those of unpromoted professions. Each of these densely packed lizardman warriors in front could rival the elite-level otherworld beasts of the Twilight Forest. I wonder how much experience they would give me. Ye Chen licked his lips, considering whether to summon Xiaoqing to take care of these scraps. But before he could act, Xiao Yue beside him could no longer hold back. With a delicate shout, icy wings sprouted from her back, and her entire body was enveloped in an ice armor. Then she flew into the air and charged towards the lizardman army. Damn! She can actually fly. I didn't expect the S-rank Ice Phoenix could give the awakened the ability to fly. Ye Chen looked at Xiao Yue soaring in the air with a bit of envy. He had always cherished the dream of flying. Then let it be. First, I'll raise the level of the flamingo, which would be great for it to evolve into a bigger bird and carry him soaring through the skies. Come out, flamingo. Chapter 24, Betrayal. Fireball Technique. Ye Chen held the ghost-headed staff in one hand and pointed to a certain direction with the other. Boom! A huge fireball fell from the sky, instantly killing 5 or 6 lizardman warriors. There were so many lizardman warriors, there was no need to aim, just randomly throwing a skill could blow up a group. Ding! Congratulations, you killed a lizardman warrior. The flamingo gains 60 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you killed a lizardman warrior. The flamingo gains 60 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you killed a lizardman warrior. The flamingo gains 60 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, the flamingo leveled up, current level LV2. Ding! Congratulations, the flamingo leveled up, current level LV3. Ding! Congratulations, the flamingo leveled up, current level LV4. The flamingo leveled up quickly. After killing 5 or 6 lizardman warriors, its level had reached level 9. Ye Chen felt happy, but what frustrated him was that the flamingo's size had not changed, still that little bird shape. This was probably related to its bloodline and tier. He still needed to quickly find items to enhance the flamingo's mutation. The mercenaries had 5 people back to back, cooperating seamlessly. Soon, their feet were already littered with piles of lizardman warrior corpses. Boom! Another fireball technique fell, and Ye Chen noticed that after this explosion, the nearby lizardman warriors who were not affected showed panic in their eyes. After the third fireball technique, they completely lost morale and fled. Ye Chen glanced at the ghost-headed staff in his hand. This thing was effective against the little calamity, but for him, it was quite useless. These experience packs were escaping. How would his flamingo level up? So Ye Chen silently put away the ghost-headed staff. He continued to let the flamingo launch fierce attacks, throwing fireballs like they were free, crazily raining down. Boom! 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 Explosions were art. On the ground appeared dozens of blackened pits emitting white smoke, and hundreds of lizardman warriors lay scattered everywhere. This brilliant achievement naturally caught the mercenaries' attention. Damn, boss, this kid is not just a pretty face, he has some strength. Oomph, they're just low-level lizardman warriors. If he wastes so much stamina and spirit, he'll soon tire out. Spending so much energy on appetizers, how will he deal with elite-level beasts and boss later? Still a rookie who doesn't understand energy management. Should we remind him? What's the point of reminding him? Let this newbie suffer a bit more, and besides, his life or death has nothing to do with us. We need to protect that young lady. Lung Feng glanced at the blood-soaked Xiao Yue fighting ahead. Keep a close eye on the young lady. If anything happens to her, we're all done. The few responded and began to gather towards Xiao Yue. At this moment, Xiao Yue was already red with killing. These lizardman warriors were not very strong, but they provided plenty of experience. In the thrill of rapid leveling, she became more and more vigorous in her killing, her level rising to 15, exceeding Ye Chen by 2 levels. Xiao Yue waved her ice wings lightly, and dozens of ice spikes erupted, instantly killing a bunch of lizardman warriors. 2 hours later. All the lizardman warriors had been cleared by a few of them. Ye Chen was drenched in sweat, panting, leaning against a big tree. His level had reached 16, and the flamingo's level had reached 28. The leveling speed here was much faster than in the Dark Forest. This was just the beginning. If they went deeper into this dungeon to kill monsters, they would likely level up even more. Before he could catch his breath, Lung Feng shouted ahead, "Everyone keep moving, there's no time to rest." This unclaimed dungeon is only open for 1 day at most. If you don't break through, the instance will close, and you will be lost to other places. Xiao Yue has already marched forward, completely ignoring the crowd behind her. Her level has risen to level 18, and soon she will reach level 20, at which point she can undergo the second job change. An S-level student in their second job change is a hot commodity for any university. As long as she reaches the second job change, she will definitely have a place among the top 10 in the college entrance examination. Lang Feng and the others have also raised their levels to level 12. Their talent classes are not high, only C and D, and leveling up requires more experience. They have just undergone their first job change. The crowd is climbing up the mountainside. Suddenly, there is a mechanical voice from the sky. Intruders have breached the first line of defense, urgently activating the second line of defense. Boom! Crack crack. The mountainside suddenly splits open with loud noises, and the mercenaries, along with Xiao Yue, do not react in time to this sudden change, screaming and instantly falling into the mountain. Ye Chen had already jumped aside when the crack opened, standing on a large rock, avoiding the gaping hole that collapsed. Inside the cave, it is very dark, and a cool breeze blows from within. The few mercenaries are inconsequential to Ye Chen, but Xiao Yue is somewhat okay to him. This instance was unconditionally introduced to him by the Xiao family, so it wouldn't be right to watch her die. Ye Chen sighed, fine, let's go in and see the situation, and try to rescue Xiao Yue. He summoned a flamingo, then grabbed both of its claws, slowly descending into the cave. The cave in front is pitch black, but fortunately, the red glow from the flamingo illuminates the cave, otherwise, it would be completely dark and very unfavorable for combat. Ye Chen walked into the cave. After a short while, 3 branching paths appeared. There are many messy footprints on the ground, and all these footprints lead to the middle path. It seems that they chose to walk this middle path. Ye Chen hesitated for a moment, then also walked towards this middle path. As he ventured deeper, more glowing crystals appeared on either side of the path. With the light from these crystals, he was able to see the road clearly, so Ye Chen put the flamingo away. After walking for a few minutes, he suddenly heard intense voices ahead, as if they were arguing about something. Miss Xiao, we finally tricked you into coming here, no one can save you now. It was Lung Feng's voice. Boss, there's no time to waste. I never expected this to be a scheme within a scheme. Interesting. Ye Chen suddenly lost his urgency. Xiao Yue and the others had long been prepared, and now it was uncertain who would eat whom between the two parties. This grand play, if not watched carefully, would truly be a waste. As he thought of this, Ye Chen quietly moved closer, stealthily taking out a cloak from his space ring. Assassin's Cloak. Grade, Blue. Level, LV12. Equip effect. Wearing this cloak can lower your presence to the minimum, making it hard for enemies to perceive your existence. I have to say this assassin's cloak is truly sinister, although it is just blue gear, its effect is excellent. Everyone in the arena is above level 10, normally, as a beastmaster, he would have been discovered long ago. Ye Chen hid in the corner's shadow, using a large rock for cover, only showing his eyes as he peered towards the center of the battlefield. At this moment, in the spacious center of the cave, Xiao Yue stood on one side, confronting 5 others. Behind them, there was a magic circle inscribed with dense and mysterious runes. In the center of the runes was a pattern of an insect, resembling a bee but with a hideous appearance. It had no wings, a smooth body, and an extraordinarily large belly, indicating that this insect was not a bee. What kind of creature is this? It looks like a bee and a silkworm, something never seen in the beast charts of Blue Star. Could it be a creature from another world? Ye Chen fell into deep thought. These people want to use Xiao Yue as a sacrifice. Could it be to awaken that strangely shaped insect? Ha, do you think your Xiao family's goo worms can control us? Don't joke around. When it comes to playing with worms, our esteemed lord behind us is your ancestor. Lung Feng laughed heartily, then took out a white pill and swallowed it. The others also took out white pills and swallowed them as well. After taking the pills, their purple-black complexions swiftly returned to normal. Xiao Yue's brows furrowed slightly. Detoxification white mushroom pill? Although it can temporarily suppress the goo poison, you cannot break the insect goo. If you tell me who the mastermind is, I can lift the insect goo for you right now. Lang Feng toyed with the dagger in his hand, unconcerned, saying, so you want to know who the person behind us is? It's fine to tell you, after all, you are already dead. Lang Feng, someone shouted from among the mercenaries. What's there to fear? Today, she will never leave this cave. Lang Feng, I see you've become foolish playing the undercover role, stop stalling. Now that the goo poison has been suppressed, kill her quickly, and we can complete the task. Kill, kill, kill. You only know how. Xiao Yongzhen is a madman. Are you all going mad with him? The interstellar mother bug is an uncontrollable descendant of divine beasts. Are you trying to destroy Blue Star by bringing it back? There's no need for Miss Xiao to worry. Brother Yongzhen has already researched a series of magic spells to suppress it. Even if we can't contract the interstellar mother bug as a tamed beast, we can still make it obedient. Hee, wishful thinking. A descendant of a divine beast is something you can control? You actually believe Xiao Yongzhen's nonsense. It's simply beyond hope. Ye Chen was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect to hear about a descendant of a divine beast here. What a big surprise. It seems that the strange bug carved on that altar is the interstellar mother bug. So it turns out it is a cosmic creature, a descendant of divine beasts. No wonder he had never heard of it before. Little Ching is a descendant of a divine beast, and he knows well how great its potential is. Any creature related to divine beasts must be powerful. There's a chance that mutated tamed beasts inherit the bloodline of divine beasts, but most mutated tamed beasts only become slightly stronger than their previous ordinary bloodlines. Few, like Ye Chen, can inherit the bloodline of divine beasts in their first mutation. Otherwise, his green snake might have only mutated into some kind of stronger sub-divine beast. While he was secretly astonished, the two sides began fighting again. This speed is shocking, the human eye cannot even see its afterimage. Quickly, Tonzi told Ye Chen information about this otherworldly beast. Ant King Bell, 3rd Transcendence. Rank, Platinum. Level, LV 30. Attack, 478. Defense, 496. Spirit, 386. Agility, 673. Skills, Mysterious Steel Exoskeleton, Passive, Steel/Flash, Shadow Instant Kill Step. Damn it! A 3rd Transcendent otherworldly beast. And it's Platinum level. Moreover, its agility reaches 673 points, no wonder it's so fast. Keep in mind, an ordinary person's speed is only 10 points, its agility is 67 times higher than that of an ordinary person. When Cold Blade saw this otherworldly beast, his lips trembled. How did it wake up? This is impossible, we haven't even performed the ceremony to awaken the interstellar mother bug. Why did this male ant wake up early? Xiao Yue said coldly, the only reason is that your good brother, Xiao Yongzhen, has tampered with things, wanting to bury you with me in the instance. Cold Blade's face changed unpredictably, recalling everything he had done without mistakes. The only reason for the male ant waking up early could be Xiao Yongzhen's interference. You are now pawns, the only way to survive is to kill your way out with me. Xiao Yue glanced at Cold Blade with a cold smile. Damn it, that bastard Xiao Yongzhen. Cold Blade cursed angrily. Set up the formation. A blue magical light formation quickly solidified, protecting everyone inside. Ant King Bell glanced down at the tiny ants forming the formation, his wings fluttered slightly, and his figure vanished into thin air. Buzz. It's coming! Cold Blade shouted. Before his voice faded. Boom! Suddenly, a fast-moving shadow flashed by, and the blue magical formation of the four burst with a loud bang, as if hit hard by a giant object. Crack! The magical formation emitted a faint, clear cracking sound, and several cracks appeared in the impacted area. Not good. Boom! The shadow flashed again, and there was another violent roar. Crack! Bang! The magical formation shattered like broken glass, piece by piece. Among the mercenaries, a tall man reacted quickly, immediately raising his shield in front of him. A shadow suddenly appeared like a ghost. Ant King Bell lightly raised his arm, and the shield was sliced in half as if made of paper. Blood spurted out, the man holding the shield was cleaved in two, his body fell like two pieces of rags, blood splattering everywhere. This ant, whether in rank or power, is stronger than Xiao Qing, and that ghostly speed could instantly kill her. If Xiao Qing hadn't been able to defend in time, her life would surely be forfeit here. Now Ye Chen can only wish her good luck. Ye Chen quietly stepped back, carefully moving away towards the entrance with small, cautious steps. With Cold Edge dead, the other two were even less capable of fighting back. The Ant King Bell casually swung his arms twice, and the bodies of the two were torn apart. The speed of their deaths was incredibly fast, so fast that they didn't even have time to scream before they shattered into pieces. Then it turned its head and glanced toward the cave entrance. Ye Chen, who had been paying attention to the movements here, suddenly sensed something. A sense of crisis like being targeted by a fierce beast shot through his heart, making him feel cold all over and goosebumps rose on his skin. He shouted without hesitation, "Xiao Chang!" The magic circle lit up rapidly, and the dark figure in the distance also moved in an instant. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. It all happened in the blink of an eye. When the green light shone brightly, the dark figure collided solidly with Xiao Qing, producing a deafening sound of metal clashing. Xiao Yue only saw a sudden flash of green light at the cave entrance, followed by a huge noise, the entire cave echoing with the sound. Her hand, which was about to crush the teleportation crystal, froze in place. It's Ye Chen. When did he arrive here? Did he hear everything that just happened? Xiao Yue's thoughts flashed quickly. She knew Ye Chen's strength was very strong, but whether he could defeat this ant in front of her was still uncertain. After all, the toxic Ruin King was nothing compared to this ant. Xiao Yue showed a thoughtful expression. The purpose of coming to this dungeon mainly had 3 points. First, to eradicate the traitors of the Xiao family and uncover the mastermind. Second, if she couldn't defeat the traitors alone, she would have Ye Chen to help. Third, to bring benefits from the dungeon and then win over Ye Chen. But if Ye Chen heard all of their earlier conversation, then he would already know that she had fallen into the Xiao family's scheme. Even though her plan did not involve harming Ye Chen, knowing she had been plotted against would surely create a rift in his heart. If she crushed the teleportation crystal now and left Ye Chen behind, the gap would only grow larger, which would contradict her goal of winning him over. Forget it, let's wait and see the situation. If necessary, she would save Ye Chen and take him away from here. This was the only opportunity to rescue the Xiao family in Ye Chen's heart. Xiao Yue made up her mind and immediately took out a piece of equipment from her spatial ring. Ye Chen, I'm here to help you. Chapter 27, Xiao Yue, Instant Death. Xiao Yue's equipment was a uniquely shaped ice sword, with patterns carved on the icy blade resembling meteors, and the hilt resembling the wings of a bird in flight. The power of the ice phoenix was infused into the sword, making the entire weapon seem alive. After glowing with a golden light, it emitted a chilling aura. Ye Chen caught the movement from Xiao Yue's side, and when he saw that blinding golden light, he understood. So this weapon was her greatest confidence in coming to the dungeon. It turned out to be an epic weapon, and it was an ice element weapon perfectly suited to her ice phoenix ability. If purple weapons were rare, then epic weapons required luck to obtain. Indeed, the Xiao family's foundation was robust, allowing Xiao Yue to bring such a treasure into the dungeon. Cold Star, 1,000 feathers. A beam of cold light flashed from the tip of the sword, and thousands of icy spikes shot out like the feathers of a phoenix. In an instant, the ice spikes burst forth, endless and overwhelming, culminating in a giant blue icy crystal sword that shot out. All the attacks poured into the back of the Ant King Bell. Frosty white smoke buried the figure of the Ant King Bell. All that could be heard was the crackling sound of ice crystals piercing the hard surface. The chill instantly froze the entire cave, and the temperature plummeted by dozens of degrees, making Ye Chen's teeth chatter from the cold. Xiao Yue's attack was already very powerful. Ordinary abyssal beasts would have died long ago. Even the Poison Ruins King would be instantly defeated by this strike. However, Ye Chen did not sense the life of the Ant King Bell in front of him fading away. Instead, amidst the white mist, a more terrifying aura was rapidly rising. After the attack ended, the white smoke quickly dissipated, revealing the Ant King Bell frozen in ice crystals, with a blue giant sword stabbed into its back. The sword only penetrated a bit, piercing its black shell, causing a drop of green blood to flow out from within. Suddenly, the enormous compound eyes of the Ant King Bell, trapped in the ice crystals, flashed red. Boom! The ice crystals shattered instantly all over its body. Rage spread rapidly in its heart. It was the king. From ancient times, it had never been defeated, nor had it ever been injured. But now, the proud king was injured by an ant. This drop of blood was its shame. The Ant King Bell let out a fierce howl, and the invisible sound wave echoed in the cave, piercing through the eardrums of the two. Its whole body ignited with black-red magic, and waves of terrifying aura swept through this cave like an invisible tide. Pure violence, rage, and terror were the most intuitive feelings in their hearts. Ye Chen's heart sank. It had gone mad. This male ant in front of him had gone insane. This momentum was a sign of a rampage. Xiao Yue was even more terrified, completely at a loss. She had already used her ultimate techniques, combining an epic weapon with all her magic power, yet it had only pierced its skin to draw a drop of blood. The damage was low, but the humiliation was extremely strong. The Ant King Bell had completely gone berserk. Its figure suddenly vanished in midair, leaving only a ripple. Xiao Yue's heart skipped a beat, and a shadow of death loomed overhead. She had no time to think, only able to raise the Cold Star sword to defend herself. As soon as the sword was raised, a black shadow appeared before her. The terrifying face of the Ant King Bell seemingly materialized out of thin air, forcefully squeezing into Xiao Yue's eyes. Xiao Yue's pupils suddenly constricted, and her whole body's blood seemed to cool down. Boom! The Ant King Bell casually raised its hand. Its black-red magical arm appeared to lightly slap, but the force was heavier than 1,000 pounds, sending Xiao Yue and her sword flying away. Wow! In midair, she spewed several mouthfuls of blood, her face pale as paper. After hitting the ground, her whole body slid several meters before crashing into the wall, lying motionless on the ground, unsure if she was dead or alive. Ye Chen took a deep breath. He had originally hoped Xiao Yue could hold on for a moment, but unexpectedly, she was instantly defeated. She couldn't even withstand a single attack from the male ant. This male ant was the strongest opponent Ye Chen had encountered since coming to this world. In terms of defense, attack, and speed, it was all top-notch. At this moment, Xiao Qing had half of her body digging out of the magic array. Ye Chen's eyes brightened. Xiao Qing, break through the mountaintop, let's go outside and fight it. Hiss. Xiao Qing's vertical pupils chilled, and she charged towards the sky with Ye Chen. Boom! The entire mountain violently shook, and a large hole opened up halfway up the mountain, a gigantic blue snake over 100 meters long drilling out from within. Blue Python. Quality, Platinum. Level, LV26. Attack, 403. Defense, 412. Spirit, 396. Agility, 419. Skills, Poison Dragon Marsh, Twin Poison Fangs, Hardened Scales. Evolution points required for evolution, 10. Current evolution points, 4. Note, 1 unit of evolution point can be obtained daily. Evolution points can be used for beast evolution. Xiaoqing had not yet promoted, and her attributes were significantly inferior to the Ant King Belle, especially in agility, where she lagged more than 100. Behind Xiaoqing, a black shadow flashed past. The Ant King Belle followed out. It hung in the air, its large compound eyes revealing a look of interest, clearly drawn to the power of Xiaoqing. This male ant kept flying, never touching the ground. Xiaoqing's poisonous swamp was already useless, unable to hit it, and now only 2 skills were available: Hardened Scales and Dual Poison Fangs. Under the overwhelming attributes of the opponent, the difficulty of the battle had significantly increased. Ye Chen frowned deeply, pondering the combat strategy. Just as Ye Chen was lost in thought, the Ant King Belle moved. Its figure flickered and vanished in place. Damn it, this guy's astonishing speed really gave Ye Chen a headache. Now he didn't know from which direction this male ant would launch its attack, so he could only focus on protecting himself to avoid a surprise strike. Hardened Scales. Ye Chen shouted loudly. First, build up the defense and then deal with whatever comes. The defense attribute of Hardened Scales was extremely high, allowing Xiaoqing to instantly transform into a land tank. With a flash of green light, Xiaoqing's scales shimmered brightly all over. Xiaoqing curled its entire body into a pyramid shape, and Ye Chen hid inside the pyramid, making it nearly impenetrable. No matter where the male ant appeared, its attacks would be blocked by Xiaoqing. Clang! First came the piercing sound of metal clashing, followed by sparks flying from a certain part of Xiaoqing. The Ant King Belle appeared to Ye Chen's side, and with overwhelming force, it knocked Xiaoqing's curled body askew. This male ant's target was himself. It actually knew to kill the beast master first. This male ant seemed very aware of human professions, or rather, its intelligence was not low, understanding that it was Ye Chen who commanded the green snake in battle. After a failed strike, the Ant King Belle did not give up its attack. It activated its ghostly figure once again and vanished into the air. Boom! 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 The attacks came like a storm, dense fists mercilessly raining down on Xiaoqing, causing Xiaoqing to squish like a piece of clay, denting in one place and bulging out in another. If it were like a ferocious beast, it would have long been dead under such relentless attacks. Ye Chen snorted coldly. Being defensively passive and treated like a punching bag was not his style. He decided to counterattack. Chapter 28, finally victorious. Xiaoqing swung its tail fiercely towards the shadow. Boom! The giant tail slammed into the ground, creating a deep pit. However, such an attack could not possibly hit the Ant King Belle. Its speed was too fast. Before the tail could land, it had already flashed past, flying out of the attack range. Dual Poison Fangs. Xiaoqing opened its mouth and sprayed poison fangs like a machine gun. These fangs transformed into a dense rain that shot out in all directions around it. The shadow's attacks abruptly paused, darting away into the distance. When it stopped, the Ant King Belle appeared more than 10 meters away. It looked down with disdain. Such slow and lazy attacks could never hit it. Thinking this green snake would bring it some fun, it didn't expect it to be this weak. Belle's figure flickered. Ye Chen snorted coldly, use your tail to attack around you. Xiaoqing immediately whipped its tail, attacking the air around it. This attack looked very clumsy, as if it were doing a useless task. The Ant King Belle soared up and down, dodging the sweeping tail, and used the skill Steel Slash, leaving many X-shaped marks on the tail. Then it began to charge towards Ye Chen's position. Ye Chen instructed Xiaoqing to continue using its tail to protect itself. The Ant King Belle's attacks were quite sharp and powerful. However, after attacking for 1 or 2 hours, it still could not break through Xiaoqing's defense. This green snake's attack power could be ignored, but after using the Hardened Scale skill, its defense was terrifyingly strong. Belle was momentarily at a loss. Moreover, for some reason, this green snake was constantly engaged in seemingly pointless efforts. Knowing that its attack could not reach itself, it repeated the same attack moves with unyielding enjoyment. Belle was puzzled, but it felt that the human controlling the blue snake would not be so foolish. He must have some secret plot. Being unable to break through the blue snake's defense made it very furious, and not understanding what the human was doing only added to its agitation. Hiding under the protection of Little Green, Ye Chen trembled as he held the ghost headstaff with both hands. He had poured all his energy into the ghost headstaff, maximizing its effects to their fullest power. Damn it! This male ant's mental power is only over 300, yet it can withstand the mental attack of the ghost headstaff for a whole hour. Shit, if the fear effect doesn't activate soon, I might be the first to fall. My energy is quickly draining, I can last at most 5 more minutes. Ye Chen gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. A large amount of energy loss made him feel drowsy and sluggish. Outside, Belle's increasingly frantic emotions made its attacks sharper. Countless attacks poured down like a rain curtain from the sky. Little Green had to not only protect Ye Chen but also endure Belle's endless frenzied attacks, and in the end, it had to use its tail for meaningless basic attacks. To maintain the skill, the magic power within its body was quickly depleting. Noticing Little Green's physical condition, Ye Chen felt very anxious inside. Little Green, hold on. It can't last much longer. Ye Chen had already seen the fierce black specter appearing on Ant King Belle's body. This indicated that the equipment effect of the ghost head staff had finally begun to take effect. As long as they could persist for a little longer, once it fell into the fear-induced mental attack, they would win. In its continuous attacks, for some reason, Belle actually felt a trace of fear toward the blue snake, which could only passively take hits. It was as if the blue snake in front of it was not a weak ant, but a mountain it could never defeat. Even if this fear was just a tiny bit, it brought a great sense of shame to its unbeatable heart. A king should never feel fear toward an enemy. Roar! Belle roared in anger, the black-red magic power gradually condensing in its right fist. As the magic power shrank, the light became increasingly dazzling, and its momentum climbed steadily. This charged punch looked incredibly powerful. Hiding under Little Green, Ye Chen saw the scene through a gap and immediately commanded Little Green to use the Twin Poison Fangs attack. We must not let it charge up peacefully. The Poison Fangs shot out quickly. However, Ant King Belle did not dodge or evade, solidly taking the Poison Fangs head-on. Clang! The subtle sound of armor breaking echoed, the tips of the Poison Fangs stabbed into the black shell, but they could only penetrate a little before being firmly stuck by the black shell. The poison began to seep from the tip, trying to destroy Belle from the inside. However, just as this poison fang began to corrode the flesh, it was suddenly enveloped by a wave of black-red magic, forcibly pulling it out from within. The magic power that separated caused Belle's charge to slow down slightly. At that moment, the specter on its body suddenly surged explosively. Ye Chen's eyes brightened. The fear effect has finally taken hold. That creature was so arrogant to take the Poison Fang's head on, it made the effect of fear double. Belle felt a sudden jolt in its heart, an inexplicable fear breathing wildly within it, as if it was trapped in darkness surrounded by specters attacking it. Countless specters passed through its body, draining away its vitality. Countless souls it had killed whispered around, seeking vengeance. These whispers from the dead were like a curse, causing it to feel a retreat. Its charged right fist's magic power became chaotic, and its momentum dissipated in an instant. Roar! In fear, Belle roared angrily. A king should not allow itself to feel even a hint of fear. It was invincible. Belle held its head in its hands, its body twisted painfully in the air. The fear in its heart forced it to retreat. But as the king's glory, it cannot retreat. Now is the time. Little Chang let out a roar, his body sprang up from the ground, opening his bloody jaws wide, aiming for the Ant King Belle who stood frozen in midair. Crack! Sharp teeth pierced through Ant King Belle's black armor, and green blood gushed out wildly. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed Ant King Belle. Third transformation, Xinghe gains 5,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, Xinghe has leveled up, current level LV 28. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up, current level LV 19. Ding! Congratulations, your class change task is complete. Current task. Hidden class, Master of Beasts. Task requirement, kill a third transformation monster. Task time, unlimited. Task status, completed. Do you want to submit the task? Ye Chen collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Hearing the system's series of announcements, the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. Damn, I thought I was strong, but I almost died in the dungeon this time. I still need to quickly improve my strength. This Blue Star continent is full of hidden talents, only strong power can guarantee my safety. You asked me whether to submit the task, isn't that nonsense? Submit, definitely submit. Ding! Task submitted. As the system's prompt sounded, Ye Chen's body suddenly burst forth with golden light. A powerful force emanated from every cell, filling his whole body as if he had unlimited stamina. The weakness he felt just moments ago vanished completely. Ding! Personal panel updated, please check. Chapter 29, God-Level Contract Technique. Ye Chen opened his class panel to check. Name, Ye Chen, First Transformation. Profession, Beast Tamer. Advanced Profession, Master of Beasts, Hidden Profession. Beasts, Xinghe, Flamingo. Skill, God-Level Contract Technique, can evolve. After class advancement, new skills will be learned, and this God-Level Contract Technique is the skill Ye Chen just learned. Just by its name, it's clear this skill is not simple. Ye Chen quickly clicked to view the skill description. God-Level Contract Technique. Skill effect: contracting a monster will have a 100% success rate, and the first evolution of the monster will definitely result in a mutation. What the hell? Ye Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the skill description on the panel. I already knew a skill with god level in its name wouldn't be simple, but I didn't expect it to be this outrageous. A 100% success rate for contracting is already unbelievable, it can also guarantee a mutation. Ye Chen's breath quickened. To contract a fully healthy monster is basically impossible. Many noble-blooded beasts have a success rate near zero. For instance, a descendant with divine beast bloodline, contracting such a monster is simply a pipe dream. Top beast tamers who once possessed divine beasts acquired them through mutation channels, and no one has ever contracted a divine beast through regular means. With this skill, if Ye Chen encounters a divine beast descendant, he can guarantee a 100% successful contract. Looking at the second skill effect, 100% mutation on first evolution is even more incredible. The probability of mutation is extremely slim, perhaps only 1 in 100,000 will mutate, and whether it mutates is purely a matter of luck. Now, with this skill, Ye Chen's future beasts will definitely mutate. It's outrageous. This is simply too outrageous. Ye Chen's breath quickened, his face flushed. And what does can evolve mean? He noticed there was an evolution option behind the skill. Could it be? No way, right? It can't be as I imagined, can it? Ye Chen trembled as he pointed and clicked the evolution option. God-level contract technique. Evolution points required for evolution, 1. Current status, can evolve. Do you want to evolve? It really can evolve. Such an outrageous skill can evolve again. Ye Chen stared in shock at the evolution option. Then he thought, if beasts can evolve, then it's reasonable for me to evolve myself too. Without hesitation, Ye Chen directly chose to evolve. A golden light flashed across the panel of the god-level contract technique, and this light was extremely dazzling, causing Ye Chen to involuntarily close his eyes. When he eagerly opened his eyes again, the god-level contract technique had already undergone a change. God-level contract technique, evolved. Skill effect: evolved version contracting alien beasts will be 100% successful, and the first evolution of the alien beasts will definitely cause mutations. Can forcibly contract hostile beings? Hostile beings. This, is it really that outrageous? Ye Chen's heart was pounding, and his chest was heaving fiercely. Generally speaking, the beasts that beast tamers can contract are neutral or friendly alien beasts. If the alien beast harbors hostility toward the beast tamer, then there are no basic contract conditions, because the first contract condition is that only non-hostile alien beasts can be contracted. Moreover, this skill says that it can contract hostile beings, which means as long as the other party is a living being, whether they are alien beasts or not, they can be contracted. Doesn't that mean humans can also be contracted? This is simply beyond comprehension. The power of this skill has completely overturned Ye Chen's knowledge of beast taming learned in school on Blue Star for 18 years. As expected of the master, as expected of a hidden profession, the awesomeness of this skill left him in awe. And right now, this is only the first evolution. In the future, with every job change, he can gain new skills again. He will continue to upgrade to the second job change, the third job change. At that time, the job change skills will only increase. The first skill is already so monstrous, what kind of heaven-defying skills will the future skills be? Having 5, 10, or even more than 10 heaven-defying professional skills, Ye Chen couldn't even imagine how invincible he would be in the future. Ye Chen breathed heavily, his excitement unable to calm down for a long time. Taking a few deep breaths to suppress the agitation in his heart, Ye Chen gradually regained his composure. Now is not the time to be proud or complacent, he is currently only level 19. Compared to those long-established professionals, he is still too weak. Before he grows stronger, they could kill him with a single slap. Just like this time in the dungeon, he almost died at the hands of that soldier ant. Thinking of that soldier ant's ghostly speed, Ye Chen still felt lingering fear. If it weren't for Xiao Qing's strong skills, he would have died here long ago. Just as Ye Chen was deep in thought, the ground beneath him suddenly shook violently. Boom! The surrounding space began to collapse, countless space cracks tearing apart the space barriers of the dungeon, revealing the dark, deep space outside. Not good, this dungeon is about to collapse. If he was swallowed by the space cracks, he would be buried in the vast universe. He glanced at the dungeon entrance, then looked at the inside of the cave. Xiao Yue was still lying inside, not knowing if she was dead or alive. Although this time he was targeted by the Xiao family, they didn't actually attack him. Moreover, in the final moment, Xiao Yue did not abandon him, choosing to face the soldier ant head-on. Forget it, let's go down and see if she's dead. If she's not dead, I'll just take her out. Ye Chen summoned the fire phoenix, grabbed its claws, and flew into the cave. He moved quickly and soon arrived at the cave where Xiao Yue was located. Xiao Yue was still lying on the ground, unmoving, her blood staining that strange altar red. Ye Chen hurried over and reached out to check her pulse. There's still a breath. To survive such. Ye Chen's heart missed a beat, and his face went pale. This altar is the altar that summons the interstellar motherworm. The male ant, serving as the personal bodyguard of the interstellar motherworm, is already terrifying. What kind of horrifying power will the interstellar motherworm herself possess? Ye Chen couldn't even dare to think about it, it was completely unimaginable. At this moment, his calves were shaking. Having just fought a fierce battle with the male ant, he and Xiaochang were already very weak, and against the interstellar motherworm, they would undoubtedly die. However, the altar activated at an incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was fully operational. Amidst the burst of red light, an insect figure suddenly revealed itself. Ye Chen's pupils contracted sharply. Are we really doomed? Chapter 30, Return. Ye Chen's eyes widened as he stared intently at the insect figure that emerged from the altar. Even with many falling rocks from the cave ceiling and danger looming, he couldn't care less. Compared to the falling rocks, the interstellar motherworm was the true terrifying presence. As the red light faded, a plump, white, slimy creature appeared at the center of the altar. The creature's head resembled that of an ant, its body large and bloated, with 6 short legs under its belly. It lay there slowly wriggling. Ding! Descendant of a divine beast detected. Interstellar worm, subdivine beast. Rank, Gold. Level, LV1. Attack, 53. Defense, 34. Spirit, 68. Agility, 21. Abilities, Strong Acid Corrosion, Energy Collection. Note, possesses 10% of the interstellar motherworm's bloodline. Hostile status, Neutral. Ye Chen's eyes lit up and then he was filled with joy. I won't die after all. I thought it was the interstellar motherworm, but it's just a subdivine beast, a real scare. A subdivine beast is just a member of the divine beast family, possessing some divine beast blood but not having truly inherited divine beast legacies. You could say they are just distant relatives of divine beasts. If an awakening stone is used, there is a 50% chance of a subdivine beast inheriting true divine beast blood during evolution. Ye Chen laughed heartily. Great! This trip turned out to be quite rewarding. If I bring this little worm back, with Brother Xinghe's evolution ability, it's only a matter of time before it truly inherits the interstellar motherworm's bloodline. And awakening stones, though rare, can still be found. I'll get one for this little worm when I have the chance. Ye Chen rubbed his hands together and quickly hopped over to the interstellar worm, saying, Little treasure, come to brother's bowl. Come to my embrace. Follow brother, and I'll take you to show off and soar. The interstellar worm sensed someone approaching and began to wriggle desperately to the side. Ye Chen reached out a big hand and grabbed its chubby back. Today you must follow whether you want to or not, ha ha ha. From now on, you are my beast. With a face full of joy, Ye Chen tossed the interstellar worm into the beast space, then grabbed Xiao Yue on the ground and ran wildly toward the cave entrance. Rocks were continuously falling around, the ground shaking more violently. The entire cave was about to collapse, and at this speed, Ye Chen couldn't escape while carrying Xiao Yue. Ye Chen yelled, Flamingo! The flamingo appeared above him and, as soon as it appeared, grabbed Ye Chen's clothes, lifting him into the air and soaring out through the hole that Xiaoqing had broken open. Once outside the cave, Ye Chen summoned Xiaochang again, jumped onto its head, and sprinted toward the dungeon entrance. Crack, crack. Countless spatial rifts densely covered the entrance. Xiaoqing was too large and faced the risk of being torn apart by the rifts while moving at such high speed. Ye Chen had no choice but to recall Xiaochang and used the flamingo to carry the two of them in low-altitude flight. The dungeon entrance was right in front of them, only 5 or 6 meters away from Ye Chen, seemingly within reach. Crack, crack, crack. Bang! The spatial rift suddenly tore the entrance apart. With a crisp shattering sound, the entrance collapsed into countless fragments. Damn, the entrance is gone. Before them lay only a gaping maw of a rift. And the pitch-black deep space behind the crack. Here has turned into a dead end. Ye Chen frowned tightly, a storm of thoughts rising in his mind. He scanned his surroundings, trying to find a crack that led out of the copy. But unfortunately, all the cracks around were dark and desolate, with no openings leading to other copies or worlds. No way, am I really going to die here? Cough, cough. As Ye Chen was worried, Xiao Yue in his arms coughed twice and woke up. Ye Chen? We're still alive. Xiao Yue's face was pale as paper, weakly speaking. Yeah, for now we're still alive, but we'll be dead soon. Ye Chen replied absent-mindedly. Xiao Yue looked around the environment, her brows tightly knitted. The copy is going to collapse, let's run. Ye Chen helplessly said, if we could run, I would have run already. The entrance to the copy is gone, torn apart by the space crack. We have no way out. A flash of white light appeared in Xiao Yue's hand. She held a teleportation crystal. Use this, it'll take us back. Ye Chen glanced down and immediately felt overjoyed. Wow, it's actually a teleportation crystal. Why didn't you take this out sooner instead of fighting that ant? Xiao Yue smiled bitterly. I brought you into the copy, how could I leave you behind and run away? You heard those conversations in the cave, right? I didn't mean to scheme against you, it's just that this copy is too bizarre, limiting the entry to level 10. I had no choice but to collaborate with you. Of course, I didn't intend to hide it from you. This is a secret for the Xiao family, and I couldn't disclose it in advance. Ye Chen smiled faintly. Alright, at least you have a conscience. You didn't abandon me and run away alone. But next time, if you dare to scheme against me again, I won't be polite, got it? Hearing Ye Chen's words, the heavy stone in Xiao Yue's heart finally fell. She was afraid Ye Chen would misunderstand the Xiao family. Ye Chen's potential was enormous. If he became an enemy, the Xiao family would surely not have it easy in the future. Xiao Yue smiled sincerely. She was originally a beautiful woman, but usually had a cold demeanor that kept people at bay. At this moment, her smile was like snow melting, flowers blooming, breathtakingly beautiful. Thank you. Alright, quickly activate the teleportation crystal. Xiao Yue nodded, infused her magic into the crystal, and then forcefully crushed the crystal. Bang! The crystal shattered into specks of starlight, enveloping the two figures, and then a beam of light shot up and transported them back. In the wild mountains. Xiao Zian anxiously paced at the entrance of the copy. Just a few minutes ago, the entrance to the copy suddenly exploded, and now it was completely empty, with no entrance in sight. This phenomenon can only mean one thing, the copy has collapsed. Why hasn't my little sister come out yet? Something can't have really happened, right? Xiao Zian's face showed impatience. It shouldn't be a problem. The family not only gave her an epic weapon but also a teleportation crystal. Even if she can't win, she can still teleport back. But why hasn't she returned even after so long since the copy collapsed? As he contemplated whether to call the family elder to check, a beam of teleportation light suddenly descended from the sky. Xiao Zian's face lit up with joy as he rushed towards the light column. As the light faded, two young people appeared before him. Ye Chen stood there, holding the injured Xiao Yue. Xiao Zian's expression changed. Little sister. Quickly take her to the hospital, she's seriously injured. Ye Chen said calmly. What happened? It's a long story. Wait until she wakes up, and you can ask her yourself. Chapter 31, The college entrance examination approaches. Ha! After getting up, Ye Chen stretched lazily. After a comfortable sleep last night, he felt refreshed. The sky outside was just beginning to lighten, and he had already risen, put on his clothes, and started his morning run for the day. Ever since returning from the copy, he had been feeling sore all over. This couldn't go on. Although taming beasts was powerful, this body was simply too weak. He had to strengthen his training. After finishing the morning run, he began to exercise his muscles, doing all the sit-ups and such once. Although he was exhausted, the effect was quite good. His physical abilities were quickly improving, and now with $1 million in hand, buying some supplements and food, after a few days, his muscles were already comparable to a champion bodybuilder who had trained for 3 to 5 years. No wonder Xiao Yue was able to take a hit from the Ant King Bell and survive. As the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, she must have received professional training in supplements since she was little. With just a few days of haphazard exercise and a bit of supplements, he had already surpassed the training of an average person for several years, let alone her. After waking up, Xiao Yue told everyone in the Xiao family that it was Ye Chen who saved her and explained that it was Ye Chen who killed the Ant King Bell. The Xiao family's view of Ye Chen completely changed, and they unanimously decided to befriend him. They sent people to visit several times, and Xiao Yue even personally came to thank him. However, Ye Chen wasn't too interested in the Xiao family's goodwill. A big family is still a big family. What they value is a person's worth and benefits. If Ye Chen wasn't strong enough, they definitely wouldn't give him a second glance. But Ye Chen didn't turn down their goodwill. After all, it's not good to turn down free benefits. Gifts, accepted. Money, accepted. As for whether the Xiao family would ask for anything in the future, he would see how things went before helping. A month quickly passed, and the day of the college entrance examination suddenly arrived. After a month of physical training, Ye Chen's physique was now very strong, looking much better than his previous skinny and malnourished state. He appeared on campus, and many girls often stole glances at him, with confession notes piling up under tables. From being laughed at as a useless beast master, to now being treated like a star, Ye Chen, who had lived 2 lives, had long seen through the coldness of the world. He simply smiled at his current situation. Chen Jiyu treated Ye Chen like a beloved son, allowing him to freely use all resources on campus without any restrictions. What a joke! Ye Chen was the poster student for their year's college entrance examination, a top student who was admitted to Xinghe University in advance. As soon as the exam ended, Ye Chen would be famous. As a high school that cultivated students who entered the nation's top universities, Xinghe High School would also gain fame throughout the Dragon Country, and next year's enrollment would surely be full, with countless students eager to attend. Xinghe smiled and said to Ye Chen, "Ye Chen, how did you sleep yesterday?" "Pretty well." "That's good, that's good. Good sleep and good spirits won't affect the exam. Although you've already been admitted to Xinghe University, we still need to take the college entrance exam seriously. This exam is like 1,000 soldiers crossing a single log bridge. All the third-year students across the country will be taking the exam today, and you can experience this grand national examination, which is also a good life experience." The principal is right. Come, get in my car, I'll drive you to the exam hall today." Xinghe had already brought his black sedan to the door early, warmly welcoming Ye Chen inside. The surrounding students sneered at Xinghe's fawning behavior, especially the poor students, who mimicked him behind his back. "Pa, what a joke of a principal, bowing down to Ye Chen like that. Anyone who doesn't know would think Ye Chen is his ancestor. Heh, so disgusting. Ha, who told us we're the poor students? In the eyes of these teachers, we poor students are like flies, not even human. Damn it, every time he sees me, he always wears this fierce look on his face, like I owe him a few million. Damn, you're not wrong, today I got punished again to clean the toilets. Damn, I didn't even do anything bad. I just tugged on the ponytail of the girl in front of me, what's the big deal? The teacher insisted I was bullying her. What the hell, I wasn't bullying her, I was just messing around, alright? On the other hand, that girl hit me on the head with a book, and when the teacher saw it, he told me to go stand in the hallway as punishment, saying if I didn't want to study, I shouldn't disturb the other students. What the hell, does that teacher even have eyes? She hit me first, and he's punishing me. Hey, give me some peanuts, give me some peanuts. The teacher's standards are so double-faced. Ye Chen comfortably sat into the principal's car, while the other students were forced to take the school's bus. People really are unfairly treated. Amidst the envious gazes of many students, Ye Chen drove away. When they arrived at the outskirts of Tianjin province, where the college entrance exam teleportation portal was, Ye Chen got out of the car. Now, the place was already packed with people, as if everyone from Tianjin province had gathered here. There were cars and people everywhere. The military camp of Tianjin province had also sent many soldiers to maintain order. The teachers and students from the 4 major universities and other colleges from over 10 different counties stood in separate groups. The students formed dozens of rows, and it looked like there were nearly 100,000 exam candidates. It was truly a grand event. Ye Chen looked towards Black Dragon High School but didn't see Li Wei. Xinghe, following Ye Chen's gaze, sneered, "That guy Li Wei, after expelling you, made an enemy of you and was immediately dismissed after the board of directors held an emergency meeting. Now, Black Dragon High School has a new principal." Ye Chen nodded without saying anything. Li Wei was just too stingy and petty. He didn't care at all about students who had no background or were a bit worse in studies. He would bully them at will. Meanwhile, students with good backgrounds or decent talent, he'd flatter them. Such a person really didn't deserve to be a principal, so his dismissal was a good thing for the students of Black Dragon High School. Soon, the college entrance exam candidates began to gather in full. At this moment, the teleportation array in the sky began to emit white light. This teleportation array was enormous, and the resources required to activate it were astronomical. After all, it had to transport nearly 100,000 people at once. Only the government could afford to build such a thing, no one else could bear the cost. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice came through the loudspeakers. "Please enter the teleportation array in an orderly manner. Do not push, pull, or shove. Those who violate the rules will have their qualification for the college entrance exam cancelled." Xinghe patted Ye Chen on the shoulder. "Just take the exam, do your best." Ye Chen gave him a reassuring look, then confidently walked towards the teleportation array. Halfway there, he noticed a pair of eyes staring at him. Ye Chen turned around and saw it was Xiao Yue. Xiao Yue smiled gently at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. Ye Chen froze for a moment, then nodded as a greeting. Ever since the incident in the instance, every time Xiao Yue saw him, she seemed to have a strange look in her eyes. Ye Chen couldn't explain it. One of those life illusions, she likes me. Ye Chen, of course, didn't have such an illusion. He just thought that maybe she had developed a strong liking for him because he had saved her life. Chapter 32, Cultural Exam. A beauty like Xiao Yue was naturally the center of attention. Her gaze towards Ye Chen was quickly noticed by the other students. Some students who didn't recognize Ye Chen began to gossip. Damn, who's that guy? Why is Xiao Yue smiling at him? This is insane. Xiao Yue is famous for being an ice queen, can even a goddess like her smile? Him? You don't know him? He's Ye Chen, from Xinghe High School. Recently, it has been very popular. Hey, brother, who is Ye Chen? I come from the county town, and I haven't heard of him. I only know that the most likely candidate to win the provincial top scholar this year is Xiao Yue. Is Ye Chen really that impressive? Of course he is impressive. He was first in the training match, and now he is level 10. Just level 10? I thought it was something remarkable. There are several level 10 students from other provinces too. Ha, there are level 10 students from other provinces, but have they been admitted to Xinghe University? What? Admitted to Xinghe University? That's right. This Ye Chen has been admitted early by Xinghe University. Nonsense. I can't believe you're bragging here. If he was admitted to Xinghe University, wouldn't I have heard about it? Believe it or not, it's up to you. The students from Xinghe High School were too lazy to argue with these people. Anyway, after the college entrance examination, they would know the truth. The reason this news hadn't been released yet was simply that the people from Xinghe University didn't allow them to promote it, otherwise, Chen Zhiyu would have been beating drums and announcing it to the world. Ye Chen walked into the center of the teleportation array, and the formation beneath his feet began to gradually light up. After a moment, he felt light under his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared on a large platform made of blue stones. As Ye Chen looked around, he saw a sea of heads. He could not tell how many students were standing there. The sound of chatter and noise resembled stepping into an infinitely enlarged farmer's market, extraordinarily loud. Silence! Silence! Suddenly, a stone pillar rose from the center of the blue stone platform. An old man dressed in black, with white hair and wearing a badge, was shouting at the students below. An invisible pressure radiated from the old man, causing the students' hearts to tremble. The chatter immediately vanished, and the sound of a needle dropping could be heard throughout the area. Next, I will announce the matters regarding the college entrance examination. Anyone who speaks during this time will have their examination qualifications cancelled. The old man with white hair said sternly. Cancelling examination qualifications, such a serious punishment scared everyone into silence. After over 10 years of hard work, who would want their qualifications cancelled? The college entrance examination consists of cultural assessment, qualification assessment, and finally, practical assessment, lasting 3 days. Each assessment has a total score of 100 points. Only students whose total score for the first 2 assessments reaches 150 points can qualify for the final practical assessment. Next, everyone will be divided into 10 lines to begin the cultural assessment. After the old man finished speaking, countless small stone platforms rose from the blue stone platform. Each small platform had an electronic screen displaying cultural questions. All students were divided into 10 lines and seated in front of the small platforms. The exam begins. As the old man's voice fell, a transparent membrane rose around each student seated at the small platform. This membrane allowed people outside to see the students inside, while the students inside could see nothing outside. Over 100 invigilators entered at this time, standing in 10 different positions to monitor the exam. The electronic screen in front of Ye Chen began to display the questions. Question 1. What is the weakness of the Shadow Cat Demon? A. Back B, chest C, head D, anus. Ye Chen chose D without hesitation. This question was too easy. As a higher-level beast in the dark forest, the Shadow Cat Demon drew all its strength from the shadow crystal located at its anus. Ye Chen continued to scan the next question and swiftly began answering, as most of these cultural questions taught students how to deal with common beasts and their professional characteristics. He had memorized this cultural content long ago, and at this moment, his pen flowed like it had a will of its own. The cultural examination lasted 2 hours, and those who finished early could leave to rest at the edge of the blue stone platform. Ye Chen completed all the questions in just 1 hour. He thought he was fast enough, but when he came out, more than 10 people were already sitting on the edge of the platform. These people knew each other and were intensely verifying their answers. The first question is really too easy. I choose B directly. The chest is where the heart is. As long as you attack the chest, destroying the heart can kill the Shadow Cat Demon in one blow. Shut up. The Shadow Cat Demon's power comes entirely from the shadow crystal in the anus. How can you say it's the chest? You're doomed. What? Is it really like that? That person shook his head. If you don't believe it, just check the textbook. When they ask you to read, you sleep instead. Now look, you got the first question wrong. Others also began to voice their answers, and the person was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that the answer he had ruled out first was indeed the anus. He thought this was the question setter's evil humor, but it turned out that the correct answer really was the anus. These people gathered together, discussing passionately, some jumping in excitement for getting it right, while others regretted their wrong answers. Ye Chen, on the other hand, stood calmly aside. An orphan for 18 years, he had no friends at all. Another small stone platform flashed with brilliance, and the membrane disappeared. Xiao Yue stood up gracefully from her seat. She scanned the area and found Ye Chen standing alone, while other students engaged in lively discussions. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she walked over with her long legs through the rows of aisles. The students who were passionately debating noticed a beautiful girl with fair skin and long legs approaching them. Their eyes went wide, and their enthusiasm extinguished in an instant. Isn't that Xiao Yue? She's coming towards us. My heart is racing. What should I do? What should I do? Look at my hair, is it a mess? Get lost. Miss Xiao is coming towards me, don't get the wrong idea. Only I, such an outstanding and handsome guy, would be noticed by Miss Xiao. You bunch of toads are dreaming. Ha, watch me show you how to pick up girls. Just as everyone was smiling and gentlemanly moving towards Xiao Yue, she slightly frowned and changed direction, walking towards Ye Chen. Everyone's smiles froze, and the words they were about to speak could only be swallowed back. How did you do on the exam? Xiao Yue asked Ye Chen, her tone gentle. Ye Chen replied indifferently, not bad. You came out so early, you must be more familiar with the cultural subjects than I am. Xiao Yue smiled slightly. Seeing the two exchanging friendly words, some sensed a romantic vibe, and someone's defenses fell instantly. Who is this brat? I don't know, but it seems like Xiao Yue is quite close with him. Damn, I thought Xiao Yue was coming towards us, but we are all nothing but clowns. Within a minute, I want all the information on this kid. Chapter 33, The Rules and Restrictions of Beast Tamers. Outside, Xinghe and several principals were laughing and chatting. With a genius like Ye Chen, he was extremely confident in front of all the principals, asking everyone, how do you know that my Ye Chen has been admitted to Divine Palace University? Although Divine Palace University said not to publicize before the college entrance examination, it didn't say that he couldn't boast to old friends, so Xinghe made calls to several principals that night to tell them about Ye Chen's admission. Afterward, whenever he met a familiar principal, he would tirelessly talk about Ye Chen being admitted early. It's no wonder Xinghe was so excited. In the past 1 or 20 years, no student from Tianqing province had ever been admitted to a top university. Ye Chen was the first, and he could wake up smiling from dreams. Moreover, the new principal of Black Dragon High School, Hai Dao, was completely tired of Xinghe and moved far away as soon as he saw him coming. Xinghe hurried after him. Principal Hai, wait for me. Hai Dao rubbed his forehead and stopped. This pestilence-like person could not be avoided nor reasoned with. He forced a smile and asked, what's the matter, Principal Chen? Oh, it's nothing much. I just wanted to ask how you knew my Ye Chen was accepted early by the Divine Palace University? Once again, that damn phrase. His ears felt like they were developing calluses. A nameless anger ignited in Hai Dao's heart, giving him a strong urge to hit Xinghe. This guy had been showing off for a whole month, and even now, during the college entrance exam, he still wanted to flaunt. Hai Dao gritted his teeth and said, Principal Chen, didn't you say that yourself? You've repeated it at least 100 times this month. Xinghe suddenly understood, oh yes, I see. Look at my memory. Old age really makes one forgetful. Hai Dao snorted coldly, Principal Chen, your memory is indeed poor. Don't forget that being a beast master has its restrictions. In today's world, the rules cannot produce divine beasts. A king-level beast master is simply incomparable to other 100-turn professions. The further you go, the weaker the beast master becomes. So, Principal Chen, how long can you enjoy your moment of pride? On the other hand, our school's Xiao Yue is an S-class Ice Phoenix profession, free from the world's restrictions, and will definitely become a 100-turn profession in the future. Even with rules to restrict it, so what? A king-level beast is enough to look down on others. You don't need to worry about that, Principal Hai. In the past, beast masters were also S-class professions. The reason they fell to A-class is precisely because of these rules. In the past 100,000 years, not a single beast master has broken through these rule restrictions. Principal Chen, S-class professions are ultimately stronger than A-class ones, unless your Ye Chen manages to switch to some hidden class. But is that even possible? He. Hai Dao scoffed and strode away. Xinghe stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky. The road ahead for beast masters was indeed fraught with difficulties, but Ye Chen was exceptionally talented. Perhaps he could lead the beast master profession into a new world. Wang Song looked darkly at the scene of Ye Chen and Xiao Yue chatting together, a flame of jealousy burning fiercely in his heart. Soon, a few sycophants rushed over to report everything about Ye Chen to him. Hearing that Ye Chen came from such a trash background only made his anger burn even more. I thought he was some kind of genius, but it turns out he's just an A-class beast master, and an orphan at that. Humph, how can a social scum from a slum be worthy of Xiao Yue? Ha, brother Wang is right. With such an orphan like Ye Chen, how can he be worthy of Xiao Yue? Only hidden families like the Wang family can be a good match for Xiao Yue. The sycophants below immediately laughed and flattered Wang Song, repeatedly praising him. Wang Song shot him a glance, his face extremely dark, and said sharply, What did you just say? The sycophant's face turned pale, forcing a smile. No, I misspoke. What I meant was, it's families like the Xiao family that are worthy to serve the Wang family, huh, hee. Wang Song's expression softened slightly. What is the Xiao family, anyway? Compared to my Wang family, they're no more than ants. If it weren't for Xiao Yue having some looks, the Xiao family wouldn't even be worthy to serve me. A bunch of trash. Haha, yes, brother Wang is absolutely right. But it looks like Xiao Yue is getting along quite well with Ye Chen. Should we get rid of him? Wang Song smirked, his expression sinister. Whatever I don't like has to disappear, whether it's a person or an object. What I want must be obtained, regardless of what it is. Do you understand? The sycophant, Zhang Lei, lit up with understanding. Got it, brother Wang. Just watch. Our third round is a practical exam. Everyone will go to the Green Forest. I'll definitely handle this matter well. Let Ye Chen disappear from this world forever. Wang Song took a deep breath, twisted his neck, and cast a cold glance at Ye Chen. Let this kid live a few more days. To dare touch the woman I fancy, he really doesn't know the meaning of death. You need to arrange this matter immediately. If you don't handle it well, you'll vanish along with Ye Chen. Zhang Lei's heart thudded, and he nodded quickly. Rest assured, brother Wang, I will handle it. Wang Song nodded. You can leave now. An hour later, all the candidates submitted their papers and exited the venue, and the bluestone platform became noisy again. The first day's exam finally came to an end, but the candidates could not leave the examination hall. All students participating in the exam had to eat, sleep, and stay on the bluestone platform for the next 3 days. It was dinner time, and many students took out ingredients they had prepared in advance from their space rings. There were spicy hot pot, dry pot roasted goose, braised pork knuckles, and other ordinary ingredients. These were the kinds of food that only students from regular family backgrounds could afford. Those a little worse off, like orphans like Ye Chen or students from impoverished families, could only eat coarse grain rice, cabbage, and pickles, ingredients that were easier to come by. In contrast, students from wealthy families ate expensive ingredients infused with spiritual energy, which could enhance their bodies and nourish their spirits. Although Ye Chen still had around 1 million dragon soul coins, it was not enough to eat such spiritually infused ingredients at every meal, as they were far too expensive, often costing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. If he indulged a few times, he would become poor again, plus he needed to save some money to buy equipment for himself. Not being able to afford spiritual ingredients was fine, but eating a lot of meat was completely okay. Ye Chen took out some braised fish and roasted chicken, ready to enjoy his meal, when Xiang Yue suddenly asked, "Is this all you're eating?" "What's wrong? These things can fill my stomach." Ye Chen replied nonchalantly. "It's exam season. You should eat something that boosts your body and spirit, so you can score a few more points in the exam tomorrow. Fortunately, I brought extra. I can't finish it alone, so let me share some with you." After saying this, Xiang Yue took out fragrant dishes like rock-patterned beef shank stew, golden-feathered quail egg custard, ink leaf tea, and tianshan lotus seed soup, expensive ingredients that enhanced spirit and physique. The aroma was worlds apart from ordinary food, and just smelling it made Ye Chen feel invigorated. Wow, little rich lady, truly extraordinary. Just casually pulling out something is a dream that ordinary people can't reach. Ye Chen chuckled. Xiang Yue. Hurry and eat. Around them, students looked at the spiritually rich food in front of the two and immediately felt that their own meals were like chewing on wax, having no taste at all. The discontent in the hearts of the young quickly ignited. I hate rich people. I hate capitalists. What a despicable guy. Why do they get to eat nourishing spiritual ingredients while I can only eat scraps and pickled vegetables? Damn it, there will be a day when I burn my store of riches and tread over the bones of the nobility. Hey, stop talking nonsense. Just eat. With your D-level career qualification, whether you can get into college is up in the air, let alone treading over the bones of the nobility. That's just a joke. Chapter 34, Qualification Tests concluded. The second qualification test began at the command of the old man with white hair. The students lined up in 10 rows and entered the 10 light columns in front of them. Ye Chen was at the end of the line, and soon it was his turn for the qualification test. As he walked into the light column, his vision blurred, and he immediately found himself in a sealed bluestone room. The walls were carved with many inscriptions, and there was a stone table in front of him with a huge handprint on it. Please place your hand on the handprint on the stone table. Ye Chen raised his right hand and placed it on the handprint. This scene felt a bit like awakening. Soon, a mechanical voice echoed in the room. Candidate name, Ye Chen. Occupation, Beastmaster, A. Level, LV-19. Score, 15. Please enter the small door beside you. Proceed to the next assessment. Ye Chen walked through the small door. The subsequent qualification assessments included physical fitness, speed, spirit, reaction, and multiple comprehensive evaluation projects, and Ye Chen passed them all one by one. When he arrived at the final stage of the combat assessment, a silver steel dummy appeared in front of him. Please use your strongest martial arts to attack the dummy. Ye Chen stroked his chin. Strongest martial arts, huh? But the dummy in front of him was only level 20, if he used Xiaoqing to attack, would it break the dummy instantly? If the dummy shattered, how would the score be evaluated? What if I break the dummy? Ye Chen asked the air in front of him, knowing that there were people watching the exam. The teachers in the monitoring room suddenly heard Ye Chen's question. The white-haired old man stroked his beard and laughed. This child is Ye Chen, who was admitted to the Divine Palace University early, right? Yes, Elder Meng. Haha, he is the first student in the exam to worry about breaking the dummy. Although this dummy looks only level 20, its actual hardness is such that even a level 30 professional would find it hard to damage. Tell him to attack boldly. If the dummy breaks, he'll get full marks for the qualification assessment. Understood. Soon, mechanical sounds came from Ye Chen's room, instructing him to attack with all his strength, and if it shattered, he'd receive full marks. Good, that's exactly what I was waiting for. Then I won't hold back. Xiao Chang, attack. Ye Chen shouted loudly, and a huge magic circle appeared in front of him. Xiao Chang swung its tail out from within, fiercely striking the dummy. Toxic Dragon Marsh. Boom! When the tail hit the ground, it produced a deafening explosion, the enclosed blue stone space violently shook, and the surrounding walls revealed countless flashing magic inscriptions. The dummy instantly turned into powder, and a large chunk of the blue stone floor shattered. The scene was chaotic. Ye Chen looked at the scene in front of him, clapped his hands in satisfaction, and waited for the exam results to be announced. He waited and waited but never heard an announcement. Strange, why hasn't the result been announced yet? Is the announcement system broken? What he didn't know was that all the teachers in the monitoring room were staring wide-eyed at the screen, shocked by what they had just witnessed. Elder Meng, was that just the tail? What kind of beastmaster is this? How could it have such power, even destroying the exam formation? It's one thing to shatter a dummy comparable to a level 30 professional, but that formation can withstand attacks from level 40 professionals. My heavens, he's only level 19 and already able to reach the attack strength of a level 40 professional. This Ye Chen is simply outrageous. If nothing unexpected happens, this Ye Chen will definitely be the top scorer in the college entrance examination of Tianqing province. Meng Lingchuan stood up and smiled slightly. No wonder he was admitted to the Divine Palace University early. Ye Chen truly has exceptional potential. If he weren't a beastmaster, I would have wanted to take him as my disciple. He. Upon hearing this, everyone in the monitoring room was shocked, but then they felt relieved. Meng Lingchuan was a high-ranking official in the country. Being his disciple could guarantee a top national position in the future, thus a promising future. But unfortunately, Ye Chen was a beastmaster, and the limits of this profession were destined to be king-level beasts. Training a beast requires massive resources, enough to train a 100-turn professional. Although a king-level beast is good, it still falls short compared to a 100-turn professional. Currently, Ye Chen might have some opportunity to advance a high-level beastmaster early, making him stand out in this college entrance examination. However, with subsequent investments in resources for other professionals, Ye Chen would be left far behind. Especially in the later stages, when other professionals can advance to 100-turn professions, his beast would be stuck at the king level, unable to upgrade to a divine beast, ultimately only being limited to the blue star and unable to explore the vast universe. Meng Lingchuan picked up the microphone. Facing the assessment room, he said, Ye Chen, you are very good. You scored full marks in this qualification assessment, and you can exit now. Hearing the result, Ye Chen walked out of the martial arts assessment room. After returning to the Xinghe Hall, many students had already come out. They stood in small groups, anxiously waiting for the final assessment result. A few minutes later, a mechanical voice echoed in Xinghe Hall. Now, I announce the exam results. Students with scores above 150 points, please be prepared to enter the Green Forest for the final practical exam starting tomorrow. Students with scores below 150 points can leave the Xinghe platform. First place, Ye Chen, 196 points. Second place, Xiao Yue, 192 points. Third place, Wang Son, 190 points. The voice broadcast lasted a full 2 hours. Those students below 150 points were not announced, but their scores were displayed directly on several large screens. Out of 100,000 students, instantly over 90% had left, leaving just over 100. This terrifying elimination rate forced many students to face the harsh reality: they had no college to attend. From today on, they either had to become mercenaries for the rich and risk their lives in the wild, go to factories to screw bolts, or work in stores as service staff or deliverers, doing the lowest tier jobs in society. The competition for low-tier jobs on Blue Star Continent was also fierce. Due to occupational talent, even delivering goods was quite rare. After all, while you were still riding a small electric bike, others had already grown wings on their backs to deliver things to customers faster. Before awakening, Ye Chen could only do illegal work, scavenging vegetable leaves at the market to eat, as there were hardly any jobs available for him. After all, others had the advantage of occupational talent, and he simply couldn't compete. Wang Song looked at his ranking, his face dark as a pot bottom. Good, Ye Chen, right? You are indeed strong, but what use is that? These rankings only assess qualifications and culture, everything depends on practical performance. If your practical performance is lacking, no matter how strong you are in theory, you will still die at my hands. Zhang Lei flattered, what Brother Wang said is absolutely right. Killing monsters in the dungeon relies on practical skills, can you really rely on theories to talk monsters to death? Ha ha ha. Have you arranged everything? Wang Song asked darkly. Zhang Lei grinned slyly, Brother Wang, don't worry. There's a supervisor in the Green Forest who is my uncle. It's a piece of cake to let a few controlled powerful alien beasts in. Just say these alien beasts came from another space, and there won't be any problems. You can just relax, ha ha ha. That's fine. Remember, just let those alien beasts cripple Ye Chen's arms and legs. I want to personally finish off this trash, if I don't kill him myself, my thoughts won't be at ease. Chapter 35, The Third Practical Exam. The final practical exam officially began. More than 100 students lined up, walking towards the blue teleportation passage one by one. Meng Lingchuan stood next to the entrance, his expression serious. The third exam will be broadcast live. Everything you do in the dungeon will be seen by the public nationwide. As a practitioner, you will often fight with alien beasts in the future. If anyone shrinks back during the exam, it's better to go home and live as an ordinary person, you no longer need to attend university. The ultimate destination for practitioners is to bravely move forward, to fight against alien beasts, battle against practitioners from other countries, and even contend with the heavens. If you don't even have the most basic courage, entering university and the occupational joint army will only hold the entire team back. Such harmful elements will absolutely not be tolerated by the army. Practitioners without courage might as well be honest ordinary citizens. Practical combat means there will be sacrifices. Once you enter the Green Forest, you will not receive any assistance. If you encounter danger in the dungeon, you must rely on yourself to solve this. Now I give you one more chance to withdraw. If you are afraid of death, afraid of facing the monstrous beasts, you can leave the team now. The crowd fell silent. After studying hard for more than a decade, finally awakening a good talent, and after the previous 2 rounds of selection, only a few remained out of 100,000 who would be willing to withdraw. Although entering the Green Forest is dangerous, if you want to stand out, you must embark on the path of university, and you must join the professional army. This is the only promotion path for ordinary people. Meng Lingchuan waited for a while, realizing that no one was withdrawing. He nodded in satisfaction, good, the professional army needs strong-willed young people like you. Wear these watches. With a wave of his hand, over 100 scoring watches flew out from his space ring, immediately soaring towards the crowd. This practical exam will be graded based on how many monstrous beasts you kill. Each beast has a score. The specific scoring standard is 1 point for a common beast, 10 points for an elite level, and 100 points for a boss level. The higher your score, the higher your rank. The beasts in the Green Forest have a resurrection mechanism. Every time they die, they will resurrect randomly, and their strength and level will increase with each revival. Remember, the score will not change as the strength of the beasts rises. I advise you, if you find it increasingly difficult to deal with the beasts, it's best to withdraw in time. The higher level beasts are reserved for talented students to hunt. Each of you must recognize your own strength to avoid making a wrong move and dying in the instance. These are crystal stones brought from the instance. Everyone gets one, so keep them safe. After waving his hand, over 100 yellow crystals flew out from his space ring, presenting themselves to the crowd. I will now open the instance. Everyone, enter in an orderly manner. After finishing, Meng Lingchuan took out a magic scroll and began to chant a spell. As his speed increased, the entrance to the instance suddenly exploded with a blast, and the blue whirlpool at the entrance began to slowly spin. Go in now. The expressions of the crowd turned serious as they stepped into the entrance one by one. After stepping into the entrance, Ye Chen felt his eyes blur and found himself by a stream in the Green Forest. In front of him stood a dilapidated wooden house, and before the house was a blacksmith's bench. The college entrance examination does not allow teams. Once you enter, it's a random teleportation. Flap flap flap. Above his head, a small drone was flapping its wings, pointing its camera at him. This is the drone that broadcasts live nationwide, also considered one of the examination devices. Ye Chen glanced at it and ignored it. Now, just entering the instance is the weakest moment for the monsters, so he must seize the time to farm for monsters. Otherwise, once these beasts die once or twice and increase in level and power, it will be tricky. As Ye Chen thought about where to find the monsters, suddenly the stream splashed, and a monster jumped out of the water, its crimson eyes filled with ferocity, charging toward Ye Chen. Swamp crocodile. Rank, Silver. Level, LV 17. Attack, 36. Defense, 31. Spirit, 29. Agility, 28. Skill, Bubble Spit. It seems the green forest is rich in monstrous beasts, even a small stream can yield a level 17 monster. Just when I was worried about finding a place to farm monsters, this fish monster showed up just in time. Ye Chen smiled slightly. Come out, flamingo. Tweet. The magic circle flashed, and a fire-red little bird flew out, opening its mouth to spit out a ball of flame. Flamingo. Rank, Silver. Level, LV 28. Attack, 98. Defense, 87. Spirit, 84. Agility, 96. Skill, Fireball Spell. To deal with such a small monster, the flamingo is enough, there is no need for the little green one. With the attributes of the level 28 flamingo, it completely overwhelms the monster. With one fireball spell, the body of the fish monster that pounced over instantly turned to black ash and fell to the ground, disappearing in a few seconds, likely reborn somewhere else. Ding. Score +1. Current score, 1. The watch suddenly rang with a mechanical sound. Casually dealing with the strange fish, Ye Chen did not stop, quickly running toward the jungle, with the flamingo closely following him. Boom. 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 Not long after, a series of explosions echoed through the forest. Ding. Score +1. Ding. Score +1. Ding. Score +1. The first batch of strange beasts was indeed weak, completely crushed by the flamingo's attributes. Ye Chen hit them with a fireball spell, easily gaining points. Ye Chen was like a ghost in an empty world, crazily slaughtering strange beasts in the forest. This scene was broadcast live to the mobile screens of people across the nation by a surveillance drone overhead. Those high school seniors who were brushed aside could not participate in the practical combat, but they were very curious about who among those who remained would achieve outstanding results. In the live stream of over 100 people, most students were struggling in battle, only a few S-level genius students were leisurely killing strange beasts. Xiao Yue's Ice Phoenix physique had been fully utilized, with powerful damage in both single-target and area attacks. Strange beasts couldn't survive 3 rounds against her. Her stunning skill combos combined with her beautiful appearance made many male classmates shout in excitement. Goddess, goddess. Ice skills are still as beautiful as ever, especially when Xiao Yue uses them, so beautiful. Alas, too bad I awakened as a C-level practitioner, didn't even pass the first 2 rounds of exams. Don't shout so loudly, do you know you're annoying? You damn simping dog, you're ruining my view of the live broadcast. Hey, annoying? That's right, I'm here to annoy you kind of people, and if you call me a simping dog, so what? What are you gonna do about it? Damn. You're looking for death. Thus, occasionally there were 1 or 2 stronger duels outside. Suddenly, someone in the live stream shouted, "No way. Is that a beast tamer? Isn't that a flamingo? Why does his flamingo look different from mine? He can actually kill strange beasts in 1 hit. Wow. Who the hell is this? So strong. Xiao Yue and Wang Song need at least 2 rounds against the strange beasts, why can his flamingo kill in 1 hit? This is not scientific." Chapter 36, If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking young Master Wang. Looking at the brave flamingo in the picture, some beast tamers who bought flamingos were left with many questions. Is this a flamingo? You are telling me this is a damn flamingo? Some couldn't help but take out their own flamingos for a closer look. Indeed, it looked exactly like Ye Chen's flamingo. But why can his flamingo kill level 10 strange beasts in 1 hit, while their own flamingos are weak enough to be killed by strange beasts? A teacher of the beast tamer profession looked at his confused student with a look of disappointment, gritting his teeth and saying, "Are you still wondering why others' flamingos can kill so easily, while yours is no different from a fool?" Yes, yes, yes. Why is that, teacher? How can you still ask that? Were you even paying attention in my class? The strength of a beast tamer is not only related to rank and level but also closely related to the tamer's mental strength and rank, as well as the tamer's battle command being inseparable from this. Ye Chen seems to easily destroy strange beasts, not only because he and the flamingo are high level but also because of the high level of unity between him and the flamingo, as well as his exquisite control of skills. His current state can be said to be one with the flamingo, that's why he can command it with ease. If it were you controlling the flamingo, you might even misfire a fireball spell. You repeat students, if you still want to do well in next year's retest, you should save Ye Chen's combat video and watch it repeatedly. This will greatly benefit you in mastering beast control and using beasts in battle in the future. The teacher earnestly advised. Several students looked at each other, surprised that what seemed like a very ordinary operation contained so many intricate details. After listening to the teacher's guidance, they silently saved Ye Chen's combat footage. In an underground fortress dozens of kilometers away from Tianjin province, a middle-aged man wrapped in bandages and with sharp eyes watched Ye Chen and Xiao Yue on the screen, grinning savagely. His teeth were serrated and looked like a beast's fangs, his laughter akin to a nightingale, eerie and cold. Ye Chen, Xiao Yue, kekekek, you can't escape. Taking my Xiao Yongjing's things means that, no matter where you are, I will get them back. As if sensing the excitement of the middle-aged man, a black beetle crawled out from his sleeve, chirping as it climbed up his arm, then up to his neck and then onto his cheek. Slurp. The middle-aged man suddenly extended his long tongue to wrap around the black beetle and swallowed it, crunching it slowly. On the outskirts of Green Forest, atop a desolate mountain, a middle-aged man wearing glasses stared at the live feed on his phone, his eyes slightly narrowed. Ye Chen, don't blame me, you can only blame your bad luck for crossing paths with young Master Wang. A blue, shimmering dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. He lightly slashed the empty air behind him, which seemed completely void of anything, suddenly revealing a dense array of inscriptions, connected to each other, breaking apart inch by inch under the dagger's swipe. A smooth, mirror-like crack in the void opened up before him. The middle-aged man quickly took out a talisman, tossed it into the crack, then quickly formed hand signs, murmuring incantations. PFF. A blue flame suddenly ignited at his fingertips, instantly turning his face pale, as if the blue flame had drained much of his blood. The middle-aged man swiped the blue flame towards the void crack, and the fissure swiftly closed up as his finger passed over it. After doing all this, the middle-aged man quickly left the area. Clang! With the sound of a blade ringing, a massive rhinoceros covered in black armor crashed to the ground. Wang Songgui sheathed his knife, stepping over the rhinoceros's corpse with pride as he walked away. Ye Chen, I'm here to find you. At this moment, Ye Chen had arrived at the back of the mountain, where a group of newly reborn flamingos was present. After half a day's battle, most of the exotic beasts in Green Forest had undergone a round of rebirth, leveling up to level 20 and above, with some elite beasts already reaching over level 30, making it extremely tough for students around level 10, leading many to leave the instance with teleportation lights flashing. Ye Chen, accompanied by the flamingos, looked at the group of flamingos before him, a slight smirk on his lips. Though they were all flamingos, they were far inferior compared to his beast. Once again, he unleashed a fireball technique upon meeting them. Boom! The massive explosion of the fireball instantly annihilated more than 10 flamingos. Realizing they were being ambushed, the flamingos angrily opened their mouths and shot fireballs at Ye Chen. Squeak! A flamingo grasped Ye Chen's collar with its claws, lifting him into the air, evading the multitude of fireball techniques raining down. Then it tossed him back onto a tree trunk. Ye Chen stood steadily on the trunk, waving his right hand towards the flock of flamingos. His beast suddenly flapped its wings, charging into the group of flamingos, and opened its wings to begin the massacre. The flamingo's wings stretched out, enveloped in flames like sharp flaming blades slicing through the flock. Those flamingos that were grazed by the wings fell to the ground, some torn in two, many flamingos quickly meeting their demise. Before long, this entire group of flamingos was completely wiped out by Ye Chen. Drip. Score plus 36. Current score, 426. Ye Chen glanced at the leaderboard. First, Xiao Yue, 576. Second, Wang Song, 543. Third, Ye Chen, 426. Ye Chen slightly frowned, his luck was truly bad, having searched for elite monsters and bosses for a long time without seeing even a hair. Those high-scoring monsters seemed to be avoiding him. I didn't expect this third exam to rely so much on luck. Those students who found elite monsters and bosses for the first time are really lucky. One monster is worth a whole group. However, he wasn't worried about the score because those students who scored by luck would only enjoy early benefits. Now that their levels were high, if they encountered a boss, it would be a dead end for them. It seems these exam officials still have some humanity, giving some points to those underperformers, so they don't end up with a 0, allowing them to save face. Since there were no high-scoring monsters in the inner area, he decided to try his luck in the outer area. Ye Chen dashed from the back of the mountain toward the outskirts, and after half an hour, he arrived at the spot where the bespectacled middle-aged examiner had stood. During this time, he effortlessly killed all the small monsters he encountered. The small hill in front of him was plain and ordinary, surrounded by lush greenery, with an occasional wild rabbit jumping by. A gentle breeze blew, creating a relaxed atmosphere. This seemingly leisurely scene made Ye Chen uneasy. Many small monsters were already undergoing their second rebirth, their levels nearing 30, and he had to stay vigilant at all times. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Ye Chen strolled on the grassy ground, making faint sounds. Suddenly, the ground exploded with a boom, and a white rabbit leaped out from underground. This rabbit had well-developed muscles, eyes burning red, and stood nearly 3 meters tall on 2 legs. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes. It's actually an elite-level rabbit warrior. Finally, I found an elite monster. Since you've bumped into me, you might as well lie down, little bunny, hee hee hee. Chapter 37, Sudden Change. Rabbit Warrior, Elite. Tier, Silver. Level, LV, 33. Attack, 146. Defense, 158. Spirit, 129. Agility, 171. Skills, Rapid Punches, Brutal Combo. The properties of the Rabbit Warrior had already fully surpassed the Flamingo, but Ye Chen didn't mind, because he still had equipment. Ghost Head Staff. Level, LV 10. Quality, Purple. Spirit, plus 10, equipped with Ghost Head Staff, increases Spirit by 10 points. Equipment effect, Beast Control Attack carries necromantic effects, can inflict a 3-second fear effect on enemies, this effect can stack. Last time, the Ant King Bell had over 300 points of Spirit, taking 1 or 2 hours to infect with fear. This time, the Rabbit Warrior only had over 100 points, let's see how long it takes effect. Ye Chen's mouth curled up, although the Ghost Head Staff was a purple equipment, the fear effect was still quite good. He wanted to test the fear effect's activation time. Flamingo, go. Ye Chen waved his hand, and the flamingo swooped down from above. The Rabbit Warrior roared, its fists colliding with loud bangs. Seeing the flamingo rushing over, it bared its teeth and had a fierce expression, pushing off the ground and jumping high. The Rabbit Warrior was incredibly fast, leaping distances far. Ye Chen was 7 or 8 meters away, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him, its fist as big as a pot swinging toward Ye Chen's cheek. The charging flamingo opened its mouth and unleashed a fireball straight at the Rabbit Warrior's fist. Boom! The Rabbit Warrior's attributes were too high and actually shattered the fireball with its hard fists. Ha! The Rabbit Warrior roared again, its feet just hitting the ground before it jumped up again, aiming a hook punch at Ye Chen's chin. Its speed was fast, and the punch was so quick that even its shadow was hard to see. But just because Ye Chen couldn't see it doesn't mean the flamingo couldn't. As soon as the flamingo's fireball was shattered, it immediately flew over, and just as the hook punch was about to hit Ye Chen, it flapped its wings and struck the Rabbit Warrior's elbow fiercely. Smack! This punch was deflected by the flamingo's seemingly weak wings. Ye Chen took the opportunity to jump back. Compared to Ant King Bell, the speed of the Rabbit Warrior was still too inexperienced. Ye Chen directly exited the battlefield with the Ghost Head Staff, letting the flamingo block the pursuing Rabbit Warrior. As a Beastmaster, one should hide well. After leaving the battlefield, he immediately took out the assassin's cloak and put it on, then climbed up a big tree to observe the fight between the flamingo and the Rabbit Warrior through the leaves. He saw the Rabbit Warrior, each punch containing immense power, causing the flamingo to retreat again and again. He let the flamingo engage in close combat only to allow himself to escape, and since he was no longer in danger, there was no need for the flamingo to continue fighting up close. Flamingo, soar into the sky. Tweet. The flamingo cried out and immediately flew high into the air, circling above the Rabbit Warrior's head. Hee hee, next, let this muscle-bound, simple-minded little bunny taste what a bomber feels like. Use fireball technique, blast it hard. Tweet. The flamingo's eyes ignited with flames, then it bowed its head and fiercely unleashed fireball technique at the Rabbit Warrior. Dense fireballs poured down like falling bombs. Boom! 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 The ground was blasted black, emitting wisps of white smoke. The Rabbit Warrior's white fur was scorched black, with some spots even having its skin directly cooked. No matter how fast it was, it couldn't dodge so many fireball attacks. The Rabbit Warrior jumped 100 meters high, trying to leap into the air to attack the flamingo and bring it down. However, it was clear that it couldn't reach the flamingo. At this moment, the flamingo had already flown 1,000 meters high, and to the naked eye, it was just a small red dot in the sky. Unable to hit the flamingo, the Rabbit Warrior roared in anger at the sky. Ye Chen smiled slyly, one more round of fireballs. Tweet. A bird call echoed in the sky, then a bunch of red fireballs fell down. Again, it was a dense attack like raindrops, blocking all the escape routes of the Rabbit Warrior. Boom! 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 The high school seniors watching Ye Chen fight were utterly speechless. Damn, Ye Chen is too shameless, taking advantage of the Rabbit Warrior's inability to fly to bully this elite-level beast. Is he even human? Ha! Why didn't I think of this move before? Using flying beasts to fight those that can't fly is simply a dimensional strike. Come on, if you keep your beast so far away, before it even attacks, you'd be beaten to death by the Rabbit Warrior. Look at the equipment Ye Chen is wearing. Oh, I was wondering why the Rabbit Warrior was acting like it had lost its mind, just taking fireball attacks and raging ineffectively. It turns out Ye Chen used the assassin's cloak and hit himself. Damn! Using such a massive amount of fireball attacks each time, Ye Chen's mental strength is too strong. If it were me, I'd be drained of mental strength in the first wave of fireballs and faint on the spot. Under the continuous bombardment of fireball attacks, even though the Rabbit Warrior's defense was much higher than the flamingo's attack power, it couldn't hold on anymore. It was covered in burns, suffering significant internal injuries, and under the fear effect, its fighting spirit had shattered, causing it to flee in all directions. Ye Chen smiled confidently. It's time to end the battle, Flamingo, give it a fatal blow. The flamingo received the order and dove down from the sky, its speed astonishing. Just as the flamingo was charging down towards the rabbit warrior's head, an unexpected change occurred. A rift suddenly opened in the space beside Ye Chen. Roar! A beastly roar came from inside, immediately followed by a blade of wind shooting out. So fast that Ye Chen didn't even have time to react, the blade of wind had already zipped past his head. Snap! Ziz! The monitoring drone beside Ye Chen was sliced in half by the blade of wind, its wreckage falling to the ground, sparking and crackling. Ye Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, goosebumps rose all over his body, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. What is going on? What was that strange beast just now? How could it attack from another space? Moreover, this is the venue for the college entrance examination, the Green Forest. Why is there a spatial crack appearing? Without time to think, Ye Chen quickly jumped off the log and ran wildly to the side. The surveillance screen outside instantly went black. All the viewers watching the live broadcast gasped in shock. What is going on? Why did the live broadcast suddenly go black? Damn, did you see that? A spatial crack suddenly appeared next to Ye Chen, and a blade of air flew out from inside. This is a big deal, this is the college entrance exam, a spatial crack actually appeared, all the invigilators will be punished. Meng Lingchuan in the monitoring room jumped up from his chair. Whose problem is this? Meng Lingchuan was furious, investigate. Everyone immediately go down and investigate the issue of the spatial crack. From now on, I command all invigilators in the exam room to stay in place, no one is allowed to move a step without my permission. I will personally enter the Green Forest to see which bastard dares to make trouble in my exam room. It's like stirring up the old god, don't they want to live? In another part of the Green Forest, Wang Song also arrived at the small hillside where Ye Chen was located, and a spatial crack suddenly appeared beside him, shooting out a blade of wind that shattered the surveillance drone. Hee, Ye Chen, you can't escape. Wang Song took out a talisman, threw it into the sky, and it ignited without fire, turning into green smoke that drilled into the space in front. Ye Chen recalled the flamingo, panting heavily, and leaned against a big tree to rest. Who the hell dares to open a space in the exam room? They really have the power of heaven. Before he finished speaking, the space beside him made a tearing sound, opening a huge gap, and a fierce aura came from within. Ye Chen frowned. I originally thought someone was cheating, but now this spatial crack is coming after me. It seems I was wrong, someone is targeting me, seeking my life. Could it be Xiao Yongjin? Chapter 38, level up to 20. Soon, a human-shaped black crane emerged from the torn spatial crack, with a crane's head and a human body, carrying a slender black knife at its waist. A shadow of a talisman flickered across its chest and quickly merged into its body. Cranehead Demon King. Grade, Gold. Level, LV46. Attack, 298. Defense, 247. Spirit, 206. Agility, 312. Skills, 100 Crane Slash, Cloud Shattering Blade, Swift Wind Flying Knife. Ye Chen squinted his eyes and assessed this black crane. A weak beast with attributes of only 200 or 300 dare to come seek trouble with me? It seems this was not sent by Xiao Yongjin to kill me. If it were Xiao Yongjin, he would know the strength of Ant King Bell, and I have already killed Ant King Bell in the instance. Someone like Xiao Yongjin, who is cautious at every step, would never make such a low-level mistake of gifting experience to the enemy. Ye Chen looked at this large experience package that had come before him and licked his lips. His level was just a little bit away from 20. As everyone knows, the further you go, the more experience is needed to level up. Reaching level 20 requires more experience than the total needed for levels 1 to 19 combined. And Ye Chen's experience was almost full, just one final push needed, and this beast came at the right time. Then I won't waste time, I'll finish you off in an instant, I still need to find more beasts to gain points. Come out, little Chang. As soon as the words fell, a gigantic green magic circle lit up beneath Ye Chen's feet. Boom! Boom! The ground shook violently, the sky suddenly darkened, and a wild wind sprang up from nowhere, stirring the earth and stone. Ye Chen's figure quickly rose, and the dirt beneath his feet broke open a large hole. A giant shadow over 100 meters tall rose from the ground, a terrifying aura enveloping an area of 10 miles. The black crane, which had originally looked down on Ye Chen with its head held high, was shattered in spirit by this sudden terrifying aura. Its figure was shrouded in a huge black shadow, a behemoth of 100 meters loomed like a mountain, pressing in front of it, making it struggle to breathe. Suddenly, it heard a voice from above. Kill it! The scales of Little Ching reflected a dazzling azure light in the sunlight, its serpent tail swept like a giant train towards the black crane. Bang! It seemed slow but was incredibly fast. Before the black crane could react, the serpent tail heavily struck it, and the moment they made contact, the black crane's body exploded into a mist of blood. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the crane head demon king. Xinghe Anaconda obtained experience plus 300. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up, current level LV20. Ye Chen smiled slightly, finally leveled up. This level had made him feel uncomfortable, just lacking a bit of experience, stuck for almost a month. After reaching level 20, he could start the second transfer task, and as long as he completed it, he could learn a new skill. The most crucial part was that reaching level 20 allowed him to contract a new beast. That interstellar worm he picked up from the dungeon had been kept in his beast space, and now he could finally contract it as his beast. Ding! Detecting that the host has reached level 20, now starting the second transfer task. Task name, The Might of the Dragon Kingdom. Task description, the majesty of the Dragon Kingdom must not be provoked. Please go to the Tower of Death and give the geniuses of other countries a little shock, so they understand what a genius is and what the majesty of the Dragon Kingdom is. Task time, unlimited. Just as Ye Chen was pondering, the system's task prompt rang in his mind. Oh? Tower of Death? This name sounds familiar, he remembered Qin Hanyang mentioning it. Didn't expect the Tower of Death to be a place for geniuses from all over the world to compete. He couldn't do this task for now, he can only wait until he entered the Divine Palace University and ask his mentor to see what the Tower of Death was about. Ye Chen put away little Chang and prepared to continue clearing the monsters in the green forest. But a figure walked out of the forest. This person walked with his head held high, a finely crafted sword hanging from his waist, wearing exquisite clothes that made his aura even more noble, and beside him was a shorter, shifty-eyed guy. I didn't expect the crane-head demon king to be resolved so quickly by you. Ye Chen, your strength indeed surprises me. Wang Song spoke leisurely, with a tone that was somewhat aloof. Hearing this, Ye Chen sneered coldly and instantly understood who had sent the beast just now. Surprised? I'm surprised by your big watermelon, are you crazy? I've never seen you before, yet you dare to mess with me during the college entrance exam, tearing space to send a monster over. Wow, you're truly lawless. Wang Song's hand tightened on the sword, the sheath creaking, veins popping on his arm. You dare to curse me? Wang Song shouted angrily. Zhang Lei's eyes widened in anger, saying, Ye Chen, do you know who he is? He is Wang Song, a member of the hidden Wang family. You actually dare to insult the young master Wang, you are truly seeking death. Seeking death? Didn't you just send a monster over to take my life? I'm just being polite to you, it's not the same if I'm going to die anyway. Since you all want my life, why should I be polite? You shifty-eyed ugly bastard, you talk without thinking. If you can't speak properly, just keep your mouth shut. Wang Song grinned wickedly. You're right. Don't say you're polite to me. Even if you kneel down and beg me, I still want your life. Ye Chen rolled his eyes, so, why do you want my life? I don't remember offending you. Offending me? Oh, indeed not, I just find you displeasing. My grandfather taught me from a young age that everything in this world belongs to the strong, and I was born strong. There's nothing I can't have. Unfortunately, I saw you talking to Xiao Yue. I'm in a bad mood, and when I'm in a bad mood, I just want your life, So, did your grandfather ever teach you that arrogance brings disaster? Since you are so arrogantly seeking my life, you should be prepared for me to take yours instead. Ye Chen sneered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. It's useless to reason with a lunatic like you. Since you've gone through all this trouble to set up a trap in the exam, it saves me a lot of work. If I don't kill you today, you'll probably go out and stir up trouble with your so-called hidden family's power. Wang Song smiled faintly, many people have wanted to kill me, but they all became souls under my blade. Don't think that because you killed a crane-head demon king, you can show off in front of me. Zhang Lei, deal with him. Zhang Lei's mind went blank, forcing a nervous laugh. Young Master Wang, he quickly dealt with a crane-head demon king. I can't even beat a crane-head demon king with all my strength. You want me to kill him? This. He. Cold light flashed in Wang Song's eyes. Clang! The blade was quickly unsheathed. The blade light ripped through the air, and Zhang Lei's head was sent flying high, blood spurting like a fountain into the sky. Since you can't defeat him, you are of no use to me. You are a worthless waste, unworthy to be with me. You can go first. I'll send Ye Chen to join you shortly. Chapter 39, Wang Song's defeat. Killing your own people? You're so crazy, there's no saving you. No time to waste, I'll use my strongest beast to defeat you. Come out, little Chang. Ye Chen waved his hand, and the magic circle reappeared on the ground. Little Chang, a 100-meter-long creature, emerged from the circle. Its immense aura made Wang Song's pupils contract. First surprised, then quickly replaced by madness on his face. I see, your strongest beast is this green snake. I can feel the terrifying aura on it. Among all my past opponents, not a single boss could rival it. Ha ha ha, good. This is the kind of opponent I wanted. Only such an enemy is worthy to fight with me, Wang Song. Only such a battle will be truly satisfying. Wang Song's face turned red, his eyes wide, veins bulging on his neck, and he was in an extremely excited state. Crazy. You're a lunatic. Ye Chen was speechless. Clang. The sword was already drawn. Wang Song's aura erupted with a roar, an invisible airflow rising from his feet, quickly becoming a surging invisible flame. I have dominated the 4 provinces for 13 years. I have never been defeated. No one of my age has ever lasted a single round against me. They are too weak to ignite my desire to fight. Ye Chen, you're quite impressive. I hope you can entertain me today. Wang Song grinned viciously, holding his sword in a bow stance. The first strike, guarding the Yuan. As his words fell, a shockwave radiated outward, forming an invisible transparent shield around him. Inside the shield, the wind was chaotic, swirling around Wang Song, enhancing his strength and speed to their peak state. Ha! Wang Song stomped forcefully, and the raging winds followed his every move, wrapping around his legs, causing them to explode with powerful force like compressed springs. The remaining winds surrounded him, making him feel light as a feather. Boom! Wang Song's speed was incredibly fast, like a cannonball. The moment he jumped, he reached Little Qing in the blink of an eye, his sword wrapped in the raging wind, its power multiplied tenfold, striking heavily on Little Qing with a huge muffled sound. Little Qing's body was knocked sideways by the tremendous force. Speed and power are indeed impressive, but if that's all you have, you can go die. Ye Chen pointed at Wang Song, twin poison fangs. Hiss. Little Qing quickly turned around, opening its mouth to spit 2 poisonous fangs. The poison fangs struck Wang Song's shield but were blocked by the invisible airflow, as if trapped in mud, unable to move. Wang Song's eyes flashed, and he swung his sword, knocking the poison fangs away. Luckily, he had already put up a layer of defense for himself, and although the venomous fangs were fast, their strength was much weaker, with the shockwaves still able to be resisted. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a massive snaketail, like a collapsing tree, swept toward him. The force was tremendous, and Wang Song dared not let his guard down. He gripped the back of his knife, holding it behind him, quickly gathering all his strength into the blade. Second strike, Jiang Hai turns. He swiftly swung the blade, and a cold gleam flashed like a crescent moon. Then, layers of shockwaves surged out. Boom! 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 The 1,000 layers of shockwaves slammed into the snaketail, forcing it to halt mid-air. Ye Chen stood atop the small green head, looking down at Wang Song in surprise, and said, "You brat talk big, but you do have some arrogant skill in you. These 2 sword techniques are not bad, they look quite profound. I remember, the martial arts taught in the school were nothing like this, such advanced techniques. Did those hidden families teach you?" Heh, the foundation of hidden families is something someone like you could never imagine. The martial arts of the Wang family are vast and profound, this is just an appetizer. Ye Chen, the next strike, I will take your life. Wang Song held the knife before him, his eyes tightly closed, concentrating all his energy in his forehead. Suddenly, a blue mark appeared on his forehead, bursting with dazzling blue light. The howling wind messed up his bangs, his expression serious and solemn. Third strike, Heaven's Gate Slash. V-Room. Crack 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 crack. A sharp sound of the blade echoed, and the immense momentum made Wang Song's hands holding the knife tremble continuously. The wind around him turned into a light blue cold wind, and his protective shield shattered with a loud boom. The violent wind spread uncontrollably, blowing sand and stones rolling, and trees flying. Ye Chen felt his body grow cold from the freezing wind, but his soul grew even colder. He couldn't understand what kind of wind this was, that could directly attack the soul. If it were a physical battle, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Xiaoqing hadn't even used her hardened scales, and Wang Song wouldn't be able to break through them. But if Xiaoqing used her skills, forget about hurting her. Even if Wang Song dared to swing his blade, the recoil could take half his life. But this wind was extremely strange. It didn't seem like a physical attack, but rather an attack on the soul. This meant he couldn't afford to be careless. Xiaoqing's mental strength was not high, and most importantly, she didn't have any skills to defend against mental attacks. If Wang Song launched a soul strike, they could be in big trouble. Xiaoqing, Poisonous Dragon Swamp. Ye Chen didn't dare to hold back and attacked with all his strength. Xiaoqing's entire body glowed with green light as she raised her snake tail and slammed it hard towards Wang Song. At that moment, illusions suddenly appeared around Ye Chen. Countless palace halls manifested, and a cold wind howled, like sharp steel knives stabbing into his skin. The icy cold wind not only eroded his skin, but it also pierced through to his soul, causing immense pain. Ye Chen's spirit suddenly ached, like being stabbed by needles. This sudden, intense pain almost made him lose consciousness. Ye Chen grabbed his head and pinched his thigh hard, forcing himself to stay alert. The palace halls briefly flashed before countless dense and cold knife lights split the halls apart, rapidly slicing toward Ye Chen. Ye Chen's heart skipped a beat. With so many blade lights coming from all directions, he had nowhere to hide. The knife lights surged toward him, rapidly enlarging in his pupils. Damn! What kind of martial technique is this? It's completely unreasonable. He was considering whether to let Xiao Qing swallow him to avoid the incoming attack. Bang! With a light sound, a chain reaction occurred with countless knife lights. All of them shattered in a crisp breaking sound, turning into a breeze and dissipating. The illusions around Ye Chen vanished completely. The world in front of him had turned upside down. The ground had shattered, with toxic green liquid bubbling up. The hillside had been flattened, all plants were gone, and Wang Song was lying on the ground, devoid of life, until the moment of his death. His eyes widened in disbelief. At the moment Wang Song unleashed his final strike, Xiao Qing's skill arrived in an instant. The power of the poison dragon swamp and venom caused him to die instantly. That stunning final blow was not fully delivered, otherwise, Ye Chen would have been forced to hide inside Xiao Qing's belly. Ye Chen gasped for breath and immediately took Xiao Qing away from there. Students taking the college entrance exam are not allowed to attack each other, let alone now that someone has died. Ye Chen's gaze flickered. The Wang family was powerful, and Wang Song seemed to be some genius of theirs. Now dead right here, there would surely be someone coming to investigate later. To be found out is only a matter of time, and with his current strength, confronting the Wang family directly would likely lead to his doom. He must quickly improve his strength to cope with the looming crisis. Chapter 40, The Sky Has Fallen. Meng Lingchuan jumped out from the dungeon entrance and found a group of invigilators in front of him. He scanned the faces of the teachers, his voice low. You all know what's going on. Now I am giving that cheating teacher one last chance. As long as you step forward and confess, I can guarantee you won't die. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing glasses seemed to hesitate, his gaze shifting constantly. He was working for the Wang family, and Meng Lingchuan was not unaware of their power. As long as he explained clearly, even if there were punishments, young Master Wang would speak up for him, and he probably wouldn't face any serious consequences, at most losing some salary and being kicked out of the invigilator team. The middle-aged man moved his lips, just about to say something when suddenly an investigator ran over from a distance. Meng Lao, something big has happened. Something huge has happened. Come quick. Meng Lingchuan frowned. What's the rush? Can't you see I'm investigating right now? If you don't come clean, once I find out, you will regret it. Ah, Meng Lao, this matter is bigger than cheating. We have had a death in the exam room. Meng Lingchuan waved his hand. I already said there would be sacrifices in the third round of exams. Students who overestimate themselves have died in the examination room before. What is wrong with you investigators? Bringing such a small matter to bother me, are you trying to hinder my investigation into the cheating? The investigator quickly handed the death report of Wang Song to Meng Lingchuan. The deceased student is Wang Song from the Wang family. Meng Lao, the sky has fallen. Originally indifferent as he took the documents, Meng Lingchuan's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. What did you say? Who died? Wang family, Wang Song. Confirming he hadn't misheard, Meng Lingchuan gasped, feeling dizzy. His trembling fingers could hardly hold the investigation report as he quickly flipped it open. Inside the report, a large photo showed Wang Song lying lifeless on the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Meng Lingchuan felt his hand shaking, his heart quivering, and the world before him darkening. Who was Wang Song? He was the hidden family's Wang family's chief genius of this generation, and the only son of the current family head, Wang Ming. Wang Song had shown exceptional talent from a young age, mastering sword skills without a teacher, remarkably strong. At 5, he began systematic training in knife. The countless resources of the Wang family are being thrown at him as if they cost nothing. It can be said that Wang Song represents the hope of the Wang family, the future of the Wang family. Such a remarkable young man naturally catches the eye of the country. All government officials know this young genius Wang Song and are watching him closely. Although the Dragon Country has a government and military, the power of noble families cannot be underestimated. Strong figures abound within these families, and the Dragon Country must keep them appeased, or it will cause domestic turmoil. And now, to say that such a genius has tragically died in the college entrance examination hall, and coincidentally, at such a time, a space crack appeared. To say Wang Song died by accident, killed by a beast, only a fool would believe that. One can imagine the rage of the Wang family. The highest-ranking official responsible for this examination is Meng Lingchuan. Just thinking about possibly being targeted by the Wang family made cold sweat break out on Meng Lingchuan in an instant. If such a colossal entity as the Wang family wanted to ruin him, even with the government and military involved, he would have to shed a few layers of skin to come out alive. Meng Lingchuan, who was good at cultivating his inner energy, could no longer keep his composure under such immense pressure. He closed his eyes tightly, clenched his fist. The force was so strong that his nails dug into his palm, drawing blood, but he was oblivious to it, and his voice was as cold as frost. Quickly go down and collect all evidence. Be sure to find the murderer as fast as possible. If you can't find the murderer, you investigators can forget about doing your job, and all of you can get lost. Not only Meng Lingchuan was horrified, the middle-aged man wearing glasses was also shaken to the core upon hearing that Wang Song was dead. Wang. Young Master Wang is actually dead? The only son of the Wang family is dead? The middle-aged man felt icy all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He gasped in shock. Ye Chen's strength was so formidable that even such a genius had been killed. The day was about to change. Would the fury of the Wang family burn him as well? As the middle-aged man was pondering whether he should confess everything, another piece of news came in. The investigator said, along with Wang Song, there was another person who died. That person is named Zhang Lei, a classmate of Wang Song, and they have been close in recent days. Zhang Lei was killed by a single cut to his neck. The incision was smooth, and the residual energy shows that the attacker was Wang Song. Meng Lingchuan frowned. Why would Wang Song kill his classmate? Did they have a grudge? No, on the contrary, they were very close. Zhang Lei often followed behind Wang Song. He was Wang Song's little brother. Then this is strange. Why did Wang Song suddenly kill him? Meng Lingchuan frowned even more tightly. Take me to the scene. The investigator made a gesture for him to follow and hurriedly walked with Meng Lingchuan to the place where Wang Song died. The middle-aged man with glasses watched the two leave, his gaze flickering. He had just summoned the courage to explain everything to Meng Lingchuan, but now he hesitated once again. Zhang Lei was his nephew, but Wang Song killed his nephew. What exactly happened during this time? What if Wang Song's death was not caused by Ye Chen? The middle-aged man fell into deep thought. If it wasn't Ye Chen, then who could it be? If someone could tamper with the exam hall, how could there not be others doing the same? Could it be that Wang Song died at the hands of the Wang family's rivals? On the other side of the examination hall, Xiao Yue was clearing the small monsters in front of her when suddenly the space rippled, and a black beetle shot out from inside. Xiao Yue's eyes sharpened, and she quickly struck the beetle down with an ice spike. Ah, long time no see, niece. Amidst the ripples of the space, a middle-aged man wrapped in bandages floated out with a strange smile. Who are you? Xiao Yue said sharply. The middle-aged man smiled. Now you don't even recognize your uncle? I am your uncle, Xiao Yongzhen. Xiao Yue exclaimed in shock. You are Xiao Yongzhen? You really are still alive. You've turned into this state of being neither human nor ghost. Are you here to seek revenge? Ha! Xiao Yongzhen looked up, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. To see you like this right away, the Xiao family is still the same. That annoying smell hasn't changed at all. I came this time for only one thing. Hand over the interstellar worm, and I can spare your life for now. Chapter 41, Interstellar Worm Evolution. Ye Chen looked at the score on his watch. It was already 1,034 points. The second place, Xiao Yue, had 870 points. He was firmly in first place now. Compared to the pressure from the Wang family, whether he ranked first in the college entrance examination no longer mattered. He had received the admission notice from Xinghe University anyway. Then let's teleport out first and go home to increase strength. Ye Chen didn't hesitate to crush the teleportation crystal. As the white light flashed, when he opened his eyes again, he was already outside the examination room. At this moment, many teachers and students were still watching the live broadcast outside. Most of them looked puzzled and were discussing heatedly. This year's college entrance examination is strange. How could there be a spatial rift? The examination sites have always been strictly checked, and more than 10 spatial crystals were reinforced. How could there be a rupture? It can't be that someone did it on purpose. There must be someone playing tricks. Maybe they want to cheat. By the way, did you see the live broadcast perspective of those three people? Ye Chen, Wang Song, and that Zhang Lei, they seem to have gone offline? Ye Chen's sudden appearance attracted everyone's attention, and many teachers and students quickly gathered around. Ye Chen, how did you come out? And who knocked down your monitoring drone just now? Yeah, how could someone as powerful as you almost be ambushed? What was in that space? Ye Chen, do you know why Wang Song's live broadcast is gone too? Is it that the thing in the spatial rift ambushed him just like you? As soon as he appeared, hundreds of questions swarmed around him, making Ye Chen feel overwhelmed. Chen Jiyu quickly ran over and pulled the surrounding teachers and students away from Ye Chen. Ye Chen just came out of the instance, both mentally and physically exhausted. Let him rest for a bit, we can answer everyone's questions later. Right now, Ye Chen just wanted to go home and improve his strength. He had no desire to deal with these curious onlookers' questions. Glancing gratefully at Chen Jiyu, Ye Chen said, "We'll talk about everyone's questions later. I have something to do now, please make way." Without waiting for a response, Ye Chen pushed through the crowd and got into a taxi heading home. Chen Jiyu then persuaded the crowd that followed, preventing them from blocking Ye Chen. Less than a minute after Ye Chen left, Nangong ordered the instance closed, and all teachers and students were teleported back to Qingstone platform for investigation. Xiao Yongjin heard the voice report from the sky of the instance and smirked at Xiao Yue. "You're lucky today, something big happened in the instance. I'll let you go this time, niece, we will meet again someday, ha ha ha." Behind him, spatial ripples stirred again, and at the moment Xiao Yue launched her attack, Xiao Yongjin wore an eerie smile as he fell back, disappearing as if he had plunged into water, causing Xiao Yue's attack to miss. She frowned and murmured, "Something big?" After returning home, Ye Chen quickly closed the door. Entering the Beast Master space, he saw a plump white interstellar worm crawling around in the corner. Ye Chen walked straight over and said, "Let's test the power of the god-level contract on you. Start contract." As soon as the words fell, the interstellar worm's body that was crawling suddenly froze, and many profound golden inscriptions appeared beneath it. The interstellar worm sensed something was wrong and struggled fiercely, but it was futile. The golden inscriptions were like strong glue, no matter how much it struggled, it could not escape. All were firmly attached at the center of the magical array. Buzz. The magical array began to shine with golden light, and the inscriptions slowly rotated. A few seconds later, the dense golden inscriptions crawled up the surface of the interstellar worm and then all burrowed into its body. The interstellar worm's two large black eyes revealed a crazy look. It was desperately resisting the contract inscriptions. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The interstellar worm screamed in pain. Ye Chen squinted his eyes to observe its condition. This thing was a demigod beast. Normally, it wouldn't be possible to contract it even after beating it to the brink of death. The madness in its eyes showed a resolve to perish together. Could it be that this guy wants to commit suicide? Ye Chen thought to himself. The interstellar worm's body began to tremble, emitting a powerful energy from within. This energy was its entire life force. As Ye Chen expected, this guy would rather die than serve as a human's beast. Squeak. The expanding energy was forcibly pushed back into its body by the continuous suppression of the golden inscriptions, and the color of the inscriptions instantly turned red. After the red inscriptions entered its body, the madness in the interstellar worm's eyes rapidly faded. Its gaze towards Ye Chen gradually became clear and bright. A feeling of blood connection slowly surfaced in Ye Chen's heart. Holy cow, this is about to succeed in the contract. The god-level contract technique is indeed useful. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully contracted a new beast. Current beast, Interstellar Worm. Interstellar Worm, Demigod Beast. Rank, Gold. Level, LV1. Attack, 53. Defense, 34. Spirit, 68. Agility, 21. Skills, Strong Acid Corrosion, Energy Collection. Evolution points needed for evolution, 1. Current evolution points, 36. Ye Chen shouted, "Start evolution." As his voice fell, the beast's face changed color. The wild wind howled, and sand and stones flew. The weak body of the interstellar worm was quickly covered by a layer of white smoke. Boom! 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 3 golden lightning bolts descended from the black clouds in the sky, directly striking the white smoke where the interstellar worm was located. Immediately after, a starry universe revealed itself around the white smoke, with brilliant stars and countless planets floating in the deep cosmos like grains of sand. The camera quickly zoomed in, and among these countless planets was a blue planet that was gigantic, appearing to be 100 times the size of Earth. Could this be? Before Ye Chen could think clearly, a huge insect that obscured the sky descended from this gigantic planet after a brief flight. This insect was hundreds of meters long, lying on the ground like a small mountain, with an ant-like head and an extremely bulky body, its dark purple skin shimmering with many complex inscriptions. Its aura was as solid as a mountain and as deep as a gorge, utterly terrifying. Is this the true form of the interstellar mother bug? Ye Chen's eyes widened. This gigantic insect was the strongest creature he had ever seen. Even Nangong Yudi's flying dragon seemed as insignificant as an ant compared to it. Boom! Another bolt of golden lightning struck down. The white smoke dissipated, and the illusion began to fade. A powerful life aura emanated from the smoke. This aura made Ye Chen's heart tremble. Thump! It was the sound of a heartbeat. This heartbeat sounded like a giant beating a drum, shaking one's heart and lungs. Ye Chen covered his chest, feeling as if his internal organs were vibrating violently with that thump. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind blew past, completely dispersing the white smoke. Ye Chen stared wide-eyed, not blinking as he gazed at the center of the smoke. There stood a giant pet egg towering 100 meters high, its exterior glowing brilliantly, with countless profound inscriptions carved on it. Upon closer inspection, these inscriptions were identical to those on the interstellar mother bug in the previous illusion. Good. It succeeded. This has to be the interstellar mother bug without a doubt. Ye Chen laughed heartily. With a crack, a fissure appeared on the eggshell, and it began to peel off in pieces. Chapter 42 Interstellar Devouring Worm. With a bang, the eggshell exploded from the inside, and countless fragments fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, your interstellar worm has successfully evolved. Ding! Congratulations, your interstellar worm has mutated due to evolution. Galactic Devourer Worm. Level, King. Rank, LV1. Attack, 25,600. Defense, 21,000. Spirit, 38,900. Agility, 19,660. Skills, Infinite Spawn, Imperial Ant-born, Unique, Energy Siphon. Evolution points required, 1 million. Current evolution points, 35. A giant creature, about 300 meters long, stretched out from the center of a broken eggshell, its powerful aura and terrifying appearance resembling the ultimate boss from an apocalypse. This insect was pure white, with its body covered in glowing runes that flickered as if breathing. Its bee-like head sported two massive pincers. Holy crap! This is king level. Ye Chen gasped for breath, his face flushed, his whole body trembling with excitement. All values over 10,000. What kind of unbeatable value is this? Staring at the panel showing values over 10,000, Ye Chen felt dizzy as if he might faint. So extravagant. These numbers were so extravagant that they almost blinded him. Ye Chen rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked at the values again. No doubt about it, they were all over 10,000. Damn it, the 600 or 700 speed of Ant King Bell was already mind-blowing, so what will the situation be with all these values exceeding 10,000? His heart raced as he couldn't imagine how terrifying the combat power of this galactic devourer worm would be. No wonder king-level beasts are called great horrors, today I truly realize how terrifying they are. Values over 10,000, let alone fighting, just a glance would make the enemy kneel. Such luxurious values only brought despair, making resistance utterly impossible. With this galactic devourer worm, no matter how many from the Wang family come, Ye Chen felt no fear at all. He couldn't even bend down to tie his shoelaces because his back was too straight. What is this infinite spawn skill? Ye Chen murmured, then clicked to open the skill description. Infinite spawn. Skill effect, the galactic devourer worm can rapidly and indefinitely reproduce offspring in a short time. Ye Chen stroked his chin, so, it means to produce little worms on the battlefield? Will this skill be very powerful? It just feels unreliable. How powerful can little worms be? If they meet a wizard or similar class and get hit by an area attack skill, those little worms would be like sending heads to the enemy. Ye Chen gradually calmed down from his initial excitement. The second skill should be able to give birth to that exceptionally powerful male ant. The skill effect is still unique, meaning only one male ant can be born. Ye Chen clicked on Imperial Ant-born. Imperial Ant-born. Skill effect, can produce a powerful king-level male ant. This effect is unique, and the galactic devourer worm can only produce one male ant in its lifetime. If it dies, it cannot be reborn. I just wonder if this male ant can evolve. Thinking of this, Ye Chen gave the galactic devourer worm an order. Use the skill, Imperial Ant-born. The galactic devourer worm began to absorb energy from the beast master space. This process lasted several minutes, its belly grew enormous, and its body, originally 200 to 300 meters long, rapidly swelled to about 600 meters. Then, with a loud pop from its tail, it laid down a black egg. The egg was black, but one could see what was inside. It was a humanoid being, sleeping peacefully. Ding! The galactic devourer worm laid down a powerful mutated form. This mutation will hatch in 3 days. A system prompt echoed in Ye Chen's mind. Then I guess I'll come back in 3 days. Ye Chen exited the beast master space, looking at the bright sky outside. His mood was exceptionally excited. Next, let's find a place to level up. With the galactic devourer worm leveling up, I can handle the upcoming enemies more easily. Xiao Yongzhen and the Wang family, Ye Chen is waiting for you to come. Ye Chen scoffed. The college entrance examination just ended, and it's not yet the time for university to start, but time waits for no one. I urgently need to level up. With such a powerful beast like the interstellar devouring insect, any dungeon is a one-hit kill. Then let's go find my cheap mentor, Nangong Yudi. As soon as he said it, Ye Chen hurriedly packed a bag and bought a train ticket to the place where Nangong Yudi was located in Magic City Province overnight. Not long after Ye Chen left home, several investigators arrived outside his rented room. The student named Ye Chen lives here, let's capture him quickly to avoid collateral damage. After whispering among themselves, the 3 investigators quickly approached Ye Chen's room. Knock, knock, knock. Ye Chen, are you there? No one answered. They knocked on the door several more times, but still no response. Finally, they forcibly kicked the door open and stormed in. This guy actually ran away in the middle of the night. This only proves that what happened in the examination room has a lot to do with him, otherwise, he wouldn't need to flee overnight. Hurry and contact old Meng. Meng Lingchuan paced nervously in his room, worry written all over his face. The Wang family had already pressured him, giving him only 3 days to catch the killer of Wang Song. The middle-aged exam supervisor who could tear space was also investigated by Meng Lingchuan. After being captured and tortured, he soon revealed everything to Meng Lingchuan. All signs pointed to Ye Chen as the murderer. The urgent task now is to bring Ye Chen back. No matter if he killed Wang Song or not, when the Wang family sends someone, he would have someone to take the blame for him. Just as he was anxious, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. "What's going on?" Meng Lingchuan asked urgently. "Old Meng, this kid is very slippery, he has already run away during the night. When we arrived, the rental house was empty. Damn it, go check immediately. We must capture Ye Chen within these 3 days." Meng Lingchuan exclaimed anxiously. Yes, we'll get right on it." The 3 investigators hurriedly rushed to the security department. Ye Chen took an overnight train and finally arrived in Magic City. As soon as he got off the train, he was met by a sea of people. No wonder it's the top province, the crowd is enormous, and many of them are strong professionals, probably not low in level. Ye Chen didn't have Nangong Yudi's contact information, but it was easy to find her. He simply hired a taxi to Xinghe University. Before long, the taxi stopped right in front of Xinghe University. Ye Chen carried his backpack, dressed in cheap t-shirts and jeans, with a very simple appearance. He looked like a rural bumpkin, a stark contrast to the fashionable pedestrians in Magic City. Xinghe University is one of the country's top universities. The students coming in and out are either rich or noble, not only dressed in style but also with very expensive clothing. One outfit could cost as much as half the price of a rural house. Ye Chen walked straight into Xinghe University. With such clothing, there was no surprise when he was stopped by security. Hey, where did this poor kid come from? Don't you see where this is? You think you can barge in here? Stop right there. The security guard yelled loudly, blocking his way. Chapter 43, then let's make a big deal out of it. The security guard's shout made Ye Chen very unhappy. He had experienced the feeling of being looked down upon many times over the past 18 years, and now he had the support of both Xiao Qing and the Interstellar devouring insect, so why should a mere security guard be able to speak to him like that? Ye Chen coldly replied, "Is this the quality of Xinghe University's security? You call me a poor kid as soon as you open your mouth. Someone like you only lowers the standards of Xinghe University. I think you should be expelled for being such a prejudiced guard. Oh, look at you, a bumpkin from the countryside speaking so arrogantly. Look at the clothes I'm wearing, even if it's just a security uniform, it costs at least 1,000 yuan. Now look at what you're wearing, some tattered cloth, you bought it on a discount site, right? All your clothes together probably don't even cost 100 yuan, you poor loser. How dare you call me a dog? I warn you one more time, leave this place right now, or I will be unkind to you." The security guard's eyes widened in anger as he shouted, drawing the attention of many female college students around. At this moment, Xinghe University was in the midst of morning classes, with many students coming and going. Although Ye Chen was dressed poorly, his face and figure were good. Plus, his recent rapid improvement in strength gave him immense confidence, radiating a sense of invincibility from within. "Ha, you want me to leave? I just want to ask, who gave you the power? A mere security guard dares to call a new student of Xinghe University to leave." Hearing this, the security guard sneered, "New student? You can't even tell a good lie. Do you know that the college entrance examination just ended? New students haven't even arrived yet. What kind of new student are you? Hurry up and get lost, or I will take action." As the security guard spoke, he pulled out a long black baton. Some female college students spoke up, "Uncle Lee, I don't think he looks like a bad person. Just let him go, don't hit him." "Yeah, how could someone so handsome be a bad person? Just let him go." Little brother, you should hurry and leave. No loitering in front of Xinghe University." "Little brother, where are you from? Do you have a place to stay? If not, you can come to my house, it's very close." The female college students chattered among themselves. The security guard dared to look down on Ye Chen, but he did not dare to offend the students of Xinghe University. Each student here was someone important, and one of them could easily cost him his job. The security guard, trying to flatter the female students, said, "Ah, you little girls are just too kind-hearted. I've seen many people like him. This poor guy from the countryside is probably starving and idling around in the big city, too lazy to find a proper job. He must be trying to sneak into the university to steal something. Think about it, this kid starts off by scaring me with the new student line. A fool who can't even tell a good lie, how can he be a good person?" The security guard shook his head, glancing at Ye Chen with disdain, his tone full of sarcasm. Many people immediately felt that the security guard was right. It was indeed the first day after the college entrance examination, the scores hadn't even come out yet, and he claims to be a new student reporting in? That was truly ridiculous. But many of the female college students still upheld the principle that good looks equate to righteousness and continued to defend Ye Chen. Uncle Lee, is there a possibility that he just couldn't find work and ended up like this? He might not be a thief. Little brother, if you have any difficulties, just tell me. I can help you find a job. Yes, if you encounter any trouble, just boldly say it out loud. Uncle Lee is a good person too, he just worries about the safety of Xinghe University and that's why he treats you like this. We can clarify the misunderstanding. Ye Chen felt as if he were a giant panda, surrounded by a group of beautifully dressed girls who were concerned about him, while nearby, the security guard looked on with jealousy and mockery. This scene left Ye Chen speechless. Ladies, I really am a new student. I came early to report in, and today I just wanted to ask if anyone knows Nangong Yudi. Can you give me her contact information? Ye Chen spoke out of frustration. Nangong Yudi's contact information? Did he even know what he was saying? That was the Nangong mentor. A prestigious mentor at Xinghe University, the most talented beast master in 100 years. He's asking for the contact information of such a person? Was he out of his mind? Moreover, Nangong Yudi was known for rarely showing her face. Don't even talk about contact information, you can't even see her face. Sure enough, after hearing Ye Chen say such heaven-defying words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. The security guard was even more merciless in his sarcasm. Kid, do you know what you're saying? Mentor Nangong is one of the strongest mentors at our Divine Palace University, she's not someone that anyone can just meet. You actually want her contact information? Have you lost your mind? Hurry up and get out. If you keep causing a scene here, I'll call someone. The female college students frowned as they looked at him. Little brother, this is really. Mentor Nangong is not just someone you can meet, even we who are here at school every day can't see her. If you're here to find Mentor Nangong, then you can definitely leave. Generally, you won't be able to see her. This was quite unexpected for Ye Chen, he didn't expect Mentor Nangong Yudi to be so hard to meet. After thinking for a moment, he said, then how about this? If you see her, can you help me pass on a message? Just say Ye Chen is looking for her. The security guard snorted coldly, humph, who do you think you are? What right do you have for us to pass on your message? This security guard had been aggressive since the moment they met, he had spoken rudely. Ye Chen didn't want to cause trouble here and had been holding back his anger. Now, hearing the guard's sharp sarcasm again, he could no longer hold back the suppressed rage in his heart. Damn it, you dog, you've been mocking me all this time, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Did I tell you to pass on my message? The security guard was infuriated by Ye Chen's curse. Damn, if it weren't for these ladies stopping me, I would have already taken action against you. A poor kid dares to act tough in front of me? What do you think you are? Suddenly, flames ignited in the security guard's hands, a pair of flaming ironclad arms enveloping them. He shouted to the surrounding female college students, ladies, step aside. Today, I'm going to make this poor kid crawl out of here so he knows Divine Palace University is not easy to mess with. Ye Chen coldly glared at him. Well then, if I can't meet Nangong Yudi through normal means, then let's make a big scene. Make it reach the higher-ups of Divine Palace University, so that the principal, the director of academic affairs, and the board of directors all know about it. That way, my name will catch their attention, and Nangong Yudi will naturally know that I am here. You want to fight? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Come out, Shaochang. Chapter 44, Li Qingtian. As Ye Chen's words fell, the color of the world changed, heavy black clouds suddenly gathered quickly in the sky, and waves of thunder and lightning danced above. Crackle! Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, and suddenly, a huge magic circle lit up under Ye Chen, emitting dazzling blue light. A howling wind rushed out from the magic circle, blowing everyone back. An overwhelming sense of oppression spread from the magic circle, making people's hearts race. The female college students watching screamed and ran away. For others, the oppressive feeling was not too strong, but the security guard facing it head-on was dumbfounded. He stood there, legs weak, unable to run, being able to stand was already quite good. The ground of Divine Palace University began to crack inch by inch, a gigantic creature rising from the earth. Its 100-meter body was like a towering pillar, like a mountain, covering this area. The sun in the sky was blocked by this 100-meter giant, casting shadows that turned the area in front of Divine Palace University completely dark. Shaoqing's cold vertical pupils, at just one glance, felt like one was falling into an ice cave, the terrifying sense of oppression making the hurried students in front of Divine Palace University all take defensive stances in fear. What's going on? What is that thing? Oh no, an invasion of alien beasts, it's an invasion of alien beasts. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Run away. Quick. Go call the teachers out to handle this green snake's power is too terrifying. Oh my god. When did such a powerful strange beast mix into the magic city? This strange beast is the strongest I have ever seen among all the bosses. The security guard was already scared to the point of wetting his pants, his legs went soft, and he slumped down on the ground, a patch of wetness beneath him. Just when he was in a daze, he heard a voice coming from above. It was the young man's voice. He heard Ye Chen say, "I didn't want to lower myself to your level, but you, security guard, are too much. I'll teach you a lesson today to make you remember." At the moment Ye Chen summoned Xiaoqing, the teachers in the campus also sensed this terrifying aura for the first time. In the principal's office, Principal Li Qingtian was leisurely drinking tea when he looked at the reports in his hand. It was the footage of the surveillance drone beside Ye Chen in the exam room being cut by a wind blade, as well as the scene of Wang Song's death, and a series of investigation reports. The authorities made a preliminary summary of this incident and concluded that Ye Chen was most likely the one who cheated in the exam and killed Wang Song. When Li Qingtian saw this, he frowned. He remembered that girl Nangong had mentioned some time ago that she had taken in a student and highly praised this student, even saying that his talent was above hers. This was truly a strange matter. Nangong Yudi was a child he had watched grow up, with high talent and good temperament. It was unprecedented for someone to receive such high praise from her. And this student seemed to be named Ye Chen? Just as he was deep in thought, a deafening sound came from outside, and a powerful aura spread forth. Li Qingtian's expression changed. Where did this platinum-level strange beast come from, causing trouble in front of my Xinghe University? Li Qingtian's figure flickered and disappeared from the office. Many teachers were already rushing towards the school gate outside. When someone saw the principal, they immediately called out, "Principal, leave this matter to us, it's just a platinum-level strange beast, no need for you to intervene." Li Qingtian smiled slightly. A platinum-level strange beast is already a very powerful existence. For such a beast to appear in front of my Xinghe University so openly is a serious matter. I must go investigate, otherwise, if a platinum level comes this time, next time it could very well be a king level. The teacher laughed. "Principal Li, you really know how to joke. A king level strange beast is known as the Great Terror. If it appeared here, not just in Magic City, but the entire dragon country could be destroyed. The appearance of such a beast isn't a provincial disaster but a national calamity." Li Qingtian laughed heartily and hurried even faster to the school gate. At this moment, Ye Chen had Xiaoqing lift the security guard. The enormous strength could easily crush a mountain, and this great power acted on his small body, making it slightly difficult to breathe, feeling like he was about to explode. The snake tail wrapped around the security guard and lifted him before Ye Chen. Ye Chen looked at him coldly. "Weren't you very arrogant? Calling me a poor kid and a bumpkin, now say it again." The security guard's face had turned pig liver color due to the difficulty in breathing. He stammered, "I didn't recognize the mountain, please let me go, please let me go. I have elderly above and young below, I admit my eyes are poor, please spare me." Ye Chen crossed his arms and remained unmoved. This kind of person needs to be taught a lesson, his mouth is simply too foul. Seeing that Ye Chen was silent, the security guard knew his anger had not subsided, and he felt regret deep in his gut. What kind of situation is this? A person who looks extremely poor could summon such a powerful beast in an instant. It's all my fault for my mouth. If he could act freely right now, he would have slapped himself several times already. "Dad, please let me go, I can't breathe." Ye Chen said coldly, "Shut up, if you say one more word, I will let Xiaoqing swallow you directly." The security guard was so scared his soul felt like it left his body, and his pants got wet again. Ye Chen simply sat cross-legged above Xiaoqing, closing his eyes to rest. His purpose in punishing the security guard was to make a big deal out of this. Now, except for a group of college students watching, not a single teacher appeared. How could he be released now? Some of the college students below gradually realized something was wrong. The green snake was just standing there, not destroying anything, and it only wrapped around the security guard, not trying to kill him. Someone squinted at the top of the green snake and was immediately shocked. "Look, there's someone on that big snake's head." Hearing this shout, everyone also looked up. Holy shit! There really is someone. Damn, this green snake is actually someone's beast. Oh my god. Who is this? They can raise such a powerful beast. This it's terrifying. My heavens, this green snake seems like platinum level, this is too absurd, platinum level beast. In our school, only top 3rd and 4th year geniuses can have platinum level beasts. Who is this? Looks so young, I don't remember anyone like this in school. While the students were arguing excitedly, whoosh, 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 several teachers flew out from the sky. Some teachers could hover briefly, some stood on flying devices, and some rode flying beasts. All the teachers looked directly at Ye Chen on top of the green snake. They thought it was a wild beast invasion, but it turned out to be someone causing trouble, and even a beast master causing trouble. Interesting, everyone knows Nangong University is famous for beast masters. This guy looks very young, not sure which hidden family genius he is, came here to Nangong University to provoke trouble. Chapter 45, You really are Instructor Nangong's student. One teacher asked, "Whose child are you, daring to come to Nangong University to make trouble? I must find your elders to demand justice." Another teacher said, "Don't think being from a hidden family means you can do anything. This dragon country is not controlled by hidden families. There is national law and family rules. Today you openly provoke Nangong University. Even if you are a family genius, you cannot avoid punishment." Ye Chen opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Finally, he had drawn out the school's high-level staff. "Hello teachers, I am not here to cause trouble, I am here to report. I am the new student Nangong University admitted last month." New student? All the teachers were stunned hearing this. What is happening? Where did this new student come from? The college entrance exam just ended. It's not even the month for new students to enroll. You are talking nonsense. How can there be new student reporting now? We haven't even enrolled yet. You saying you are a new student, don't you think it's ridiculous? Ha? New student reporting, could it be? Could be what? Teacher Zhou, are you teasing us? Is it possible he is a specially admitted student? Didn't we send a group of teachers last month to conduct individual assessments nationwide? Could he be one of them? Oh. Possible. Immediately someone asked Ye Chen, "You say you are a new student. Which teacher conducted your individual assessment? Do you have the admission notice?" Ye Chen was about to take out the admission notice. Now someone asked. He smiled. "Of course I have the admission notice. The teacher who assessed me is Nangong Yudi. I am here to report to her." Nangong Yudi? He is the genius assessed by Nangong Yudi? All the teachers stared at Ye Chen in shock. At that time, when Nangong Yudi returned from Tianjin province. But it's really outrageous to be carrying 2 broken Night Star Pearls. After so many years of assessments, I've never heard of a new student having the ability to damage the Night Star Pearls. One can only imagine how strong this student's talent must be. Of course, since the Night Star Pearls are not easy to refine, Nangong Yudi was scolded by the old scholars of the Elder Academy for a few days, leaving her too afraid to return to school, hiding at home all day. When Li Qingtian heard what Ye Chen said, his eyes lit up as he carefully examined Ye Chen. The young man before him exuded an unyielding confidence, bright-eyed and spirited, and with that platinum-grade green snake beneath him, he truly resembled a young genius leader. He smiled slightly and said, "Little butterfly is not at school right now. If you show me your admission notice and it's really hers, I will take you to find her." Ye Chen put away Xiao Chang and took out the admission notice from his backpack, handing it to Li Qingtian. With just one glance, Li Qingtian could tell that the admission notice was genuine. He opened the notice with a smile and saw Nangong Yudi's exclusive seal on it, along with Ye Chen's signature. "Ha, very good, this admission notice is authentic. Then follow me, I'll take you to find her." Li Qingtian was very pleased, having heard about Ye Chen's extraordinary talent from Nangong Yudi. For Xinghe University to have such a talent was a great happiness for the entire school. Although the 4 prestigious schools rank as the top institutions in Long Country, they privately compete quite a bit. On the surface, the 4 universities are equal, but in private, Xinghe University has long been ranked 4th. This was naturally very uncomfortable for Li Qingtian, which principal wouldn't want their school to flourish and take the lead. And with Ye Chen's enormous potential, it's possible he could lead Xinghe University to overpower the others and win back the title of first, trampling the 3 universities that have overshadowed Xinghe University for many years. Ye Chen smiled and said, "What should I call you?" Li Qingtian laughed heartily, "I'm Li Qingtian, the principal of Xinghe University." Principal? Ye Chen's eyes brightened. "Well, before meeting Mentor Nangong, I have a serious issue to report to you, and I hope you can handle it properly." Li Qingtian looked puzzled. "What's the matter?" Ye Chen glanced coldly at the security guard. "It's time for our Xinghe University security to be replaced." Just now. Ye Chen recounted what had just happened to Li Qingtian. Li Qingtian's face immediately darkened, looking at the security guard with anger. How could there be such a thing? "Li Wei, why don't you tell me if what Ye Chen just said is true?" Li Wei's face had already gone pale during Ye Chen's account, and now he replied with a weak tone, "It's my fault, I was wrong, please give me another opportunity, principal." Li Qingtian waved his hand indifferently, too lazy to look at him again. "Go to the office and collect your resignation letter. Someone like you really isn't suitable for a position at Xinghe University." Then he turned to Ye Chen and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to see Little Butterfly." Li Qingtian took out a flying device resembling a flying saucer from his spatial ring, inviting Ye Chen to sit on it together. Ye Chen saw this high-tech flying device for the first time and curiously observed it for a while before getting on. The flying device was extremely fast, soaring into the clouds in the blink of an eye, heading east. After the two left, the surrounding students began to discuss among themselves. What's this kid's background? How could he sit on the principal's time-space flying saucer? Wow, this time-space flying saucer is a super awesome spatial equipment, I haven't even touched one before, and he just sat on it like it's nothing. I'm so envious. Didn't you hear? He's a student of Mentor Nangong. Wow, what kind of talent does this guy have to be so astonishing? To actually be accepted as a student by instructor Nangong, sob, I also want to be instructor Nangong's student. She is beautiful and gentle, and her abilities are incredibly strong. I would be willing to die just to be her student for one day. Just thinking about how he gets to see instructor Nangong every day, it hurts so much. Such a beautiful woman, I can't even see her once a year, but that guy gets to see her every day. My god. Jealousy really can drive people crazy. I feel so heartbroken right now, what should I do? It feels like my goddess has been taken away by someone, and I can't accept it. The flying saucer's speed was extreme, and the distance of dozens of kilometers was covered in just a few minutes. In front of a very large villa, the flying saucer slowly descended. Li Qingtian chuckled and said, Shout I is inside. I've already contacted her on the way, so you can just go in. I have something to do, so I won't accompany you. Ye Chen thanked him and pushed open the door, walking inside. Li Qingtian turned back and glanced at Ye Chen's back as he got onto the flying saucer. You kid really know how to cause trouble, getting into conflict with the Wang family and Meng Lingchuan so quickly. You sure know how to stir things up for me. He shook his head. Forget it, who told you that you are such a promising genius? I can only help you clean up the mess. Chapter 46, a teacher with so much money, no friends left. Ye Chen walked into the villa and was immediately stunned. Before him stood a modern, minimalist two-story house, covering thousands of square meters. High-tech equipment was visible everywhere, and one large item parked in the warehouse looked extremely impressive. It was a red mech, and it was the latest and most advanced model on the market. Ye Chen remembered that the last time he saw the news conference, this mech was priced at 1 billion dragon soul coins. His mouth almost dropped to the ground. Oh my god, this is just ridiculously rich. A 1 billion coin device, and they just throw it in a warehouse like this? Hiss. Instructor, you don't want it? You can give it to me, this is such a waste. Looking around, next to the house was a beast breeding base, and there was a sonic insect repellent device hanging outside. It used specific sound waves to drive away pests from the pets' eggs and young animals inside. This high-tech sonic device cost around 500,000 to 600,000. Inside the house, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Ye Chen could see a training room. Inside was a simulated martial arts training chamber, a rare item worth tens of millions. In addition, there were large artificial mountains in front of the house, exuding astonishing spiritual energy, as well as a set of spiritual springs with a recycling device. These artificial mountains and waters were exquisitely crafted in an ancient style, very elegant, and the most important thing was that they were all heavenly spiritual items, very beneficial for cultivation. The price of such items was astronomical. Ye Chen felt like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden. His eyes were wide open. He couldn't even imagine how many dragon soul coins it would take to get all these things. Ridiculously rich, ridiculously rich. Ye Chen muttered in shock. At this moment, an elderly man in a suit, with a full head of white hair and a strong build, walked over with a smile. Excuse me, are you Ye Chen, Mr. Yi? The old man spoke politely and was very gentlemanly. Ye Chen came back to his senses from his shock. Yes. Hello, Mr. Yi, let me introduce myself. My name is Wen Jianba, and I am the butler here. You can call me Old One. Miss Nangong is already waiting for you in the room. Please follow me. Oh, okay. Ye Chen followed Wen Jianba, passing through exquisite gates. Each of these gates had formations placed on them, so if anyone suddenly intruded, they would be trapped by the formation. A few minutes later, Wen Jianba stopped in front of a room. The young lady is inside, please. After saying that, he smiled and opened the door, signaling Ye Chen to go in. Thank you. Ye Chen walked straight inside. As soon as he entered the room, he was greeted by rows of bookshelves. The shelves were packed full of various beast-taming books, along with some other professional collections. At first glance, it felt like stepping into a library. The room was filled with a faint smell of books and rare spices. Without looking, one could tell that these spices must be some treasures, because just one whiff made Ye Chen feel refreshed, both his spirit and energy recovering significantly. On the left side, there was a writing desk, and in the center stood a tea table with a sofa. Nangong Yudi was seated at the writing desk, flipping through books. Without looking up, she said, "You prepare the tea for yourself, I still have some research to finish." "Okay, mentor, you keep busy," Ye Chen replied. Seeing her so focused, Ye Chen felt it was inappropriate to interrupt. He quietly sat down on the sofa beside the tea table and began to examine the study. He waited for 2 hours, extremely bored, unable to move around freely. He could only sit there in silence. After a moment, Nangong Yudi let out a deep breath, stretched lazily, and walked over to Ye Chen. She looked very mature, like an emotional and perfect girl, wearing a black collared shirt, slightly opened at the chest to reveal her pristine collarbone. Her lower half was dressed in a pleated skirt, exuding youth and sunshine, her long, fair legs making Ye Chen momentarily dizzy. Such a perfect figure and unparalleled beauty could make any man's heart race upon seeing her. Ye Chen unconsciously swallowed. How did I not notice how beautiful she was the last time we met? Perhaps it was due to the rush of time? Now that they were alone, Nangong Yudi felt particularly special. Nangong Yudi, sorry for keeping you waiting. It's okay, sitting here is just fine for me. Why did you come to Xinghe University now? I just heard the principal say you are here for your enrollment report? As soon as the topic got serious, Ye Chen instantly perked up. Yes, Mentor Nangong, I want to level up in the dungeons as soon as possible. I'm glad to see your ambition, however, even I cannot casually open a dungeon. But don't worry, as my student, I will do my best to fulfill your first request. I will arrange to open a dungeon for you. To help you integrate quickly into Xinghe University, let me explain some of the rules here. Firstly, at Xinghe University, all resources must be exchanged for contribution points. Contribution points can be earned by completing tasks, and opening a dungeon also requires contribution points. This time, you don't need to pay any contribution points. I will help you open a dungeon for free. You need to work hard. Nangong Yudi winked at Ye Chen with a smile. Her usual demeanor was that of a mature and serious older sister, but this sudden wink and smile were adorably charming, catching Ye Chen off guard. Wow! Mentor, are you using a charm technique on me? Noticing Ye Chen staring at her, Nangong Yudi's face turned slightly red, and she gently cleared her throat, saying, Ahem, Ye Chen, did you hear that? I heard, it's just contribution points, right? No problem, where are the tasks? I'll go take them immediately. Nangong Yudi resumed her usual serious expression, no rush, you haven't officially joined Xinghe University yet, you can't accept tasks. At Xinghe University, there's a rule for new students during enrollment. Although this rule is strict, it's also one way for new students to quickly obtain contribution points, but the challenge is quite tough. New students must face obstacles from second, third, and fourth-year students during enrollment. If you can get through the obstacles to the finish line, you will earn 1,000 contribution points. Ye Chen stroked his chin, deep in thought. That does sound difficult, those upperclassmen are probably quite strong. It is indeed quite impressive, but I believe you can pass. The teacher has a lot of confidence in you. Oh, by the way, take these 2 awakening stones, as a welcome gift from your teacher. Nangong Yudi took out 2 awakening stones that emitted a purple glow from her space ring. As soon as these 2 stones appeared, Ye Chen's system immediately displayed a notification. Ding! Awakening stones detected. Note, awakening stones can increase the mutation probability of beast evolution. Ye Chen's eyes brightened. These are top-grade items that can increase mutation probability. Beast mutation is an extremely difficult task, and this kind of awakening stone can increase mutation probability, so its value is unimaginable. If taken outside, it would definitely cause a bloody storm and be madly snatched by a group of beast masters. Damn it, I have really found a ridiculously wealthy teacher. This terrifying financial strength, casually giving away 2 awakening stones, 2 of them. Chapter 47, The Difficult Evolution Options. Ye Chen gratefully accepted the awakening stones. Thank you, mentor. You're welcome, just do your best. As my only student, you deserve the best. Nangong Yudi smiled slightly. Normally, your entrance exam would take place 2 months later, and you would formally enter Divine Palace University after passing it. But since you are already here, we can hold the entrance exam early. In 3 days, I will gather all the special enrollees for your entrance exam, is that alright? Of course, no problem. I will follow the teacher's arrangements. Alright, then it's settled. Did you just arrive in Magic Capital Province today? Ye Chen nodded, yes. Then you must not have a place to stay yet. I have many rooms here, if you don't mind, you can stay with me. Wow, I can't believe my ears. Live in such a luxurious villa? This is too great. Ye Chen smiled and said, how could I mind? This place is just too wonderful. But will my staying here cause you any inconvenience? What inconvenience can there be? As long as you want to stay, that's fine. Nangong Yudi called out to outside the door, when Bo, take Ye Chen to see the rooms. Arrange everything according to where he wants to stay, thank you for your hard work. The door was pushed open gently, and when Jianbai walked in gracefully, yes, Mississippi. He then said to Ye Chen, Mr. Yi, please follow me. Ye Chen followed Wen Jianbai to see several rooms, finally choosing a spacious room with a hot spring. This room's hot spring is made of fire crystal veins. Soaking in it not only enhances the absorption of medicinal power but also strengthens bones, which is a great support for Ye Chen, whose body foundation is relatively poor. You can rest first. Later, a servant will bring you nourishing spirit medicine to help restore your energy. After Wen Jianbai finished speaking, he exited the room. Ye Chen looked around the luxuriously decorated, prestigious large room and couldn't help but gasp. Mentor Nangong's financial power is really immense. A room like this, even the Xiao family doesn't have many. Ye Chen couldn't help but think of Xiao Yui. After a moment, he shook his head and no longer thought about these things. Strength is fundamental, everything before him is just fleeting momentary beauty. If he doesn't become strong enough, he might end up dead tomorrow. After putting down his backpack, he entered the beast space with his consciousness. Looking at the lonely red figure huddled in the corner, Ye Chen smiled and said, "Now I can finally help you increase your combat power. Firebird, come here." Ye Chen waved his hand. The firebird swiftly flew to his shoulder and stopped. Ye Chen patted its head. "Today, I will help you evolve into a powerful beast. Go!" He waved his hand, and the firebird steadily hovered before him. Screech! Hearing that Ye Chen was finally going to help it evolve, the firebird gave an excited cry. Then Ye Chen took out the 2 awakening stones. Start evolution. Boom! The 2 awakening stones exploded in an instant, transformed into tiny starlight that enveloped the flamingo entirely. Ding! The awakening stone has been added, the flamingo begins to evolve, and the estimated mutation probability for this evolution is 97%. Ye Chen's lips curled up in a smile. Not bad, a 97% mutation probability, it's practically a sure thing. Boom! The sky in the beast-raising space began to change dramatically, thick dark clouds pressing down with immense force, making the atmosphere feel heavy and suffocating. The moisture in the air was instantly evaporated, and the entire world began to become scorching hot. Ye Chen stepped back more than 10 meters, distancing himself from the center of evolution. Phew! Finally able to breathe. What is going on? Why does evolving a flamingo make it so hot? It's too dry, my throat almost feels scorched. Being farther away, the air was a bit more humid. At the center of the flamingo's evolution, an unusual phenomenon occurred. Usually, it was surrounded by white mist, but this time it was engulfed by a massive golden vortex, rotating slowly around the flamingo. Puff! Puff! After a faint puff sound, golden flame suddenly spewed from the center of the vortex, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. A wave of scorching heat swept through the area, the temperature in the beast-raising space rose sharply by several degrees. Ye Chen was sweating profusely, his clothes quickly soaking, feeling as if he had been immersed in water. This is too hot. Ye Chen's mouth felt dry, he backed away another few kilometers, watching the golden vortex from a distance. Boom! An invisible airwave erupted from the golden vortex, sweeping everything in its path. However, as these airwaves were about to reach Ye Chen, they suddenly dissipated into a gentle breeze. Ye Chen stared intently at the golden vortex, not blinking. Since the airwave passed, the life force there was gradually becoming more powerful, reaching a terrifying level, indicating that the being within was evolving into a form of a strong beast. Suddenly. Ding! The flamingo is experiencing a mutation during its evolution. Please choose one from the following 3 divine beast bloodlines. Great! Ye Chen clapped his hands in excitement. Finally, I can evolve another divine beast. Option 1, Phoenix Bloodline. Divine Beast Analysis. The Phoenix possesses immortality. Reborn from ashes, the Phoenix will have stronger combat power, growing stronger with each battle. Option 2, Golden Crow. Divine Beast Analysis. The Golden Crow's fire attack reaches epic levels, emitting a divine heat higher than the sun, capable of burning everything in the universe. Option 3, Golden Winged Rock. Divine Beast Analysis. Enormous in size, representing ultimate power and speed, it can shatter mountains and crossvoids, capable of mastering various martial arts, a natural king of aerial battles. Please make your choice within 3 minutes, exceeding the time limit is considered evolution failure. Remaining time, 2:58. Seeing the analysis of these 3 divine beast options, Ye Chen trembled with excitement. How the hell do I choose? Each one is unbelievably powerful. Hey, can I have them all? Ye Chen asked tentatively. Silence. Okay, looks like I can only choose one. Ye Chen stared wide-eyed at the 3 options before him. His heart was in turmoil, all 3 were too amazing, losing any one of them would hurt him deeply. The immortal phoenix, just the word immortal was enough to be considered invincible, it could grow stronger with each battle, and as long as it could hold off the enemy, victory was guaranteed. The golden crow had explosive attack power. Ye Chen believed that if it unleashed one skill, the blue planet would probably explode. From the divine beast analysis, the golden crow's skills were likely incredibly powerful. The golden winged rock not only had extreme power and speed, but most importantly, it could learn martial arts. Wow, a beast that can learn martial skills is unheard of. Beast skills are usually innate, this golden winged rock was simply insane, and if I trained it with any divine martial skill, That's not good. Ye Chen took a deep breath. Even though he felt a deep regret in his heart, he had no choice but to suffer the pain of letting go and choose one. As the countdown was about to end, Ye Chen helplessly said, I choose the Great Sun Golden Crow. Ding! Starting to inject the bloodline of the Great Sun Golden Crow. Chapter 48, Social Death. As the system prompt echoed, the clouds in the sky suddenly transformed with a thunderous roar into a pure golden color. This golden cloud was dreamlike, resembling the feathers of some kind of bird, revealing strands of downy fluff. Every feather radiated a golden inscription glow, dazzling and powerful, truly mysterious. Such feathers, tens of thousands of them fused together, formed a massive golden cloud stretching for thousands of miles, within which a blue aura burst forth with a mighty force. This aura was pure and potent, carrying a flavor of law. Ye Chen's eyes widened, breathing heavily, in shock as he gazed at the cloud and the blue aura. What is this? I can feel the aura of a god. This is divinity, the power of the divine. Oh my goodness, am I about to directly evolve into the divine beast Golden Crow? Damn! My luck can't be this outrageous. Ye Chen trembled with excitement, fists clenched tightly, staring intently at the center of the golden vortex. A divine beast. That was a powerful being that had only existed 100,000 years ago. On Blue Star, divine beasts were merely legends. No one had seen them, but no one dared to doubt their strength. Their existence was proven only through ancient paintings and word-of-mouth rumors passed down through the ages. Each divine beast possessed unparalleled abilities, each had the power to destroy the heavens and earth, each could traverse the universe and become a sovereign presence in the starry skies. Were such powerful beings about to be born? At this moment, Ye Chen felt as if he were in a dream. Boom! The golden cloud, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, transformed into golden streams of light, like a deluge pouring down from the heavens, forming golden light pillars that rushed directly into the center of the vortex. Boom! 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 As the golden streams of light poured into the vortex's center, the life force surged instantly, powerful life energy creating shockwaves, explosively expanding like countless ripples spreading across the water's surface when a stone is thrown in. Ye Chen was tossed around in this wave of force. Just as he was about to lose his balance, Xiao Chang and the interstellar devouring worm rushed over to help him block all the shockwaves. The explosion of powerful energy lasted for several minutes before gradually settling down. The golden vortex began to dissipate, revealing a bright golden pet egg standing at the center. Crack! The pet egg split open with several cracks, and then with a bang, it burst apart. A crow a meter long, covered in golden red feathers with wings ablaze, flew out from within. Ding! Evolution successful. Ding! Beast taming mutation successful. Current tamed beast, Flamingo Red Sun Fire Crow. Red Sun Fire Crow. Rank, Lord. Level, 1. Attack, 7,659. Defense, 3,674. Spirit, 4,890. Agility, 4,915. Skills, Red Sun Fire Domain, Red Sun Fire Pillar, Red Sun Fire Feather, Flamestorm. Required evolution points for next evolution, 700,000. Current available evolution points, 34. Seeing the panel of the Fire Crow, Ye Chen felt a bit dazed. After such a huge commotion, he expected to evolve a divine beast, but unexpectedly, it was only at the Lord level. However, after a brief moment of confusion, he became ecstatic. A Lord-level beast was still a formidable existence. Even Nangong Yudi's tamed beast was merely at the Lord level. Having such a tamed beast made him a top expert globally, not to mention he also had a king-level tamed beast. Not bad, not bad. All the stats are over 1,000, especially the attack, which actually reached over 7,000, far surpassing the other attributes. Is this the renowned Golden Crow bloodline? I wonder how high the attack power of the divine beast Golden Crow will reach. Ye Chen began to anticipate the majesty of the great sun Golden Crow. It must be quite impressive. However, when he looked at the evolution points needed for the next evolution, his brows furrowed again. 700,000. How long will it take to save this amount? And that interstellar devouring bug needs 1 million to evolve into the final form, the interstellar mother bug. Ye Chen felt a bit of a headache. One step at a time, he thought that Brother Xinghe wouldn't give him something impossible to complete, and during future job transfers, there might be tasks that increase the acquisition of evolution points. It's useless to think too much. Ye Chen exited the Beast Master space. As his consciousness returned to his body, he realized he was drenched in sweat. He didn't expect that the experiences in the Beast Master space would actually reflect on him. When these beasts evolve to a higher form, there are often terrifying celestial phenomena. If it weren't for Xiao Qing and the interstellar devouring bug's help, he would probably have been injured by the shockwaves. Next time he evolves, he must be more careful, letting the beasts help him withstand the pressure. Ye Chen stripped off all his clothes and with a splash, jumped into the nearby hot spring. The warm spring water gently caressed his skin like a girl's soft little hands, nourishing his body with spiritual energy, flooding in through the open capillaries and making him moan in comfort as soon as it entered his body. Ah! So refreshing. His whole body felt ethereal and utterly relaxed. Just as he was enjoying the pleasure of the hot spring, there was a knock on the door outside. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Yi, we've brought you the spiritual medicine. It was the maid's melodious voice. I forgot about this. Ye Chen casually replied, just put it at the door. Yes. Then he heard the sound of the maid's footsteps leaving. Once he heard the maids had left, Ye Chen got out of the spring and quietly tiptoed to the door, opening it to reach for the tray of spiritual medicine on the ground. Suddenly, a scream that shattered the roof came from the side, and Ye Chen looked over in panic, knowing he was completely naked. This would be social death if anyone saw him. Then he saw Nangong Yudi standing there, staring in horror at Ye Chen's naked body and the stunning sight before her. Damn! It was Teacher Nangong. This was truly death. Ye Chen quickly slipped back inside and slammed the door shut with a bang. He hurriedly put on his clothes and came out. At this moment, there was no sign of Nangong Yudi outside the door. What's done is done. I'll take a shower first and explain to Nangong Yudi later. I am not. On the road, several small pavilions and wooden corridors were being built, below which trickled a gentle stream, filled with all kinds of little fish, red, white, blue, various colors, shapes, all small and cute. It could be seen that Master Nangong had a high taste. Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh, what on earth was this kind of life? I really stumbled into heaven. Everything here, every blade of grass and every brick and tile is something ordinary people can't even dare to imagine. Its value is immeasurable. Arriving at the restaurant entrance, several beautiful maids were already delivering exquisite food inside. When they saw Ye Chen, they politely called out in unison, "Good day, Mr. Yi." Ye Chen nodded and walked in. It was his first time entering the restaurant. The interior decoration of the restaurant truly surprised Ye Chen. Based on the style from outside, he expected the restaurant to be quite lavish, but instead, it was small and cozy. A few simple tables and chairs. Right in front was a TV, which even had a cover embroidered with little flowers, a small round table, and several chairs. It looked very much like a rural family's setup, simply out of place with this villa. At this moment, when Jianbo was adjusting some red wine nearby, seeing Ye Chen's puzzled expression, he chuckled, "Mr. Yi must find this restaurant's decoration quite simple." This guy was simply too perceptive. Seeing his expression, he guessed Ye Chen's thoughts, leaving Ye Chen speechless. He replied, "Sorry to make you laugh, Wen Lao, I do feel a little puzzled." Feeling puzzled is quite normal. Miss Nangong had a rather dull childhood. Besides studying and practicing, she rarely played. The only time she went out for fun, she met an old lady in the countryside who found her adorable and invited her over. Ever since, whenever she felt enormous pressure, she often went to the old lady's home to stay and eat. This went on for years until the old lady passed away. Miss Nangong was deeply saddened and specially made this restaurant to commemorate her. I didn't expect Master Nangong to have such a past. She must have formed a deep bond with that old lady. Ye Chen sighed. Hee, Mr. Yi, don't look at Miss Nangong's serious face all day. In fact, she is very soft-hearted and kind inside. When Jianbo's eyes were filled with affection, Nangong Yudi was a child he had watched grow up, not a daughter but better than a daughter. If Miss Nangong has any criticism or opinions about you, please believe she is absolutely doing it for your own good. Ye Chen smiled and said, "That is for sure, Master Nangong is too good to me, she is the teacher I respect the most." Just as they were talking, a sudden sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Ye Chen turned to look and saw Nangong Yudi walking in with a serious expression. Upon seeing Ye Chen, her face flushed slightly and then became angry. Nangong Yudi angrily sat down. Ye Chen thought about just now when he appeared in front of Nangong Yudi, feeling slightly embarrassed. He awkwardly opened his mouth. Teacher, actually I. Before he could finish, Nangong Yudi directly interrupted. Last time you ruined 2 of my Dark Knight star beads. I haven't settled the score with you yet, and this time you dare to bully me. Thinking about Ye Chen's robust form made Nangong Yudi's face turn crimson, heat radiating from her entire being, making her feel warm all over, causing perspiration to form on her back. You, go stand against the wall for an hour. I'll also punish you to not eat for an hour. Ye Chen's mouth twitched. Okay, teacher. He obediently walked to the wall and stood up straight. When Jianbo smiled and shook his head, walking next to Ye Chen, whispering, Miss Nangong still has some childish temper. Mr. Yi, please don't take offense. Ye Chen whispered back, I have already gained a lot, alright? Destroying that seemingly expensive pearl only earned a 1-hour punishment. What's the big deal? He. Nangong Yudi looked at the two with suspicion and said, Wenbo, what are you two whispering about? Are you talking bad about me? When Jianbai patted Ye Chen's shoulder and said to Nangong Yudi, I was just giving Mr. Yi some reminders. There's no way I would talk badly about you. Now, I will take my leave. Enjoy your meal, Mississippi. After finishing his words, when Jianbai strode out of the dining hall, Nangong Yudi rolled her eyes at Ye Chen and started eating her dinner. This dinner was extraordinarily lavish. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a feast of dragon bones and phoenix marrow. It was truly too extravagant and too luxurious. Ye Chen didn't understand the ingredients or the names of the dishes, but the delicious aroma that made him dizzy clearly told him that if he took even a single bite, he would surely soar into the sky. Ye Chen stood by, drooling and his stomach growling. Punishing him to stand was fine, that was not even a real punishment. But to make him stand there and watch Nangong Yudi eat was truly the cruelest punishment in the world. Nangong Yudi secretly glanced at Ye Chen's pitiful face, and her heart instantly felt joy. Finally, she had taught this little rascal a good lesson. Let's see if he dares to bully her again next time. Nangong Yudi deliberately ate very slowly, wanting to make Ye Chen only able to watch and not eat, making him drool in despair. An hour quickly passed, and Nangong Yudi had long finished her meal. The dishes on the table had already cooled down, but there was still plenty left. Nangong Yudi's appetite was not large, she had only eaten a few bites from each dish. Ye Chen finally couldn't hold on any longer after an hour and quickly asked, "Teacher, it's been an hour, can I eat now?" Nangong Yudi huffed, "You can." Ye Chen felt as if a great relief had washed over him and quickly ran from the wall to the dining table, looking at the banquet before him with shining eyes. "Wow! Foods, I'm coming." Ye Chen picked up chopsticks and was just about to grab a big piece of meat when Nangong Yudi reached out and pressed them down. Ye Chen looked at her in confusion. "Teacher, didn't you say I could eat? These dishes are all cold, and I've already eaten. Just don't eat these leftovers." Nangong Yudi clapped her hands. "Bring in the fresh dishes." The maids outside immediately entered with steaming hot dishes. Ye Chen wanted to say, "It's fine, I've grown up in an orphanage, and I've eaten all sorts of leftovers. What's in front of me is divine food." But before he could speak, the leftover dishes were already taken away, and the fresh ones were placed before him. Ye Chen looked at Nangong Yudi with gratitude. "Teacher, you are truly the best person I have met in this world." Nangong Yudi stood up and waved her hand. "It's just a small matter. I need to go do some experiments, you can take your time eating." After saying that, she walked straight out the door, leaving Ye Chen to enjoy the delicious food alone. Nangong Yudi arrived at the study, and as soon as she opened the door, she saw Wenjian waiting there. "Wenbo, is there something wrong? Miss, do you really want to go against the Wang family?" Nangong Yudi strolled to the desk and sat down. "The reason I let Ye Chen stay here is that I don't want him to be caught by the Wang family or military outside while renting a place. Wenbo, I believe my stance is quite clear. Ye Chen is my student, no one can harm him, whether it's the military or the Wang family. I will protect his safety. Wenjian sighed, "You've always had a kind heart since you were young. Once you make up your mind about something, you will follow through to the end. I know I can't persuade you, but please think it over again." Nangong Yudi waved her hand. "No need, I have thought it through clearly. I won't abandon him just because he got into trouble. I will protect my student well." When Jianbai said helplessly, Li Qingtian just came by. He said he had already discussed Ye Chen's matter with the military and the Wang family, asking you to come to the school tomorrow for a personal meeting with him. Understood. Nangong Yudi replied indifferently. Chapter 50 Wang family? Don't worry, I will protect you. The next morning, Nangong Yudi arrived at the school. As soon as she entered the school gate, a group of students noticed her. Wow, it's teacher Nangong. She actually came to school today. Quick, let's go greet her. Many students came over. Hello, teacher Nangong. Good morning, teacher Nangong. Hello, teacher Nangong. The greetings came one after another. Nangong Yudi nodded slightly, acknowledging the many students. When she reached the principal's office on the second floor, Nangong Yudi knocked on the door. Come in. A voice from inside belonged to Li Qingtian. Nangong Yudi opened the door and walked in, and as soon as she entered, she saw Li Qingtian sitting solemnly at the tea table. The water next to him was already boiling, and tea leaves had been placed in the tea bowl, looking like he had been waiting for a long time. Little Dai, sit down quickly. Li Qingtian beckoned. After Nangong Yudi sat down, Li Qingtian opened his mouth and said, I went to Tianqing province yesterday. Nangong Yudi nodded. Has it been confirmed that it was Ye Chen who did it? Li Qingtian took out the investigation report from the security bureau, along with a statement and a video. This is the video of Wang Song hiring someone to open the spatial crack, as well as the individual's testimony and the green poison residue left at Wang Song's death scene, along with the forensic report. The evidence is undeniable, it was indeed Ye Chen who killed Wang Song. Although Nangong Yudi had already guessed the outcome in her heart, she still frowned. What does the Wang family say? Killers pay with their lives. Li Qingtian spoke with a heavy tone. Nangong Yudi rubbed her temples. Is there no room for negotiation? Li Qingtian shook his head. The head of the Wang family, Wang Ming, and the famous sword master Wang Haoran are both extremely furious right now, wanting nothing more than to rush to Moto province and tear Ye Chen apart. Nangong Yudi furrowed her beautiful brows, lost in thought. Li Qingtian poured tea from the kettle, serving a cup for both of them. Nangong Yudi picked up the teacup and took a small sip, still thinking of a solution. Li Qingtian did not rush her and sat silently with her, drinking tea. The two were momentarily speechless, and the atmosphere was very quiet. Yet the tension in the air grew heavier. After a long time, Nangong Yudi spoke up. what does the official side say? The officials are just mediators. They know Ye Chen is currently a student at our Divine Palace University and do not want to manage this matter. They leave it for our two families to discuss. However, the officials also warned us not to make a big deal out of it and not to cause social unrest, or else they will intervene, and neither side will have a good time. But there's one question I can't understand. What was Ye Chen's motive for killing Wang Song? They have never met, so how could there be such a deadly feud? Could it really be because of the dungeon monster stealing? You might want to ask Ye Chen about this whole incident. If Ye Chen is not at fault, then our Divine Palace University will take the blame. Nangong Yudi's eyes lit up as she smiled and said, "Thank you, Uncle Li. Little Dai has caused Uncle Li more trouble." Li Qingtian waved his hand. "What are you thanking me for? I can't just watch you face difficulties without helping, can I? Go ahead, and ask Ye Chen clearly about what happened. Also, take this chance to see Ye Chen's character. If he is someone with bad intentions, keeping such a person will only bring greater harm, you understand? I understand the seriousness of the situation. Well then, Uncle Li, I will take my leave first." Nangong Yudi drove her luxury car back to the villa. At this moment, Ye Chen was doing his morning exercises. He had now developed the habit of exercising every day. A day without practice made his whole body itch. During this period, he had consumed a lot of heavenly materials and treasures, and his body had grown very strong, with muscles bulging. His upper body, stripped of clothes, showcased the perfect muscle lines many men pursued. The entire person exudes a strong masculine energy. Ha! Ye Chen punched the sandbag in front of him, and surprisingly, he made a hole in it. He looked at the result with satisfaction. With my current physical condition, I should be able to withstand the power of a cow hitting me without dying. Not only had his strength increased greatly, but his ability to take hits had also improved several times. He endured an hour of being struck by robots with sticks every day, and his body had become even tougher. He was just about to proceed to the next phase of his training when the maid approached him. "Mr. Yi, Miss is looking for you. She wants you to go to the study." The maid looked at Ye Chen's bare upper body, her face flushed red. "Okay." Ye Chen quickly put on his clothes and hurried to the study. As soon as he entered the study, he saw Nangong Yudi standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, arms crossed, gazing at the green mountains and clear waters outside. She had an elegant posture and a refined demeanor, but a lingering sadness clouded her brow. "Teacher, I'm here." "What's the matter?" Ye Chen spoke up. Nangong Yudi turned around and gestured for him to sit. "Let's talk." After Ye Chen sat down, Nangong Yudi got straight to the point. "Why did you kill Wang Song?" Ye Chen smiled slightly. He did not expect the Wang family to come looking for him so soon. It had only been a day. Although he knew this matter would eventually come to light, it was still too fast. "I killed Wang Song because he wanted to kill me, so of course, I had to fight back. Sigh, I am also speechless. I encountered a lunatic while taking an exam that day." Ye Chen recounted the events of that day in detail. Nangong Yudi became more and more furious as she listened, a flash of fierce light appearing in her eyes. Wang Song's reputation was immense, widespread among the hidden families and the authorities. She had heard some outrageous stories about him and had previously thought of him as unruly but never realized he was so reckless, treating lives as mere grass, with his subordinate Zhan Lei killing at will, completely disregarding the laws of Long Country. Such a person is not worth lamenting. I now understand why the Long Country authorities don't want to intervene in this matter. I imagine they find Wang Song quite a headache. From what you said, Wang Song is cruel and lawless. He must have done many illegal things in the past. Long Country has long wanted to remove him, and now that you've eliminated this tumor, it can also put an end to a troubling issue for the authorities. Nangong Yudi's gaze flickered. However, the authorities are indeed calculative. If you didn't have a background, they would have handed you over to the Wang family for venting their anger. Just sacrificing a small character could placate such a big power as the Wang family. Why wouldn't the authorities want that? Now that they know you are a student of our Xinghe University, they are just sitting back and watching the tiger fight. She sighed lightly. Perhaps the authorities also aim to let Xinghe University and the Wang family fight each other to mutual destruction. But she didn't voice this concern. "I know about your situation. Don't worry. As a student of Xinghe University, we will definitely keep you safe. You don't need to worry about the Wang family, just focus on your training." Ye Chen smiled. "I will remember the kindness of Xinghe University and my teachers. Today, you protect my safety, and in the future, I, Ye Chen, will definitely lead you all to the road of ascent." Nangong Yudi smiled slightly. "Alright, no need to boast with the teacher here. Go train. I still have to arrange for your entrance examination the day after tomorrow and deal with the Wang family matter." After Ye Chen exited the study, he returned to his room. The Wang family is indeed swift in their actions, but he was no longer afraid of them. Not only because he had the protection of Xinghe University but also because he possessed powerful beast tamers. Ye Chen now hoped that the day after tomorrow would come quickly, so he could pass the entrance exam, then go into the dungeon to level up and enhance the levels of his newly evolved beast tamers. Once these two beast tamers leveled up, he wants to see who else dares to oppose him. Chapter 51, The Board Members Arrive. The day of the entrance exam soon arrived. This morning, a sound came from Ye Chen's beast controlling space. Crack, a crisp sound, as the egg of the Imperial Ant broke, a new generation of male ant, fully armored, boldly flew out. Ye Chen felt it and immediately entered the beast controlling space to check. Star Worm Emperor. Rank, Lord. Level, LV1. Attack, 5320. Defense, 5340. Spirit, 3126. Agility, 6240. Skills, Phantom Blade, Perfect Shadow, Wind Pursuit Great Knife, Swift Shadow Critical Strike. What? A Lord-level male ant? Ye Chen excitedly looked at the sturdy male ant in front of him, its body covered in hard armor. Having experienced the terrifying speed of the Ant King Bell, he eagerly anticipated how the stronger Star Worm Emperor would perform. Looking at its 4 skills, all speed-focused, with agility reaching an astonishing 6,000 points, it must be incredibly fast. Today there is an exam, so he would practice with this male ant. Feeling delighted, Ye Chen exited the beast controlling space and headed to school. A mate had already come to call him at the door. Mr. Yi, the miss is already waiting for you in the garage. Please follow me. Nangong Yudi's meticulous care made Ye Chen truly grateful. Having such a teacher would make his journey smoother. All right. Led by the maid, Ye Chen arrived at the garage and got into Nangong Yudi's luxury car. Don't embarrass me in today's exam, or you'll be in for it. Nangong Yudi warned. Ye Chen laughed, Teacher, don't worry. It's just a small entrance exam, I'll definitely give you a big surprise, haha. With 2 Lord-level beasts and 1 King-level beast, if all their powers burst out, the entire dragon country would tremble. A small entrance exam is simply laughable. Nangong Yudi shook her head, closing her eyes to rest and no longer paid attention to Ye Chen. She felt Ye Chen had good talent, but he loved to boast too much. Ye Chen's current beast was merely a platinum-level green python. Having divine beast bloodline didn't mean invincibility, it just meant it was much stronger than ordinary mutated species. Furthermore, the green python was still an undeveloped descendant of divine beasts. Only reaching the Lord or even King level could possibly awaken a hint of divine power. At that time, his beasts would be considered truly accomplished. Before that, he was just a genius with enormous potential. And the Divine Palace University was not lacking in geniuses. Such arrogance and pride made the senior students want to put him in his place, otherwise, he wouldn't know that there are always people better than him, and he would face great losses in the future. The vehicle smoothly started, and after half an hour, they arrived at the underground garage of Divine Palace University. Ye Chen followed Nangong Yudi to the exam location. By now, several special recruitment students had already gathered there. These special recruits stood a bit apart from each other, hinting at a sense of competition. All of them were geniuses, which is why they were specially recruited by Divine Palace University, and naturally, there was a sense of pride in their hearts, none willing to back down. Upon seeing the two arrive, all the special recruits turned to look. A beauty is always the focus, and Nangong Yudi, an exquisite blend of grace and beauty, was certainly the center of attention. As for Ye Chen beside her, without a doubt, he became the object of jealousy and ridicule. However, the special recruits here had obviously done their homework on Divine Palace University, and most of them recognized Nangong Yudi. Everyone greeted Nangong Yudi. Good morning, Mentor Nangong. Hello, Mentor Nangong. Greetings, Mentor Nangong. Nangong Yudi nodded, walking past the crowd without stopping, heading straight to the Gathering Talents building, where the observation room for exam students was located. At this moment, the Gathering Talents building had already gathered many teachers, including Li Qingtian, along with several board members. The room was filled with true big shots from Xinghe University, including many legendary figures. These people usually focused on their own training and rarely participated in school matters. A mere annual entrance assessment would never pique the interest of these legendary figures. This time, they made time to come and watch, and the reason was simple. Nangong Yudi's newly recruited students were taking their assessment today, and one of them had offended the hidden family, the Wang family, by killing their extraordinary talent, Wang Song. More importantly, Li Qingtian urgently contacted all members of the board overnight, deciding to protect Ye Chen and confront the Wang family head-on. Upon hearing this, all board members were in an uproar. Confronting the Wang family was a huge deal. Even Li Qingtian, as the president, couldn't make that decision alone. Almost all board members opposed the idea, but then Nangong Yudi spoke up. She also wanted to protect Ye Chen and would use her family's power. It should be noted that the Nangong family was also one of the hidden families, with strength not inferior to the Wang family. When she spoke, this matter could not be hastily decided. If they could unite with the Nangong family, then Xinghe University confronting the Wang family wouldn't be too much pressure. However, was this student named Ye Chen worth it? All board members kept this question in their hearts. A freshman, was he really worth mobilizing two top forces of Long Country to protect him? So today, all board members were present, as well as all the top teachers from Xinghe University, and everyone was waiting for Ye Chen's performance. If Ye Chen couldn't present the potential to convince the board members today, then the push to protect him would be completely denied by Xinghe University, leaving Nangong Yudi to bear the overwhelming backlash from the Wang family alone. Nangong Yudi walked into the room and politely greeted the many big shots. These big shots responded politely as well. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat tense. Li Qingtian nodded apologetically at her. Nangong Yudi approached him and whispered, "Little Dai knows that Uncle Li has done his best. It's already very difficult to have all the board members here to watch Ye Chen's assessment. Little Dai is very grateful for your help, Uncle Li." Li Qingtian sighed helplessly, "I'm getting old, no longer useful. If it were in the past, the board would never have dared to go against me." Nangong Yudi smiled, "Uncle Li, you are joking. You are only 53 years old, not old at all. Little Dai thinks you still have your charm." Li Qingtian shook his head and looked at the crystal ball in the center of the room. "It's starting." The crystal ball displayed an image of Ye Chen and the other specially admitted students, guided by a young teacher, as they headed toward the assessment site. The upperclassmen participating in this assessment are all the strongest students in their respective years, many of whom are top talents with diamond-level beast-taming abilities. "I wonder if Ye Chen can pass their guarded checkpoints," Li Qingtian murmured. Nangong Yudi's expression turned serious. Ye Chen's Chang Anaconda is platinum level. While that is one level below diamond beasts, the Chang Anaconda is a descendant of a divine beast, and in terms of bloodline strength, it is not much weaker than ordinary diamond-level beasts. By the way, do you know what level his beast is now? Li Qingtian's eyes flickered. The higher the rank of the beast, the greater the combat power. However, rank was also a key factor. If a lower-ranked beast's level surpassed a higher-ranked beast by too much, defeating the higher-ranked beast was still possible. Li Qingtian felt a spark of interest. This Ye Chen might truly shine in this assessment. Chapter 52, Yi Ge, are you bad with directions? As Ye Chen was headed toward the assessment site, someone suddenly ran up beside him and tapped his shoulder. "Ah, it's really you, Ye Chen." Ye Chen looked over at the person. Instantly, he was left bewildered. Who is this person? He has never seen him before. Who are you? Ye Chen asked in confusion. Zhang Yang laughed and said, "You little rascal, you've forgotten me so quickly. Remember the online training room? Remember the ranking matches?" Ye Chen furrowed his brow. He only went to the online training room once, then followed Xiao Yue into a dungeon. After returning from the dungeon, he felt going to the online training room was a waste of time. The students there were far too weak compared to the Ant King Bell, and it provided no real combat experience. It was better to work out and strengthen his body. Seeing Ye Chen's puzzled expression, Zhang Yang realized he really didn't remember him and sighed, "I'm the cannon master you defeated, ranked over 300. Ye Chen suddenly understood, "Oh, it's you. How did you end up at Xinghe University? Your profession is cannon master." Zhang Yang, looking quite defeated, replied, "You really hit hard with your words. I know my profession doesn't match Xinghe University's Beastmaster Major, but I seriously couldn't get into Haotian Martial Arts Academy, so I had to come here." After saying that, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, but then again, Xinghe University is a top university nationwide. Even though I'm in the worst martial arts field, at least I'm still a graduate of Xinghe University. Compared to an ordinary university, the value of my degree is several levels higher. Ye Chen nodded in agreement. That's true, getting into Xinghe University is already an incredible achievement. It seems your talent is not bad either. Haha, it's just average. Compared to your kind of monster, I'm really unremarkable. Zhang Yang recalled the green serpent Ye Chen summoned and felt a lingering fear. The despair that Snake brought him was overwhelming. "Once the assessment is over, I'll treat you to a meal. I said last time that if you came to Moto Province, I'd take you out, and you actually came. Hee, I knew with your talent you would definitely get into Xinghe University." Ye Chen rubbed his chin, thinking that after the assessment, he had nothing else to do, so going out to have fun wouldn't be bad. Okay. The two chatted as they unknowingly followed the large group to the assessment venue. The teacher in charge turned around and shouted to everyone, "You will cross the forest ahead and climb to the top of that mountain behind. That will count as passing the assessment." Then he tossed a stack of yellow tokens from his spatial ring, and these tokens arced through the air, landing perfectly in everyone's hands. These yellow tokens have 1,000 contribution points. Contribution points are a very important resource in Xinghe University that can be exchanged for equipment, martial skills, elixirs, and other valuable items. What you will face next is the competition from senior students. Please protect the startup funds provided to you by the school, as 1,000 contribution points is a significant amount. If you lose them, you will regret it. Everyone silently tucked the yellow tokens close to their bodies. After receiving the tokens, some attempted to put them in their spatial rings, only to find they couldn't fit. Let's start. At the teacher's command, everyone raised their legs and walked into the forest. Zhang Yong quickly moved next to Ye Chen. Big boss, take me with you. I don't want my yellow token to be stolen. This is a huge startup fund. Zhang Yong had already inquired about the contribution points and knew their value very well. 1,000 contribution points required completing 2 S-level missions to obtain. What a rare resource. Without caring much, Ye Chen said, then just stick close to me. Zhang Yong hopped with excitement. I love you, Ye Chen. Oh no, I mean, brother Yi. From now on, you're my bro, haha. Shut up, no need for that. Ye Chen strode forward without looking back, while Zhang Yong hurriedly followed closely behind. Once in the jungle, some self-proclaimed exceptional individuals had already separated from the larger group, heading towards the small path. Some wanted to take a shortcut, while others wanted to find a few companions, thinking it would be safer. All kinds of differing opinions were fully manifested at this moment. Ye Chen glanced at the mountaintop, ignoring the discussions of the crowd. He felt that going straight ahead would be a bit closer. However, after walking a few steps, he had already started to deviate from the correct route. His dyslexia for routes had flared up again. Zhang Yong initially thought Ye Chen had unique insights on the route. After following him through twists and turns for a few minutes, he began to feel something was off. After walking a bit further, it was really wrong because they had returned to the starting point. Zhang Yong felt like he was going crazy, looking at Ye Chen with questioning eyes, asking, Brother Yi, we're back to square one. Could it be that you are directionally challenged? Ye Chen's old face turned red. How could I be directionally challenged? This is just a wrong turn. Can a wrong turn be this absurd? Who goes in circles and ends up back at the start? Sometimes this mountain road is just that strange. Ye Chen stuttered. Zhang Yong held his forehead in frustration. Let me lead the way, Brother Yi. If you keep going like this, we won't reach the top before it gets dark. That works. Ye Chen fully agreed. He knew well that when it came to being directionally challenged, he was fully aware. At this moment, on the other side of the forest, quite a few students had already been robbed by upperclassmen. These self-proclaimed outstanding students, after entering the depths of the jungle, had fallen into an ambush. A little girl dressed in yellow was accompanied by a white tiger, which was not of low rank, being of the golden tier. At 18, possessing a golden tier white tiger is indeed not weak in the outside world, but unfortunately, this time she encountered the most severe entrance examination in the history of Xinghe University. As she entered a pile of fallen leaves with the white tiger, 2 figures suddenly flashed on either side. Hee, still a little beauty. Sorry, sister, but your contribution points are going to our wild wolf team. The figure on the left threw a chain dart that wrapped around her legs, then pulled hard, tripping her to the ground. Ah! The little beauty in yellow screamed, flailing her hands on the ground wildly. The figure on the right quickly summoned 10 gray wolves, surrounding the white tiger and launching a fierce attack. The white tiger wanted to save its master but was tightly entangled by the 10 gray wolves. 2 bit at its hind legs, 2 bit at its front legs, while several others pounced, using their immense strength to pin the white tiger to the ground. The little beauty in yellow shouted loudly, Little White, use tiger's fierce claw. Roar! The white tiger roared, its 4 limbs ignited in red flames, the intense heat pushing back the gray wolves as it stood up again, slashing its powerful claws at the gray wolves before it. Humph, useless. The one holding the chain rushed forward, swiftly knocking out the little beauty in yellow, snatching the yellow card from her pocket. With the little beauty in yellow falling unconscious, the white tiger, in reluctant roars, quickly dissipated back to the beast master space. Scenes like this were replaying in various places in the forest, while Ye Chen and his companion were gradually approaching the depths of the forest. Chapter 53, Rampant. As Ye Chen passed by a large tree, a loud whistle suddenly rang out above him. Hoo! 2 more fat sheep coming, Xiaozhou, time to work. Before the words fell, a dart chain whipped down from above, aiming straight for Ye Chen's chest. Brother Yi, step back, I'm going to start showing off. Boom! A cannonball shot in from the side, shattering the dart chain into pieces. The person standing on the tree turned in surprise to glance sideways. When did you get a grenade launcher? Zhang Yong laughed, you'll find out soon. Then he turned to Ye Chen and said, these 2 little karami aren't worth you taking action, I'll handle it. Ye Chen crossed his arms, the corner of his mouth slightly upturned, casually leaning against the big tree. Alright, then I'll see your skill. In the last ranking match, Zhang Yong directly surrendered, so Ye Chen also didn't know what skills his profession had. Gunsmith, it sounds like a profession that plays with guns. In this world where martial arts and magic are everywhere, firearms are not considered a top profession, only a middle one at best. The person in the tree saw these two new students chatting carelessly and calling themselves Little Kalami, and his anger and speechlessness were evident. He suddenly laughed. At that moment, he truly understood this saying, people really do laugh when they are speechless. Alright, you two new students are really arrogant. Let me show you what a second-year student's true strength is. Flying chains and twine. As soon as he finished speaking, the broken chain dart in his hand quickly restored under a flash of blue light and flew towards Zhang Yong in an S-curve. Ha! What era is it? Still using a broken chain. Zhang Yong said disdainfully. Laser cannon. In Zhang Yong's hands, a massive weapon with a blue phantom instantly solidified. This laser cannon had a strong futuristic feel, was huge, about a meter long, and featured a glowing blue lightning ball in the middle. As soon as the laser cannon took shape, the muzzle aimed at the chain and the tree person. Zhang Yong shouted, Aluka. A blue-purple laser shot out from the cannon's mouth in an instant. Boom! The chain melted instantly in the air under the laser's high temperature. The person in the tree's pupils suddenly constricted, as the laser pierced through his chest, creating a large hole. Zhang Yong was shocked. No way, he just died? Damn, he's so weak, not my fault. Ye Chen suddenly heard a gust of wind by his side and immediately yelled at Zhang Yong, be careful. Hearing Ye Chen's shout, Zhang Yong sensed something was wrong. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly heard the tree person's mocking voice next to his ear. Underestimating me means certain defeat, stupid boy. Let me show you who's talking big. The ground cracked open, and a column of chains suddenly rose, thousands of chains quickly coiling around Zhang Yong's body like poisonous snakes, and that person actually walked out from among the column of chains. Ye Chen frowned. What kind of strange ability is this? It was as if the whole person was wrapped up in chains. In just a few seconds, Zhang Yong was firmly bound by the chains, like a human-shaped iron cocoon. From the grass beside Ye Chen, 10 giant gray wolves emerged after a shake. A boy in a black hoodie stood behind the gray wolves, pointing at Ye Chen. All the gray wolves charged towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen was speechless. Just a moment ago, Zhang Yong was shouting for him to rest and that he would deal with these two, but unexpectedly, this guy was so useless that he got taken down in the blink of an eye. Looks like I still have to step in. Ye Chen was about to summon his beast. Suddenly, there was a change on Zhang Yong's side. Explode for me. Boom. The chains that trapped Zhang Yong suddenly exploded in a burst of flames. The boy in black who controlled the chains was shocked. How is that possible? Gunpowder rose. In front of Zhang Yong, a giant artillery platform appeared, with a swirling energy orb forming in the cannon's mouth. After his shout, the energy orb was instantly fired. A powerful suction drew in all the fallen leaves and wild grasses around, rolling towards the boy in the hoodie who controlled the gray wolves. The hoodie boy tried to dodge but found that the suction was overwhelming, and the energy orb was incredibly fast. It reached him in an instant. The hoodie boy's pupils suddenly constricted. Boom! The energy orb exploded into a rose pattern, dazzling and beautiful. At the center of the explosion, a thick smoke rose. The boy in the hoodie lay on the ground, covered in black, already unconscious. All the gray wolves pouncing towards Ye Chen disappeared in an instant. Little Zhou. The chain boy shouted in panic, you killed Little Zhou, I'll fight you. Zhang Yong chuckled, kill someone? It's just an entrance exam, not enough to use killing moves. The power of this cannonball is less than 1/10, he just fainted from the explosion, and after lying in the infirmary for 2 or 3 days, he woke up. The chain boy glared at him fiercely and quickly ran to check the condition of the hoodie boy. After using his spiritual power to probe his body, he breathed a sigh of relief. There was indeed nothing serious, he was just knocked out by the shockwave of the explosion, only suffering a bit of internal injury. The chain boy was about to carry the hoodie boy to retreat. Ye Chen suddenly called out to him, Senior, are you leaving just like this? The chain boy angrily said, if we don't leave, are we supposed to stay for a meal? Ye Chen showed a bright smile, innocent as can be, and said, it wouldn't be polite to not return the favor. Since seniors can come to seize the new students' contribution points, isn't it reasonable for the new students to seize the seniors' contribution points in return? As long as you two leave your contribution points, I will let you go. At this, Zhang Yong's eyes suddenly lit up, and he clapped his hands, praising Ye Chen, wonderful, wonderful. Ye Ge, your idea is truly brilliant, I didn't think of it, ha ha ha. The chain boy nearly spat out old blood, he roared loudly, damn it, you two are too much. Ye Chen smiled and shook his head, how could this be called bullying? Isn't it fair competition? If you can rob us, why can't we rob back? He turned to Zhang Yong and said, Zhang Yong, go get back the seniors' contribution points. Zhang Yong laughed out loud, grinning like a fierce dog, rubbing his hands together, it's great to follow Ye Ge. I thought I could only earn 1,000 contribution points, but if I can rob those two, won't there be thousands of contribution points? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yong slowly walked towards the chain boy, Senior, I advise you to hand over your contribution points immediately, or you will suffer. My cannon is not blind, and you don't want to end up like your companion lying on the ground, do you? The chain boy trembled with anger, panting heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, a huge fire of rage burning in his heart. But the situation was stronger than the person. The skinner named Zhang Yang was already very tricky, and there was another new student who had not yet made a move. If they united, he would have no chance at all. The chain boy snorted coldly, threw down his yellow card. You two bastards, I'll remember this. Be careful after entering school. Ye Chen shrugged, unfazed. We'll be careful, no need for the senior to worry. And, you threw down your yellow card. I'm worried you're hiding something, so it's better to let Zhang Yang search you. Damn it. You want to search me as well? This is intolerable. You keep making excessive demands. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The chain boy put down the hoodie boy and was about to launch an attack. However, before he could stand up, Zhang Yang's cannonball had already hit him. Boom! The chain boy also obediently lay on the ground. Zhang Yang blew on the smoking barrel of his grenade launcher. I told you to obediently leave your contribution points, you insisted on me having to knock you out. With that, he jogged over and rummaged through the two of them, searching all their pockets inside and out, collecting 4 yellow cards in total. Zhang Yang ran excitedly to Ye Chen, his eyes gleaming with excitement. We hit the jackpot, Ye Ge, we're rich. Ye Chen laughed. This is just the beginning, there are still many seniors in this forest. Zhang Yang looked stunned, then stammered, Ye Ge, you mean, we have to rob all of the seniors here? At this moment, Nangong Yudi and a group of big shots watching everything through the crystal ball in the gathering hall were also dumbfounded. They stared blankly at this scene, feeling utterly speechless, only the word absurd in their minds. Everyone in the room was covered in black lines. Someone spoke up, Ye Chen, truly is extraordinary. No wonder he is a student of mentor Nangong, indeed remarkable. But isn't this a bit too much? It feels like this Ye Chen has a bit of a rogue air about him. Nangong Yudi forced a smile and said, that kid Ye Chen, indeed, is a bit too much. She clenched her fists. Ye Chen, you've caused trouble for me again. Why are you stealing from seniors for no reason? He must be punished when we get back. The incident of robbing seniors during the entrance exam is truly a historic first. I have never seen such a student before. Arrogant. That kid Ye Chen is just too arrogant. One of the teachers was furious because the 2 seniors who were robbed were his students. Chapter 54, From now on, I will be your most loyal little brother. There were a total of 36 special recruits who entered the jungle. Now, except for a few who were not robbed by seniors, everyone else had their yellow cards taken away. Among these few, aside from Ye Chen and Zhang Yang who were sweeping the perimeter, the other 3 had already paired up, planning to charge through the checkpoint guarded by the seniors in their 4th year. At first, everyone did not take those older students seriously, but as more and more people walked out crying with their yellow cards taken, the remaining recruits panicked. They began to pair up, attempting to use their numbers to defeat the fewer seniors. However, to the seniors, their actions were nothing but a huge joke. Sheep like to gather in groups, only tigers walk alone. The recruits walking together actually made it easier for seniors to catch them all at once, saving a lot of time looking for them. The seniors were more than happy to see them doing this. Among them was a senior named Huang Shikuan, who had a diamond-level beast tamer, belonging to the top tier of geniuses at Xinghe University. He believed that after graduating, it wouldn't take long to cultivate a lord-level beast, at which point he could rise to become a local big shot. Besides him, there was another senior, a peak-level swordsman named Tsukiki, who was also a heavyweight. Being only 22 and already at the peak of level 5, it was certain she would reach level 100 in the future. Her potential was limitless. At this moment, Huang Shikuan was lazily lying against a big tree, chewing on a blade of grass, napping peacefully. Suddenly, green leaves rustled on the tree trunk beside him, and a beautiful girl in a red t-shirt and black shorts, displaying a pair of snow-white thighs, appeared playfully on the trunk. Koen, I'm really impressed by you. You're being lazy during the entrance exam? Don't you want the contribution points from those new students? Tsukiki, with bright big eyes filled with helplessness and slightly furrowed brows, playfully reproached him. Ha-ah. Huang Shikuan stretched lazily, sleepily squinting at her. Please don't disturb my sleep, okay? Whoever wants those contribution points can take them, I'm happy to relax. Seeing his annoying expression, Tsukiki felt a surge of frustration, clenched her small fist, and took 2 steps forward to give him a playful thump on the head. Ouch! Huang Shikuan covered his head. What are you doing? Tsukiki crossed her arms, looked down at him with her head held high, and said, I just don't like you. Is it a crime to punch you once? Huang Shikuan was speechless. Alright, you're the young lady, you say it goes. Then hurry up and come with me to grab contribution points from the new students, there aren't many left outside. Didn't the teacher tell us to guard the last checkpoint here? Isn't it inappropriate for us to run out like this? What if a fish slips through the net? Oh, are you stupid from reading too much? The new students outside are almost all swept away, what are you still guarding here for? This year's new students are unlucky. The teachers have sent over the strongest experts to guard the checkpoints. How could they get to us? Seeing that this reason couldn't fool her, Huang Shikuan tried again. Maybe there really is a powerful new student who can break through their checkpoint? Sukiki rolled her eyes at him. Do you think I'm a fool? As soon as she finished speaking, several teams of seniors suddenly burst from the forest ahead. Upon seeing the two, the students immediately shouted in anger, Senior Shikuan, Senior Kiki, you have to stand up for us senior students, woo woo woo. Sukiki looked at their pitiful state in surprise and asked, what happened to you all? These high school students were completely charred, with some having their hair burned, still emitting wisps of white smoke. There are two new students who are particularly rampant, Kiki. They are roaming around attacking us senior students, and there's a guy with a cannon who is very strong. Many of us second-year students have suffered greatly. It's one thing that we can't fight back, but the key is they even want to steal our contribution points. Senior Kiki, you have to stand up for us. Upon hearing this, Huang Shikuan immediately felt fired up. Just as he was about to say something, Sukiki spoke out angrily, what? These two new students are so excessive. How dare they do this? It's truly outrageous. The entrance assessment tradition for freshmen at Xinghe University has always aimed to benefit us senior students. I didn't expect them to go against the rules and steal our contribution points. Sukiki recalled the scene when she was a freshman and had her yellow card snatched by senior students, causing her eyes to narrow. At that time, she didn't understand why Xinghe University arranged such an entrance assessment, until the moment her yellow card was taken away, when she finally understood. Xinghe University aimed to shatter the arrogance of this group of newcomers, making these self-proclaimed geniuses realize that there are always people better than them, and after entering the university, they should be diligent in their cultivation. Moreover, 1,000 contribution points was also a good income, allowing less powerful senior students to supplement their points and strengthen their own abilities. Where are those two new students? I will go find them now. Kiki snorted coldly. Huang Shikuan laughed heartily, Kiki, you don't need to rush. From my perspective, those two new students have been sweeping the outskirts and probably have quite a big appetite. They might even target the third-year students in the middle. Kiki frowned and said, aren't they too arrogant? The third-year students have platinum-level beasts. What if they can only defeat the second-year students and then get scared and run when facing the third years? If they run away, isn't that even better? Don't you want contribution points? We can just wait here for them to deliver the points to us. Huang Shikuan said with a grin. Kiki's eyes flickered, what you say makes sense. At that time, as long as we take their yellow cards, it will not just be 1,000 contribution points but the total from both the newcomers and the senior students. Yes, exactly. Huang Shikuan nodded. But what if they get robbed by the third-year students? Kiki worriedly asked. No way, such big fat sheep, I can't be at ease. I have to go check it out myself. Kiki said as she prepared to head out. Suddenly, there was more commotion in the forest ahead. Another group of students came over, injured. Senior Shikuan, Senior Kiki, you have to stand up for us. Woo woo woo. Kiki immediately had a black line on her forehead and asked, so, where are those arrogant new students? When she asked, it left the nearby third-year students dumbfounded. Why, you know who hurt us? Kiki pointed at a few charred second-year students beside her. They just came to report the situation. I remember that you third-year students have platinum-level beasts. Could it be that you were defeated too? One of the third-year students immediately replied, among those two, there's our artillery user, which is quite troublesome, but he couldn't inflict any real harm on us. Just when we were about to deal with this artillery user, his companion named Ye Chen suddenly summoned a platinum-level large green snake. In an instant, all of our senior 3 students were defeated. Kiki exclaimed in surprise, a freshman actually has a platinum-level beast? This guy named Ye Chen is really talented. Huang Shikuan smirked, interesting, this newly admitted student named Ye Chen has a higher talent than mine. When I first entered Divine Palace University, I barely managed to train a golden-level beast. Kiki, let's just wait here for the two of them. Now that they have defeated the third-year students, they'll be here soon. Hee, just a platinum-level beast isn't enough to impress me. Humph, 2 arrogant freshmen, I'll teach them a lesson and take back all the contribution points they have. Kiki thought about the massive contribution points that were about to come in, and her excitement lit up her face. On the other side, Zhang Yong screamed excitedly at the sky. Awesome! I now have 30,000 contribution points, damn it, 30,000! Ha 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 ha! Ye Chen glanced at him, can you quiet down a bit? Up ahead is the checkpoint guarded by the 4th-year students. We still have a few thousand contribution points to grab. Right, there are still a few thousand contribution points. Brother Yi, following you is truly a blessing. From now on, I will be your most loyal little brother. Zhang looked at Ye Chen with flattery, thinking he must hold on to this leg tightly. He had earned so many contribution points just after starting school, he would surely rise in the future. Ye Chen shook his head, too lazy to pay attention to the overly excited Zhang, and took big strides forward. Chapter 55, Brother Yi, how about we escape? Ye Chen and his companion walked along a path in the woods and soon saw a group of wounded soldiers standing ahead, gazing into the distance. Some had bandages on, while others limped, looking quite miserable. When these wounded soldiers saw Ye Chen and his friend, they all hurriedly backed away, many of them excitedly shouting, "Senior Shikuan, Senior Kiki, they are here. Ha ha ha. They finally arrived." Ye Chen remarked, "Is there really a need to be so excited? It seems that the fourth-year seniors are their strongest support." Zhang put his hands on his hips, proud as can be. Compared to support, can they compare to me? No one's support is harder than mine. Zhang was blindly worshipping Ye Chen at this point. He believed Ye Chen was invincible. Just a moment ago, so many people had attacked them, and there was a platinum-level beast. What happened in the end? Ye Chen summoned that invincible green snake, solving all their problems in just a few moments. That platinum beast, which looked incredibly fierce, trembled like a newbie before the green snake. Zhang saw its state and seemed to see his past self. The green snake radiated an intimidating presence that had once scared him to the point of wetting his pants. Now being the one who was frightening, witnessing the enemy become weak in the knees from fear was such a feeling. The only word to describe it is, refreshing. So refreshing. Ye Chen rubbed his temples. Zhang overexcited state wouldn't calm down anytime soon, and it was bound to get him into some trouble later. The two walked a few more steps when the leaves of the forest rustled, making a sound, and then suddenly a large group of people jumped down. Ye Chen focused his gaze and saw a dark mass of no less than 30 people. It was likely that all the upperclassmen were here. Leading them was a striking beauty with a delicate sword, dressed in red, her figure stunning, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were examining Ye Chen. She spoke slowly, "Are you Ye Chen?" Before Ye Chen could respond, Zhang impatiently stepped forward and exclaimed, "Where did this little girl come from? Is my brother Ye's name something you can just call?" His intonation was reminiscent of the malicious servants in high-status households of old times. Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Zhang antics. He patted Zhang shoulder, "You are truly a talent." The two sang in harmony, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Zhang arrogant words ignited anger in the eyes of the senior students, like a blazing fire catching dry wood, and the fury in their hearts surged up to the head. Immediately, someone angrily shouted, "You little brat, how dare you speak to Sister Kiki like that? You're asking for death. I can't take it anymore. These two bastards are so arrogant, it's too much. I'm going over there to beat them up." Before the words were finished, this person had already grabbed a shining big iron hammer with both hands, ready to charge over. But it felt like his feet couldn't move at all, and he couldn't step forward for a long time. He looked left and right, cursing, "Why is no one pulling me back? Damn it, that gunner, why don't you come out for a fair duel? Don't hide behind Ye Chen's big snake, we can fight one-on-one. If I don't make you shit yourself, it means you are clean. Yeah, you are the most despicable and disgusting guy. If you have guts, come out for a duel. Choose anyone here, if I can't beat you, I'll call you dad." Zhang spat on the ground, "Do you guys think I'm an idiot? You all have trained a few years longer than me, and your levels are higher than mine. I must have lost my mind to challenge you. If I can't win, I will admit it. There's no need to yell like this. If you have the ability, all come at me. Just a frown from Brother Yi, and I'll lose." Ye Chen's premonition was definitely right. This overly excited guy, Zhang, would indeed cause him trouble, actually thinking about taking on more than 30. Why does it feel like this guy is even crazier than me? Ye Chen glanced at Zhang. "If you continue to be so arrogant and want to take on more than 30, then you go by yourself. I'm leaving first." Upon hearing this, Zhang shrank his neck and awkwardly laughed, "Brother Yi, if you run away, I'll be dead in the next second. Look at how those people over there are looking at me like they want to eat me. It's a joke. If this big Buddha Ye Chen runs away, he's finished. He must stick with him tightly. Then you step back and stop stealing my thunder." He, "Alright, Brother Yi, I'll do as you say." Zhang laughed and happily stepped back behind him. Su Kiki pressed down with her right hand, an invisible force descended from the sky. The chattering crowd, feeling this immense pressure, all stopped talking, and the scene fell silent for a moment. Ye Chen was the first to speak, "You must be a senior. I heard that contribution points are a good thing, and I really want some. I'm not the type to fight women. How about this? If you voluntarily hand over the contribution points, I can get them, and you can avoid physical pain." Su Kiki sneered, "Indeed, a cocky freshman. If you want contribution points, come and take them." Boom. Suddenly, a powerful wave of invisible energy erupted from Su Kiki, pushing people several steps back. Her aura skyrocketed in an instant, and the sword in her hand began to buzz and tremble. A killing intent emanated from her, and the air around seemed filled with the sharpness of battle. The senior students, seeing Tsukiki in a stance that looked like a sword god had possessed her, were instantly pumped up. Someone yelled, "Go, Sister Kiki! Sister Kiki is amazing! I'm cheering for Sister Kiki! Sister, teach them a good lesson! Sister Kiki, I ask you a favor. After you win against those two, leave that guy Zhang Yong to me. I want to crush him. Hey, I'm also after that Zhang Yong. That arrogant guy is the most disgusting. Count me in. I want to too. I want to too. Me too." Tsukiki no longer hid her momentum, unleashing her full power at the peak of the fifth transition. This unparalleled sense of oppression caused Zhang Yong's legs to tremble. What does it mean to be at 5 transitions? Reaching level 50 officially enters the 5th transition. On the professional road, he officially stepped into the arena of skilled practitioners, regarded as a somewhat accomplished professional. The peak of the 5th transformation usually refers to the levels between 57 and 59. Such a person, if they strike with all their strength, even a platinum-level beast master cannot withstand. Now, in Zhang Yong's eyes, Tsukiki seemed like a sword god descending to the world, sharp and unstoppable. He couldn't even withstand a single regular attack. One sword would slay him on the spot. Zhang Yong swallowed hard, his teeth chattering as he said, "Yi. Brother Yi, what should we do? This little girl is at the 5th transformation peak. Can our brother Xinghe still hold up? Why don't we run away?" Ye Chen teased, "Why are you thinking about running? Where is the momentum you just had when you mocked the opponent? Bring it out, don't be afraid." "Ha ha, don't joke around, Brother Yi, we can really die, she is at the 5th transformation peak." Zhang Yong forced a laugh and said, "Let's run now while we can." Trying to run? Not on my watch. Void slash. Tsukiki slashed with her sword, the sword energy glimmered coldly, splitting the ground along its path, creating a straight crack, breaking grass and stones alike. Chapter 56, Face my strongest killing move. "Come out, Shao Chang!" Ye Chen shouted loudly. In front of him, green light flowed, and the giant body of Shao Qing quickly burrowed out of the ground. A powerful sword energy slashed fiercely against Shao Qing, and the immense force knocked it slightly off balance, but that was all. The power of the sword energy was completely spent. Tsukiki coldly snorted, "Not bad." Then, she tapped her feet continuously, her figure moving like a ghost, quickly advancing left and right amidst the flickering. Zhang Yong, seeing her strange movements, fled in a panic, hiding in a large tree in the back, shouting encouragement towards Ye Chen. "Brother Yi, defeat her. Brother Qing, she is mighty." Ye Chen squinted his eyes. This strange movement reminded him of Ant King Beal, and now Tsukiki had about 70 to 80% of Ant King Beal's speed. This senior sister should not be underestimated. At such a young age, she possesses such strength. "Hardened scales." Ye Chen quickly issued the command. In the face of an enemy who was faster than him, it was only logical to stack up armor to strengthen defense. A green light shimmered on Shao Qing's body, its scales emitting a faint green glow, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities in an instant. Clang! Just as the green light flashed, a gleaming iron sword spat out 5 meters of white sword aura, sweeping horizontally from the left. The sword aura intersected with the scales, producing a piercing sound of metal grinding, sparks flying. Snow treading without a trace. The earlier slash made Tsukiki realize that this green snake's defensive power was incredibly absurd. The forceful slash not only failed to harm it, but the violent rebound nearly injured her hand. If you capture the king, capturing Ye Chen would break this green snake without any effort. As soon as she finished speaking, a circle of invisible airwaves appeared beneath her feet. Stepping on this invisible layer allowed her body to move freely in the air. Ye Chen saw dozens of sudden airwaves around him, and Sukiki's flickering figure. He sighed, "Your speed reminds me of an old friend." Sukiki's expression was cold. "Dare to be distracted while fighting me? Flying flowers and falling leaves." A powerful spiritual energy burst forth from Tsukiki, condensing in the air into red petals, fluttering down from the sky, while the green sword aura darted like sharp threads, weaving through the petals at incredible speed. Ye Chen shrugged. "Alright, you win. With this speed and these densely packed attacks with no place to hide, I can only deal with you the same way I dealt with my old friend." After saying that, he immediately wrapped around Shao Qing, then slid to the central position on Shao Qing's chest, hiding in the tightest protection of Shao Qing. Then he pulled out the ghost head staff, beginning to unleash its full effects. That's right, he wanted to replicate the method used to defeat Ant King Beal. Sukiki's countless strikes fell on Shao Qing, creating sparks without inflicting any harm. Ye Chen had already hidden in the belly of the green snake. She was unable to break through its defenses. It was like a turtle shell placed in front of her, and she couldn't open it no matter what. Tsukiki puffed up her cheeks in anger, stomped her feet in the air, and shouted at Ye Chen, "Ye Chen, hiding in your turtle shell doesn't make you a hero. Come out and fight me." Ye Chen replied from inside, "Your attacks are too fierce. If I come out to fight you, it's like looking for death, only a fool would do that. How despicable. You are shameless. This is not a fair duel at all. Su Kik's hand trembled as she gripped the hilt of her sword. Who says it's not a fair duel? I am a beast master. I don't rely on beasts to fight. Am I supposed to hack at you with a sword like you do? I don't care. You come out now. Su Kiki started to become unreasonable. Zhang Yang watched the scene and laughed heartily, standing aside with a teasing tone. Oh, I don't care. Who spoiled this young lady's bad temper? Brother Yi, good job. You're the best. Teach her a lesson, go for it. When Zhang Yang remained silent, no one paid attention to him, but as soon as he spoke, he immediately attracted the attention of Su Kiki, who was full of resentment. Su Kiki glared with her big almond eyes. You shameless jerk. I can't deal with Ye Chen, but you think I can't handle you? Come and take my life. Bang! 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 That was the sharp sound of bursting air. Su Kiki moved like a ghost and appeared in front of Zhang Yang in the blink of an eye. You annoying guy, lie down. Su Kiki swung her sword down towards Zhang Yang. The power of this strike was terrifying, there was no way Zhang Yang could resist. Zhang Yang's pupils suddenly shrank, frozen in awe as he watched the sword coming down. His blood seemed to freeze, and his hair stood on end, but he was powerless to fight back. Is this the feeling of death? Cold. Despair. Just when the sword was about to strike Zhang Yang's head, Su Kiki changed her sword style, transforming the slash into a smack, fiercely hitting his head with the sword body. Crack! With a sharp sound, Zhang Yang's eyes went dark, and he fainted. Su Kiki glanced at him and sneered, "Humph, that's what you get for your big mouth. Scared you to death." The senior students watching from behind were instantly filled with excitement upon seeing Zhang Yang knocked out. Ha ha ha, awesome. That dog finally got taken down by Senior Kiki. That annoying guy is finally lying down, how refreshing. Damn it, that irritating dumb dog can finally shut up. Senior Kiki is powerful. There's still that bastard Ye Chen not lying down, go for it, Senior Kiki. Ye Chen looked speechlessly at Zhang Yang lying on the ground. Couldn't you just quietly watch the show from the side? Why did you have to mock a few times? Su Kik's speed is something even he wouldn't dare underestimate. How did Zhang Yang dare to taunt her? This guy is really overly excited. Lying down now is good, it keeps him out of trouble. That incident happened in the blink of an eye, just 2 seconds in total, and Zhang Yang was properly lying down. Even if Ye Chen wanted to save him, it was too late. Having dealt with Zhang Yang, Su Kiki finally felt a bit better. She turned to the coiled snake and spoke coldly, "Don't think that hiding inside the big snake will keep you safe. I didn't want to use this move, fearing it would hurt your beast, but now it seems I have no choice. Ye Chen, I apologize in advance. If your beast gets hurt, you can find me after the assessment, and I'll treat it for free. Now, prepare to face my strongest move. Endless Sword Domain." Buzz. Blue light burst forth from Su Kiki, and the sword in her hand soared into the sky with a humming sound. Transforming into 3,000, then into 30,000. Countless sword light illusions densely hung in the sky. The world changed color, and the wind howled. Sharp and piercing energy filled this world. The sword energy phantom began to condense into large circles of sword formations. The cold light reflected from the blades made people feel icy all over upon seeing it. What a move, Endless Sword Domain. Chapter 57, Su Kik's Defeat. Ye Chen looked up at the dense phantom sword formations in the sky, and instantly felt his scalp tingle. He hadn't even begun to unleash the fear effect of the ghost head staff when this guy had already completed the formation. He suddenly turned to look at Su Kiki. Since he didn't have time to use the effect of the ghost head staff, he decided to interrupt her spellcasting. Dual Poison Fangs, Poison Dragon Swamp. The tail and the poison fangs struck out in an instant. Su Kiki didn't expect Ye Chen would dare to launch an attack under such overwhelming heavenly pressure. For a moment, she was caught off guard. She pinched a sword formula, calling the sword back for defense. Immediately, a circle of phantom flying swords in the sky rushed down. However, the speed of the poison fangs and tail was not slow either. The two forces collided in an instant. Boom! Countless flying swords, as if they had consciousness, desperately resisted the huge tail and poison fangs. The rumbling and explosive sounds were endless. Rise for me! Su Kiki shouted, as the flying swords formed an X shape to raise the tail in midair. However, the ground was shaking violently, opening up cracks. Bang! The dull sound of a heavy object hitting the ground made the earth tremble and crack open numerous fissures, and beneath the cracks, green toxic liquid could faintly be seen. Su Kiki's eyes widened in horror. Not daring to linger, she leaped from the ground. Just as her feet left the ground, the green toxic liquid erupted like boiling water. Su Kiki narrowly avoided this deadly strike. At this moment, all her spiritual energy and focus were on the thousands of flying swords above, unaware that a poison fong had slipped through the layers of flying swords, aiming straight for her right shoulder through the gaps. When she came to her senses, the poison fong shot toward her at incredible speed. Tsukiki glimpsed the poison fong racing toward her, but she was too weak to resist. Her face turned pale, and a fierce look flashed in her eyes. Clenching her silver teeth, she unleashed all her strength to activate the sword formation against Ye Chen. Put! The poison fong struck her right shoulder, a splash of blood flowed from the wound, dyeing her right shoulder red. Tsukiki quickly channeled the remaining spiritual energy in her body to contain the poison within her right shoulder, preventing it from spreading. The sword formation in the sky buzzed and rushed down like a torrential flood. Little Qing fully activated its hardened scales to withstand this fierce assault. Countless flying swords reflected cold light, like mercury spilling down. The dazzling brightness made it impossible to look directly. The atmosphere of battle shook the heavens and earth. After a moment, boom! Clang! The continuous and intense booming and the harsh sounds of metal grinding made the audience cover their ears, their faces pale. Countless dust and sand rose from where Little Qing was situated. Such a terrifying attack lasted a full minute before it finally stopped. The thick smoke was blown away by the wind, revealing numerous tiny wounds on Little Qing's body, blood flowing from the wounds as it collapsed to the ground. Ye Chen stood by, gently stroking its abdomen, carefully sensing its injuries. Fortunately, it was just an enormous drain on its spirit, with some superficial and internal injuries, nothing serious. On the other side, Tsukiki had already collapsed to the ground, her face pale. The poison's erosion made her look awful even in unconsciousness, as you are indeed a powerful being at the peak of the fifth transformation. The onlookers outside, watching this peak duel, were all dumbfounded. Under that overwhelming sword formation, Ye Chen not only didn't die but could even stand, while Tsukiki was already lying on the ground. Someone gasped in shock. Wow! Senior Kiki actually lost. I can't believe it, I can't believe it. Ye Chen, a newcomer, actually defeated a senior from the fourth year at the peak level. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. I must be dreaming. Damn it! Have we been studying in vain for these years? Why can Ye Chen, a freshman, defeat Senior Kiki? Why is that? She is at the peak of the fifth transformation. I don't understand. Ye Chen's beast is clearly only platinum level, mine is also platinum. Why is my beast so weak against Senior Kiki, while Ye Chen could actually defeat her? What went wrong? Why the huge difference in fighting power? Not only the bystander students were shocked, even the big shots watching from the Gathering of Heroes Tower were astonished. You have to know, a full power strike from someone at the peak of the fifth transformation could definitely kill a platinum level beast. Yet at this moment, Tsukiki had actually lost. However, some big shots saw the situation clearly and said, Ye Chen's beast talent is indeed remarkable, managing to defeat the peak Tsukiki with a platinum beast, but it was also because Tsukiki held back that led to her narrow defeat. Another person added, Ye Chen's on-the-spot decision-making ability is impressive. If he hadn't interrupted Tsukiki's formation with his beast skill at the last moment and heavily injured her, the one lying on the ground now would probably be him. An old man with gray hair stroked his beard and nodded. Indeed, Ye Chen's decisive action was crucial, otherwise, if Tsukiki had flawlessly completed her sword formation and fully commanded it, he would definitely have lost. Someone smiled at Nangong Yudi and said, Tutor Nangong really picked a great student. I see that Ye Chen's talent and judgment of timing are exceptional, unmatched among students of the Divine Palace University. Nangong Yudi's serious face lifted into a smile at this moment. Ye Chen indeed did not disappoint her. She humbly said, Teachers and directors, you flatter me. This guy Ye Chen has good talent, but his temperament still has shortcomings and needs more guidance in the future. Li Qingtian was also beaming. After all, Ye Chen was truly a raw gem, and this was absolutely good news for the Divine Palace University. His performance this time also provided a strong reason for persuading the board to resist the Wang family. Ye Chen collected Little Chang and slowly walked toward Tsukiki. Such a fierce character like Tsukiki must have contributed a lot. This was a price that Little Ching paid dearly to obtain, so he had to get it. However, just as he took a few steps, a slightly lazy male voice came from the crowd of onlookers. Ye Chen, Jr., hold on. Ye Chen frowned and looked toward the source of the voice. He saw a sunny handsome young man with a warm smile, dressed in a loose t-shirt and jeans, stepping forward. He gave off a feeling of laziness and gentleness. The nearby students, seeing him appear, instantly shook off their previous listless looks and began to cheer loudly with excitement. Sure Cohen, you finally came out. You are going to take revenge for Senior Kiki. Yes, look at Senior Kiki, such a cute beauty, and Ye Chen actually dared to strike. It's so outrageous, you must teach him a lesson. Sure Cohen? Ye Chen pondered for a moment, feeling that the name sounded familiar. Oh right, just earlier when he and Zhang Yong came over, those students were shouting for Sure Cohen and Senior Kiki. It seems this sunny handsome guy is another fourth-year expert. Ye Chen smiled slightly, looking at Huang Shikuan with great interest. Chapter 58, Ye Chen, Admit Defeat. Ye Chen, Jr., you are indeed strong. I never expected you to use the beast control to this extent, it really surprises me. Huang Shikuan smiled and said. You're overpraising me. You're the hope of other seniors, right? Another skilled senior. However, I still say the same thing, I advise you to hand over your contribution points, to avoid suffering like Senior Kiki. Ye Chen looked at Huang Shikuan and stroked his chin. Other students, hearing Ye Chen's arrogance, started to clench their fists. Ye Chen, your biggest trump card, the green snake, is heavily injured and unable to fight. How dare you provoke Senior Shikuan here? Ye Chen is really acting foolishly, does he still think he can use the green snake to fight Senior Shikuan? I think he has that in mind. Otherwise, why would he still dare to act tough here? In my opinion, Senior Shikuan doesn't even need to step in. Without that green snake, he's worthless. Everyone knows beast tamers rely on their beasts to fight. Now that his beast is down, does he plan to fight with his fists? Senior Shikuan, step back, it's my time to shine, let me handle this unruly Ye Chen. This is hilarious. You still think you can act tough? Aren't you afraid Ye Chen has more tricks up his sleeve? This guy is bold and meticulous, you can see that from his fight with Senior Kiki. If you really dare to go fight him, I'll call you dad. Damn, you underestimate me. Fine, I'll go. The onlookers generally thought Ye Chen was at the end of his rope, a few eager ones wanted to step up but were stopped by Huang Shikuan. You'd better not go to deliver your heads. That green snake may be injured, but it isn't something you can handle. All of you step back. Then he turned to Ye Chen and said, Kiki was poisoned by the snake. Although it's been sealed with spiritual energy, if she isn't treated quickly, it could be dangerous. Let's first take Kiki to the infirmary, shall we? Ye Chen nodded, of course, but you have to hand over the contribution points first. Even though Huang Shikuan had a good temper, he got a bit angry upon hearing Ye Chen's aggressive words. Ye Chen, the contribution points belong to Kiki, how they are used is up to her to decide. We have no right to interfere, but human life is at stake. If we delay her treatment, Kiki might be in life-threatening danger. Let us send her off first, and as for her contribution points, I can temporarily pledge them for her. Oh? You pledge? How would you pledge them? Ye Chen smiled. Kiki has a total of 13,000 contribution points. I have 30,000. If you fight me, and you win, all the contribution points are yours. If you lose, I will take half of yours, and I want all of Zhang Yong's points. How about that? Not happening, because I will win, and I will end up with 43,000 contribution points. If I let Kiki go now, I will waste 13,000 for nothing. Huang Shikuan didn't expect Ye Chen to refuse so decisively and even claim he would definitely win. He had seen many geniuses and knew that these geniuses were very arrogant, but he had never seen someone as audacious as Ye Chen. Huang Shikuan sighed, alright, you take Kiki's contribution points. After I beat you later, I will return her 13,000 contribution points. The onlookers were once again shocked by Ye Chen's arrogance after hearing their conversation. I mean, where did this crazy guy Ye Chen come from? I can't hold back anymore. Where's my knife? I want to cut him down right now. I can't take it anymore either. I've always been looked up to since I was a kid. I thought I was a rare genius just by getting into Xinghe University. I never dared to act this way, but this Ye Chen is simply extraordinary. Okay, a heavily injured green snake still dares to act before Huang Shikuan. If he loses later, I must step up and vent my anger. Huang Shikuan shouted to the senior students behind him, hurry and take Kiki to the infirmary. At this moment, Ye Chen had already crouched down, searching through Kiki's belongings. Of course, Ye Chen still followed the rules. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he quickly dug into Kiki's pockets, pulled out the yellow card, and swiftly withdrew his hand. A few senior students had already rushed to Kiki's side, took out a stretcher from their space rings, placed her on it, and quickly retreated. Seeing that Kiki was safely taken away, Huang Shikuan turned to Ye Chen and said, your green snake is seriously injured, do you have any other beast you can bring out to fight me? Ye Chen thought for a moment, I have plenty of beasts, just don't know if you can handle them? Huang Shikuan shook his head, he knew that Ye Chen was the type of reckless person who wouldn't back down until it was too late. I'm quite lazy, and I really don't like to fight. If the teacher hadn't forced me to participate in this test today, I wouldn't have shown up at all. But since I'm here now, we must go through the motions. You've been robbing senior students of their contribution points, but do you know this test was meant to be a benefit for them? Now, the contribution points they worked so hard for all year have been taken by you. They will need to work even harder to get future cultivation resources. I don't want to rob you of your contribution points, so how about this, you hand over all the contribution points you've taken, and keep 1,000 for yourself, and I'll let you pass. This way, I won't have to fight, and the senior students can still gain something. It's a win-win for everyone. However, I know you won't accept my offer. So? Huang Shikuan's lazy demeanor suddenly changed, and his whole aura became extremely fierce. Come forth, Diamond Giant Ape. Boom! A massive magical array suddenly appeared in front of Huang Shikuan, emitting dazzling golden light. A powerful and dangerous aura spread from it, making anyone who felt it tremble. The sense of danger, as if being stared at by an ancient giant beast, filled their hearts with fear. Two gigantic iron fists emerged from the magical array, fiercely grabbing both sides, and then a golden-haired giant ape, resembling a mountain, leaped out from within. This giant ape had a green face and sharp tusks, covered in golden fur, with arms as big as small cars adorned with inscribed armors. As soon as the giant ape landed, it caused a strong earthquake. With each step, it sounded like heavy objects crashing down, and its fierce aura was breathtaking, sending waves of danger sweeping over Tsukiki. The senior students were utterly thrilled upon seeing the giant ape. It's here, Senior Shikuan's strongest beast, the diamond giant ape. Ye Chen is done for this time. Ha, Ye Chen, don't even think about surrendering. Hurry and make your green snake fight it. Weren't you just so arrogant? Call your green snake out now. Yeah, hurry and summon your strongest beast to fight. Damn it, Ye Chen, you finally got what you deserve. Let's see how you act cool now. Huang Shikuan looked at Ye Chen, so, you can admit defeat. In front of my diamond giant ape, even if you're green snake. I'm afraid he won't easily admit defeat. If I forcibly urge the green snake to continue fighting the gigantic king monkey, I estimate it won't even last one round before losing. However, losing might not be a bad thing. Since this assessment began, Ye Chen has always shown a very strong demeanor. I hope that after facing defeat, he will understand that there are always stronger opponents and will not be arrogant in his future training. Many people nodded in agreement. Ye Chen's path of cultivation has been too smooth, leading him to be so arrogant. The opponent is the well-known Huang Shikuan, a diamond-level beast master who was called a little overlord. Even someone at the peak of the fifth transition like Tsukiki cannot shake him. That said, this kid Shikuan is also quite impressive, possessing the aura of a strong person. He is willing to give Ye Chen a dignified way to exit, and such a humble student deserves the name of our Divine Palace University. Haha. Hee, both students are quite good. However, Ye Chen's sharpness is too exposed, he still needs some polishing. Huang Shikuan already possesses great style, and he will graduate next year. A child like him will surely achieve great things in society, and our Divine Palace University will have contributed to Longhua. All the teachers praised Huang Shikuan endlessly. Nangong Yudi said, Ye Chen is too proud. I also want to use this entrance examination to hone his sharpness, lest he suffer in the future. Li Qingtian also nodded, everyone's opinion is quite good. Ye Chen's potential for the future is evident to all. Our Divine Palace University should protect such students and pave a smooth path for them. Li Qingtian had the intention of striking while the iron was hot, hoping to use Ye Chen's outstanding performance to sway the board members to agree to fight against the Wang family. Principal Li, there's no need to rush, the entrance examination isn't over yet. Let's wait and see. Several board members echoed. So far, Ye Chen's performance is very good, but the crowd feels he still lacks that little bit. They want to see what Ye Chen can do when faced with the dire straits represented by Huang Shikuan. If he handles it well, then helping him defend against the Wang family wouldn't be a bad idea. Li Qingtian was helpless and took a sip of tea from his thermos. These board members truly are a bunch of old fools. Facing a top student like Ye Chen, they are still hesitating. The Wang family, while powerful, is not invincible. As long as we strike at their weak points, they themselves wouldn't dare to act against Ye Chen. Moreover, the school is putting in so much effort to protect Ye Chen. Once he grows, Divine Palace University will also receive substantial rewards. Li Qingtian remained silent, continuing to watch the examination. Nangong Yudi then quietly said to him, Uncle Li, don't worry. I think this time it's nearly a sure thing. Ye Chen's performance just now has already won most teachers' recognition, and even the board members cannot completely dismiss all the teachers' opinions. Li Qingtian nodded and said nothing. Nangong Yudi knew he was upset. After all, previously, Li Qingtian alone decided the future direction of Divine Palace University. This time, however, board members had intervened, and he must be feeling very frustrated. Nangong Yudi felt helpless and could only continue watching the examination. Ye Chen looked calmly at the gigantic king monkey before him, as if it were a small mountain. You're not qualified to make me, Ye Chen, admit defeat. When this statement came out, it exploded the entire venue. The high-year students watching were as shocked as if they had heard thunder on a clear day. Someone trembled in anger. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. How dare he be so arrogant? Damn it, he's truly the king of arrogance. Even at this moment, he can still say such outrageous words. He really won't stop pretending until the end. If this guy, Ye Chen, were sent to the crematorium to be cremated, his whole body would turn into ash, but his mouth wouldn't be able to burn away. It's too tough. Damn, he's the toughest guy I've ever seen. Quick, get Ye Chen into the hospital. Senior Shirkoan, hurry up and make your move, I can't bear to watch this anymore. I want to see this damn kid Ye Chen lying on the ground right now, hurry, slap his face. Yes, hurry up and beat him, don't let him talk anymore, my heart can't take it. Please, Senior Shirkoan, make your move. Me too. Me too. Please, Senior, act now. The crowd was excited, all glaring at Ye Chen, wishing they could rush up and hit him right away. Huang Shirkoan looked at Ye Chen in silence, shaking his head. Since Ye Chen is so confident, then let's see what happens. Go, King Kong Giant Ape. Shaking the mountains with force. The King Kong Giant Ape roared at Ye Chen, pounding its chest twice with its thick arms, then a red light surged up from its arms. The powerful aura instantly soared to new heights. It leaped high into the air, right fist tightly clenched, gathering unmatched power, as if this punch could collapse the earth itself. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked at the King Kong Giant Ape's punch accumulating in midair, and immediately, the information of the ape appeared in his mind. King Kong Giant Ape. Rank, Diamond. Level, LV48. Attack, 4,865. Defense, 5,124. Spirit, 2,750. Agility, 4,978. Skills, shaking the mountains with force, giant ape mountain breaking fist, meteor falling to earth. This giant ape was level 48, and its attributes weren't high at all. It seemed that the gap between normal beast tamers and divine beast descendants was really too big. The red light flashed on the giant ape's fist in midair, suddenly bursting out with dazzling brilliance. Huang Shirkoan reminded him, Ye Chen, this is your last chance. If you surrender now, I can still call off the King Kong Giant Ape. Otherwise, after this punch, even if I make it hold back at the last moment, you'll still suffer serious injury. Ye Chen calmly said, I still stand by what I said, you're not qualified to make me surrender. Huang Shirkoan smiled in helplessness. When a person is extremely speechless, they really will laugh. Fine, you chose this yourself. Don't blame me if I go hard on you. King Kong Giant Ape, make your move. Roar. The King Kong Giant Ape in the sky roared, releasing the accumulated punch's overwhelming power. In that moment, it was as if a mountain was falling from the sky. All the students watching felt their knees go weak, almost kneeling down. Ugh, is this the power of a diamond-grade beast? Wow, such heavy pressure, damn. It feels like something heavy is pressing down on me. Hiss, Senior Shirkoan's casual strike already has the might of Senior Keek's ultimate move. A diamond-grade beast is indeed stronger than a 5-turn peak profession. Quick, step back, don't get hit by the aftershock. Many students retreated quickly. The red light shot like a falling star, rapidly descending, creating invisible shockwaves with each punch, its overwhelming power like the apocalypse descending. Ye Chen stood still, looking up at the dazzling red light, the fierce wind messing up his hair, his clothes fluttering. His solitary figure stood like a rock amidst a violent sea, unaffected by the crashing waves. No matter how fiercely the waves slammed, he remained unmoved. Ye Chen gave a faint smile. It's time to try my new beast. Chapter 60, Lord-level Beast. The red light, carrying the force of destruction, fell rapidly. It was getting closer and closer to Ye Chen. 10 meters. 9 meters. 8 meters. The crowd saw Ye Chen standing alone in the wind, his posture firm and carefree, as if he saw no threat in the enormous punch's power. In their hearts, they couldn't help but admire him. To be able to remain calm when facing such overwhelming force, this is another kind of genius, isn't it? If it were them, they would have already pissed themselves under the pressure of such a punch. Just as everyone was waiting to see Ye Chen lying stiff on the ground, Ye Chen suddenly spoke. The wind was too strong, the force too great. They couldn't hear what Ye Chen said, but they saw his lips move twice, then he pointed at the red light. At the moment of that gesture, a flash of black light appeared, accompanied by black thunder and lightning. Suddenly, without warning, the center point of both erupted violently. Boom! The huge sound was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, the originally clear sky suddenly went dark, as if someone had suddenly turned off the lights, and everyone fell into darkness in an instant. A terrifying force from ancient times descended from the sky. This force was even 10 times greater than that of the diamond giant ape. Indifferent. Noble. Invincible. These three emotions surged in everyone's hearts, not knowing where they came from. Someone stuttered, What happened? Why did it suddenly go dark? Damn, what's going on? Why am I suddenly so scared? What did Ye Chen do? At the moment when everyone was puzzled, a majestic figure slowly appeared in midair. The king descended from the sky. Noble and indifferent. Everyone looked at it for just a moment, and their hearts surged with waves of shock. This figure looked extremely tall and sturdy, covered in black armor. The fierce armor seemed like the strongest defense, making it feel unshakable. The noble momentum and invincible posture seemed to tell of its unparalleled power. Even the scorching heat of June could not stop the chilling presence it brought to everyone's hearts. Everyone felt goosebumps rise on their skin, the sense of danger made their hair stand on end, and they could not help but want to kneel down to that figure in the sky. What is this? Hiss. Someone gasped in shock. I actually want to kneel to him. What? How is this even stronger than all the bosses I have ever seen? The powerful punch of the diamond giant ape was easily blocked by the right palm of that figure. This figure was only 3 meters tall, while the diamond giant ape's fist was like a small truck, and this scene looked quite comical. A small hand lightly held back the giant fist. Star Insect King. Rank, Lord. Level, LV1. Attack, 5320. Defense, 5340. Spirit, 3126. Agility, 6240. Skills, Phantom Blade, Absolute Shadow, Wind Cutting Blade, Swift Strike Critical. Ye Chen stood behind the Star Insect King, seeing it easily block the fully powered punch of the diamond giant ape. His assessment of its strength rose another level. Having long witnessed the might of the Ant King Bell, he knew very well that the male ant was extremely terrifying, but unexpectedly, he still underestimated its horror. Before him, this male ant was a higher tier form, stronger than the Ant King Bell by many times. Its power was beyond doubt, absolutely terrifying. The Star Insect King's figure flashed, appearing strangely above the diamond giant ape's head, and then fiercely stomped down. Its speed was astonishingly fast. Everyone felt as if it had time traveled, going from the chest of the diamond giant ape to its head, and then seemingly moved its foot. Boom! The massive body of the diamond giant ape slammed to the ground like a cannonball, the immense force creating a deep pit in the ground, thick smoke billowing up. All of this happened in just a second. By the time everyone came to their senses, the diamond giant ape was already lying on the ground, not moving at all. Everyone stared dumbfounded at this scene. What just happened? I don't know either. I just saw it go dark, and the diamond giant ape was lying on the ground. That's a diamond-grade diamond giant ape. How did it get defeated without us seeing how it happened? That thing in the sky, is it Ye Chen's beast? Everyone was still in a daze, but Huang Shikuan, the master of the diamond giant ape, was even more shocked and astonished. His diamond giant ape actually lost. And it was defeated by a normal attack without the opponent using any skills. What kind of monster is this? He quickly looked at that terrifying figure in black armor. Sensing the deep and unfathomable aura from it, his body trembled. This aura is Lord level. Ye Chen actually has a Lord level beast. Huang Shikuan couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at that black armored figure. A young boy of 18 years old. How was a Lord level beast Tamer cultivated? How on earth was he raised? He is just a newcomer who has awakened his beast tamer profession for a little over a month. Huang Shikuan felt his worldview shatter. Has this world gone insane? Even for prominent families, it is extremely difficult to cultivate a Lord-level beast. No, it should be said that only with immense resources and opportunities is there even a slight chance to cultivate a Lord-level beast. And yet, Ye Chen is already standing in front of him with his Lord-level beast. Huang Shikuan's pupils shook violently as he looked at everything in disbelief. This is impossible. How can this be possible? If Ye Chen already owns a Lord-level beast, what does that make of the Diamond-level beast he risked everything to cultivate over the past 4 years? At this moment, his understanding quietly shattered. He closed his eyes and used all his strength to calm the surging emotions in his heart. After a long time, he let out a deep breath. His eyes returned to clarity. For years, he believed he was the strongest newcomer in the beast-taming world and admired Nangong Yudi as his role model. Now it seems that he has underestimated the world too much. Heroes across the world are as numerous as the fish in the river. Today's Ye Chen has given him a harsh lesson. He thought the saying "there is always someone better" was meant for Ye Chen, but it turned out to be a reminder for himself. He looked at Ye Chen and smiled, feeling relieved. Ye Chen, Jr., you are excellent. I hope one day I can catch up with you. I wish you all the best. Huang Shikuan waved his hand to summon back the King Kong giant ape, then turned and walked out without looking back. He needed to work harder and strive more. Today he could still see Ye Chen's tail lights, but if he didn't hurry to strengthen his power, he might not even see those tail lights in the future. The King Kong giant ape was already at the diamond level, and its evolutionary path was already planned out. It just needed the materials to be complete and the levels to be perfected in order to evolve. Everything was still on time. Once the King Kong giant ape advanced to Lord level, he could compete with Ye Chen once again. Ye Chen watched as Huang Shikuan left in despair, feeling something in his heart. He called out to Huang Shikuan's back, "Senior Shikuan, do not be downcast, you are already very strong. I look forward to you coming back to challenge me." Huang Shikuan did not turn back, merely extending his right hand to wave and continued striding away. Inside the Jushan building, the teachers from Xinghe University watched all this in strange silence, so quiet that a pin dropping could be heard. After a long time, someone finally spoke, "A Lord-level beast, that is a Lord-level beast." One teacher, excited and unable to hold back, cursed, "Damn it. That is not just an ordinary Lord-level beast, it seems to be a descendant of a divine beast, an Emperor-level beast." Gasp. The room filled with the sound of people gasping in shock. This child, Ye Chen, is terrifying. Chapter 61, 2 Epic Equipment. Nangong Yudi looked at the Star Worm Emperor beside Ye Chen and murmured, "He actually has a Lord-level beast. So this is the surprise you were talking about. You truly gave me a huge surprise." Li Qingtian's eyes sparkled with excitement, his hands trembling slightly. What does it mean for a student who has just awakened not long ago to have a Lord-level beast? As a beast tamer, he couldn't be more aware. In that moment, the board members also made up their minds to protect Ye Chen at all costs. One elder said, "Principal Li, we need to discuss how to deal with the Wang family." Others quickly echoed their agreement. Li Qingtian smiled slightly, "Since everyone is here today, let's hold a meeting now." The expressions of many teachers shifted from excitement to solemnity. After all, the opponent was the Wang family, and they couldn't afford any mistakes in dealing with them. A room full of people passionately discussed how to protect Ye Chen and deal with the Wang family. The next day, Ye Chen arrived at Xinghe University. The students on the road looked at him with awe in their eyes. Yesterday's stunning results in the entrance exam, the power of his Lord-level beast had spread throughout the campus, and now his name was known to all. Ye Chen walked through the crowd and headed straight to the new student registration area. At this moment, more than 30 special enrollment students had gathered here, and a teacher leading the registration and guiding the new students to receive their entrance rewards stood in front of the many students. The teacher, upon seeing Ye Chen arrive, began counting heads. "Well, since everyone is here, let's go to the campus treasure room to select our rewards. Everyone, follow me." Everyone's faces showed joy. Nangong University has a history of thousands of years, with rich heritage, so the treasures in the treasure room are naturally quite good. Each new student can choose one item for free, while special enrollment students can choose two. This is the benefit that Nangong University offers new students. Ye Chen walked behind the group, and Zhang Yong quickly approached him. He excitedly said, "Ye Go, amazing. I heard about your great display of power yesterday, and you even have a Lord-level beast. Wow, you've hidden it too well. I always thought your strongest card was the green snake, but I didn't expect there to be something even more powerful. Awesome." Ye Chen smiled and replied, "You're not bad yourself, your iron head skill is quite impressive, being able to take a peak 5-turn strike with your head and not die." That was just a moment of carelessness. Give me 3 years, and I will definitely be able to surpass Su Kuku." Zhang Yong chuckled. Before long, everyone had entered the first level of the treasure room. The decoration of the treasure room was extremely exquisite. Every brick and tile was made of magical crystal stones, engraved with powerful array inscriptions. Such a sturdy fortress, even if 10 peak 100-turn professionals teamed up, they could not hope to open the treasury's door. The teacher leading the group said to everyone, "You can choose 2 items to take from the first level, but to exchange items from the second level and above, contribution points are required." He paused and glanced at Ye Chen. "The treasures get rarer the higher you go. Alright, you can now move about freely." Everyone scattered, rushing to various display stands, afraid that the things they were interested in would be taken by someone else. Ye Chen merely glanced at the treasures on the first level and headed straight to the second level. Zhang Yong, puzzled, asked, "Ye Go, aren't you going to take advantage of these free treasures?" Ye Chen shrugged nonchalantly, "There's nothing here that I want. I'll leave it for these classmates. You have quite a few contribution points, come with me to select something higher up. Don't waste time here." Zhang Yong chuckled, "Even a mosquito's leg is still meat, I still want to pick 2 items to take." "Suit yourself." Ye Chen walked up to the second floor. He glanced around and found that most of the items were purple Giran treasures. Some of them were quite good, but Ye Chen didn't exchange for them as their power was similar to his ghost head staff. As his level increased, the ghost head staff had become somewhat inadequate. Now the enemies he faced had high mental strength, and activating the staff's passive effect took a long time, and by that time, he would have already been taken down by the enemy. Su Kuku was a good lesson. The enemy wouldn't stupidly stand there waiting for him to activate the ghost head staff, but rather ended the battle with a lightning strike. He needed stronger equipment. He directly went up to the 3rd floor. As soon as he entered the room on the 3rd floor, a powerful magical aura hit him in the face. Many treasures here emitted a golden light. Ye Chen's lips curled up. Finally, there were valuable treasures to obtain. He walked slowly past each display stand, carefully examining all the treasures. In the end, there were 2 treasures that he was particularly fond of. Angel Staff. Rank, Epic. Level, LV23. Equipment effect, increases the user's mental strength by 50 points when worn. Equipment skills, Angel Healing, Sacred Light Judgment. Angel Healing. Skill effect, continuously heals friendly wounds within a 5-meter range for 10 seconds, restoring 3% health per second. Holy Light Judgment. Skill effect, fires a beam of holy light to paralyze enemies for 2 seconds, doubling the effect on evil beings. Price, 23,000 contribution points. Substitute Scarecrow. Rank, Epic. Level, LV 20. Equipment effect, blocks 1 fatal damage. After use, it needs 30 days to recharge. Price, 60,000 contribution points. These 2 epic level equipments are incredibly powerful. The angelic staff not only provides group healing but also briefly controls enemies. The substitute Scarecrow is simply astonishing, as it can block fatal damage. This is like having a second life, which is very important for beast masters. Only in a deep-rooted place like the Divine Palace University can such exceptional equipment be found. Any one of these epic items would cause a frenzy among the big shots if revealed. However, the contribution points required for these 2 items are absurdly high. Normal freshmen absolutely cannot afford them. Fortunately, Ye Chen snatched contribution points from those upperclassmen, otherwise, he could only admire these 2 items from afar. He glanced at the contribution points in his yellow card, 92,030 points. After buying these 2 pieces of equipment, he would still have 9,030 points left. Without hesitation, Ye Chen directly exchanged them. 2 beams of golden light flashed, and a delicate golden staff and a scarecrow appeared in his hands. The staff's head is made of yellow gas and mysterious gold, inlaid with a green magic stone, engraved with countless intricate inscriptions. On both sides of the staff are 2 pairs of white wings, made from some unknown bird's feathers, radiating mysterious energy fluctuations. The scarecrow looks plain and ordinary, as if woven from common straw, but it exudes extremely powerful magical waves inside. Ye Chen immediately bit his finger and dripped blood on the scarecrow. With a swoosh, the scarecrow quickly shrank into a small accessory and automatically hung on Ye Chen's chest. Ye Chen carefully stored the scarecrow close to him. This is a life-saving equipment, which must be well maintained. After exchanging the equipment, it was time to go to the quest hall to take a quest. Last night, Nangong Yudi returned late from a meeting and directly tossed him a key to open a dungeon, instructing him to go to the quest hall to pick up the dungeon quest. Chapter 62, The Village of Calamity. When Ye Chen went downstairs, he saw Zhang Yong still picking and choosing, and he left directly in speechlessness. Arriving at the quest hall, many students were already taking quests. The section for dungeon quests had fewer people since opening a dungeon required a significant amount of contribution points, and most rewards were just irrelevant equipment. These items were decent for low-level freshmen but useless for high-level students. Therefore, unless one needed to level up, hardly anyone took dungeon quests. Following Nangong Yudi's instructions, Ye Chen arrived at the counter in the quest section, where a senior beauty was sleeping with her head resting on the table. Many students often work in public areas of the school. The school pays them in contribution points instead of dragon soul coins, as contribution points are much more valuable to students. Outside Divine Palace University, obtaining valuable items would almost only be possible through auctions, and such items would be rarely available. Thus, many students are brainstorming to earn contribution points to exchange for precious items, hoping to have a solid strength boost after graduation. Knock, knock. Ye Chen gently tapped the table twice. Senior, I'm here to take a quest. The beauty at the counter remained asleep like a dead pig, showing no sign of waking and even murmured a few incomprehensible words in her dream. Ye Chen, feeling helpless, raised his voice to repeat it and then gently nudged her head. The beauty at the counter suddenly awakened. The little cake is mine, no one can snatch it away. The beauty at the counter shouted loudly. Ye Chen felt a wave of silence and gave her a death stare. Working sloppily is one thing, but you fell asleep and couldn't wake up, and now you're thinking about food. Hey, do you know you are at work? The beauty at the counter was momentarily confused, then suddenly startled awake. I'm at work. Ye Chen almost laughed in anger. You still know you're at work. Sorry, may I ask, what task do you want to pick, student? The beauty at the counter blushed, embarrassed. Give me the level 45 dungeon, the Abyss difficulty token for the Village of Disaster. The beauty at the counter frowned. Abyss level? Are you going alone? Yes, just me. The beauty at the counter sucked in a breath. Student, the dungeon difficulty of the Village of Disaster is not low. Generally, at normal difficulty, you need 2 people in a team to clear it. Abyss difficulty requires 5 people working together. It's dangerous for you to go alone. Also, you seem unfamiliar. I haven't seen you before. What level are you? I'm level 20, that's enough to handle it. The beauty at the counter was shocked. Are you out of your mind? Level 20 and you're taking on a level 45 dungeon at Abyss difficulty? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Which teacher are you a student of? Call your teacher over, I can't let you take this dungeon. Ye Chen smiled, seeing you slacking off, I thought you weren't serious about this job. I didn't expect you to be so responsible. The beauty at the counter rolled her eyes at him. Entering a dungeon is no small matter. If something goes wrong, it could cost you your life, especially for someone like you, who aims too high and just wants to level up quickly without considering whether you can handle it. High-level dungeon experiences are tempting, but you need to live to get them. Ye Chen took out the key to the village of disaster. My name is Ye Chen, I'm a student of Mentor Nangong. This key was given to me by the teacher yesterday, now you believe it, right? Upon hearing this, the beauty at the counter was surprised. You are Ye Chen? Then she smiled brightly. No wonder you dare to go to the village of disaster alone. Having a lord-level beast under your command gives you great courage. You flatter me, you flatter me. The beauty at the counter turned to the back cabinet to take out the token for the village of disaster. My name is Fan Xiaoman, I'm a year above you. Can we add each other on WeChat? In the future, let's team up for missions. I also want to ride on your coattails. Ye Chen, please take me along, I'm easy to work with, just let me know if you need anything. Fan Xiaoman handed the token to Ye Chen. After receiving it, Ye Chen said, sure, if there are good dungeons for leveling up or secret realms in the future, just contact me. Fan Xiaoman happily responded, okay. If there's anything good in the future, I'll definitely share it with you as soon as possible, haha. Having a familiar face in the dungeon hall made things easier. Ye Chen took out his phone, added Fan Xiaoman on WeChat, and set off for the village of disaster. Through the school's teleportation hall in the backyard, Ye Chen arrived at a dungeon entrance. Before him were densely packed signs indicating various dungeon entrances. 20 to 30 level dungeon. 30 to 40 level dungeon. 40 to 50 level dungeon. Ye Chen walked straight into the passage marked for the 40 to 50 level dungeon. On both sides of the passage were neatly arranged swirling vortex portals for the dungeons. He walked slowly through the passage ahead, arriving at the back where he finally saw the entrance to the village of disaster. At the entrance of the swirling passage, there was a formation seal, with a keyhole beside it. Ye Chen took out the key and directly opened the dungeon entrance. Click, click, click. The formation seal slowly opened to both sides, then a difficulty indication for the dungeon appeared, with several large red characters highlighting abyss difficulty. Ye Chen stepped in without a moment's hesitation. His surroundings blurred, and he found himself in front of a broken-down village. The ground was muddy yellow soil, surrounded by withered flowers. And the dry trees. In the village, a few small monsters, like clay, slowly crawled on the ground. When they saw Ye Chen, their pitch-black eyes suddenly lit up with red light, and then quickly crawled towards him. Polluted mud monster. Rank, Gold. Level, LV 46. Attack, 367. Defense, 317. Spirit, 245. Agility, 237. Skills, Mud Spike, Earth Drill Charge. Ye Chen's eyes flashed, then, let's not waste any time, let's flatten this place. Come out, Star Insect King. As soon as the words fell, the world darkened, and the Star Insect King descended from the sky with supreme power. Boom! The ground trembled, and an invisible wave of energy swept over like surging ocean waves, one after another. The dead trees in front of the village were all leveled to the ground. Ding, you have killed the polluted mud monster. Star Insect King gained 168 experience points. Ding, you have killed the polluted fiery dog. Star Insect King gained 186 experience points. Ding, you have killed the elite rockman. Star Insect King gained 286 experience points. Ding, congratulations, your Star Insect King leveled up, current level LV5. Congratulations, your Interstellar Devouring Insect leveled up, current level LV5. Ding, congratulations, your Star Insect King leveled up, current level LV10. Congratulations, your Interstellar Devouring Insect leveled up, current level LV10. Ding, congratulations, your Star Insect King leveled up, current level LV18. Congratulations, your Interstellar Devouring Insect leveled up, current level LV18. What's happening? Why is the Interstellar Devouring Insect leveling up too? Damn. Chapter 63 Gathering of the One Family. Ye Chen thought for a moment and understood. The Star Insect King was indeed born from the Interstellar Devouring Insect. The two are related, so the experience gained by the Star Insect King could be shared with the Interstellar Devouring Insect. This makes things much easier, no need to level each one individually. The energy wave swept over, and the outskirts of Disaster Village were completely flattened. All the small monsters perished in an instant. Bang 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 bang. Countless small monsters exploded with loot upon death. The banging sounds continued endlessly. Colorful materials and equipment fell to the ground. Ye Chen took a rough glance, all rubbish, not a single golden one. He tossed out a spatial ring and collected all the equipment materials from the ground. These items were no longer useful to him, but for impoverished adventurers, they were still decent gear, and could sell for a good price. Ye Chen did not linger and walked deeper into the dungeon. At the same time, at a mountain villa outside Xinghe province, the Wang family gathered hundreds of clansmen to hold a grand funeral, everyone dressed in white clothing. The memorial plaque on the altar read, "Spirit Tablet of Beloved Son Wang Song." Wang Ming, with a heavy face, offered incense, bowing 3 times, then placed it in the incense burner. Wang Haoran, with a full head of white hair and a sorrowful expression, stood by, surrounded by the core members of the Wang family kneeling densely on the ground. Wang Ming turned to face the clansmen, his expression stern, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He spoke in a deep voice, "Brothers, sons, Song'er is the highest genius in our Wang family in 100 years. He was the hope of our family's rise this generation. For 18 years, the clan has invested countless resources in him and treated him as the next generation of our family leader, yet now, he has been killed inexplicably by that beast Ye Chen. The countless resources our Wang family invested over the past 18 years have been wasted, and what's more hateful is that such an exceptionally talented genius, the hope star of our family, has fallen. Ye Chen is ruining our Wang family's future." Wang Ming paused, sorrowfully closing his eyes, his face trembling, his tightly clenched fists slightly shaking. "My Wang family has been a hidden great family in the Dragon Kingdom for 1,000 years, even the royal families must pay respect to us, yet Ye Chen, a nameless orphan, a lowly commoner, dares to stir trouble with our Wang family. Can you all swallow this anger?" As soon as he finished speaking, all the members of the Wang family shouted loudly, "Revenge! Revenge!" Wang Ming pressed down with his right hand, and all the shouts immediately stopped. "The enmity of killing a son is not something we can share under heaven. Now that this despicable boy Ye Chen has run to the Divine Palace University seeking refuge, and yesterday Divine Palace University sent someone to negotiate, trying to use heavy benefits to redeem Ye Chen, it's simply laughable. How can deep-seated blood feuds be cleansed by profit? If so, how can our Wang family stand in the Dragon Kingdom? Today, I gathered everyone here for one thing, one matter concerning the survival of the entire family. I have decided to go to war with Divine Palace University, and today everyone will express their stance, the minority will obey the majority." Wang Ming threw out a scroll from his space ring, with the words "War and Peace" on either side. "Please all sign your names on it." The Wang family members below looked at the scroll, starting to discuss among themselves. Their expressions varied, some were filled with anger, some with sorrow, some were hesitant, and some were worried. If it were just about killing Ye Chen, everyone would support it without hesitation, but now it is not just about killing Ye Chen, it is about going to war with Divine Palace University. This is not a small matter. Divine Palace University is one of the 4 prestigious schools in the Dragon Kingdom. Although it has declined in the past century, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse, its foundation remains strong. Recklessly going to war with such a powerful force could really cause a disaster for the Wang family. This is a matter that affects the lives of everyone in the Wang family. Many Wang family members showed a serious expression, hesitant. For a moment, no one moved, and nobody expressed their stance. Wang Haoran saw these family members, who usually treat him with great respect and appear harmonious, hesitating at this moment, and his anger surged in his heart. Wang Song was his most beloved grandson, a proud talent he had cultivated with all he had, and now he had been killed by an orphan. He was filled with sorrow and anger, unable to eat or sleep properly for several days, wishing he could immediately storm into Divine Palace University and tear Ye Chen to pieces. Wang Haoran's eyes widened in anger as he glared at the family members, shouting, "Are you going to be spineless? Have you been bullied to this extent by an orphan, and you are still hesitating? If this grudge is not avenged, how can our Wang family walk in the Dragon Kingdom?" His yell provoked some family members to unable to refrain from retorting. "Brother Haoran, it's not that we don't want revenge, but declaring war on Divine Palace University is simply too significant." "Shut up." Wang Haoran loudly reprimanded that person. "Just because the opponent is strong, does that mean our Wang family should retreat? Since when did our Wang family give birth to such a coward? Moreover, is our Wang family really weaker than Divine Palace University? Once we go to war, it's still uncertain who will die. As long as we act swiftly and decisively, first eliminate Ye Chen, Divine Palace University will naturally make peace with us." Yet everyone still hesitated. Though that may be the case, how can you quickly eliminate Ye Chen when he is hiding in Divine Palace University? Sigh. "Brother Haoran, I heard that not only will Divine Palace University act to protect him, but also the Nangong family will intervene," someone said with concern. A fierce light flashed in Wang Ming's eyes as he glanced at that person. He deliberately concealed the fact that the Nangong family would intervene, just to encourage the family members to make up their minds to go to war with Divine Palace University. This family member did not know where he heard the news about Nangong family intervening. This was going to ruin his big plan. Wang Ming slowly said, "The matter of the Nangong family intervening is indeed a rumor. I have not seen anyone from the Nangong family come to talk yet. It must be just Nangong Yudi's idea. Ye Chen is her student, it is reasonable for her to spread such words. But as long as our Wang family eliminates Ye Chen with thunderous methods, the overall situation will certainly dictate that all battles will pause naturally. Everyone need not worry." After everyone heard this, another round of whispers spread, and for a long time, no one made a statement. Wang Haoran and Wang Ming watched with seething anger but felt helpless. This group of clansmen enjoyed life all day long, having long lost their will to fight, each one afraid for their life. As the two racked their brains on how to persuade the clansmen, a strange ripple suddenly stirred in the space around them. Killing intent surged in Wang Ming's eyes, and all the clansmen quickly transformed into their combat forms, or took up weapons. Wang Haoran drew his long knife, its blade flickering with uncertain light, waiting for someone to appear in the space, ready to unleash a thunderous strike. The atmosphere was tense, everyone stared at the rippling space as if facing a great enemy. Not long after, a man emerged from the rippling space, his body wrapped in bandages, wearing a sinister smile. He, dear Wang family clansmen, please do not act rashly, I am not your enemy. Chapter 64, Light and Darkness. Wang Ming looked at the strange man in front of him and shouted, "Who are you?" Xiao Yongjin gently floated down like a feather, landing softly. "Does the family head Wang not recognize me in this form? Have you forgotten my voice?" Wang Ming's eyes flashed, and after careful recollection of the owner of that voice, he gaped, You are Xiao Yongjin? Ha ha, the family head Wang has a good memory. This is impossible, weren't you thrown into the snake pit by the Xiao family to die? Xiao Yongjin looked up at the sky with an expression full of emotion, then turned to Wang Ming. "It's a long story, but to sum it up, I survived." Today is not the time to discuss that, I have something more important to talk to you about. The family head Wang has gathered so many clansmen here to kill Ye Chen, right? But to kill Ye Chen, you must first overcome the barrier of the Divine Palace University. I heard his mentor is Nangong Yudi, TSK, this is serious. Ye Chen now has the backing of two great Buddhas, if you want to move against him, even the Wang family must weigh the consequences. Wang Ming snorted coldly, "If you came here today to humiliate my Wang family, you can leave now." There is no need for the family head Wang to be anxious. I specifically came to discuss this matter with you. Oh? What do you have in mind? Xiao Yongjin looked around and grinned wickedly, "There are too many eyes and ears here, this is not the place to talk." Wang Ming made a gesture inviting him to a private room. "Please, let us speak in the side room." He then turned to Wang Haoran and said, "Dad, these clansmen will be overseen by you. After I finish discussing with him, we will make a decision." Wang Haoran nodded. Wang Ming and Xiao Yongjin entered the side room and took their respective seats. Wang Ming spoke steadily, "Now we can talk. I wonder if the family head Wang has heard of the Martial Soul Hall." Wang Ming narrowed his eyes. A foreign cult organization that specializes in soul stealing, of course, I have heard of it." Xiao Yongjin laughed heartily. "It seems the family head Wang does not think highly of the Martial Soul Hall." Wang Ming waved his hand dismissively, "It's neither good nor bad. My Wang family has no interest in engaging in such dirty dealings. To be honest, I owe my life to the Martial Soul Hall, I am now a member of the Martial Soul Hall." Wang Ming sneered, "I never expected you to willingly fall and join such a cult." "Ah? The family head Wang need not harbor such strong hostility towards the Martial Soul Hall. Their methods may be a bit sinister, but they are not completely evil. They have their own operating logic, much like light and darkness. With the stability of the visible empire, there will naturally be an underground kingdom in the shadows. As long as the Martial Soul Hall exists, the Dark Ones will be kept in check. If the Martial Soul Hall falls, the ungoverned darkness will surely plunge the kingdom into chaos." Wang Ming scoffed, smooth-talking, "A group of people who cannot stand in the light can stir up quite a storm?" I am not here to debate philosophy with you, family head Wang. I want to say that if your Wang family confronts the alliance of the Divine Palace University and the Nangong family alone, there is a risk of being overturned. If the Wang family could collaborate with my Martial Soul Hall, then your pressure will surely be greatly reduced." Wang Ming inhaled deeply and fell into contemplation. He was very clear about the power of the Spirit Hall. This group of people had an extremely vast underground force, with assassination organizations, human trafficking, underground black markets, plundering of living souls to make puppets, and all sorts of dark and evil deeds. Just as Xiao Yongjin said, they were the kings of the underground, the rulers in the dark, resisted by all countries of Blue Star. But where there is light, there is darkness. This group also had its reasons to exist, and even if many countries united to destroy them, they could never be completely wiped out or killed. Now to cooperate with such a massive organization, Wang Ming was filled with hesitation in his heart. If he worked with them, this action would surely go much more smoothly, but it would also entangle him with the Spirit Hall. It was hard to say whether it was a blessing or a curse. If he did not cooperate, then the Wang family's fight against the joint forces of two powerful factions would surely lead to defeat. Although they could kill Ye Chen, the Wang family would also suffer heavy losses, and could very well be destroyed. As the head of the Wang family, to take revenge for his son, he would sacrifice the future of the Wang clan. This made him feel deeply reluctant, standing between the future of the Wang family and his son's deep hatred. He had been suffering tremendously in these days. Wang Ming rubbed his temples and remained silent for a long time. Xiao Yongjin was not in a hurry, sitting there surveying the room, looking indifferent. After a long while, Wang Ming finally spoke, "What are your conditions?" Xiao Yongzhen's laughter echoed in the room like a night owl, his mouth nearly stretched to his ears, with sharp teeth filling his wide-open mouth, and many black bugs crawling out constantly from his arms, sometimes crawling into his mouth. Crack, Xiao Yongzhen bit down hard, and the bugs exploded in his mouth, green liquid flowing from the corners of his lips. He extended his tongue to lick around, swallowing all the liquid that flowed out. Wang Ming frowned tightly, casting a look of disgust at him. The spirit hall needs nothing else, only the interstellar mother bug on Ye Chen. This surprised Wang Ming greatly. He thought the spirit hall would ask for a high price, but unexpectedly, they did not require him to pay anything. No other conditions? Does the clan leader find it surprising that our spirit hall isn't asking you for benefits at this time? I told you, the spirit hall has its own logic of operation. In future interactions, the clan leader will come to understand. Wang Ming remained non-committal. Then let's go out and announce the result now. Xiao Yongzhen placed a magical crystal ball on the table. I won't accompany the clan leader and the clansmen for the meeting, I have some matters to arrange. This magical crystal ball can contact me directly. Once I have things arranged, I will contact the clan leader. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yongzhen strangely entered a spatial fluctuation and vanished without a trace. Wang Ming squinted his eyes, watching the spot where Xiao Yongzhen had disappeared. The spirit hall was indeed dangerous. This kind of spatial teleportation was simply a killing technique. In the heavily arrayed Wang family villa, Xiao Yongzhen could still come and go freely, demonstrating the strength of the spirit hall, or perhaps it was a disguised threat. Wang Ming snorted coldly. A thing that is neither human nor ghost really thinks my Wang family is a soft persimmon. How laughable. He strode out of the room. Outside were many members of the Wang family, all anxiously watching the side room. When they saw Wang Ming appear again, everyone hurriedly asked, "Clan leader, how is it? Why has Xiao Yongzhen become so eerie? He can appear out of thin air, his strength is very strong. What did such a master tell the clan leader?" Wang Ming cleared his throat and shouted, "Everyone quiet. He is a member of the spirit hall." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's complexion changed drastically. My God, the spirit hall. How dare the rat from the spirit hall openly come to my Wang family? What exactly do they want to do? Wang Ming recounted the discussed matters to many of his clan members, exaggerating the temptations of obtaining a massive amount of spoils after destroying the Divine Palace University. Chapter 65, Produce a batch of equipment materials. After much effort, he finally persuaded all the clan members to agree to participate in the siege against Divine Palace University. Wang Ming and Wang Haoren sat facing each other in the back courtyard of the Wang family villa. In this battle, we must only win, not lose. I have decided to bring out the Wang family's heritage. Wang Ming said solemnly. Wang Haoren's face showed surprise. Minger, are you sure? Wang Ming nodded. This time, there will be 3 major powers involved. Once the war starts, it won't be something we can control. Don't forget, the officials are watching closely. If we don't use our heritage, our Wang family might. Wang Haoren's eyes flickered, and he sighed. All right, I am old now. The future of the Wang family is up to you. Let me handle the matter of bringing out the heritage. Dad. You are the sword god of our Wang family with over 100 years of history. I can have other clan members do it. Wang Haoren waved his hand, interrupting Wang Ming. The family heritage is about strength and bloodline. Now, only I, a half-buried man, am most suitable. Minger, no need to persuade me further. Wang Ming's eyes brimmed with tears. Dad, I have made my decision, and that's how it will be. After Wang Haoren finished speaking, he stood up and walked out the door. Looking at his father's slightly hunched figure, a look of sorrow appeared on Wang Ming's face. The Imperial Tiger General had also reached his twilight years. How mighty and spirited his father once was, and now. Only a deep sigh remains. Heroes in their twilight, an unavoidable fate. He closed his eyes, remained silent for a few seconds, and when he opened them again, he had regained his usual majestic demeanor. In the village of Calamity. Boom! A ghost queen crowned with a tiara fell to the ground with a loud crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. Her body rapidly vanished, scattering a great number of items, followed by the sound of the system notification. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the ultimate boss, the Ghost Queen. The Starworm Emperor gains 30,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, the Starworm Emperor has leveled up to level 31. Congratulations, the Star-Eating Worm has leveled up to level 31. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 26. Ye Chen happily picked up the items scattered all over the ground. The Starworm Emperor was indeed powerful, one-hit killing all monsters. Even the ultimate boss couldn't withstand a single ordinary attack from it, truly monstrous. He had initially wanted to test what abilities the Starworm Emperor had, but it turned out that the monsters crumbled like paper at a single touch, leaving no chance for it to use any skills. At this moment, an announcement came from the dungeon space. Dungeon cleared, do you want to return to the teleport point? Teleport. After a brief feeling of discomfort from the space teleport, Ye Chen returned to Divine Palace University. This trip was fruitful, his spatial ring was already stacked high with materials and many worthless low-quality equipment. He decided to first visit the mall to dispose of these materials and equipment. Ye Chen arrived at the entrance and took a taxi straight to the largest trading mall in Magic Capital Province. As soon as he got out of the car, he felt the hustle and bustle of the place. The street was crowded with people, the throngs dense, and in the center stood a mall occupying a vast area. To build such a large mall in the precious land of Magic Capital Province, the owner's power, money, and influence were all indispensable. Ye Chen moved through the crowd toward the mall. When he reached the front, he looked up and saw several flamboyant characters hanging at the entrance of the mall, Yulong Plaza. Entering the mall, he headed straight for the first floor's equipment and materials trading area. There were many merchants engaged in trading equipment and materials. Ye Chen walked past their shops, selecting which one had the best deals to avoid being cheated by heartless sellers. He walked into one merchant's shop and began to inquire about the prices of items. The prices of the goods sold here are much lower than those in Tianjin province. After walking into several shops, the prices all seemed the same, making it feel like they colluded to undercut outsiders. Ye Chen frowned, considering whether to hold off and sell them when he returned to Tianjin province later. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Brother Yi," from behind him. Zhang Yong hurried a few steps to Ye Chen's side, saying, "Brother Yi, why didn't you let me know you were coming out? Didn't we agree to have a meal together? Perfect timing, let's go, I'll treat you to something good." Ye Chen looked him up and down and suddenly asked, "You seem very familiar with Magic City. Are you a local?" Bingo! Congratulations, Brother Yi, you got it right, but there's no prize, hee hee. Ye Chen smiled and said, "Great, do you have any good suggestions on where to buy equipment and materials? I need to get a batch." Zhang Yong patted his chest confidently, "You've come to the right person. I'm an expert in Magic City. There's nothing I don't know about here. Follow me, I'll take you to my old acquaintance. I guarantee fair prices." Ye Chen followed Zhang Yong to the innermost part of the shop. As soon as they entered, the boss greeted Zhang Yong with a big smile. "Oh, isn't this my brother Zhang Yong? What wind blows you here today, huh? What a coincidence, we just received a new batch of equipment this morning. Want to take a look?" Zhang Yong looked down at the boss arrogantly, saying, "I'm now a special recruit at Sacred Palace University. Just this morning, I got 2 pieces of Sacred Palace University gear. The materials and craftsmanship are top-notch. Your junk here doesn't match my standards anymore." The boss laughed heartily. "Wow, brother Zhang Yong, if you make it big in the future, don't forget about your old brother." Zhang Yong gave a thumbs up, pointing at Ye Chen beside him, boldly saying, "Don't say I'm impressive in front of brother Yi, I'm not worthy. Do you know who this handsome man beside me is?" The boss immediately looked at Ye Chen. This person was dressed simply, and in a place where everyone pursued fashionable big brands, his clothing was incredibly shabby. However, the boss was shrewd. Although the young man was poorly dressed, the unmatched confidence and strong presence radiating from him were not something ordinary people could compare to. Zhang Yong seemed to humble himself in front of this person, proving the extraordinary nature of the person in front of them. Someone like this could either be a young master from a prestigious family coming to experience life or an exceptionally talented person. Either way, he was someone important. After a quick mental calculation, the boss smiled, saying, "Oh, brother Zhang Yong, I knew you wouldn't forget me. Today you brought an important person to my place. I've been stuck here all day with no time to meet new elites, I've become quite out of touch. Don't be mysterious, quickly introduce us." Then he smiled at Ye Chen, "Young brother, please come inside." Zhang Yong bragged, "My brother Yi is the top student in the special recruitment of Sacred Palace University. And during the entrance exam, he even snatched contribution points from seniors. Just imagine, how impressive is that?" Upon hearing this, the boss was stunned. Every year, Sacred Palace University had entrance exams, but freshmen usually had their contribution points taken by seniors. This was the first time he had heard of someone taking points from older students. This young man was extraordinary, his strength was simply beyond comprehension. No wonder he appeared so sunny and confident. The boss's attitude became increasingly respectful, and he began to bow slightly. "Incredible, young handsome man, your strength is too powerful." Ye Chen waved his hand, interrupting the boss's compliments. Crowns generate false support, dusk witnesses the devout believers. He had always looked down upon such flattery. "I came to buy a batch of equipment and materials. What prices are you offering?" The boss laughed, "Ha ha ha. Since it is the goods of the Yi brothers, I will buy it from you at a price higher than the market rate. Come, Yi brother, come with me to the appraisal room." Ye Chen followed the boss into a large room inside. Zhang Yong also followed in, wanting to see what kind of treasure Ye Chen was going to sell. If it was something he could use, maybe he could snatch it up. Chapter 66, Why is the gap between people so big? The appraisal room was not very big, it had a tea table and a square appraisal platform. Ye Chen asked, is there a bigger appraisal room? I have a lot of things, and there probably isn't enough space here. The boss smiled and said, this is the biggest appraisal room in my shop. It's fine, you brother, just take your time to bring it out. Ye Chen stopped talking nonsense and touched his space ring. Suddenly, one piece of equipment after another began to flow out. At first, the boss didn't pay much attention, thinking that even if there were many items, how much could there be? Who knew his space ring was like a bottomless pit, continuously producing items for 1 or 2 minutes without stopping. Zhang Yang was also dumbfounded on the side, he had never seen anyone come with so many things to sell. Ye Chen's items could probably fill a warehouse. As the items were about to fill the room, the boss quickly shouted, you brother, let's stop for a moment. Let's calculate the value of these items first. The boss turned around and started throwing the mountain of equipment onto the appraisal platform one by one. Wolf Demon's Dagger. Grade, Blue. Skill, // Value, 120. Skeleton Staff. Grade, White. Skill, increases user's spirit by 5 points. Value, 16. Flame Gauntlets. Grade, Purple. Skill, Fire Fist. Value, 3,400. The appraisal lasted for 2 hours before it ended, with a total amount reaching 260,000 Dragon Soul Coins. The boss sat on the ground, panting, you brother, the total is 260,000 Dragon Soul Coins. Zhang Yong was wide-eyed, oh my goodness, that's so much money. Brother Yi, I didn't expect you to be an invisible rich man. This amount of money is nothing in Magic City. Seeing the extravagance of Nangong Yudi, Ye Chen thought that these 260,000 Dragon Soul Coins could only buy some ordinary equipment. However, selling so much for Dragon Soul Coins this time was not a small amount, and this boss was quite good. Then let's continue. He was about to take out more equipment when the boss shouted, I can't accept any more, you brother. 260,000 Dragon Soul Coins is already the maximum value that my small shop can handle. But I can recommend you to a big trader, he has enough funds to buy all your items. Okay, can you take me there now? Of course, ye brother, follow me. The three of them went to a luxurious shop on the 2nd floor. The boss explained the situation to the salesperson before leaving. The salesperson smiled brightly and took Ye Chen and the others to the appraisal room. This appraisal room was very big, far from being comparable to the small one of the previous boss. Sir, you can take out your items now. Ye Chen touched his space ring. As the surface of the space ring flashed with a layer of bright light, suddenly, crash! A huge pile of items appeared out of thin air, filling the entire room. The salesperson and Zhang Yong were shocked, thinking the building had collapsed. Looking at the mountain of things in front of them, the two instantly widened their eyes, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. The salesperson stuttered, this, so much. Are you sure you want to sell everything? Ye Chen nodded. The salesperson took a deep breath, excitedly saying, you have so many items, I can't make such a huge transaction. Please wait a moment, I'll go find the manager. The salesperson quickly left the room, unable to hide her smile. She had found such a big client, this month's performance would surely not be lacking, and perhaps this transaction could cover her salary for a month. The salesperson hurriedly walked to an office. Manager Fong, a big client needs you to handle the transaction personally. Oh? Fong Changming showed a hint of interest, the only events that would require his personal presence for a transaction were auctions. Which big client? I don't know, it's an unfamiliar young man. Take me to see. Soon, the two arrived at the appraisal room. As soon as the door was opened, Fong Changming was met with a mountain of equipment and materials. Even with his extensive experience, he was shocked by the sheer amount of items before him. He had seen treasures, and he had seen large quantities of goods, but it was his first time encountering so many items at once. A smile appeared on Fong Changming's face, may I ask which esteemed guest has come? Ye Chen replied, all these things are mine, could you tell me how much they are worth? Fong Changming glanced at the items, his discerning eyes quickly identifying that they all came from the village of Calamity. With a cheerful voice, Fong Changming said, truly, a hero emerges from youth. All these items are from the village of Calamity, you've collected everything from there. My, what a distinguished guest today, 2 talented individuals from Imperial University have graced my Yuhong Merchant Alliance. He turned to the salesperson, Xiao Ting, quickly bring in a tea table, how can we let our esteemed guest stand here? The salesperson immediately went out to find someone to bring in a tea table. As soon as Fong Changming's words fell, Zhang Yong, who stood nearby, was stunned. He screamed in disbelief, what? You mean all these items are from the village of Calamity? If it were someone else, he wouldn't believe it, but this was Ye Chen. It was perfectly reasonable for Ye Chen to single-handedly conquer the village of Calamity. Brother Yi, next time you enter a dungeon, can you let me know? I also want to go. Take me for a level up just once, and then I'll level up on my own. If you take me in, I won't take any items, just let me get some experience. What do you think? Next time, I'll take you. Ye Chen replied casually. He didn't have the time to take his classmates for leveling up, he needed to quickly increase his strength to deal with the future threat of the Wang family. Soon, the tea table and stools were moved in front of Ye Chen and the others. Fang Changming said with a smile, "Please take a seat, esteemed guests, I will handle this batch of equipment and materials." Ye Chen nodded and was about to pick up the teapot, but the salesperson standing beside him snatched it first. "Let me handle this." Ye Chen made no objections and comfortably drank the tea poured by the salesperson. The appraisal lasted a full 3 hours before concluding. Fang Changming looked a bit tired, but his eyes were unusually bright. Although the quality of the equipment wasn't high, the sheer quantity meant there was a significant profit. This deal was a big win for their Yuhang Merchant Alliance. He turned to Ye Chen and said, "Thank you for your patience. The total value of these items is 56 million. 56 million? Zhang Yong was stunned by that number. This was the first time he had heard such an astronomical figure. Fang Changming continued, "Since you are trading such a large number of items with us, you can receive our Yuhang Merchant Alliance's most prestigious Black Gold card. As a Black Gold card holder, you will enjoy discounts at any of our branches nationwide. Please wait a moment as I transfer your funds onto the card. Does that sound good?" "Sure." Ye Chen naturally had no objections to receiving the discounted Black Gold card. A few minutes later, the salesperson brought over an exquisite gift box. Opening the box revealed the Black Gold card inside. Zhang Yong had never seen a Black Gold card before, but just hearing the words "most prestigious" made him realize its immense value. The Yuhang Merchant Alliance was also one of the top malls in Modu Province. Being able to obtain their Black Gold card symbolized not just wealth but also a prestigious identity. The gap between people truly is as vast as the sky and the earth. At the same age, Ye Chen had already acquired wealth that ordinary people could never earn in 10 lifetimes. Zhang Yong secretly vowed to firmly cling to Ye Chen's strong support. Ye Chen took the Black Gold card and turned to leave the mall. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket vibrated. He picked it up to check and saw a message from Fan Xiaoman. "Boss Yi, I've received some news about the Death Tower. Do you want to hear it?" Ye Chen's eyes flickered. Death Tower? Isn't that the place needed for the task issued by the system? Chapter 67, Death Tower. Of course I want to hear it. The more details, the better. I'm very interested in the Death Tower. Ye Chen quickly typed a few words in reply. That's great. I'm also interested in the Death Tower, so this time, Boss Yi, take me in to have a look. No problem. Okay, you're not at school now. It's better to talk face to face. Let's meet at the coffee shop in school. After replying with Ye Chen said to Zhang Yong, "I'm heading back to school, have something to do. Let's save the meal for next time." Zhang Yong shrugged, "Boss Yi is a busy man, go ahead. Just don't leave me hanging next time." Ye Chen hailed a cab, and before long, he returned to the school and walked straight into the coffee shop on campus. It was 3 in the afternoon, with quite a few groups of girls or couples sitting in the shop enjoying their afternoon tea. When Fan Xiaoman saw Ye Chen at the door, she quickly raised her hand and waved, excitedly shouting, "Boss Yi, I'm over here." Her loud voice attracted the attention of everyone in the coffee shop, but this girl was clearly a social butterfly, completely unafraid of being the center of attention. "What are you staring at? Never seen a beautiful girl before?" Ye Chen felt a headache coming on. This Fan Xiaoman was just as bold as Zhang Yong, both were rather attention-seeking. Fan Xiaoman was pretty decent looking, but she wasn't exactly stunning. The people around her rolled their eyes at her comment, uninterested. Ye Chen walked over speechlessly, and naturally, the attention of the surrounding people shifted to him. As the most famous freshman at Xinghe University, his appearance and name had already been thoroughly investigated, even details about which orphanage he came from were well known. People's discussions about him occasionally pierced his ears. So that's Ye Chen? Not bad looking, why is he with such a mediocre girl like Fan Xiaoman? Can only blame ourselves for being slow, damn it, what am I missing compared to Fan Xiaoman? My looks and figure are all better than hers, I should be Ye Chen's girlfriend. Keep it down, my sisters, don't let him hear. Do you know the girl who was dating Ye Chen? Of course, she's the one working at the mission hall all day long, I heard she's an A-level professional. Who knows how she got into Xinghe University? Oh, finally got to see Ye Chen, too bad I don't have the chance to talk to him. Ye Chen is my idol now, boo-boo-hoo. Fan Xiaoman warmly said, "Boss Yi, what coffee do you want to drink?" Actually, I'm not really interested in coffee. Lemonade from Snowy Honey Ice City is better than this stuff. Oh, then okay, I'll order you a cup right now. Fan Xiaoman said as she picked up her phone to order takeout. No need to order, what to drink is not important. Quickly tell me about the Death Tower. This girl was quite energetic, so Ye Chen hurriedly said. It's fine, I'll treat you. All right. Fan Xiaoman smiled, then put down her phone. I also just found out about the news. She looked mysterious. Did you know that the Death Tower is a public secret realm that only opens once every 3 years? Ye Chen shook his head. It's normal that you don't know. Generally, only those who enter prestigious schools are aware. It is rumored that the Death Tower is a creation of some civilization in the deep space of the universe, which descends to our blue planet every 3 years, and the location is not fixed. I heard that this time it will land within our Dragon Nation's territory. He. Ye Chen pondered. It's actually a public mystic realm, so everyone can enter. Fan Xiaoman took a sip of coffee. No. The Tower of Death has an age limit, only those under 30 can enter. Oh? That's interesting, there's an age limit. But since this tower is a public mystic realm, many people must come every time it appears. Why have I never heard of it? Because the rewards of the Tower of Death are rich. Naturally, some people don't want civilians like us to know. Whenever the Tower of Death appears, the upper-class elites will seal off the news, so we don't know. Ye Chen snorted coldly. Those damn elites are all selfish, just trying to implement class monopolies. He thought about how he had taken out a loan of 40,000 to awaken and couldn't help but sigh. Maybe the awakening cost is so high because of these elites' clever schemes, designed to block most people from awakening, allowing them to keep enjoying their privileges while we poor people do all the hard work. No wonder I often feel like I'm carrying a heavy burden. It turns out there are dogs sitting on top of me enjoying life. What a clever calculation. Fan Xiaoman pouted. Aren't you thinking too much? Besides, we're just students and have no power to change things. Moreover, the awakening cost isn't only high in our dragon country, it's the same worldwide. The fact that it's the same all over the world doesn't mean it's right, Ye Chen scoffed. Alright, we've strayed off topic, let's continue discussing the Tower of Death. Oh, where were we? The news of the Tower of Death will be sealed off by the elites. Yes, it will be sealed off by the elites. But there are fortune tellers all over the world, like astrologers, who can calculate the location of the Tower of Death when it appears. So, there will be people coming from all over the world to participate. This means that all the young geniuses will come, and the competition in the Tower of Death will be fierce. At that time, we will need Yi the Great to help us and take me inside to have some fun, It's a piece of cake. Just follow me in. Also, I must remind you that the exotic beasts and monsters in the Tower of Death are incredibly strong. The higher you go, the stronger they are, and the treasures become rarer. Naturally, competition is fiercer, and many foreigners are quite sinister. At that time, you must be careful of those petty people and not fall for their tricks. Ye Chen frowned. So, does this mean the inside of the Tower of Death is chaotic, and the strong can just kill the weak? Not exactly. Killing professional fighters will accumulate sin points. Once they reach a certain amount, the Tower of Death will forcibly send you out. So, instances of killing are usually to seize a specific treasure. Ye Chen had a rough understanding of the situation inside the Tower of Death. He stroked his chin. So when does the Tower of Death appear? Fan Xiaoman looked around, waved for Ye Chen to come closer, then whispered in his ear, in 2 days, I'll send you the exact location when the time comes. We can go together. Ye Chen nodded. After leaving the coffee shop, Ye Chen returned to his villa. He wanted to talk to Nangong Yudi about the Tower of Death. She must know a lot. Nangong Yudi was usually in the study, so Ye Chen went straight there. He knocked on the door twice. Come in. Nangong Yudi's voice came from inside. Mentor, I want to go to the Tower of Death. Ye Chen spoke directly. Nangong Yudi stopped her fingers that were flipping through the book and looked up at him. Are you sure? Ye Chen nodded firmly. Nangong Yudi closed the book and walked out from behind the desk. Sit. She gestured for Ye Chen to take a seat and then brewed a cup of tea, handing it to him. Ye Chen took the teacup and thanked her. I have been to the Tower of Death before. Nangong Yudi slowly began. Ye Chen had already expected this. With Nangong Yudi's exceptional beauty, she is sure to enter this grand world banquet. However, Nangong Yudi's current age is only 28, while the age limit for the Death Tower is 30, she can still go in. Ye Chen said, Then do you want to go in with me this time, mentor? It seems I need to catch up on the knowledge of the Death Tower. You don't even know about the entry permission. Nangong Yudi shot him a glance. Each person can only enter the Death Tower once. Once you've been in, trying to enter a second time will get you driven out by the tower's rules. If you force your way in, you'll die under those rules. Do you remember the 2 awakening stones I gave you? Of course, I remember. I brought those out from the Death Tower. Ye Chen widened his eyes in surprise. Wow, the Death Tower has such good stuff. Yes, there are many treasures inside. My beast could rise to the Lord level thanks to the materials in there. Otherwise, She shook her head and changed the subject. You want to go to the Death Tower, and I fully support that, but you currently have a big problem. Ye Chen thought for a moment and understood. The big problem you mentioned is the Wang family, right? Nangong Yudi nodded. We have already detected that the Wang family has been active recently. If you leave Modu province, the Wang family's people will definitely come after you. Ye Chen smiled. I can't be a turtle for my whole life. Sooner or later, I have to encounter the Wang family. Besides, I now have a lord-level beast, so I can protect myself. Nangong Yudi's expression turned serious. The Wang family is far from being as simple as you think. The situation in Longwei is very complex. On the surface, the government seems to dominate, but underneath, noble families are spread all over the country. Their strength is formidable. A single family cannot stir up a storm against the government, but if multiple families join forces, the government has to avoid their peak. The Wang family has a 1,000-year legacy and a deep foundation, with over 10 allies. The current Wang family hates you to the bone. Once you leave Modu province, it means leaving the influence of Xinghe University. Fighting outside would be extremely disadvantageous for Xinghe University. For safety's sake, it's best for you to stay in Modu province. But I support you going to the Death Tower. There are many treasures inside that are hard to find in the world, and some are heavenly materials and earthly treasures that are extinct on Blue Star. If you are lucky enough, you might find offspring of divine beasts in there. Nangong Yudi took a deep breath. I have contacted my family members. You can definitely go and challenge the Death Tower this time. My Nangong family in Xinghe University will protect you. But you also have to be careful of the Wang family's schemes. Even if our two families join forces, we cannot cover every detail for you. Ye Chen smiled slightly, grateful. The support from my mentor in the school is like a mountain. I won't say thank you, but as long as I, Ye Chen, have food, Xinghe University and my teachers will never go hungry. That's all I need to know. Nangong Yudi took out a map and locator of the Death Tower. This is the area explored by Xinghe University over the years when entering the Death Tower, marked with locations of some treasures, as well as rare herbs and items. Once you go in, you can explore these. Be cautious when entering unmarked areas. This locator navigates without relying on signals. You got lost on that big mountain during the entrance examination. Saying this, Nangong Yudi shot him a speechless glance. You were such a poor navigator. Ye Chen's face turned red, and he awkwardly laughed. Ahaha, everyone has their shortcomings, right? Ha. Alright, I've said enough about the Death Tower. If there's nothing else, you should go back and train well. It will open the day after tomorrow. Mentor, do you know where the Death Tower will descend? No one knows. It will naturally show after it arrives. Ye Chen stepped out of Nangong Yudi's study and returned to his room to check his gear, while also doing some physical training. On the other side, in a quaint little courtyard in Magic City Province, an old man in a Zhongshan suit, his face stern, was carefully trimming a branch of flowers. Fan Xiaoman happily ran in. Grandpa, Ye Chen agreed to take me to the Tower of Death. This time I can get in, right? The old man's stern face instantly softened. He looked at his granddaughter with eyes full of love. Really? You're not lying to Grandpa, are you? Fan Xiaoman pouted. When have I ever lied to Grandpa? The old man laughed heartily. Have you forgotten your last lie? Who said they were going shopping with their girlfriend, but ended up going to fight in a dungeon and came back injured? I haven't even settled the score with you for that yet. Fan Xiaoman tugged at the old man's sleeve, shaking it. I really didn't lie this time, really just let me go. Xiaoman, you're being mischievous again. Be careful, or I'll spank you until you're blooming. A stern voice came from the room, and a burly middle-aged man with a scarred face walked out. The man was imposing. Despite the scar, it did not mask his heroism. As soon as Fan Xiaoman saw the middle-aged man, she quickly hid behind the old man, peeking out with one eye. I wasn't being mischievous. The old man glared at the middle-aged man. You really shouldn't frighten her, she finally came back to visit. I've got unfinished business with you. Fan Xiaoman murmured, exactly. Tisk. The middle-aged man helplessly looked at his father. Dad, just indulge her. She'll cause you trouble sooner or later. The middle-aged man retreated back into the house helplessly. The old man pulled Fan Xiaoman from behind. Alright, it's fine now. Your dad has gone back to his room. Let's go for a walk. Okay. The grandfather and granddaughter walked and talked in the backyard. Tomorrow, have Ye Chen come over? Grandpa needs to ask him face-to-face about the truth. Fan Xiaoman huffed. You still don't trust me? Fine, I'll bring Ye Chen tomorrow. With that, she stormed off angrily. As soon as Fan Xiaoman left, the middle-aged man stepped out from behind a tree. Dad, do you really think that Ye Chen can protect Xiaoman well? I'm still worried. Xiaoman's mother left early. She's the only bloodline of our Fan family. What if something happens in the secret realm? That's the Tower of Death. The old man glared at him. I've told you to remarry, but you won't listen. I've said it before, Xiaoman doesn't mind. The middle-aged man filled with nostalgia slowly shook his head. I can't let her go. Remarrying would be irresponsible to her. Then stop talking about it. Xiaoman is also an S-class professional, she has her own path to walk. As elders, we can only help her consider the future, not make decisions for her. Anyway, the higher-ups have ordered us to keep a close watch on Ye Chen. I can use Xiaoman's opportunity to observe him. Then I'll have something to report to the chief. The middle-aged man felt guilty. You're retired and still worrying about official matters. I'm really. The old man waved his hand. You're just not suited for being an official. I arranged for you to join the army to get you away from politics. Now you should get back to the camp. A general can't be away from the army for too long. Hurry back. Dad, take care. After saying this, the middle-aged man vanished like the wind. The old man looked at the moon in the sky, murmuring, Ye Chen, interesting. To attract the attention of the Wang family, the Nangong family, Divine Palace University, and so many forces, truly a hero emerges from youth, remarkable. Chapter 69, Enemies? Before the sun was up, Ye Chen was woken by a phone call. He groggily answered the phone. Hello? Wow, Ye big boss, you're up this early too? Ye Chen's mind, just waking up, short-circuited for a second. Do I sound like I just woke up? Isn't it you who called and woke me up? He glanced at the note on the phone, Fan Xiaoman. What the hell, does this guy have a problem? It's not even dawn, and he's calling. He was starting to regret exchanging contact information with Fan Xiaoman. Fan Xiaoman said shyly, hee. I'm really sorry for waking you up, but I have something very important to ask you today. I couldn't sleep at all tonight because of this, and I just couldn't help but call you. TSK, what is it? Spit it out quickly. It's just, my grandpa is worried that I'm lying about you going with me to the Tower of Death, so he wants to meet you today, or else he won't let me go tomorrow. Ye Chen's face was full of despair. Is this the point of all the fuss? Alright, fine, I'll go later, bye. Ye Chen impatiently hung up and tried to go back to sleep. Beep beep beep. The busy tone came from the phone, but Fan Xiaoman let out a sigh of relief, her eyes shining bright. Great. Ye Chen is willing to meet my grandpa, ha. She bounced out of bed, did 2 sets of calisthenics, then buried her head in the blanket, trying to sleep, but was too excited to actually doze off, just keeping her eyes closed pretending to rest. As soon as it hit 6 a.m., she jumped up, washed up, applied makeup, and left the house right at 7. When she arrived at the entrance of Xinghe University, Fan Xiaoman stood by the roadside waiting for Ye Chen. She wanted to confirm the time to meet her grandpa with Ye Chen as soon as possible. She ended up waiting for an hour. Around 8 o'clock, Ye Chen finally sauntered to the entrance. Fan Xiaoman sprinted over from a distance. Yi, have you eaten breakfast yet? As she spoke, she pulled out several buns from a thermos, her big eyes sparkling at him. This handsome young man was the key to her entering the Tower of Death, so she had to take good care of him. Ye Chen looked at her disheveled appearance, her clothes damp with morning dew, and asked curiously, You haven't been waiting here long, right? Fan Xiaoman smiled brightly, Not long, just an hour, hee. I specially went to buy these buns from my favorite shop. Try them, are they good? Ye Chen rubbed his temples, looking at this cute but foolish girl, unsure of what to say. He took the bun and took a bite. The rich meat flavor was honestly quite good. Seeing Ye Chen eat her bun, she happily asked, Is it good? Is it? Not bad. Hee, I knew this place wouldn't disappoint you. Since you've eaten my bun, you have to come to my house for lunch after school at 10. My grandpa has already prepared food, okay? She looked at him expectantly. Ye Chen nodded, Alright, I'm going to the gym now, see you later. Hey, wait, I also have a lollipop here, it's really good. She hurriedly dug a colorful lollipop from her backpack and held it out to Ye Chen. Here. Ye Chen felt speechless, thinking this silly girl didn't seem like a college student, but more like a child who hadn't grown up. He took the lollipop and thanked her, then walked into the campus without looking back, while Fan Xiaoman followed behind, engaging in pointless chatter, like a cute puppy trying to please him. This scene was spotted by Zhang Yong. Already self-proclaimed as Ye Chen's top lackey, Zhang Yong felt a sudden sense of crisis upon seeing Fan Xiaoman's attitude. Who is this girl? She's trying to take his spot as the first lackey. Zhang Yong quickly walked a few steps to their side, addressing Ye Chen with hostility. Hey, Yi, is this your new girlfriend? Ye Chen frowned, Don't talk nonsense, this is my senior, Fan Xiaoman from the 2nd year. I'm working as a temp at the task hall. Hearing this news, Zhang Yong felt even more urgency. If it were his future sister-in-law, that would be fine, but since it's not, this guy is competing with him for his big brother. This can't be allowed, he must push this guy out. Feeling Zhang Yong's inexplicable hostility, Fan Xiaoman was not weak either. Who are you? Are you looking for Brother Yi? If there's nothing, don't block the way. Zhang Yong's eyes widened. Oh, when did you recognize Brother Yi? This is my brother Yi. What do you mean, don't block the way? I'm actually curious about you, why are you always following Brother Ye? Are you up to something? How rude. You come here and slander someone. I was talking to Brother Ye, you suddenly ran over. If we're talking about being up to something, that would be you. Ha, now that's funny. You're a pretty girl, out of nowhere wanting to chat with Brother Ye. If that's not suspicious, then what is? Just tell me, which girl actively throws herself at someone? If an active girl isn't suspicious, then what is? Fan Xiaoman put her hands on her hips, isn't Brother Ye charming? I just like chatting with him. Is that a problem? Low-level guy. Damn, you're cursing. Humph, you were rude first. So what if I curse you? Low-level guy, low-level guy. Ye Chen looked left and right, seeing that the two were ready to escalate. If he didn't stop them, they could argue all day. Alright, both of you stop arguing. By the way, are you both so free? Aren't you supposed to be studying at school? Isn't it because I ran into Brother Ye? I had to come and greet you, ha 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 ha. Zhang Yong laughed immediately. Fan Xiaoman didn't want to be outdone, I waited an hour for Brother Ye. Studying is not urgent, anyway, there's a whole day to slowly learn. Alright, you both are quite good. Now that greetings are out of the way, I have to go study at the gym, and you two should get back to your own things. Let's disperse. After speaking, Ye Chen rushed off like he was escaping. He ignored the voices behind him calling out to him, only vaguely hearing them say, "It's all your fault," which probably meant they were about to start arguing again. When he arrived at the gym, Ye Chen began today's workout and then hurried off to the classroom to study. The morning passed quickly. As noon approached, Fan Xiaoman came looking for him. She had already hailed a taxi, taking Ye Chen back home. The two of them left the city, heading to the outskirts of Magic City Province. Here, at the mountain top, the plants were lush, with many flowers and grasses. At the summit, there was a courtyard with 3 entrances, decorated in a traditional Chinese style that looked antique, with 2 large stone lions at the entrance. Fan Xiaoman happily invited Ye Chen to get out of the car. Brother Ye, come on. My grandfather is already waiting for us inside. Chapter 70, The Invitation from the Chief. Ye Chen followed Fan Xiaoman into the courtyard. The decor of this courtyard was understated yet not shabby, showcasing the owner's elegant temperament. In the center, surrounded by a flower bed, there was a peach blossom tree in full bloom with pink flowers. Around it, various colorful flowers were arranged here and there, indicating they were carefully pruned by the owner, very beautiful. Surrounding the courtyard were various valuable trees of different shapes. Although these trees were not as extraordinary as those in Nangong Yudi's villa, they appeared quite expensive. Ye Chen didn't understand flowers and plants but could tell that the courtyard's owner must be a person who loved flowers and plants deeply. Fan Xiaoman was like a cheerful little sparrow, warmly welcoming Ye Chen into the large living room in the center. Upon entering the living room, a giant painting greeted them. It depicted a mountain, atop which a tiger stood proudly on a large rock, its eyes wide open, exuding majesty and power. It was truly a powerful image of a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. This painting formed a striking contrast with the flowers and trees outside. Originally, seeing the flowers and plants outside, I thought the owner of this courtyard must be a kind and gentle person. But unexpectedly, in the center of the hall, there was a fierce painting of a tiger descending the mountain. Haha, young Master Yi, you are indeed the first genius of the new generation at Sacred Palace University. You truly have remarkable talent and outstanding charm. A loud laugh echoed from a nearby room, and an elderly man with white hair walked out energetically. Ye Chen saw the old man and thought to himself that this guy must have a very strong constitution. His voice was full of vigor. He humbly said, "What first genius? Heroes in the world are like carp crossing a river. I just happened to get first place, such praise is too much. I don't even know how to address you, sir. Ha, I'm Fan Xianshan. Just call me Old Fan. Young Master Yi, please sit." Fan Xianshan made a gesture inviting him to take a seat. Once Ye Chen sat down, Fan Xianshan said to Fan Xiaoman, "Xiaoman, go to the kitchen and have someone serve the dishes." All right. Fan Xiaoman happily ran out. Fan Xianshan shook his head and said to Ye Chen, "This child, sigh. Young Master Yi, you have seen it too. Xiaoman is pure at heart, not much different from a child. Although she is a year older than you, she is nowhere near as composed as you. Her father and I have always been worried about letting her go out alone, especially concerning battles in dungeons." Ye Chen's eyes flickered. He wants me to take the initiative to agree to Xiaoman's request. Old Fan, please rest assured. I will definitely take care of what I promised Xiaoman. Tomorrow in the Death Tower, I will protect her well. Fan Xianshan smiled in relief. With a genius like young Master Yi looking after her, I can finally feel at ease letting her go. I believe you also know that the Death Tower is a public secret realm, and the dangers inside are beyond what ordinary people can imagine. As Xiaoman's grandfather, I really do not want her to venture into the Death Tower. She is a girl and will eventually get married, there's no need for her to risk her life in the secret realm. However, this child Xiaoman, don't be fooled by her carefree demeanor. Deep down, she is very competitive. She believes she is not weaker than boys and insists on going to dungeons to level up and improve her strength. Sigh, no matter how we try to stop her, she insists on going. As an elder, I truly have no way to stop her, I can't block her future. After our persuasion failed, we can only let her go. Ye Chen nodded, parents' hearts are always filled with concern, I understand, old Fan. Fan Xinshan laughed, as long as you understand. My Fan family may not be a wealthy family, but we still have some modest gifts and abilities. I heard that young Master Yi seems to have a little conflict with the Wang family? Ye Chen's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Old man, you seem to know quite a bit. It looks like you've investigated my background thoroughly. Ye Chen slowly replied, there are indeed some small conflicts. Fan Xinshan laughed heartily, killing the Wang family's only son could also be considered a small conflict? Young Master Yi, are you not trusting this old man? Ye Chen squinted at Fan Xinshan and smiled, I don't know what you mean, old Fan. It's not a matter of trust or distrust. Alright. Young Master Yi, you are powerful and steady. I won't keep you in suspense. Young Master Yi, do you know that your reputation has spread among the elite circle? Now, both the noble families and the high officials are closely watching you. Oh? I didn't know that. As an orphan, I never expected to attract so much attention from important figures, it truly makes me anxious. Ye Chen seemed to express surprise. I'll tell you the truth, old man. I am the official chief contact sent to interact with you, and the chief is quite optimistic about you. He hopes you can work for him after you graduate. Young Master Yi, you must know this is an opportunity that countless people dream of. The chief has never valued a young person this much before. Ye Chen smiled and said, old Fan, isn't it too early for us to talk about this? I have just started my freshman year. Seeing that Ye Chen did not directly agree, Fan Xinshan pondered for a moment and slowly said, young friend Yi, the Divine Palace University is just a university after all, it cannot give you a chance to showcase your ambitions. Dragon Country ultimately belongs to the officials, and these wealthy families are only shining on the surface, just a group of ants compared to the officials. Perhaps you have questions, why doesn't the Dragon Country deal with these wealthy families? Fan Xinshan coldly snorted, the wealthy families are a tumor of the Dragon Country. Sooner or later, the officials will deal with them. The reason they are not acting now is that the timing is not right, and the officials still cannot spare the effort to deal with them. Ye Chen nodded, what old Fan says is right, but I am just a student. It is indeed too early to talk about this. Right now, I enjoy my carefree life and have no thoughts about work at all. Fan Xinshan laughed and said, being young is great. While you are young, you should enjoy yourself more. Once you graduate, work will be unavoidable, and this happy time will be gone forever. By then, you can come find me, and what we talked about today will still count. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the door. Fan Xiaoman rushed in excitedly. Grandpa, the dishes are coming soon. How are you two chatting? I didn't lie, right? Yi Dalo personally promised to take me to the Death Tower, I didn't deceive you. Fan Xinshan looked at her with affection, you indeed didn't deceive Grandpa this time. It seems like you have grown a lot. When you enter the secret realm tomorrow, you must immediately stay by young friend Ye's side, you must not be naughty. He turned to Ye Chen and said, young friend Yi, I leave my granddaughter in your care. No problem. I think Sister Xiaoman's strength is not bad either, perhaps she doesn't even need my protection. Hearing someone praise her, Fan Xiaoman beamed with joy, her tail wagging with delight, that's right, I am actually very powerful. I am also an S-class professional. Fan Xinshan was speechless, in any case, you must listen to young friend Yi, otherwise, you'd better stay at home. Okay, I will listen to Yi Dalo. Fan Xiaoman nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Not long after, plates of delicious dishes were brought in. This meal was very rich, and Ye Chen enjoyed it immensely. Everyone was happy, and with the escort of the Fan family driver, Ye Chen and Fan Xiaoman returned to Divine Palace University. Chapter 71, The Death Tower Descends. The next day. In the sky over the sea, 100 miles away from Magic Capital Province, a swirling black hole suddenly appeared without warning. In an instant, the sky seemed like a canvas, with the space around the black hole wrinkling like crumpled paper, and invisible ripples rapidly spread out, scattering the white clouds within 100 miles. A fierce tsunami suddenly erupted on the sea surface below the black hole, and the fish below scattered in panic. A towering high tower slowly descended from the black hole, piercing straight into the seabed, and then standing tall on the sea surface. This tower's length was unknown, extending from the seabed into the black hole, resembling a golden rod piercing the clouds, with no end in sight. Such a big commotion instantly caused panic among the fishermen at sea, with many fishing boats hurriedly fleeing back to port. The moment the high tower appeared, experts all over the world sensed it. Astrologers from many countries excitedly reported this good news to their national leaders at that moment. President, the Death Tower has descended, right in the northern sea of Dragon Country. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed white man beamed as he saluted his president. Ha ha ha, good. Quickly let our young people go over, this time, our beautiful country must seize enough resources. The president of Sakura Country was holding a meeting when suddenly the conference door was hurriedly pulled open by a man holding a crystal ball. Your Majesty, the Death Tower has descended in the northern sea of Dragon Country. Should we go over immediately? The president of Sakura Country smiled and said, according to the personnel arranged earlier. We will go again in the evening. Hi. The man holding the crystal ball respectfully stepped back and immediately went to arrange the personnel to board the ship. At this time, the high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom were also holding a meeting. In front of the leader sat a white-bearded old Taoist, who spoke slowly while twisting his beard. Leader, the Tower of Death has descended in the North Sea. This is also a great opportunity for our Dragon Kingdom to rise. An elderly man in his 60s, sitting in the first seat, said solemnly, is it really the time that Taoist Xian Yang spoke of? The old Taoist nodded, confidently stating, the sign of rising has already appeared in this Tower of Death, I won't be wrong. The leader took a deep breath, then can the Taoist calculate who the son of the divine is? The old Taoist shook his head, we can only know after the event of the Tower of Death ends. The son of the divine will definitely inherit the power of the divine within the tower, and this person will surely be from our Dragon Kingdom. The leader showed a contemplative expression, remaining silent for a long time. The matter of the son of the divine is related to the fate of the Dragon Kingdom, and he must be cautious. Then let's act according to plan. We must record all the young people from our Dragon Kingdom who enter the Tower of Death. We must do our utmost to protect every young person from our Dragon Kingdom. We cannot let them make any mistakes. If the son of the divine fails due to our lack of protection, the day our Dragon Kingdom rises will truly be far away. For the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, I hope everyone will do their best. All members of the meeting shouted in unison, yes. Among the attending members, someone spoke up and asked, Leader, if foreign forces wish to interfere with this Tower of Death operation, should we kill them immediately? A glint of cold light flashed in the leader's eyes. We can all predict that the son of the divine will appear among the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Those foreign bastards will also have people who can predict. No matter which country, as long as they dare to interfere with the rise of our Dragon Kingdom's fate, even if it means total war, we will fight to the end. Yes. In a coffee shop. Fan Xiaoman also received the news from her grandfather immediately. Xiaoman, hurry and call Ye Chen to the North Sea, the Tower of Death has descended. At this time, Fan Xiaoman was sitting next to Ye Chen, and across from them was another person, Zhang Yong. This operation to the Tower of Death was originally supposed to be just Ye Chen and Fan Xiaoman, but out of nowhere, Zhang Yong emerged. During yesterday's argument, Zhang Yong actually got the important information about today's Tower of Death operation out of Fan Xiaoman. Ye Chen was speechless, he really didn't expect such important intelligence to be told to Zhang Yong by Fan Xiaoman. He had a deeper understanding of Fan Xiaoman's foolishness. If anything happened in the future, he absolutely could not tell her, or it might just slip out someday. After learning the news, Zhang Yong also pestered Ye Chen for the entire night, and this morning, he insisted on kneeling and seeking to be seen as a godfather. This. How could Ye Chen bear it? Ever since he arrived in the Magic City, Zhang Yong had been following him as a little brother. Last time when selling things, it was also Zhang Yong who helped arrange the store and allowed Ye Chen to sell at a good price. Zhang Yong had always treated him well, and both reason and emotions made it hard for Ye Chen to refuse. You say the Tower of Death is dangerous? He said he didn't care, even if he died he wanted to follow Brother Yi. In Zhang Yong's words, it's about facing fire and water for his brother. You say he already brought a Fan Xiaoman with him. After entering the tower, he might not be able to look after both people. Zhang Yong directly said, I don't need you to take care of me, just want to follow Brother Yi and devote my life. Alright, indeed a loyal and brave little brother. Ye Chen had no way out and could only bring him along. Fan Xiaoman happily said to Ye Chen, Big Brother Yi, the Tower of Death has descended in the North Sea, let's set off. Zhang Yong also laughed, hee, it's finally here, Brother Yi, let's go. Fan Xiaoman was infuriated when she saw Zhang Yong. This bastard had known about the Tower of Death. Like a sticky plaster, it couldn't be shaken off. This morning, it followed the two of them closely, making her feel sick, almost causing her to vomit her breakfast. She unhappily said, Where are you going? Brother Yi didn't say he would take you. Zhang Yong disdainfully looked at her with his nostrils, elongating his tone to say, Hey, what kind of relationship do I have with Brother Yi that you can influence? Brother Yi has already promised to take me. Ye Chen looked at the two of them speechlessly, You two be quiet. If you keep arguing, I'm taking no one with me, okay? Brother Yi, it's not me who wants to argue, she provoked me first. You jerk, obviously it's you who is too disgusting, constantly pestering to go. Originally, brother Yi didn't want to take you, how can you have such thick skin? Ye Chen rubbed his temples. Alright, everyone be quiet. I'm about to leave, you two follow me. Without looking back, he walked directly out of the coffee shop. The two quickly followed him, but these two were behind, bumping shoulders at each other, provoking one another, unable to stand each other. If Ye Chen weren't there, they would probably have fought without hesitation. The three exited the school gate and got into the same taxi, speeding towards Beihai. Just after the taxi drove a short distance, from a tall hotel, a man put down his binoculars and dialed a number. Hello? President Wang, Ye Chen has already set off, heading towards Beihai. Heh, that little brat thinks he can have a share of the Death Tower, how laughable. Chapter 72, Wang Family Expert. The taxi drove out of the Magic Capital province, about 50 kilometers north, onto a small mountain road, and several huge boulders rolled down from the mountain. Bang! A massive rock blocked the road. The driver, experienced, had already slowed the car when he noticed small rocks falling beside him. At that moment, he stepped on the brakes hard, and the taxi came to a stop with a screeching sound. The driver was already pale with fright. Damn it, how can there be a landslide on such a sunny day? The backseat occupant, Ye Chen, opened his eyes and said to the other two, you guys follow the driver first. I have trouble coming my way. Fan Xiaoman asked, what trouble? Zhang Yang said, Brother Yi, I can stay to help you. I am not weak. Before the two finished speaking, a blade of swift wind shot down from the mountain. Fan Xiaoman sensed something, her face changed, and she shouted, magic barrier. In her right palm, a blue 8-sided magic ball instantly formed. The moment the magic ball appeared, a blue shield enveloped the entire car. Bang! The swift wind blade struck hard against the magic barrier, making a piercing sound. The three quickly got out of the car and looked up the mountain. They saw a man wearing a black hood, holding a long knife, looking coldly at the three of them. Oh, I understand now, it's an enemy of Brother Yi come to find trouble. Since that's the case, I can't leave. Fan Xiaoman came to a realization. Zhang Yang laughed and said, if you're not leaving, then I can't leave either. Fan Xiaoman glanced at him and coldly huffed, what are you staying for, to create chaos? With your mediocre skills, what use are you? This pair of enemies always bickered when they met. Ye Chen had gradually gotten used to it and couldn't be bothered to persuade them. He reminded, my enemy is the Wang family. The assassins they send won't be ordinary. You two should go to the Death Tower and wait for me. Who is the Wang family? Are they strong? Fan Xiaoman asked in confusion. Zhang Yang said nonchalantly, I don't know who the Wang family is or how strong they are. We'll find out once we fight. Anyway, this hooded guy in front of us seems just fine. The hooded man, hearing the discussion of the three, was directly angered to laughter, you two hurry up and roll. My target is Ye Chen. If you two insist on staying to ruin my plans, then I'll have to clean you up too. Zhang Yang spat on the ground, bah, who will clean up whom is still uncertain. Fan Xiaoman crossed her arms, well said, you really have a big mouth, clearing us out? Just that wind blade just now couldn't even break my magic barrier. The hooded man's tone turned cold, you're seeking death. He gathered green light in both hands and then swung fiercely, fierce wind blade. A green energy blade shot out from the sword, quickly forming a gigantic green whirlwind in the air, rushing towards the three at high speed. Zhang Yang's hands flashed with a shadow, a huge gun with an energy orb at its center quickly materialized, laser cannon. The laser fired instantly from the gun's barrel. Boom! The green whirlwind exploded violently under the impact of the laser, and the shockwave from the two energies blew the fallen rocks blocking the path down the mountain. The driver was just an ordinary person, like an ant in this battle of professionals, a single shockwave could take his life. Seeing the fallen rocks that blocked the road gone, he quickly drove away in panic. Fan Xiaoman took out her magic wand, just about to cast a spell, when suddenly the sound of whoosh 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 filled the air around her. She turned her head and looked around, discovering that more than a dozen powerful figures had suddenly appeared in the air, surrounding the three of them in a circular formation. These more than 10 people were riding flying devices like hoverboards, some sat on oddly shaped flying mounts, while others had wings like birdmen growing from their backs. Ye Chen, your death date has arrived. To kill is to pay, you killed my Wang family's genius. Today, you will go repent in the Hall of Yama. A lowly commoner dares to kill my Wang family's people, you truly have the guts of a dog. Wang Song is my most beloved nephew, how could you, beast, lay a hand on him? Everyone, stop wasting time with him, quickly kill Ye Chen, lest the Divine Palace University sends people to rescue. More than a dozen strong figures attacked together, their might shaking the heavens and the earth, the ground trembled violently, and the white clouds in the sky dissipated in an instant, colorful skill lights gathering into swirling energy pillars in the air. Crack! Crack! Countless lightning flashed and jumped madly in the sky, like a sea of thunder. Hiss! Fan Shaman gasped. This scene was like the end of the world. Who were these people in front of her, each exuding a terrifying power, probably possessing dozens of cycles of strength? Zhang Yon looked at the apocalyptic scene in the sky, revealing a look of despair. He never expected Ye Chen's enemies to be so terrifying. They were far beyond what students like them could handle. Each of these old folks around had an aura as deep as the sea, even one of them could beat him down. Even if Ye Chen had a lord-level beast, he would never be a match for these old monsters. Now that so many of these old monsters were attacking together just to kill him, it was clear they hated Ye Chen to the bone. Facing the apocalyptic scene before him, Ye Chen remained calm, sneering, "How can you of the Wang family dare to bring charges against me? Why not ask what good deeds Wang Song has done? What kind of trash is your so-called genius Wang Song? Do you not know yourselves? Disregarding the law, killing civilians at will, just because I don't please him, he even dared to attempt murder in the college entrance exam. This is utterly lawless, killing. Just a fledgling kid with yellow hair, you still can't see how society operates. Do you think that with a burst of youthful passion you can wash away the entire society? Ridiculous. In Dragon Country, it is ruled by noble families and officials together. You, an orphan, are as worthless as grass, just a wild dog on the roadside. If my Wang family wants to kill you, you should obediently comply. Kid, in Dragon Country, every year many commoners die in corners where no one knows. Do you know who does this? Let me tell you, it's all done by the noble families. The only value you commoners have is being toys for our amusement. You, beast, think you can go against the heavens and try to overturn the rules of Dragon Country? Today I will let you know what the power of noble families is, what an unshakable force is. Ye Chen sneered, with noble families like you in Dragon Country, how can it possibly rise? How can it possibly improve? You treat lives as mere weeds, feeding off the people like parasites. Noble families should be eliminated in the dust of history, swept into the garbage pile of history. I, Ye Chen, will definitely eradicate all of you noble families in the future. You boast too much, kid, come and get your life. An elder from the Wang family shouted, pointing at him. Boom! Thunder rumbled, a thunderbolt as thick as a barrel struck down towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen's mind summoned the interstellar devouring worms, just as he wanted to call it out when a familiar female voice came from the side. Wang family is truly impressive, dispatching so many experts to bully my student. Today, I, Nangong Yudi, will spar with you old fools and see just how powerful your Wang family really is. Chapter 73, The Rescue of Divine Palace University. A huge tornado swept out, directly facing the thunder. Boom! Zzzz. Wind and thunder intertwined in the air, making a deafening sound. A huge shadow loomed over everyone, that was Nangong Yudi's wind god winged dragon. She stood gracefully on the back of the wind god winged dragon, with her long hair dancing in the wind. The faces of the Wang family members darkened like water. Someone said, Nangong Yudi, do you know what it means to take action? For an orphan like Ye Chen, does your Nangong family really want to go against my Wang family? Nangong Yudi's expression was solemn. Ye Chen is my student, and your Wang family is at fault first. The right and wrong are clear. Helping Ye Chen is helping justice. I do not intend to be enemies with the Wang family, but if you insist on killing Ye Chen, then I can only compete with your Wang family. Good. My Wang family hasn't drawn blood in a long time. It seems others underestimate us, thinking we are soft persimmons. Today not only will Ye Chen not leave, but you must also stay. Nangong Yudi chuckled coldly, arrogant. Everyone, come together and capture Nangong Yudi. More than 10 experts from the Wang family immediately sent 5 flying towards Nangong Yudi, while another 3 flew towards Ye Chen. Just as these 3 left the group, before they could fly far, they were suddenly hit by a 5-meter-long huge wolf's fang staff flying from the mountain, directly aimed at their faces. The wolf's fang staff was powerful and fast. The 3's expressions changed drastically, quickly taking out their equipment to block. Boom! Ugh! The 3 were blown back by the force of the wolf's fang staff. Ye Chen is my student at Divine Palace University. If I let you Wang family kill him, what face will Divine Palace University have to stand in Dragon Country in the future? Li Qingtian silently appeared from the mountain, lazily sitting on the back of a minotaur with a drooping leg, his demeanor relaxed. The minotaur was full of developed muscles, exuding a powerful strength. The wolf's fang staff spun in the air a few times before flying back into his hand. Ye Chen turned to look at the huge minotaur, the size of a small mountain. Mountain holding bull demon. Rank, Monarch. Level, LV 78. Attack, 876,000. Defense, 924,000. Spirit, 740,000. Agility, 785,600. Skills, Charge Heavy Strike, Earth Split. The wolf's teeth break the sky, the tyrant strikes, the whirling clubs. Hiss. This principal Li actually has a king-level beast, and it has reached level 78. Ye Chen was shocked in his heart. You must know that the higher the beast's rank, the harder it is to level up. To reach level 78, who knows how many high-level dungeons and secret realms need to be cleared. Once the beast's level is too high, clearing low-level dungeons gives no experience at all. Reaching such a high level requires not only strength but also luck. If you can't find high-level dungeons, even with a king-level beast, your strength cannot be raised very high. After his star-devouring worm reached level 31, if he wanted to level up again, he must find higher-level dungeons. Looking at the four-dimensional attributes of this minotaur, they were all around 7 to 800,000, nearly a million, truly terrifying. This was Ye Chen's first time seeing a high-level king beast. Li Qingtian truly deserves to be the principal of the Divine Palace University, and this minotaur alone was not something an ordinary person could handle. Seeing Li Qingtian take action, the Wang family members all looked pale and whispered to each other. In an instant, the atmosphere that was once tense suddenly became eerily calm. Li Qingtian no longer paid attention to the Wang family and smiled slightly at Ye Chen, tossing out a high-tech unmanned vehicle. You three go to the Death Tower to seek your fortunes. Leave the matters here to us. Ye Chen's face was serious as he solemnly nodded to Li Qingtian, then turned to Nangong Yudi. Thank you, teacher, and the school for your tremendous kindness. I, Ye Chen, will remember it in my heart. Please take care. He dove into the unmanned vehicle, followed swiftly by the other two. Seeing Ye Chen about to escape, the Wang family stopped talking, quickly drawing their weapons to attack Ye Chen. Oof, let's do it. Li Qingtian snorted coldly, waved his hand, and suddenly, sounds of breaking air erupted around. Another group of people flew out from behind him. They were all teachers from Divine Palace University that Li Qingtian had brought along. As soon as these teachers appeared, they drew their weapons, each confronting a member of the Wang family. The two sides quickly erupted into fierce battle in midair. Explosions and the clashing of swords and blades echoed incessantly. The unmanned vehicle ascended rapidly, flying through the encirclement of the Wang family, landing on the ground. The several exhaust ports at the back of the vehicle simultaneously spat out blue flames, increasing its speed several times, instantly transforming into a shadow that darted away. A member of the Wang family narrowed his eyes, wanting to chase after Ye Chen, but was blocked by Nangong Yudi's wind god wyvern. As long as I'm here from Nangong University, you won't stop my student's future. The man was furious when he was blocked. You little brat, take this. Boom! Flames burst forth, and the massive explosion sound made Ye Chen and the other two, who had run far away, feel deafeningly loud. Ye Chen looked back with worry, but all he could see were mountains and roads, nothing else. He wondered how Mentor Nangong and those teachers from Divine Palace University were doing. They risked their lives to block the Wang family for him, and this heavy kindness must be repaid tenfold in the future. If only he were a bit stronger, strong enough to annihilate the entire Wang family, strong enough to make the whole Dragon Kingdom tremble, strong enough to make this world dare not defy his will. He must strengthen his power quickly. A more determined light ignited in his eyes. Zhang Yang and Fan Xiaoman were unusually quiet after getting into the vehicle. They knew that Ye Chen must be feeling terrible now, being pursued by a powerful enemy and having Divine Palace University risking their lives to block them. In such circumstances, no matter what comforting words were spoken, they would feel like weak nonsense. Zhang Yang patted his shoulder. Ye Gu, keep going. Let's go to the Death Tower and turn everything upside down. You will definitely become an invincible big shot, returning in glory, and then let the damn Wang family go to hell. Fan Xiaoman clenched her small fists, showing a fierce expression. The Wang family is truly hateful. How can they say that the people are like grass? I must tell my father to bring the army and eliminate the Wang family. Don't worry, Brother Yi, our teachers at Xinghe University are very capable. They will definitely be fine. Now we can only quickly strengthen ourselves to help them. Ye Chen sighed and then smiled. You two don't need to comfort me. Do I look like a fragile person? It's just a little Wang family. My goal is beyond the Wang family, beyond Long Country, and even beyond Blue Star. My goal is the stars and the sea. Zhang Yang laughed. Ha, this is the Yi brother I know, always full of invincible confidence, hee hee. Fan Xiaoman rolled her eyes at him. Brother Yi is also human. Isn't it normal to worry about the teachers from Xinghe University? What are you talking about? What did I say? Is what I said wrong? Brother Yi was just feeling down. Now that he's regained his confidence, I'm very happy. Am I not allowed to be happy? You're just arguing. Well, these two fools were quiet for a little while before they were about to start arguing again. Ye Chen shook his head and simply closed his eyes to rest. The unmanned vehicle sped down the road. As it passed through a grove, Wang Ming was standing in a tree, his eyes glinting, ready to strike. The air beside him suddenly twisted, and a white blur shot out without warning. Wang Ming was startled and quickly dodged to the side. Clan leader Wang, I know you have a grudge against Ye Chen, but there is not just Ye Chen in that car, there's also my granddaughter, Fan Xiaoman. Fan Xianshan had somehow snuck up behind him. Wang Ming's face sank. Old ghost fan, what do you mean by sneak attacking me? No other meaning. The chief doesn't want your Wang family to interfere with Ye Chen at this time. Oh, not just Ye Chen, but all the young people participating in the Death Tower, because the chief has more important things to do. This concerns the fate of Long Country. Whoever touches will die. Old man is just kindly reminding you. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. After Fan Xianshan finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Wang Ming stood there, his eyes flickering. Chapter 74, Give me a medium room. The three arrived at the north coast and were immediately stunned by the magnificent sight before them. In the distance stood a tall tower, seemingly rising from the seafloor, piercing the clouds, and at the edge of the visible sky, Blue Star seemed to have a hole, revealing the universe inside. In the dark universe were countless glowing celestial bodies, and this tall tower extended deep into the universe. Surrounding the high tower were numerous ships from various countries of Blue Star, including cruise ships, cargo ships, and large passenger ships. It seemed all were young people here for the chance to enter the Death Tower. A rough glance showed countless figures moving like ants, easily numbering in the hundreds of thousands, a grand spectacle. These young people participating in the Death Tower mostly wore expensive clothing, clearly the elite offspring of upper society. Here, there were hardly any commoners, except for Ye Chen and Zhang Yong. The three of them paid a fee and boarded a cargo ship from Long Country, slowly setting sail towards the Death Tower. This cargo ship was also quite full, all being young people from Long Country. Ye Chen and the others found a place to sit down. The cargo ship was quite spacious, hosting many wealthy and powerful businesspeople, such as the renowned restaurant Longquan Zui Xian, which was very famous, grand, and upscale, a favorite place for all the wealthy and powerful. Fan Xiaoman asked, Brother Yi, are you hungry? Ye Chen shook his head. Zhang Yong quickly replied, I'm hungry. Fan Xiaoman gave him a glare, did I ask you? Just endure if you're hungry. Zhang Yong shrugged, can't endure even a little. Fortunately, I brought some food. He took out a few large flatbreads from his space ring and handed one each to Ye Chen and Fan Xiaoman. Fan Xiaoman pushed it away in disdain, who wants to eat your flatbread? It looks so unappetizing. I want to eat soft and fluffy little cakes. Soft and fluffy little cakes? Do you think this is a vacation? If you don't want to eat it, fine, but if you get hungry later, don't say I didn't offer you anything to eat. Zhang Yong took a big bite of the flatbread with a fierce expression. Fan Xiaoman watched Zhang Yong eat with enthusiasm, and her stomach grumbled in response, making her cheeks turn red with embarrassment. Ye Chen wasn't really hungry, but no one knew if the Death Tower would suddenly open, so it was better to eat something first, just in case they didn't have time to eat after entering the secret realm. Besides, it wouldn't be good for picky eater little girl Fan Xiaoman to go hungry here. After all, he had promised her grandfather to take good care of her. He stood up and said to Zhang Yong, stop eating that broken flatbread. I'm taking you both to have a feast. Zhang Yong instantly put down the flatbread, his eyes lighting up. What feast? Fan Xiaoman looked at him with expectation. Can I have little cakes? Follow me. Ye Chen led the two to the dining area. Passing one restaurant after another. Every restaurant here was backed by powerful forces from the Dragon Kingdom, so the dishes they created were naturally exquisite in color, fragrance, and taste. When they passed by a Western restaurant, Fan Xiaoman gazed at the delicate little cakes in the display case, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother Yi, let's go to this one. It looks so delicious. Ye Chen glanced casually. I said I would take you to a feast, so it definitely has to be a feast. This kind of Western restaurant is too low-end. Zhang Yong, secretly shocked at the price of the little cakes being 10 to 20,000 dragon soul coins, heard Ye Chen's words and immediately gave a thumbs up. Awesome. My brother Yi is really impressive. 10 to 20,000 for a little cake is still too low-end. Fan Xiaoman reluctantly asked, then, can I buy one? Ye Chen curled his lip and scoffed, what's so good about these little cakes? You should save your stomach for something better. Having lived with Nangong Yudi, Ye Chen was already used to delicacies. The Western dishes in front of him were nothing in his eyes, he already knew a thing or two about good ingredients. Most importantly, he wasn't short on money. He had over 56 million dragon soul coins on him. What couldn't he afford to eat? They passed by a small restaurant from Sakura country, where delicate dishes were beautifully laid out at the entrance, looking quite good. The prices were reasonable too, only a few thousand dragon soul coins. Zhang Yong said, Brother Yi, how about we eat at this one? The dishes look nice, with expensive items like tuna. Ye Chen didn't even look back. Small countries with few people don't know how to cook. Even if they have the best ingredients in the world, with their cooking skills, they would only ruin the ingredients. Ridiculous, they actually eat raw fish and meat. What a waste of ingredients. Without stopping, Ye Chen brought the two in front of a grand hotel decorated extravagantly. The two looked up and saw the plaque with elegant calligraphy stating, Longquan Drunken Moon Pavilion. Hiss. Both inhaled sharply. This restaurant was so famous that it was known throughout the Dragon Kingdom, even in the world, it ranked absolutely first. It was a true giant in the food industry. Every time the Dragon Kingdom hosted foreign presidents, it was always the Longquan Drunken Moon Pavilion that catered, making it the representative of culinary artistry in the Dragon Kingdom. It was the only contractor for national banquets, unquestionably the #1 in the world. Zhang Yang exclaimed in shock, "My goodness! I knew Brother Yi was impressive, but I didn't expect you to be this impressive. A top restaurant right off the bat. In my lifetime, I, Zhang Yang, can actually taste a national banquet. Am I not dreaming?" Fan Xiaoman's eyes sparkled like stars. "Brother Yi, you are so good to us, bringing us here to eat. Thank you so much." Ye Chen smiled and said, "Let's go inside." As the three stepped through the hotel entrance, a beautiful server in a stunning uniform welcomed them. The fabric of her outfit shimmered, making it clear it was of the highest quality. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Do you have a reserved room number?" Ye Chen replied, "No, please give us a top-notch room." The server apologetically said, "Sir, I'm very sorry, but the top-notch rooms are currently full. We have one medium room available. Would that be acceptable?" Ye Chen was about to agree when a voice from behind suddenly interrupted him. "Isn't that Ye Chen?" Ye Chen frowned and turned around, his gaze freezing instantly. The speaker was a burly man, and after a little thought, Ye Chen remembered who he was, Qin Hanyang. Qin Hanyang laughed heartily, "So you really came to the Tower of Death? Do you remember what I told you back then?" Ye Chen sneered, "I usually don't remember the words of insignificant people." Qin Hanyang's face twisted with rage as he gritted his teeth. "Very well, you are still so arrogant that it makes me want to punch you. Since you can't remember, let me help you recall. I said, you better pray not to meet me in the Tower of Death, otherwise, ha ha ha." He made a throat-slitting gesture. "You better pray too, that you don't meet me." Ye Chen smiled coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Qin Hanyang snorted, ignoring Ye Chen, and turned to the server, shouting, "Are there any top-notch rooms available? Give me one." The server apologized again, "I'm sorry, sir. There are no top-notch rooms, only one medium room." Just as Qin Hanyang was about to say something, Ye Chen preempted him, "Open a medium room for me." "Sure, please follow me." As the server began to speak, Qin Hanyang's expression changed, angrily saying, "Did I say I wanted a medium room? I want that medium room." The server frowned tightly, "But sir, these three esteemed guests arrived first, and they booked the medium room." Qin Hanyang sneered, "Look at the ragged clothes he's wearing. Does he have money to pay? Let me tell you something else, he's an orphan, struggling to survive. How can he afford to eat here, let alone book a medium room? It's ridiculous, he's just here to mess with you." Zhang Yang and Fan Xiaoman's anger surged, wanting to shout at Qin Hanyang, but Ye Chen stopped them. Ye Chen smiled, "How do you know I don't have money?" Chapter 75, Your card is fake. Qin Hanyang sneered coldly, "You have money? That's the biggest joke I've ever heard. Do you think I don't know your story? You grew up in an orphanage in Tianqing province, and you're a poor loser who awakened through loans. What money do you have? I advise you to get out of here and stop causing trouble, or you'll get beaten up by the security of the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Then you won't be able to enter the Tower of Death. Brother Yi, don't let me down, I still want to see you in the Tower of Death." Ye Chen chuckled, "Don't worry, I will definitely enter the Tower of Death. No need to trouble Brother Qin. When the time comes, we really need to catch up." To the casual observer, their familiarity might seem like they were good friends. The server glanced at Ye Chen's outfit, her frown deepening. Ye Chen was dressed cleanly, but his clothes were indeed cheap. If he really had no money to pay, she would be scolded by the manager later. She smiled at Ye Chen, "This esteemed guest, the medium room requires a 50,000 fee." Ye Chen said to the server, "Just 50,000 is a small matter. Please take us to the room now." Seeing Ye Chen's confident and commanding tone, the server was taken aback. She had received training at the hotel and knew she should not directly refuse a customer, but with that in mind, why not hold him back for a moment, report the matter, and let the manager handle it? Then, "Please wait a moment, I will go find the manager." Qin Hanyang called out to her, "Why make it so complicated? Just have him take out the 500,000 room fee and show it." The waitress had thought about doing this, but she couldn't say it out loud. If she said it and the person really had no money, it would be fine, but if she encountered a cunning rich kid pretending to be poor, she would offend him badly. But now, with Qin Hanyang giving her a way out, she could climb up the ladder easily. After all, the fault was not on her side. The waitress smiled slightly, "Sir, how about this?" Ye Chen touched his space ring, and a black gold card appeared in his hand. This is the black gold card from the Jade Balance Commercial Alliance. With this card, it should be enough to prove I have the ability to pay. The waitress's eyes lit up. The Jade Balance Commercial Alliance is one of the top 10 commercial alliances in the Dragon Country. Their membership cards are extremely valuable, not to mention this most prestigious black gold card. Without assets of at least tens of millions, it is simply impossible to obtain. Unexpectedly, this seemingly poor young man actually had such a card. Luckily, she hadn't offended him just now. She took the black gold card and looked at it, quickly saying, it's okay, please follow me. Qin Hanyang sneered, his voice low, what kind of service staff are you? You have no judgment at all. He says it's a black gold card, and you just believe him? I'm laughing to death. Today's scammers are using all sorts of tricks. Who knows if that card in his hand is real or not? Then he also took out a black gold card from his space ring. Look closely, mine is the real black gold card. I don't believe that Ye Chen's card is real. He must have someone help him make a fake card, specifically to fool careless waitstaff like you. Hearing Qin Hanyang say this, the waitress felt a bit uneasy. She hadn't looked at this card closely enough just now. She held the card, turning it over and over to take another look. Qin Hanyang sneered, true card or fake card, it's easy to tell. You can compare my card with his, and you'll see clearly. They stood at the entrance for a long time, their tension drawing the attention of other guests in the lobby. Some people who heard about the authenticity of the Jade Balance Commercial Alliance cards couldn't help but click their tongues in surprise. In this day and age, someone was actually faking a black gold card, which was quite rare. In previous years, counterfeiting membership cards had happened, but thanks to the harsh crackdown by the Dragon Country authorities, there were very few fake cards now. Was this going to rise from the ashes? Gradually, more and more people gathered around Ye Chen. Seeing the crowd of guests, the waitress hurriedly said, dear guests, please move to the private rooms upstairs, there are too many people here. Seeing the crowd, Qin Hanyang suddenly had a clever idea, feeling even happier. The more people, the better. If he could expose Ye Chen's fake black gold card in front of so many people, wouldn't that ruin his reputation completely? He wouldn't be able to show his face in public anymore. Plus, if he could prove the card was fake, he could send him to prison, which would be truly wonderful. He said to the waitress in a deep voice, the more people, the better. Scammers like Ye Chen should be exposed to everyone, so that no one gets fooled by him in the future. He suddenly shouted loudly, everyone come quick. There's a student here who forged a black gold card from the Jade Balance Commercial Alliance to scam free food and drinks. Everyone, come out and look. We must bring this scammer to justice. Forging membership cards has long been heavily punished by our Dragon Country. This is a crime. Today, I am going to expose this scammer publicly and send him to prison. With Qin Hanyang's loud calls, the once quiet Longquan Zui Yuexuan seemed to wake up, and discussions erupted everywhere. Forged membership card? Who forged it? I don't know, I didn't hear clearly. It seems someone is shouting over there in the lobby. Let's go take a look. It's quite rare these days for someone to forge a card. Interesting. The forged card is from the Yuhong Alliance. This person has some guts. The Yuhong Alliance is one of the top 10 major alliances. If their cards can be forged, it will cause great damage to their reputation. There's a good show to watch. This person is quite bold, forging a fake card from such a famous large commerce group. If the Yuhong Alliance finds out, they could end up with broken legs. Losing everything won't even compare to going to jail. More and more people came out from their rooms, glancing at Ye Chen and the others in the lobby before crowding around. Some others stood by the railing on the second floor, looking down at everything from afar. The waiter originally wanted to calm the situation, but now it was impossible. As more and more people gathered, the key was that these people were either rich or noble, each one of them someone she couldn't afford to provoke. Now the situation had become extremely serious, far beyond what she could handle. Beads of sweat as large as soybeans slid down the waiter's cheeks, and she felt very flustered inside. Dear guests, please return to your rooms to dine. I will report this matter to my superiors for clarification. Those who came to watch are all excited and wouldn't leave without finishing the show. Someone said, report what? There are so many of us here watching, do you think our eyesight is worse than your supervisors? Exactly. Do you think we've never seen a Yuhong Alliance black card before? This brother is right, the scammer should be brought to justice. With so many people watching, do you think a scammer can deceive all of us? It's only right to expose him publicly. Everyone chimed in, leaving the waiter utterly confused. The situation came too suddenly, and her mind almost crashed. Now, she couldn't handle it at all. Just as she was panicking, a steady voice came from inside the lobby. All of you are esteemed guests of my Longquan Zui Yuexuan. Since everyone is so eager to see how this matter develops, I will handle it right here in the lobby. A middle-aged man in a suit stepped out of the crowd and looked at the waiter, saying, you can go about your duties. I'll handle this. The waiter felt a weight lifted from her shoulders and gratefully said, "Thank you, manager." She quickly handed over the 2 black cards that felt like hot potatoes to the manager and hurried away. Chapter 76, I want to find someone from the Yuhan Alliance. Manager Chang Shichen smilingly addressed Ye Chen and Qin Hanyang, "Dear guests, may we verify the authenticity of the black cards here in the lobby?" Ye Chen shrugged nonchalantly. After all, this black card had been given to him by the manager of the Yuhan Alliance some time ago. It was definitely genuine, so he didn't care about others verifying it. Qin Hanyang, the clown, wanted to show off, so it would be good to slap him in the face, exposing his genuine card in front of so many people. He couldn't wait to see how his face would look afterward. Qin Hanyang grinned. It is exactly right to verify the black card in front of everyone, to avoid anyone thinking we're doing something shady behind the scenes and wronging him. Chang Shichen nodded and placed the 2 cards together for comparison, while those around him began to examine them as well. Before long, someone noticed slight differences between the 2 cards. Huh? Why do these 2 cards look a bit different? Look at the one on the left. Under the light's refraction, the dragon head appears and disappears, but the one on the right doesn't have it. Chang Shichen picked up both cards and adjusted the angle slightly under the lobby's light. Sure enough, one card had the dragon head while the other did not. Zhang Yong, who had been silent for a long time, seeing the differences between the 2 cards. He could no longer hold back his laughter and sarcastically said, some people like to humiliate themselves. They say my brother Yi has a fake card, but they never take a look in the mirror to see what kind of ability they have to obtain a black gold card. Then he pointed to the card on the left. This card with the dragon head is my brother Ye's, a genuine real card. The one on the right without a dragon head is yours, that's the fake card. You're really good at shouting theft while holding a fake card, walking around like a big shot. Are you really all right in the head? Chang Shichen frowned with a tight expression, standing silently. As soon as Zhang Yong finished speaking, Qin Hanyang burst into laughter. You're killing me. Do you even understand what a black gold card is, little brother? The genuine Yuhan Alliance black gold card doesn't even have a dragon head. If you don't believe me, just ask everyone in the hall. All the people who come here to eat are notable figures, and everyone has, more or less, a Yuhan Alliance black gold card. Let's see if the Yuhan Alliance black gold card has a dragon head or not. The crowd immediately started to discuss, with some even taking out their black gold cards to look under the light. Since I got my black gold card, I haven't looked closely at it. I really don't know if there's a dragon head. Let me see. Soon someone exclaimed, "Hey? There really isn't a dragon head. My card doesn't have a dragon head either. Wow, this young man is really bold, actually daring to swagger around with a fake card to cheat and eat here. Impressive." Qin Hanyang laughed heartily. Ye Chen, what were you thinking doing such a fake card to show off? Now look, so many people are watching you use a fake card. How will you explain yourself? I don't think you need to go to the Tower of Death now, I'll just call someone to arrest you. Chang Shichen shook his head. Young man, why do you have to forge a fake card? Sai, the Dragon Country has already launched a strong crackdown on fake cards, and you dare to defy the wind and commit a crime. Truly. Zhang Yong was agitated. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. This card was given to my brother Yi by the manager of the Yuhan Alliance not long ago. It is definitely a genuine card, cannot be fake. Qin Hanyang sneered. Oh? So you mean everyone else's cards are fake, and only your so-called brother Ye's is real? You're really ridiculous. The crowd erupted in laughter. Hey you, could you stop jumping around? So many people's cards don't have a dragon head, yet only Ye Chen's does. If you're going to forge, at least be professional, put a dragon head stamp on it, it's so funny. Pfft, he might think having a dragon head looks impressive, Hearing the crowd accuse Ye Chen of having a fake card, Fan Xiaoman, who initially believed in Ye Chen, started to waver. She quietly asked Zhang Yong, is it really a fake card? Zhang Yong's eyes widened. How could it be a fake card? My brother Yi is honest and upright, he could never do something fraudulent like this. Besides, I went with Ye Chen to the Yuhan Alliance and saw the manager hand it to him with my own eyes. It is definitely a genuine card. Ye Chen had long been used to the cold mockery and was not the least bit flustered by the current situation. This card couldn't possibly be fake, something must have gone wrong in the middle. As long as he found someone from the Yuhan Alliance to verify, everything would be clear. Ye Chen calmly said, you all think my card is fake, but it was personally given to me by the manager of the Yuhan Alliance, it absolutely cannot be fake. Is there anyone from the Yuhan Alliance here? Upon hearing Ye Chen's request for someone from the Yuhan Alliance, Qin Hanyang's heart suddenly raced. He knew exactly how he got this card. To obtain a black gold card from the Yuhan Alliance, one must trade at least 30 million dragon soul coins in their store. The Qin family was just a small family with a bit of money, and he was only relying on his good talent to get support from the Qin family, having a deposit of 200,000 to 300,000 dragon soul coins in hand. There is a huge gap from 30 million dragon soul coins in trading volume. He is the new king at Haotian Martial Academy, usually mingling with either the rich or the powerful. In order to save face, he had someone forge a black gold card last year. This card was only occasionally shown in front of friends at Haotian Martial Academy, never used. He upheld the principle that as long as he didn't use it, no one would know it was a fake card. He had been using this card with great care all this time. Now, Ye Chen actually wanted to find someone from the Yuhong Merchants Union. This was a disaster. If the Yuhong Merchants Union people came out to check, his card would probably be exposed. Qin Hanyan, with a strange expression, said, "Why look for the Yuhong Merchants Union? With so many people watching, how could there be a mistake?" Voices of agreement arose around them. Yes, this brother is right. With so many of us watching, how could there be a mistake? Besides, everyone indeed has no dragon heads. Could it be that everyone also forged fake cards? Isn't that just ridiculous? This kid seems honest on the outside but is full of trickery. I think he wants to stall for time, knowing he would be thrown into prison for using a fake card. Damn, you just reminded me, he might really be playing that idea. In my opinion, we should just catch this little scammer now and not let him run away. Chang Shichen frowned. Regardless of whether Ye Chen was using a fake card or not, he didn't want to offend him. This matter had nothing to do with their Longquan drunken moon pavilion. Why get involved? Just driving Ye Chen and his group away was enough. As for whether to catch him, that was not his concern. Whoever wanted to catch him could go ahead. He had no interest in offending people. He smiled and said, "Since you want to find someone from the Yuhong Merchants Union, then go look elsewhere. I probably don't have anyone here." Before he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Manager Chang, that's not right. Since there is a stir about fake cards from my Yuhong Merchants Union, you should inform me for both emotional and logical reasons. If it weren't for my employees loving the excitement and coming to report to me, I might have missed this grand show." Chapter 77, Truth Revealed. Fang Changming stepped out from the crowd. Zhang Yong immediately rejoiced and said, "He is the manager of Yuhong Merchants Union. My brother Ye's card was given by him." Fang Changming glanced at a few people and smiled. "Oh, it's you, young friend Yi. Ha, I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence. I came here today to host a meeting and happened to run into you while grabbing a bite, but it seems you are in a bit of trouble." Ye Chen said, "There are people who love to show off, claiming my card is fake. Since Manager Fang is here, please help me verify if it is a fake card or not." Fang Changming said, "That should be so. Manager Chang, please hand me those two cards, I'll take a look." Many people in the crowd recognized Fang Changming, and suddenly, there was a loud buzz of intense discussion. Interesting, the real deal has arrived. Fang Changming is the general manager of Yuhong Merchants Union in Magic Capital Province. If he is here to verify the black gold card, it will definitely be fine. I feel like Fang Changming knows that little scammer. He seemed to greet him just now. Could his card really be genuine? But how could this be possible? The difference is so large, none of our cards have dragon heads. I also can't understand what is going on with the Yuhong Merchants Union. It seems they know each other, and this called Ye Chen looks completely unbothered. Ye Chen was unbothered, but Qin Hanyan was almost in a panic. Who is Fang Changming? He is the general manager of Yuhong Merchants Union in Magic Capital Province. With just one look, he can tell if this card is real or fake. But at this moment, he couldn't stop Fang Changming from verifying. Fang Changming took the two black gold cards and examined them carefully. Then he sneered and said, "Good, good, good. I didn't expect someone to shout 'catch the thief' while holding a forged fake card, framing our truly valued guests of Yuhong Merchants Union." The crowd immediately erupted in whispers. There really are fake cards, my goodness. What the heck? He said thief cries thief. Could it be that the burly man is the one with the fake card? Ha? What's going on? I'm confused. The card that man used doesn't have the dragon head like ours. Damn, did I misjudge? Is that Ye Chen's dragon head card really a real one? Manager Fawn, please clarify which is real and which is fake. Someone spoke up to ask. Fang Changming glanced at the crowd and said solemnly, "Our Yuhong Business Alliance is recently launching a new batch of cards. The old black gold cards were counterfeited, so the company decided to reform. This new batch of cards is being implemented within the past month, with only 10 sold. The dragon head card this young brother is holding is indeed the latest black gold card from our Yuhong Business Alliance. His card is undoubtedly real." As soon as Fang Changming's words fell, the crowd erupted into chaos. Wow! The dragon head card is actually real, I can't believe it. Great! So that means the other burly man is holding a fake card? This dude is amazing, pulling off a thief cries thief act right in front of everyone. Damn, even I was fooled. Crap! This burly man looks sharp, but his card is fake. Damn it, he's really bold, fooling so many people. 666, I'm impressed. This show today really fills me up. I thought that Ye Chen was the fraud, but it turns out that guy is the real scammer. From now on, I need to be cautious. It's not who speaks first that is right, nor who is loud that is right. That Ye Chen hasn't said much, I didn't expect that the quiet ones are the real ones. Today, I've really learned something. Fang Changming looked coldly at Qin Hanyang. You come with me to the security office. How dare you use a fake card from our Yuhang Business Alliance in front of so many people? Humph. You really have some guts. Qin Hanyang's face turned pale, his lips trembled, and he couldn't speak. After a long while, he stammered, Manager. Manager Fang, the Death Tower is about to open. Can you wait until I come out of the tower, then? Don't talk back to me. Fang Changming shouted angrily, you not only used a fake card but also slandered my esteemed guest. Do you really think I'll let you enter the tower? Come with me to the security office first. No matter which family you are from, our Yuhang Business Alliance will make sure to deal with you. Do you think our Yuhang Business Alliance is easy to mess with? You dare to show off with a fake card everywhere, ruining our reputation? Can you bear the losses caused by this? Come with me. Fang Changming was furious. He grabbed Qin Hanyang's wrist and pulled him towards the door. As they passed by Ye Chen, he apologized, Young friend Yi, you were startled. Our Yuhang Business Alliance will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Ye Chen smiled, it's okay. I hope Manager Fang handles it fairly. If people like him keep using fake cards to cheat, it could really hurt your business alliance's reputation. Fang Changming nodded, I'll excuse myself first. Manager Fang, get busy. We should also go eat. Fang Changming dragged the dazed Qin Hanyang out of Zuiyu Pavilion straight to the ship's security office. The surrounding people slowly dispersed, still feeling unsatisfied. I really didn't expect this incident to end like this. Does anyone know who that burly man is? Oh, I know him. He is Qin Hanyang from Haotian Martial Arts Academy, a rookie king. He probably came to the Death Tower to seek opportunities, but what a shame, now he'll be taken to the security office and might not make it to the Death Tower. What a pity. This Qin Hanyang has evil intentions. It's better he gets caught. If he goes into the Death Tower and gains even stronger power, wouldn't it be a bigger threat? You're right. We should be careful of people like him in the future. Anyway, once this incident spreads. Qin Hanyang is finished, everyone knows he is a fraud. How is he going to survive from now on? Hearing the discussions around him, Zhang Yong's eyes lit up with excitement. Damn it, this dog finally got what he deserved. He even dared to frame my brother Yi. Getting thrown into prison is the least of his worries. If there weren't so many people here, I would have gone up and broken his bones with one punch. Fan Xiaoman curled her lips. You are just all talk. Why didn't you make a move earlier? Besides, I heard that Qin Hanyang is the rookie king of Haotian Martial Arts Academy. Look at your body, you're as thin as a monkey. Breaking his bones? You should be grateful if you don't get beaten up by him. Damn it, Xiaoman, are you looking down on me? I'm a gunsmith. I could shatter that crap Qin Hanyang with one laser shot, Zhang Yong replied angrily. Ye Chen rolled his eyes at the two, then silently walked over to Chang Shichen. Manager Chang, please get us a medium room. Chang Shichen smiled cheerfully. Welcome honorable guests to my Longquan Zui Yuexuan. I hope the earlier incident didn't disturb you? Ye Chen replied nonchalantly, it's fine, anyway, that person probably won't be able to enter the Death Tower again. Ah, there are many small people in society. Let's not talk about that. Today, we'll give you a 10% discount on your meal, young friend Yi. Thank you very much. Following Chang Shichen, the three of them entered a medium room. Chapter 78, I want this thing. The food at Longquan Zui Yuexuan is indeed top-notch. Even though Ye Chen had eaten plenty of delicacies with Nangong Yudi, he couldn't help but drool over the dishes in front of him. The three of them feasted with great enjoyment, especially Zhang Yong. His family was just typical citizens from Magic Capital Province, never having tasted such gourmet food. Although Fan Xiaoman was doing better, she was also grabbing the food eagerly. After the three had their fill and were resting, the ship jolted, and an announcement came over the intercom. The Death Tower has opened. Please disembark the ship in an orderly manner. Ye Chen said, let's go. It's time to enter the tower. He stood up and walked to the counter to inquire about the price. The cashier, wearing a smile, said, hello, the total is 1,150,000 dragon soul coins. This meal was incredibly expensive, the three of them had eaten up 1,000,000 dragon soul coins, even after the discount, which left Zhang Yong with his jaw almost dropping. Damn. This, so expensive. Brother Yi is really generous. Just one meal cost as much as a house. This is something ordinary people like us wouldn't even dare to dream of. Fan Xiaoman was also very surprised and shyly said, Brother Yi, this is too expensive. Let me contribute a bit. I still have 50,000 dragon soul coins on me, don't think it's too little, I've saved this for a whole year. Zhang Yong, hearing this, also offered to pay. Ye Chen waved his hand. Didn't I say I'm treating? Don't be so polite with me. Let's go. He stylishly swiped his black gold card at the counter card machine. Ding, 1,150,000 dragon soul coins have been received. The cashier smiled even more warmly. Thank you for your visit, and we hope to see you again next time. The three of them left the restaurant and followed the crowd down the deck, heading straight for the main platform of the Death Tower. At this moment, the main platform was already filled with people from all over the world, with various skin tones and eccentric outfits, many of whom exuded powerful auras. Boom! The Death Tower suddenly trembled, and then the main gate opened with a creaking sound. The three of them stepped onto the teleportation array that resembled a tunnel through the starry sky. Before them was a sky full of twinkling stars, and beneath their feet was an ancient starry path. Walking along this road, they were met with dazzling white light ahead as the young people entering rushed toward it impatiently. After stepping into the white light, they found themselves in a land of green waters and lush mountains, with gentle rolling hills covered in various green plants, some shaped like mushrooms, others resembling lanterns, and a few with large serrated leaves. Two giant suns hung in the sky. In Ye Chen's eyes, this sun occupies a third of the entire sky, with one sun in front of him and another behind him. Such a massive and nearby sun, yet it is not hot, it feels warm and quite comfortable on the skin. Many young people were stunned by this spectacle, standing still for a long time in shock. Ye Chen took out a positioning device, selected a location, and woke up his two dazed companions beside him. Hey, you two, hurry up and follow me. Only when they heard Ye Chen's shout did the two come to their senses, quickly following behind him. Avoiding other adventurers, Ye Chen led the two for an hour, down a small hillside, and crouched on a large rock. Thud, thud, a very heavy sound of footsteps echoed in the ears of the three. Zhang Yang exclaimed, "What's that noise? Is there a monster?" Ye Chen had long remembered the positioning manual that Nangong Yudi gave him, and there was a small boss guarding a purple langhua flower here. This purple langhua flower is very valuable, a rare treasure on Blue Star, whether for alchemy, cooking, or making potions, it is a top-quality spiritual herb. Ye Chen put his index finger to his lips and shushed Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang immediately shut his mouth. The three of them crawled slowly closer. As they got nearer, they finally saw what the small boss looked like. Before them stood a creature with a human head and horse legs covered in heavy armor, wielding a giant axe, patrolling around 5 purple flowers as if on guard. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up when he saw the purple flowers, trembling all over. This is the purple langhua flower. One sells for 200,000 dragon soul coins at the auction house. My goodness, there are 5 here. Fan Xiaoman, however, seemed uninterested. She had tasted this purple langhua flower before and found its flavor lackluster, although it made her body feel warm and comfortable afterward. Ye Chen thought of the boss's weakness, which had the body of a horse and the head of a human, and said to the two, "I will trap it with Xiao Chang, and you two attack its heart with all your strength, understood?" The two nodded. Ye Chen didn't hesitate any longer and jumped out, shouting at the boss, "Xiao Chang, trap it." Boom! A magic circle suddenly appeared in front of Ye Chen, and the green figure of Xiao Chang burst forth, quickly charging at the boss. The horse-headed human monster was already on high alert, and with Ye Chen's large movement, it naturally noticed him at the first moment. The monster let out a roar and charged forward, raising its axe angrily. Xiao Chang immediately engaged it in combat. The horse-headed human possessed great strength, and one blow of its axe struck Xiao Chang. Crack! Amidst the sound of metal colliding, sparks flew everywhere. The scales on Xiao Chang were extremely hard, the boss's giant axe couldn't inflict any damage at all. However, the powerful force made Xiao Chang's body bend awkwardly, nearly knocking it back. Ye Chen's eyes brightened, and he gave the command to bind. Xiao Chang quickly crawled up the boss's wrist and then used its long body to firmly entangle the boss, exposing only the position of its chest heart. Without Ye Chen's reminder, Fan Xiaoman and Zhang Yang immediately launched their attacks. Fan Xiaoman raised her magic staff and pointed it at the boss, a magic circle forming at her feet as massive spiritual power surged forth, whipping her hair and fluttering her clothes, her pupils glowing with blue runes, her expression solemn as if she were a goddess of war. Arcane magic propeller. Zhang Yang lifted a giant firearm, shouting, "Laser cannon, fire!" A laser shot out instantly, aimed at the boss's heart. Fan Xiaoman's propeller also shot forth from the magic staff, crashing into the boss's heart and beginning to spin wildly. The sounds of flesh. It's just a small boss, I thought the Tower of Death was dangerous, but is this all? Fan Xiaoman looked at his smug expression and, feeling irritated, said, "What are you so proud of for killing a small boss? And you didn't even do it alone." Ye Chen shook his head, took out a box, and walked over, intending to take the 5 purple lawn flowers. Suddenly, a sound of clapping came from beside him. Clap, clap, clap. You sneaky guy, I knew you were hiding something good. Didn't expect I was right. Ha ha ha, you three did well. Now I want these 5 purple lawn flowers. You three can leave. Chapter 79, Who Wants to Save Them, Step Forward. Ye Chen and the others looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a foreign man with blonde hair, blue eyes, and white skin, grinning wickedly at them. Zhang Yang laughed heartily, as if hearing a great joke, and sarcastically said, "Where did this foreigner come from? Are you used to acting all high and mighty? Dare to show off in front of us? If you want the purple lawn flowers, you'll first have to ask my cannon. Do you know what that is? It's the kind that goes boom, bang, and sends you straight to meet God." The foreign man had 5 companions standing beside him, 6 people in total. Hearing Zhang Yang's provoking words, they immediately spread out, forming an encirclement, trapping the 3 of them. The leading foreign man smiled and said, "From the language you're speaking, I can tell you are from Dragon Country. Do you know who I am? I am William Carter, a member of the royal family from Beautiful Country. Right now, Beautiful Country is the superpower of the world. Everyone has to bow down to Beautiful Country. Are you 3 from Dragon Country seeking death? 100 years ago, we turned you into the sick man of East Asia. This world now belongs to Beautiful Country. Who dares defy our will? You? Or you?" William Carter pointed at Ye Chen, then at Zhang Yang, raising his head proudly, his expression arrogant. "Anything Beautiful Country sets its sights on, we get it. If we can't get it, we steal it. If we can't steal it, we rob it. You East Asian sick men better run while you can. If I get annoyed, all 3 of you will die." Ha 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 ha. William Carter laughed, and his companions joined in, laughing loudly. One of them said, "Carter, why waste time talking to these yellowskin trash? Just kill them and take the purple lawn flowers. We have other places to search. Killing them is too kind. The yellow-skinned girl is very pretty. I want her." The man leered at Fan Xiaoman, licking his lips. Ha ha ha, I agree. I love tormenting yellow-skinned people. They're the lowest race. The international students from Dragon Country at my school are like lapdogs. I make them kneel, and they kneel. I make them eat my shit, and they do. These yellow-skinned people are the funniest. Ha ha ha. You're right. Dragon Country people are the lowest race. You don't know, one of my classmates went to Dragon Country to study, and every day he got dozens of girlfriends. The women there were crazy, begging to kiss him, saying they wanted to marry him. Ha ha ha, it was really funny. Fan Xiaoman's anger flared. I won't allow you to insult my country like this. Ha ha ha, she's angry. She's angry. Ha 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 ha. This yellow-skinned girl has an explosive figure and an explosive temper. I love it. Carter, please don't kill this yellow-skinned woman. Leave her to me. I need this toy. Zhang Yang was also boiling with rage. He shouted, "You Beautiful Country people are nothing but thieves, a group of filthy and disgusting pirates. And now you dare bring up what happened 100 years ago? You are shameless." William Carter laughed heartily. What's wrong with being pirates? What's wrong with being thieves? In the end, we won, and you lost. The weak should accept the trampling of the strong. Those who try to resist will bear the wrath of Beautiful Country. Can you bear this? Laughable Dragon Country people, still dreaming of the rise of a great nation. You are a dead dragon. Even if 100 years pass, you will still be the sick man of East Asia. Otherwise, your women wouldn't be so crazy about following behind our men. A bunch of lowly yellow-skinned race. Zhang Yang and Fan Xiaoman wanted to say something, but they heard movement from Ye Chen's side and immediately closed their mouths, looking at him. They saw Ye Chen's hand, which was reaching towards the purple mist flower, retract. He slowly stood up. His face was calm, neither happy nor sad, as he looked at William Carter. Are you done? William Carter sneered, you must be the leader of this team, huh? Heh, I'm not the kind of person who likes to kill, nor do I like to torture people. I like people to kneel and lick my toes. Here's the deal. As long as you kneel and lick my 2 feet clean, then cut off your own hands, I'll let you go. As for your 2 companions, there's nothing I can do for them. They must die because those 2 bastards just dared to provoke me, which means they provoked the Beautiful Country. They both have to die. A murderous intent surged in Ye Chen's eyes. This murderous intent landed in William Carter's eyes, causing him to feel a slight fear. The Beautiful Country, huh? The sick man of East Asia, huh? You call me a Dragon Country person, the lowest race, huh? Today, I, Ye Chen, will kill every single young person from the Beautiful Country here. This is just a small interest payment from your Beautiful Country. In the future, all the people of your beautiful country will crawl under the feet of my dragon country, trembling and kneeling. Ye Chen pointed at William Carter. Come out, Star Insect King. Buzz. The world went dark, and the wind began to swirl. The black magic circle gleamed with black thunder, making this world seem as if it had fallen into hell. The young people from various countries, who had been searching for treasures, looked towards Ye Chen's direction. The deep darkness and the heart-pounding pressure made them gasp, OMG. My god, what's happening there? It must be the big boss of this level showing up. Everyone, go kill the boss and grab the treasure. Damn, this feeling of pressure, it must be the ultimate boss of this level. If we kill it, we can move to the next level. You guys, come with me. Countless young people who were originally scattered across this level suddenly seemed to be guided, all rushing toward Ye Chen. Their speed was incredibly fast, and those who could make it here were not ordinary people. Soon, they arrived around Ye Chen. However, when they arrived, they saw a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives, especially the young people from the beautiful country. In front of them were 6 white-skinned men, their heads lowered in kneeling positions. In front of them stood 2 men and 1 woman. The leader of the men stood with a giant black armored soldier ant beside him. The soldier ant was simply standing there, but the aura of a king spread across the area, making everyone feel an overwhelming impulse to kneel and worship. Not a boss? This soldier ant, gulp, could it be? Is it the young man's tamed beast? Someone couldn't help but swallow, speaking with difficulty. Hiss. What level is this soldier ant? Why does it feel so terrifying? This aura, it seems to be Lord level? Oh god, I've seen a Lord level tamed beast. Ye Chen scanned the surroundings and coldly said, the 6 people from the beautiful country, you will be executed by me. If anyone wants to save them, come out. As soon as he said this, the surroundings immediately fell silent. However, after just 1 second of silence, a huge uproar broke out. What? People from the beautiful country? He dares to kill them? He must be a lowly yellow-skinned race, how dare he? This yellow-skinned guy, doesn't he fear offending the beautiful country? Doesn't he know that the whole country will be furious with him, and when that happens, his country will collapse and he'll die? Bastard! How dare you openly deal with people from the beautiful country? I want you dead. Chapter 80. Allies. In the crowd of onlookers, more than 30 young people from the beautiful country stepped forward, glaring at Ye Chen. Lowly dragon country person, do you intend to be an enemy of our beautiful country? You better think carefully. Your actions this time will cause great harm to dragon country. Our beautiful country's president has given orders to the world that no matter which country a person is from inside the Death Tower, they must obey the commands of our beautiful country. Otherwise, once they leave the Death Tower, our beautiful country will definitely wage war on the countries that defy these orders. Can you bear the consequences? Ye Chen merely glanced at the more than 30 people, then surveyed the surrounding crowd. Is it just these 30 people? Is there no one else who wants to step forward? Seeing Ye Chen completely disregarding him, the man suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, good. You dare to ignore me, die. The sword in his hand shone with a white light, and a holy brilliance descended from the sky, striking straight at Ye Chen. Ye Chen still stood straight, showing no intention of dodging at all. Zhang Yang stepped forward. Brother Yi is our team's leader. If you want to make a move against him, you're really underestimating me. How can a team leader be attacked by a mere minor character? You aren't even worthy of making Brother Yi move. Cannon rose. Before Zhang Yang's words fell, a stunning black-red vortex cannonball shot out from the cannon platform in front of him, moving several times faster than the holy light descending. Boom! With a massive explosion, the holy light above Ye Chen's head suddenly dispersed. In the huge explosive firelight produced by the cannon rose, a beautiful rose was passionately blooming. Dust and smoke rolled away with the wind, and the person from the beautiful country had been vaporized under the rose's full bloom, leaving no trace behind. This is the true power of the cannon rose. The cannon rose during the entrance examination was less than 1/10 as powerful as it is now. Zhang Yang stood indifferently, arms crossed, looking at the people from the beautiful country. A tiger doesn't show its power. Do you think I'm a sick cat? No way, this is impossible. What? Our young people from the fatherland just died like this? A few young people from the cherry blossom country were dumbfounded. The crowd of onlookers erupted in shock and fear. What kind of ability is this? Why have I never seen such a cannonball? It can vaporize a person in an instant. What kind of terrifying high temperature is this? The few young people from the beautiful country standing next to him felt like they had escaped death, not expecting that the one who looked like a minor character was actually so powerful. William Carter regained a bit of consciousness. Just now, when the terrifying black shadow descended from the sky, the immense pressure caused him and his companions to faint instantly. Now, he slightly opened his eyelids and squinted around. What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many people, and even those from the beautiful country have come here? William Carter slightly raised his head and saw a large figure standing before him, covered in black armor. The Emperor's dominion, indifference, and invincible aura made his heart skip a beat. The black shadow just now was this monster in front of him. Next to the shadow was that young man from Dragon Country. Could it be? Is this his summoned beast? He recalled everything before he fainted. That's right, this is definitely the summoned beast he had called forth. No, I must quickly tell the others from the beautiful country to leave. This young man said he would kill all the people from the beautiful country here. William Carter gathered all his strength and shouted, "Run! It's a monster! It's a monster! It will kill all of us!" The people from the beautiful country were confused. Although the exceptional beast beside Ye Chen felt very powerful, they had never seen it make a move. Who knew how strong it really was? It merely possessed a lordly aura. If a lord-level summoned beast could kill all the people here, that would really underestimate them too much. In beautiful country, someone laughed and said, "Carter, not only are you weak, but you're also especially timid. Do you really think you can kill us all with just a lord-level beast? Isn't that ridiculous?" This person stepped forward, the aura of a 7-turn professional bursting forth like thunder. "With my 7-turn ability, I really want to face off against a lord-level beast to see who is stronger or weaker. Just yesterday I slaughtered a diamond-level beast, so today I'm going to test my abilities against this lord-level beast." Night charge. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and he grabbed a knight's cylindrical spear, charging towards Ye Chen with all his might. The spear's tip broke through the air resistance, creating a transparent whirlwind that swirled around it. This scene looked like a spiral cone spinning violently, rushing forward with unmatched force. Fan Xiaoman furrowed her brows tightly. Her level was only LV46, and she was no match for a 7-turn professional. "Zhang Yong, let's go together." That's just what I intended. Arcane Elemental Meteor. Gun rose. Fan Xiaoman raised her magic wand, and several mysterious magic circles above her head burst forth with dazzling light. Then a huge multicolored meteor fell from the sky. The black and red whirlwind of Gun Rose appeared again, heading straight for the 7-turn professional. "Humph, such a weak attack dares to block my offense." The 7-turn professional charged hard into both skills with overwhelming force. Boom! Danger! The violent explosion created waves of energy that pushed the onlookers back a few steps. As the explosive flames quickly dissipated, the speed and momentum of the 7-turn professional decreased by half, but he still rushed forward with fierce momentum. People from Dragon Country are just weaklings, die for me." Ye Chen's eyes flickered. Just as he was about to order the Star Worm King to attack, an icebird flew out from the crowd, heading straight for the 7-turn professional. The icebird flew at great speed and, in just a few seconds, caught up to the 7-turn professional, colliding from behind. Bang! Cold air surged, freezing the 7-turn professional completely in ice crystals. Xiao Yue still walked out of the crowd with a cool demeanor, greeting Ye Chen with, "Long time no see, Ye Chen." "Xiao Yue, you are here too." Ye Chen smiled slightly. Xiao Yue lightly stepped a few times and was soon by his side. "Ever since you killed Wang Song in the exam and were wanted by the government, I haven't seen you. Later I heard you went to the Divine Palace University, and today when I see you, your beast has become stronger." "Sigh, Ye Chen, what kind of monster are you? You're so strong now that I can't even see your back." Xiao Yue's ice mountain face showed a touch of loneliness. Ye Chen chuckled, "Don't underestimate yourself, you are an S-class ice phoenix physique. Look, even a 7-turn professional has been frozen by you." He pointed at the beautiful country person frozen into an ice sculpture. Other beautiful country people, seeing their 7-turn professional being sneak attacked and frozen, immediately erupted in fury. "Despicable Dragon Country people, not only do you work together, but you also have a treacherous guy sneaking in attack. You truly do not regard the people of beautiful country. Everyone, let's not hold back any longer. Let's take them down together, kill all these Dragon Country people. What a bunch of jerks, outnumbering us. We have several times more than you. Let's make you taste the flavor of a beatdown. Despicable yellow-skinned race only knows underhanded tricks. We shouldn't waste time with them. The guarding boss is about to descend, let's kill them now and earn more rewards." More than 30 people from beautiful country drew their weapons, starting to cast spells and prepare to work together to wipe out Ye Chen and the others. Chapter 81, You Just Go Wild. The combined force of more than 30 people was impressive, with various skills glowing and radiating light. Among them, the strongest were 2 people. One was a man with a big beard, dressed in a t-shirt and shorts. The slightly plump man, the aura he emitted, was surprisingly also at the 7th level. He roared, "King of the Sea Trident." A figure of the sea god, part man and part fish with a trident, materialized in the air. The sea god glared angrily, raising the trident and throwing it forcefully towards Ye Chen and the others. The trident carved an arc in the air, and behind it came the illusion of a deep blue ocean. This overwhelming power of heaven and earth rushed towards Ye Chen like a tsunami, the howling waves causing a shiver in their hearts. Another man, with a head full of golden hair and a tall, slender figure, exuded an aura like a delicate gentleman, and he too was at the 7th level. He floated in the air, his tightly closed eyes suddenly opening, revealing a flash of golden light that rapidly raised the temperature around him. A 6-winged seraph appeared behind him, its majestic and holy aura exploding outward, and as the golden-haired man opened his eyes, the icy wings of the seraph quickly ignited in crimson flames. Sword of Judgment. The seraph raised the holy sword high, striking down towards Ye Chen and the others. Buzz. A sword clang echoed, and a beam of sword light descended from the sky. The sword light shone like daylight, with burning crimson flames trailing behind it. The sword light was immense, as if it could split the world apart. The frozen 7th level professional began to shatter the ice crystals that bound him with a cracking sound. Despicable Dragon Kingdom people, taste my beautiful nation's combined strike. Victory Light Spear. Behind him, a holy knight manifested, holding a long spear, and as his words fell, the holy knight struck out 6 times at Ye Chen and the others, 6 golden spears shooting out like shooting stars. The young people from various countries watching were stunned in awe at this earth-shattering combined attack. Some trembled as they said, with such a terrifying combined attack, who can resist? They are going to die. My god, 3 7th level professionals combined attack is already terrifying enough, not to mention over 30 people joining in, even a deity would have to fall. This power is too fearful. Quick, back up a bit. The shockwave from the explosion could kill someone, run. This is the consequence of angering the beautiful nation. The oblivious Dragon Kingdom people seek their own death. The people of the beautiful nation are too strong. Why are there 7th level professionals under 30? How did they achieve this? Normally, even grinding monsters day and night wouldn't get you to the 7th level. The peak of the 6th level is already incredible. Xiao Yu and her 2 companions had their pupils suddenly shrink. Before them was a sky full of colorful skill lights, along with the terrifying might powerful enough to kill them 100 times. In the face of this overwhelming assault, they felt like ants. But none of the 3 stepped back, although they were shocked and fearful, they still stood firmly beside Ye Chen. Ye Chen stood like an unshakable anchor amidst the raging storm. No matter how overwhelming the tides before him were, he remained confident and composed, as if he could withstand the collapse of the heavens. This unmatched confidence and invincible stance gave them tremendous courage. They believed Ye Chen could definitely solve the difficulties before them. The gust of wind carrying the skill light struck Ye Chen, his hair danced wildly in the wind, and his clothes rustled loudly. His slightly thin body appeared insignificant before this overwhelming might. Yet, his straight stance was like the hardest peak in the universe. Ye Chen looked up at the sky full of brilliant skill lights, with the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. What you beautiful nations so-called strong like to bully others with power, today I will let you taste the feeling of being slaughtered. Feeling the overwhelming will surging in Ye Chen's heart, its cold eyes suddenly lit up with intense battle intent and killing intent. Do as you wish, these beautiful people in front of you. Ye Chen slightly tilted his head, grinned wickedly, then roared with killing intent. Leave not one alive. Boom! The ground instantly collapsed, the earth cracked open with countless fissures, and surging magma unexpectedly erupted from underneath. The Starbug King, with full force, simply kicked to create a bottomless abyss on the surface. No one could see its movements, nor could anyone catch a glimpse of any shadow. The Starbug King seemed to appear in midair in an instant. With a clang, 2 sharp long knives grew from its black armor like arms. Chasing wind blade. The sky and earth changed colors, and the clouds rolled backward. The air for miles was sucked in, the sky twisted, the wind twisted, the whole space felt like a crumpled piece of paper being twisted. The Starbug King crossed its arms and then swung fiercely. A terrifying wind blade stretched from heaven to earth, released like a tornado in an instant, twisting all the skill light into spirals in the fierce wind. Boom! 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 The explosion roared, and all skills were shredded and obliterated by the fierce wind. Even the residual waves and flames from the explosion could not escape the wind blade, all being drawn into the center of the tornado, rolling forward. The crowd watching was initially shaken by the violent tremors of the ground, sitting weakly on the ground, then jumped up when the cracked underground magma burned them. They felt their breath caught, the air becoming extremely thin, and then they saw a massive tornado blade sweeping in, stretching from heaven to earth, an exaggeration that shattered their worldview. The sucking power of this tornado was something they had never seen before, unable to let even the explosion waves and flames escape. Run! Run! This is terrifying, too terrifying. What kind of skill is this? Damn it, I nearly lost my life just watching a show, damn. If we get sucked into the tornado, we're as good as dead, run. The crowd scattered like birds and beasts, with a loud crash. Those with higher cultivations had already retreated more than 10 meters. The beautiful people also wanted to escape, but they could not escape. The tornado swept toward them, and the people locked by the pulling force had no strength to resist this monstrous suction. Of the 3 7th-turn professionals, only one, who was far away, managed to use all survival gear and barely escaped the locking suction through a teleport crystal, retreating more than 10 meters and falling clumsily to the ground. The rest had already wet themselves in fear, some crying out for mercy. But the wind was too strong, their voices destined not to be heard. The tornado's speed was extremely fast, quickly sucking in all the beautiful people left in place, shredding them into pieces. Even their bones were crushed into powder. William Carter knelt on the ground, his pupils shaking as he looked at the scene before him. The ground beneath him was already wet, his already pale face now looked even whiter, like the color of a dead man's ash. Chapter 82, he turned red. The Starbug King would absolutely follow Ye Chen's orders, since the master commanded no one to be left alive, then no one would survive. The 7th-turn professional, who had exhausted all means of survival, trembled with fear when he saw the Starbug King gazing at him. No! 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 Please spare my life, I beg you, ah! The pleas for mercy abruptly stopped as a giant black armored hand pierced through his heart, holding a beating heart, and then this hand squeezed hard. Crack! The heart exploded into a pile of minced meat, blood splattering everywhere. The onlookers watching this scene were so frightened their legs trembled. This beast master was so abnormal, it could kill 3 7th. How can we fight him? Ye Chen kicked William Carter, sending him rolling on the ground for 2 circles. William Carter trembled all over as he climbed up, kneeling in front of Ye Chen, pressing his head to the ground, crying and begging, "It's my fault, please spare my life. I am a royal member of the beautiful country, I have a lot of money, I can give you anything." With trembling hands, he frantically searched his body and pulled out a bank card, placing it in front of himself. "Please spare my life, this card has $30 million in it, all for you. If it's not enough, after I go out, my father can transfer more to you." Tears streaked down William Carter's cheeks, and snot hung on his lips. He had no time to wipe it away, only looking at Ye Chen with eyes full of hope. So the so-called world's strongest country can also beg like a weak country in your eyes? Ye Chen sneered. William Carter's body shivered as he immediately raised his palm and gave himself a hard slap, while cursing, "It's my fault, I shouldn't have said those foolish words. Please spare me, I know I was wrong, I truly know I was wrong." Ye Chen took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. How can you robbers know what's wrong? Barbarians fear power but lack virtue. Throughout history, how many sins have you committed? When have you not kneeled before the strong, begging for forgiveness? And after being forgiven, when my dragon nation declines, you come back again. How can you repay virtue with malice? Today's outcome is the result of your own deeds. You don't know you're wrong now, you only know you are going to die. Ye Chen looked at William Carter, who was kneeling before him like a pug, crying bitterly. Forgiving you is what your God should do, while my task is to send you to meet God. William Carter's pupils suddenly widened. No. He only had time to shout this one word when suddenly his entire body exploded apart. The Starbug King appeared beside the pieces of flesh, with drops of fresh blood sliding down the blade of its arm. No one saw how the Starbug King moved, nor did anyone see how it cut William Carter. Everything appeared as if it had suddenly materialized, and William Carter's body had exploded, all so eerie, silent, and swift. This strange speed made all the young people present tremble in their hearts. They had never seen such speed, nor such a terrifying beast master. The 3-meter-tall black-armored soldier ant seemed like a merciless executioner harvesting lives. Each appearance meant one life was taken. The crowd's pupils trembled as they gazed at the soldier ant in the distance. Fear, despair, and coldness filled their minds. As the figure of the Starbug King vanished and reappeared, the other 5 unconscious members of the beautiful country all died. At that moment, a row of striking red letters appeared above Ye Chen's head. Name, Ye Chen. Sin value, 41/100. Everyone gasped at this scene. He has a red name. Killing a red-named person will earn you a hefty reward. Are you kidding? Go ahead and try to kill Ye Chen. Did you not see how the 41 from the beautiful country died? You're asking for death, don't drag me with you. Who said I was going to kill Ye Chen? Don't get me in trouble. I was just explaining that killing a red-named person has rewards. With Ye Chen's strength, how can we earn rewards in the Tower of Death if he is here? Clearly, he'll take all the good stuff. That makes sense, but what can you do about it? Can you fight Ye Chen? I can't beat him, but we can use wisdom. What kind of wisdom? Everyone join forces to fight him. Can he really kill us all? He's got 41 sin points. Once they reach 100, he'll be forcibly teleported out of the Tower of Death. Damn it, Private Gone. You really are a genius, coming up with such a brilliant idea. This is your smart strategy, right? So, who's going to be the first to charge and die for it? Are you going? Survive by skill, right? Whoever is unlucky will die, but it's a contribution to the group. Hey, hey, hey! Don't be afraid of him. He can only kill 59 more people before being forcibly teleported out of the Death Tower. We still have hundreds of thousands of people here, so why fear him? Life and death are fated, wealth and nobility are in the heavens. Let's all strike together and kill Ye Chen. If any brothers die, we will bury them properly when we leave the tower and give them a generous compensation. That's right, as long as Ye Chen is here, no one can get any rewards. A few young people from Sakura country were shouting among the crowd, trying to incite everyone to attack Ye Chen. Believe it or not, there were really some idiots who were starting to make a move. If hundreds of thousands of people acted together, it would be such a grand scene. Even that giant ant wouldn't be able to kill them all in an instant. Xiao Yue and the others heard the commotion and immediately felt worried. If those bastards from Sakura country succeeded with their evil plan, Ye Chen would definitely be forced to teleport out to save his life. Xiao Yue shouted to everyone, "Don't believe those Sakura country people. Ye Chen will not attack you. He only killed the beautiful country people because they insulted him." The young people from Sakura country immediately shouted, "So, you can kill someone just for insulting you? What if something good drops, who dares to take it?" Exactly, who dares take it? Won't it all go to Ye Chen? In my opinion, we should just work together to kill Ye Chen. Whoever's unlucky will die, and the ones who remain can get the good stuff. Before the words fell, a golden beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, and a ferocious beast, as big as a small mountain, fell from the heavens. The gatekeeper boss has arrived. The entire space suddenly echoed with a mechanical voice. First layer gatekeeper boss has arrived. Killing the beast, Golden Mane Roar, grants a Golden Mane Roar bell. All players will be teleported to the second layer of the Death Tower. Boom! The massive beast landed, and its enormous body kicked up a huge cloud of smoke. Chapter 83, The Artifact's Sneak Attack. As soon as Golden Mane Roar landed, it let out an invisible sound wave, piercing through the crowd and causing them to feel dizzy, some even collapsing. Ye Chen took a step forward, recalling the mission the system had assigned to him. Mission name, The Might of Dragon Country. Mission description, the dignity of Dragon Country cannot be provoked. The host is required to go to the Death Tower and give a small shock to the other country's geniuses, letting them understand what a genius is and what the might of Dragon Country is. Mission time, no limit. He had already used the Starworm Emperor to swiftly kill everyone from Beautiful Country, but the mission hadn't been completed. It was clear that among the hundreds of thousands of people, there were still some experts hiding. Even after seeing the Starworm Emperor's thunderous power, they still didn't believe they would lose. Heroes in the world really are as numerous as ants crossing the river. Ye Chen thought that with the Starworm Emperor, he could crush all the young people in the world, but he had underestimated the geniuses of the world. Since one Starworm Emperor wasn't enough, what about adding a Lord-level beast Tamer? Would 2 Lord-level beasts be enough to crush all of you so-called geniuses? Ye Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. He shouted loudly, "Come out, Crimson Sun Fire Crow!" Boom! The earth trembled, the soil cracked, and a golden-red giant creature soared from beneath the ground. Ye Chen stood on top of this giant creature, and his figure gradually rose with it. Ka! The Crimson Sunfire Crow carried Ye Chen into the sky. He had finally realized his dream of flying. The Crimson Sunfire Crow's body could expand to 100 meters during battle, becoming a massive firebird that could block out the sun. Ye Chen stood on the back of the red gold firebird, and his shadow appeared beside him. The Starbug King had arrived at his side. At this moment, the overwhelming pressure from the 2 Lord-level beasts was like the sky collapsing, forcing the Golden Fur Roar to lie on the ground, unable to move. The Golden Fur Roar stopped its roar, and everyone came back to their senses from the mental attack. When they looked up at the sky again, their faces turned pale with fear. They saw Ye Chen standing on the back of a gigantic red gold bird, with that terrifying ant beside him. Feeling the presence of the red gold bird, a storm surged in their hearts. Another Lord-level beast. My God! What kind of monster is Ye Chen? One Lord-level beast is already unbeatable, how can there be another? How many Lord-level beasts does he have? Where did this genius Ye Chen come from? I've never heard of him before. He's out here with 2 Lord-level beasts. This is terrifying. This world has completely gone mad. How is it possible for someone so young to possess 2 Lord-level beasts? This is impossible, impossible. The young people from Sakura country, who had just been trying to rally against Ye Chen, were now also pale with fear. Ye Chen was beyond their expectations. Wasn't the information given by Xiao Yongjin saying he only had 1 platinum-level green snake and 1 ant obtained from the Interstellar Mother Bug's lair? Where did this red gold bird come from? Damn it! The people from the Martial Soul Temple are unreliable. They even got their information wrong. The faces of these young people from Sakura country changed repeatedly. If it was just 1 Lord-level ant, they could still use the equipment given by the Martial Soul Temple to counter it, but now a second Lord-level beast had appeared. How could they fight? If they really went to attack Ye Chen, it would be like throwing their lives away. They looked around, all the young people were watching Ye Chen with fear and awe. These people were utterly terrified, they could no longer be stirred into action. Could this mission really end in failure? I refuse to accept this. How could a once weak country like Long Country, which they had nearly crushed, produce such an exceptional genius? If Ye Chen is allowed to grow, wouldn't Sakura Country be in great danger? Look at how ruthless Ye Chen was when he attacked the beautiful country. He is definitely not a kind-hearted person. Even if it costs them their lives, they must kill Ye Chen here. A strong killing intent flashed in the eyes of the young people from Sakura Country. For the Emperor's service, dying for a just cause. They secretly took out the divine weapon given by the Martial Soul Temple, preparing to sacrifice themselves to complete the task of killing Ye Chen. Ye Chen stood on the back of the red gold firebird and looked down. He saw everyone gazing at him with awe. This situation was what he had expected. With 2 Lord-level beasts, he was certainly a top-tier power, even among those who had been famous for years. But why hadn't the system notified him that the task was completed? Damn, among these hundreds of thousands of young people, who else thinks they are stronger than him? Ye Chen squinted his eyes, snorted coldly, and pointed at the golden fur roar from a distance. Kill it. Since it had come to this, he would use a lightning strike to kill the boss guarding the gate. This would surely shock all these geniuses. The red gold firebird screeched, opened its beak, and sprayed out a scorching pillar of fire. Red Sun Fire Pillar. Boom! The pillar of fire instantly reached above the golden fur roar's head. Roar! The golden fur roar howled at the fire pillar, its invisible sound waves forming a barrier that blocked the fire pillar's attack. But this sound wave began to retreat little by little under the continuous burning of the fire pillar, and soon it would be completely burned through. The Star Bug King's eyes glowed red as it flashed away from Ye Chen, disappearing without a trace. It then reappeared beside the golden fur roar. A long knife, more than 2 meters in length, stretched out, aiming for the neck of the golden-haired man with a roar. Several young people from Sakura Country's eyes brightened. Both of the Beastmasters had left Ye Chen's side, now was the perfect chance to act. One of the young men picked up a rune-covered large bow, while 2 others drew daggers and slashed their own bellies, immediately causing blood to flow. They then each took out a black arrow from their spatial rings, arrows wrapped in pitch-black ghostly spirits. Once the arrows were in their hands, their flesh began to shrink rapidly, and vitality drained away from their bodies. The 2 young men, enduring great pain, each shoved an arrow into their bellies. The arrows were like thirsty demons, drinking blood from their stomachs, and before long, they turned the 2 young men into dried corpses. The young man holding the rune-covered bow picked up an arrow, bent the bow, and aimed it at Ye Chen, shouting angrily, "Die, Ye Chen!" Standing on the back of the golden red bird, Ye Chen suddenly felt a sharp pull in his heart, a sense of life and death crisis surged. He turned his head to look at the crowd, and his pupils instantly contracted. An arrow, black and wrapped in ghostly spirits, seemed to tear through space as it shot towards him. The arrow moved at extreme speed, and the ghosts wrapped around it seemed to hide its killing intent, silently flying towards him. The Starbug King, the Crimson Sun Fire Crow, and the hundreds of thousands of young people present, didn't notice the arrow at all, as if it had become invisible. The strange arrow grew larger in Ye Chen's pupils, unnoticed by anyone, and then... whoosh! The arrow struck Ye Chen's heart, instantly shattering his heart, and the force of the arrow sent him flying a distance before dropping from the sky. Zhang Yong and the others' faces changed drastically, and when they saw Ye Chen falling towards the ground, they noticed the black arrow sticking out of his chest, with countless ghostly spirits emerging from it and devouring his body. Zhang Yong screamed, "Brother Yi!" Fan Xiaoman and Xiao Yue were also shocked by the sudden change, their faces turning pale as they cried out. "Big Brother Yi! Ye Chen!" Chapter 84, I Will Kill Him. Xiao Yue and the others stared in disbelief at Ye Chen, lying on the ground. This is impossible. How could Big Brother Yi? Fan Xiaoman covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. The person who had just treated her to a feast, full of life and energy, was now lying in front of her, unmoving. The very person who had just helped her escape certain death was now motionless. A wave of sadness surged within Fan Xiaoman. Zhang Yong's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Since he had met Ye Chen at the Divine Palace University, Ye Chen had never looked down on him for clinging to him for support. He had even helped him fight for the seniors' contribution points, and now, Ye Chen had brought him to the Tower of Death. He had already accepted Ye Chen as his big brother. In terms of talent, Ye Chen was the strongest person Zhang Yong had ever seen. What was even more valuable was that Ye Chen hated the aristocratic families. He had even killed the genius of the Wang family, and the Wang family was now chasing him to the Tower of Death. He had once said he would wipe out all the aristocratic families. At that time, a flame of hope had ignited within Zhang Yong's heart. He too hated the aristocratic families. He originally had a peaceful family in Magic Capital Province, living a good life as a small-town citizen, but everything changed because of that hidden aristocratic family. It was all because of that damned young master of the Xie family, who forcibly demolished their house, causing his parents to die in an accident under the violent demolition team. At that time, he was just a naive high school freshman. Facing such a huge change, he was angry, sad, and at a loss. The lawyer he hired only kept advising him to give up the lawsuit, offering a compensation of 1 million from the Xie family to settle the matter. How could a small boy go against a hidden aristocratic family? If it weren't for considering the official face of the Dragon Kingdom, the Xie family could easily make him disappear from this world without a sound. Under the pressure and temptation of the Xie family, in the end, Zhang Yong had no choice but to bow to the Xie family and sign a private settlement agreement. However, after signing the agreement, the Xie family began to turn their back on it, refusing to give him the 1 million dragon soul coins, and even forcibly took over his property, kicking the brother and sister out. Homeless on the streets, Zhang Yong and his sister sought refuge with their uncle. His uncle didn't want to take care of the siblings at all, but the laws of the Dragon Kingdom stated that relatives had the responsibility to support the descendants of relatives who died unexpectedly. So, the siblings moved into their uncle's house, enduring cold stares. Although his sister was only 9 years old, she was exceptionally sensible. She voluntarily dropped out of school to work illegal jobs, allowing Zhang Yong to continue his studies. She said to Zhang Yong, "Brother, in 2 more years you will be able to awaken your profession. By then, when you awaken a powerful profession, we won't have to starve. I am still young, and I still need 9 more years to awaken my profession. I can work now so you can study. Later, you can work so I can study and awaken my profession, hee." Zhang Yong looked at the small figure in front of him, her bright big eyes, and it was as if a huge stone was blocking his chest. He hugged his sister and cried uncontrollably. He swore to rise above, no matter what method he had to use. He swore that he would make sure his sister could study and awaken, and give her a good life. From that moment on, face no longer mattered. Only strength was the most important. Ye Chen gave him hope, a sword that could pierce through the dark sky covered by the family of darkness. Now, that hope had been shattered. Zhang Yong suddenly turned his head to look at the person from the Sakura country. His eyes seemed to spit fire, and he roared, "Go to hell, Sakura country dog. Die for me." Zhang Yong raised a giant gun, the barrel enormous, and fired violently at the Sakura country person. Xiao Yue took a deep breath, and her expression shifted from sadness to coldness. Ice Phoenix armor. A thick layer of frost enveloped her body, forming a solid ice armor. A flash of light from her spatial ring, and an epic golden longsword appeared in her hand. Her body moved with ease as she sprinted towards the young man from the Sakura country. "Ha ha ha, Ye Chen is dead, His Majesty the Emperor, my mission is complete, I did not fail your expectations, ha ha ha." The young man's right hand was slowly withering, but he didn't care at all. He just laughed wildly. The bystanders from other countries, watching this man from Sakura country who seemed like a madman, all moved away in disgust. This guy has gone mad, even if he killed Ye Chen, there's no need to be this happy. Get out of the way, the 2 Dragon Country people are attacking. Everyone quickly stepped back another 6 meters, leaving only the crazed young man from Sakura country. Zhang Yong's shell soon reached the young man from Sakura country. Boom! 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 With explosive sounds and bursts of fire, a transparent shield blocked all the shells. The young man from Sakura country remained unharmed, still standing in place, laughing maniacally. At that moment, Xiao Yue arrived in front of him, raising her sword to strike. Clang! The tremendous recoil force knocked her back, and the transparent shield only rippled slightly, unable to break through his defense. The young man from Sakura country looked at them with disdain, his grin vicious as he mocked, "You 2 trash, you actually think you can break my defense? Ridiculous, ridiculous. Do you see what I have in my hand?" The young man from Sakura country raised the rune bow in his hand. The bow was entirely black, with a large vertical pupil in the center, moving as if alive, watching here and there, creating an eerie aura. The transparent shield was emanating from this equipment. Xiao Yue narrowed her eyes and carefully examined the rune bow. After a moment, she gasped, "This is the evil eye bow. How could Xiao Yongzhen's evil eye bow be in your hands?" The young man from Sakura country sneered, "You Dragon country people say my Sakura country is despicable, but you Dragon country has more traitors, you are more despicable. If it weren't for Xiao Yongzhen betraying Dragon country, how would we know about a genius like Ye Chen? How would we know that a son of a god would appear in Dragon country's death tower this time? Ha ha, with Ye Chen's kind of talent, the son of a god is most likely Ye Chen. As long as we kill Ye Chen, your Dragon country will never rise again." The young man from Sakura country gently caressed the evil eye great bow. This evil eye great bow is indeed a divine weapon. To ensure the kill on Ye Chen, Xiao Yongzhen really put in a lot of effort, ha ha. The onlookers gasped in shock. Woe to Fa, there are such secrets, this Dragon country is truly mysterious, and there are such traitors. Ha ha, now that Ye Chen is dead, then the son of a god mentioned by the astrologer really might not appear again. Some people who knew the inside story spat in disdain. I spit. You are too happy too early. What if the son of a god is not Ye Chen but someone else? I advise everyone to stay vigilant and keep an eye on all the Dragon Country people here. We must not let them gain the inheritance of the god. Just then, the sky suddenly changed, a huge funnel-shaped black cloud descended from the heavens. I didn't expect there were still such secrets. Xiao Yongzhen, right? If I remember correctly, he is from your Xiao family. Last time he tricked us in the dungeon too. This disgusting thing has teamed up with Sakura Country to kill me again. Damn it, I must kill him. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they all looked up at the sky. That voice was familiar, it sounded like Ye Chen? But wasn't he already dead? His corpse was still lying there. Chapter 85, Then let's shoot another arrow. In the center of the funnel-shaped black cloud, a streak of golden-red flame appeared first, followed by the familiar golden-red giant bird, and on its back stood Ye Chen. Everyone looked at Ye Chen descending from the sky as if they had seen a ghost. My god. What is this situation? What the hell? Is Ye Chen a human or a ghost? Am I seeing things? Wasn't Ye Chen dead? What the hell, the one in the sky is Ye Chen, then who is the one lying on the ground? The young man from Sakura Country's scalp went numb as he stared at Ye Chen, muttering, this is impossible, this is impossible. The arrow shot from the evil eye great bow cannot miss. He is dead, this must be an illusion, it must be an illusion. Fan Xiaoman's eyes widened, tears streaming down her face, great. This is so great, Boss Yi is not dead. Zhang Yang shouted excitedly, Brother Yi is mighty. Brother Yi is invincible. I knew Brother Yi would be fine, how could he possibly die? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yu looked like an ice mountain melting in early spring, her face blossoming with brilliance as she smiled gently at Ye Chen. Ye Chen glanced coldly at the young man from Sakura Country, pointed a finger, and coldly said, sneaking up on me, you rodent, die. The Crimson Sunfire Crow immediately unleashed a red beam of light, shooting straight at the young man from Sakura Country. The Starbug King also instantly lunged with its dual blades, striking hard against the young man's transparent shield. Clang! The Starbug King's powerful blow surprisingly couldn't break the seemingly thin layer of shield. The firelight beam was about to reach, but it was also blocked by the transparent shield. The young man from Sakura Country tightly gripped the evil eye great bow. He had thought he would be unable to stop it this time, but he didn't expect the divine weapon to be so powerful. The full-force attacks from the two Lord-level Beastmasters couldn't break through the divine weapon's defense. Ha ha ha, come on Ye Chen, weren't you going to kill me? Come on. Ha 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 ha. Can you kill me? Ridiculous Dragon Country people, what I hold in my hands is a divine weapon that already holds a trace of divinity. How can trash like you break through my beast control? Ah, even if you're gifted, you can't do anything to me. The onlookers around were shocked as they watched this scene unfold. Two Lord-level beasts attacking with all their might, yet they can't breach the divine artifact's defense. Is this divine artifact really this strong? Isn't that obvious? A weapon with divine essence has long been transformed. Do you think it can be compared to that broken epic one in your hands? This young man from Sakura Nation is pretty bold to bring a divine artifact to the Tower of Death. I admire him. If his target weren't Ye Chen, any of us who faced him would surely die. Damn it, Sakura Nation has gone crazy. Looking at the entire blue star, there aren't many countries with divine artifacts. How dare they bring one out? Aren't they afraid of shaking their national foundation? Didn't you just hear? This is some nonsense artifact of Xiao Yongji, he is from Long Nation, alright? The young man from Sakura Nation felt even prouder upon hearing the discussions around him, looking down on Ye Chen with disdain. Ye Chen, I admit you are strong. Within just 2 months of awakening, you have cultivated 2 Lord-level beasts. No one has ever achieved this before, nor will they in the future. However, you are from Long Nation, and you shouldn't be alive. Long Nation is our mortal enemy in Sakura Nation, and a battle is inevitable. You are a potential threat. As long as you live, Sakura Nation will be restless. As he spoke, he walked toward the body of his fallen companion. There lay a pitch-black ghostly arrow. He picked up the arrow from the ground and turned to look at Ye Chen. I don't know how you survived, but it doesn't matter now. Since one arrow couldn't kill you, I'll use 2. I don't believe you can survive this time. His hands trembled as he tightly gripped the black arrow, his flesh quickly withering away. Seeing this dog about to activate the divine artifact again, Zhang Yang and others shouted anxiously. Zhang Yang, Yi Gu. Run. Fan Xiaoman, Yi De, you need to run. Xiao Yuedi, Ye Chen. The other bystanders looked on in shock at the young man from Sakura Nation. Wow, this guy is truly insane. This divine artifact looks extremely sinister. Every time it's used, it must take a toll on his life force. If this arrow is shot, even if he kills Ye Chen, he will die too. TSK, indeed, people from Sakura Nation are a bunch of madmen, ready for mutual destruction. Damn, this is too twisted. Indeed, Sakura Nation is. But I have to admit, Ye Chen's talent truly crushed me. He is like a mountain, pressing down on my head. Damn it, I've always been number one since childhood. This feeling of being crushed is really unbearable, but now it's better. He will die soon. A young man from Sakura country drew his bow, his eyes filled with madness as he looked at Ye Chen, shouting, "Ye Chen, die." Bang. After the crisp sound of the bowstring, a pitch-black arrow shot through the sky like a meteor, speeding towards Ye Chen. Everyone focused on the arrow. 10 meters. 9 meters. 8 meters. The arrow was getting closer to Ye Chen. Time seemed to stop at that moment. It seemed as if the crowd could see Ye Chen's heart being shot and exploded again, blood staining his chest, his body being devoured by ghosts. At that moment, Ye Chen's gaze turned cold. He shouted loudly, "Come out, star-devouring insect." Chapter 86, Mission completed. As soon as Ye Chen's words fell, the world darkened. In the darkness, countless massive trees grew, towering to the sky, and lush flowers and grass began to sprout at an incredible speed. A pair of blood-red enormous eyes shone from the dense forest. The divine light from those eyes caused a huge shock in the hearts of the onlookers below. This is divine power. What in the world is this? Boom! Space tore open a huge rift, and a colossal creature several hundred meters long slowly walked out of the gap. In its blood-red eyes, many faint golden symbols flowed in a circular shape, each turn releasing a trace of divine aura. Someone cried out in shock, "This is the descendant of a divine beast." This overwhelming aura, it's far beyond a lord-level beastmaster. This is a king-level beastmaster. Ye Chen summoned a king-level beastmaster, and not just any king-level beastmaster, but the descendant of a divine beast. Hiss, so terrifying. To evolve a beast to king level is already extremely difficult. There are no more than 10 people in the entire blue planet who can do it. And he has a king-level beastmaster with pure divine beast blood. This isn't even a lesser divine beast. Damn! I've never seen such a powerful beast before. No one on Blue Planet has ever heard of a beastmaster with a king-level beast that has divine beast blood. Ye Chen is the first. No way, how can we even compete with him now? With this strength, he's already the most powerful existence on the entire Blue Planet. How is it that, at just 18 years old, he is this strong? He must have some cheat. With this beast, Ye Chen is already strong enough to rank among the top 10 strongest in the world. We don't know what level his beast is now, but if its level isn't high, maybe he'll only be in the top 50. But becoming one of the top 3 strongest is just a matter of time. The star-devouring insect floated quietly in mid-air, its enormous and hideous body exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Everyone in the crowd could barely stand, some even shaking, on the verge of kneeling. The arrow shot from the evil eye bow, in front of the star-devouring insect, was like a tiny toothpick. The star-devouring insect simply raised one leg, and with a casual strike, broke the arrow. The arrow shot by the young man from Sakura country, with no significant cultivation, was not enough to unleash the full power of the artifact. The divine power in it was like a baby throwing a punch at an adult, weak and powerless in front of the star-devouring insect. At this moment, to Ye Chen's left stood the Starworm King, fully armored in black, and to his right was the star-devouring insect, a terrifying sight that made one feel hopeless just by looking at it. Below him, flying in the sky, was the Lord-level beast, the Red Sun Fire Crow. 2 Lord-level beasts, 1 King-level beast with the bloodline of a divine beast, such a luxurious lineup. Not even the strongest in the top 10 of the world would dare to challenge this. His calves went weak. Ye Chen looked down at the crowd below, his eyes calm. He stood tall, his confident aura now radiating an unbeatable presence. In the eyes of the crowd, he was like the ruler of the sky, untouchable and unmatched. The young man from Sakura country's pupils shook. He understood that he had no chance to kill Ye Chen now. A boy who could stand with the top 10 strongest in the world, someone who could easily break artifacts, what could he use to fight Ye Chen? How is this possible? How is this possible? He murmured endlessly, as if possessed. How could a young man who had just awakened for 2 months train such terrifying beasts? It was completely impossible. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out how Ye Chen did it. But he had no chance to think further. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed with murderous intent. The next second, the interstellar devouring worm let out a roar towards the young man from Sakura country. The invisible sound wave penetrated the transparent barrier of the evil eye bow, directly killing him. With a loud bang, the young man from Sakura country's body exploded into a pile of flesh. The crowd hurriedly dodged his splattered blood in horror. The artifact barrier that could just block all attacks crumbled like paper against the roar of the king-level beast, easily shattered by Ye Chen. At this moment, the crowd recalled another name for the king-level beast, immense terror. If even artifacts could not stop it, this was simply invincible. Ye Chen extended his large hand, slowly pressing down on the crowd below. Suppress. Boom. An invisible air barrier pressed down like a collapsing sky, completely knocking all the young people below to the ground. Listen well, I am Ye Chen from Dragon Country. I will be the number one of your generation. If anyone is not convinced, stand up now, break my pressure, and fight me head on. I give you the opportunity. The venue fell into dead silence. Who would dare to go against him? Who could not be convinced? The young people from various countries, who usually prided themselves on being geniuses, completely lost their confidence in the face of such absolute power. Ding! The task of Dragon Country's prestige has been completed. Ye Chen sighed in relief. Finally, the system's task was finally completed. He opened the task list. Task name, the prestige of Dragon Country. Task description, the dignity of Dragon Country cannot be provoked. Please go to the Tower of Death to give other countries' geniuses a small shock, so they understand what a genius is and what the prestige of Dragon Country is. Task duration, unlimited. Status, completed. Submit? Of course, submit. Ding. Task submitted, rewards are being distributed. The system detected that the host is in the Tower of Death and now provides two reward options. Option 1, directly teleport the host to the top of the Tower of Death to accept the trial of the gods. If successful, the host can obtain the inheritance of the gods and become a child of the divine. Option 2, the host can learn 3 powerful skills of the life controller in advance. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed as he fell into deep thought. The power of the gods is undoubtedly strong, just look at this interstellar devouring worm with the bloodline of a divine beast. It only possessed a trace of divinity, yet it was already this powerful. If I were to obtain the inheritance of the gods, the consequences. Just thinking about it made Ye Chen tremble in excitement. But I need to undergo the trial of the gods, I don't know how difficult it will be. Should I grind up my level in this Tower of Death to be better prepared for the trial? The second option clearly seemed like a trap. Learning 3 skills in advance was useless since I could learn them later as I level up. But then again, the skills of the life controller are really strong. If I could learn 3 in advance, leveling up in the Tower of Death would definitely be like a little cow riding a rocket, utterly impressive. With 3 powerful skills in beast taming, leveling up is absolutely awesome. I can definitely fight through the Death Tower layer by layer until I reach the final level. At that point, I will be ridiculously strong, and challenging the gods' trial will surely be a breeze. However, the Death Tower is only open for 3 days, and no one knows how many layers it has. If I have to fight layer by layer, how long will it take to reach the final level? If I can't reach the final level in these 3 days, wouldn't that mean I wasted a chance to gain divine heritage? Ye Chen was caught in a dilemma, unable to make a decision for a moment. The others could only see Ye Chen standing in midair, unmoving for a long time, and they thought something had happened to him, all looking up at him with anticipation. Chapter 87, The God's Trial Begins. Ye Chen gritted his teeth, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Forget it, without taking risks, one cannot gain rewards. Huge gains definitely come with high risks. The second option is safe, but there are too many uncertainties. I can't miss this opportunity, I'd better participate in the God's Trial as soon as possible. I choose the first one. Ding! Rewards have been issued, and teleportation is now being activated for you. As soon as the system's voice fell, a beam of golden light suddenly descended from the sky. Ye Chen was bathed in the golden light, and a huge suction force seemed to pull his soul almost out of his body, sucking him up into the sky with a whoosh. The people on the ground stared blankly at Ye Chen, who had vanished in the golden light. What's going on? What the heck, why did Ye Chen suddenly disappear? Ha ha ha, great! That terrifying guy Ye Chen finally ran away. So now we can freely challenge the levels, and we can compete for all the rewards fairly. We won't be robbed by a freak like Ye Chen anymore. That makes sense, with him gone, our luck must be coming, hee hee. Zhang Yang and the others stared at the spot where Ye Chen had just stood, it was already empty. What's going on? Brother Yi won't run into trouble, will he? Xiao Yue said, he won't run into trouble, with 3 powerful beasts like that, there's nothing in the Death Tower that can threaten him. Fan Xiaoman said worriedly, should we go look for him? Zhang Yang nodded, yes, let's clear this level quickly, he might have been teleported to the previous layer by something. Xiao Yue looked at the almost lifeless golden retriever lying on the ground. Let's go. Ye Chen was being teleported at a speed beyond light in the Death Tower. He did not know how far he was being transported, feeling as if he had crossed endless time and distance, and his soul was almost decaying. Just when his mind was blank, with a duong sound, he fell into a starry realm. Ye Chen opened his tightly closed eyes and looked around at his surroundings, instantly shocked. He saw himself standing on a transparent star disk. Under his feet was a pattern of the 12 zodiac signs flickering, and the dark cosmic deep space surrounded him, with countless planets slowly rotating. Around him stood statues of the 12 constellations, Aquarius, Sagittarius, and so on. Many divine illusions appeared and disappeared near him. Tick-tock. It was the crisp sound of a clock ticking. The sound came from the star disk below his feet, and Ye Chen was startled, quickly looking down. He saw the pointer on the star disk moving a few times, pointing to a very ancient Dragon Kingdom character. From the strokes, Ye Chen roughly guessed that these two characters meant beast taming. Buzz. The entire star disk began to shake violently, producing a sharp metallic sound explosion. Welcome to the ultimate level, dear professional. A friendly female voice suddenly echoed from the deep space, the sound unclear and fluctuating. Ye Chen looked around with a face full of caution. Who are you? He, you don't need to be so nervous, the God's trial hasn't officially started yet. I'm just testing your profession. Beast Master. And you are also a Beast Master who has changed to the hidden profession of Spirit Ruler. You are pretty good, little guy. Suddenly, a transparent blue figure slowly formed in front of Ye Chen. This was an extraordinary beauty, with a curvy figure. She wore a pure white floor-length gown, and her exquisite face was as perfect as if carefully painted by an artist, exuding an elegant and noble aura, making her seem otherworldly. The beauty in front of him was so stunning that it left Ye Chen, a straightforward man who only knew combat, utterly spellbound. The beauty smiled slightly, extending her delicate finger to lightly tap at the void before him. Such a polite direct gaze at a deity deserves a small punishment. Ye Chen suddenly found himself floating upside down in the air. At that moment, he regained his senses, saying, "It's not that I'm rude, it's just that Sister Divine is too beautiful." Which man could help but be stunned the first time he sees you? You can't blame me, you should only blame your own beauty. Shut up. Ye Chen quickly covered his mouth. Seeing that he understood, the beauty nodded and pointed again at the void, allowing Ye Chen to safely land on the ground. I am Song Yuyan, a disciple of the Divine Chaos Ruins Master. This Death Tower is a legacy left behind by my master to select disciples. Since you have reached the final layer, it proves you are very strong and qualified to be my master's disciple. Ye Chen listened quietly, not daring to speak, as he feared that this beauty might punish him again for saying the wrong thing or even disqualify him from the trial, which would be unfortunate. Song Yuyan continued, my master has fallen, and this Death Tower is his only legacy. If you can pass the trial and gain divine power, this tower will belong to you. Ye Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Wow, being able to directly obtain the Death Tower is simply amazing. The Death Tower has been known on Blue Star for many years, filled with countless treasures, and no one has explored its deeper levels. This means there are still many undiscovered treasures inside. Moreover, this tower itself is a treasure. It's many times cooler than the so-called divine artifacts made by the natives of Blue Star. Can the equipment made by the natives even be called divine artifacts? Compared to this Death Tower personally crafted by deities, the natives' divine artifacts are nothing more than plain equipment. And all the treasures inside the tower will belong to me. Whoa! This is unbelievable. Just the thought of it made Ye Chen so excited that goosebumps covered his entire body, and he breathed heavily. Song Yuyan spoke faster, the strand of divine consciousness energy I have left is limited and can only open the divine trial for you once. You must seize this opportunity. Lastly, I have one question to confirm with you. Are you willing to join my Hongmeng Divine Church and become the 5th disciple under the Lord of Hongmeng Ruins? You can refuse, I won't make things difficult for you. If you refuse, I will send you out of the Death Tower. If you agree, I will immediately open the divine trial for you. Only a fool would refuse. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree to join your Hongmeng Divine Church. Song Yuyan smiled slightly, looking at him with satisfaction. Very well, I wish you a smooth trial in advance. After you obtain my master's legacy, please work hard on your cultivation. Your senior sister will wait for you in the vast world. After Song Yuyan finished speaking, her body transformed into dots of blue light and merged into the star disk. Boom! The star disk began to tremble violently. Countless phantom beasts flew out from within. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Phoenix, Qilin, Tarai, Chimera, Unicorn, Griffin, and many other divine beasts from both east and west soared out. At the same time, a solemn voice came from the void. The divine trial begins. Chapter 88, you must seize this opportunity. All kinds of phantom divine beasts rushed in from all directions. Majestic and imposing. Ye Chen did not dare to be careless, and immediately summoned all his beasts. The Xinghe, Star Insect King, Galaxy Devouring Insect, and Red Sun Fire Crow surrounded him. The White Tiger pounced on the Xinghe, its sharp claws carrying the force to split mountains, while the Phoenix unleashed the burning sky flame, targeting the Galaxy Devouring Insect. The Chimera spewed out toxic mist, cutting off all escape routes of the Star Insect King. The Qilin stomped down forcefully, bringing down a towering mountain to suppress the Red Sun Fire Crow. The 4 beasts displayed their divine powers to resist the attack of the divine beast illusions. The Xinghe's vertical eyes glowed fiercely, and after hardening its scales, it directly chose to clash against the white tiger's claws, wrapping around its body at high speed with its flickering tongue. The phoenix's burning sky flame surrounded the galaxy-devouring insect completely, the scorching heat distorting the air, but this flame did not last long. In the center, an invisible suction exploded violently, and all the flames were drawn into a massive body. The toxic mist created by the chimera gradually dissipated under the slicing wind of the Star Insect King. The mountain pressed down by the Qilin was easily dodged by the red sunfire crow. Just as Ye Chen planned to counterattack, points of blue stars suddenly shone in the air, and these blue stars rapidly combined to form the shape of a young boy. Ye Chen focused carefully and was startled. Damn, isn't that me? The boy made of blue starlight looked exactly like Ye Chen. Is this my mirror image? The mirror image. Ye Chen snapped his fingers, and all the divine beast illusions gathered around him. That's right, I am your mirror image, and I am the Ye Chen who has ascended to godhood. Next, I will use the power of a god to test you. If you can withstand my attack for 1 minute without falling, you will have passed the trial. Snap. The mirror image. Ye Chen snapped his fingers again, divine power infusion. Suddenly, the void rained down several streams of blue spiritual energy like a waterfall, continuously pouring into all the divine beast illusions, causing their momentum to grow stronger with each infusion. The divine beast illusions visibly increased in level at a terrifying speed. Just moments ago, they were all LV1, but under the infusion of divine power, they leveled up every second, and their speed of leveling up grew faster, reaching a rate of 2 levels every second in no time. Ye Chen was startled. If this divine power continues to infuse, then I might as well give up. Beasts, charge for me. Smash that mirror image. The 4 beasts charged out at once. The mirror image. Ye Chen laughed. You dare to attack first? He casually pointed at one illusionary beast. Go, block them. The white tiger roared and transformed into a white light, rushing forward fiercely. As Ye Chen undertook the trial of the gods, a tremendous change occurred at the Death Tower in the North Sea. On a small island 500 kilometers from the North Sea, there was a military base, where a middle-aged man with blonde hair, holding a cigar, looked grimly at the screen with the completely disappeared red dots. These red dots represented the young Americans sent into the Death Tower, and the complete disappearance of the red dots indicated that all the young people had died. Why did this happen? The middle-aged man slammed his fist on the table, and with a loud bang, the table shattered into a pile of wood chips. At that moment, a soldier approached to report. Report, General Oxay, Colonel Watanabe from Sakura Nation is here to see you. Let him wait in the living room. After collecting his emotions, Oxay resumed his indifferent expression and strode into the living room. In the living room, 2 men were seated at the conference table. One was dressed in a dung-colored military uniform, while the other was a strange man wrapped in bandages. When Oxay walked in, the 2 quickly stood up and saluted. Oxay waved his hand. What does Colonel Watanabe want to see me about? Watanabe got straight to the point. I'm sure General Oxay has already realized that all the young people who entered the Death Tower have perished. Oxay's eyes widened, staring intently at Yamamoto Satoru. How do you know? Because all the young people in our country have already perished, and the youth of both our nations have died at the hands of the Dragon Country. Dragon Country? Yamamoto Satoru nodded, introducing the bandaged man beside him. Everything is told to me by this gentleman, Xiao Yongzhen. He has the death videos of the young people from both our countries. Oxay turned to look at Xiao Yongzhen. The Tower of Death forbids all electronic devices. How do you have the death videos? Xiao Yongzhen sneered. Of course, electronic devices can't be brought in, but my artifact can, hee. Oxay stared at him with a scrutinizing gaze, saying nothing. Xiao Yongzhen didn't waste time. He directly presented a video in front of Oxay. The screen showed Ye Chen killing all the beautiful country's people, and in the end, summoning the cosmic devouring insects and other 3 beasts to exterminate the cherry blossom country's people. Oxay first filled with rage, but in the end, he fell silent, his face as cold as frost. He said solemnly, a genius like this in the Dragon Country is a huge threat to any country in our world. With him, the Dragon Country will surely rise. How can we other countries survive? Yamamoto Satoru smiled. General Oxay is absolutely right. I brought Mr. Xiao Yongzhen to meet you this time to discuss this matter. What do you think? Oxay took out a cigar from his coat pocket, bit it, and lit it. Would you 2 like to have one? Yamamoto Satoru rejected, saying, we don't smoke, thank you. He continued, in our view, we should take advantage of this young man from the Dragon Country before he grows up and crush him in the cradle. Oxay sneered, you are being too idealistic. He is in the Tower of Death, and this Tower of Death is in the Northern Sea, which is Dragon Country's territory. How do you plan to kill him? So, the power of my cherry blossom country alone is far from enough to kill him. That's why I came to seek your aid in dealing with this Dragon Country person. After he comes out of the tower, we will send out experts to surround and kill him. Oxay laughed heartily. Do you think Dragon Country will just watch us kill their genius? Of course not. So, General Xinghe, you need to urgently report to your president, urging him to start a war and spare no effort to kill this young man from the dragon country. I believe by now, the astrologers in your president's palace have already divined the exact identity of the divine child's candidate. Yamamoto Satoru said solemnly. At this moment, Xiao Yongzhen also spoke. We, the Marshal Soul Hall, are willing to jointly wage war against the dragon country. We do not want the land and wealth of the dragon country, only the beast spirit on that young man. Xinghe's gaze flickered, and he was silent for a long time. Yamamoto Satoru urged again, are you really going to watch this young man grow and lead the dragon country to rise? I know that starting a war will greatly reduce national strength, but now it has come to the point where we have no choice but to start a war. General Xinghe, this is our last chance, you must seize this opportunity. Xinghe snorted coldly, I will consult the president, you two please have a seat. Chapter 89, Undercurrents Rising. Xinghe took an hour to return to the living room. Yamamoto Satoru stood up with a beaming smile and saluted. General Xinghe, did the president agree? Xinghe said solemnly, General Yamamoto, go back and prepare. We will send 50 warships to the Northern Sea tonight at 12 o'clock, while preparing for our 16 allied nations to arrive 80 kilometers away from the Northern Sea tomorrow. We will launch a full-scale attack as soon as that young man from the dragon country shows up. Yamamoto Satoru frowned, did the president not issue orders to attack the coastal cities? Xinghe sneered, General Yamamoto, are you too ambitious? Let's look at the matter of attacking the dragon country's mainland later. Our current mission is to kill that young man from the dragon kingdom. If you wish to attack the mainland of the Dragon Kingdom, we won't stop you. Yamamoto Wugo said with great pain, this is a golden opportunity. More than 10 countries are joining forces. We can bite off a piece of the Dragon Kingdom. Those coastal cities are all in great locations, rich in resources. Doesn't the president want them? Akasai waved his hand, we have no plans to attack the mainland of the Dragon Kingdom. I've said it, we just want that young man from the Dragon Kingdom dead. I also advise your country, the Dragon Kingdom is not a soft persimmon. We're only killing that young man, and the Dragon Kingdom can only swallow their broken teeth. They won't launch a fierce counterattack, but if you attack the mainland, this local conflict will turn into a full-scale war. Are you ready to face the Dragon Kingdom's warships? Akasai exhaled a puff of smoke, and immediately, clouds of smoke surrounded him, hiding his expression. Yamamoto Wugo helplessly nodded, all right, we'll meet tomorrow. The warships, like ghosts on the sea, moved silently through the night. Only 3 warships remained guarding the perimeter of the military island, and the port looked extremely desolate at this moment. After leaving the military island, Yamamoto Wugo immediately returned to the Sakura Kingdom's mainland to report the conversation to the emperor, then gathered all the country's warships and headed toward the Northern Sea. Among them was a particularly huge warship from the Sakura Kingdom. The ship's artillery were all the latest models, high-tech cannons, and the huge dark cannon mouths seemed to hide the power to destroy entire cities. In the conference room of this warship, the highest-ranking generals of the Sakura Kingdom and over 100 big shots with cultivation levels above the 100 revolutions gathered. Yamamoto Wugo sat at the first seat in the lower section. The one presiding over the meeting in the center was the highest-ranking general of the Sakura Kingdom, Tekawawa Miyato. Tekawawa Miyato's expression was cold. He scanned the faces of everyone present and slowly said, this time, our mission is to take the coastal Tianqing province. That province has a teleportation array leading directly to other coastal cities of the Dragon Kingdom. Once we take this city, we can quickly advance to other coastal cities. This battle can only end in victory, not defeat. Everyone shouted in unison, Hi! Dragon Kingdom's capital. The chief listened seriously to a report from a military officer. We've detected a large number of warships approaching the Northern Sea. Chief, we should prepare early. The old Taoist Xian Yang stroked his beard and slowly said, Chief, I have already calculated who the Son of God is. His name is Ye Chen. I believe these countries already know who the Son of God is. They're preparing to encircle and exterminate him. The chief nodded, the situation is not optimistic. Tell Fan Yi to prepare for full-scale war. This young man, Ye Chen, is the fate of our Dragon Kingdom. We cannot afford to lose him. Send orders to open all the city defense formations of the coastal cities and summon all the masters of the hidden families to the cities. Ensure that every military stronghold is under tight patrol. Tell Fan Xianshan to summon all the experts from the northern provinces near the Northern Sea to assist Ye Chen. Pay close attention to the sea area near the Death Tower. That will definitely be the most intense battlefield. One after another, the orders were passed down. The coastal cities of the Dragon Kingdom awakened like a giant dragon and quickly made all the necessary defenses in a short time. Xian Yang smiled at the chief, it's time for this old body of mine to move. I'll go to the Northern Sea myself. The chief's expression changed, the national master is personally going? Xian Yang nodded, this war is of great importance. I must go and see it for myself to feel at ease. The chief sighed, the Dragon Kingdom is facing difficulties on all sides. Internally, we have the hidden family tumors causing chaos. Externally, countries around the world are watching closely. The future situation depends on the National Master's divination skills. National Master, please take care of your health. As long as the Son of God is safe, the fate of the country will come. In his twilight years, the old man spoke solemnly without any burdens, warning the chief to carefully formulate national policies going forward. While the noble families would slowly plot their moves, our Dragon Kingdom would surely rise. The old Taoist Xian Yang said these words seriously before turning and stepping out of the door. Xiao Yongzheng returned from the sea, sneaking back into the underground base in Tianjing province. This time, he arrived at a pitch-black secret chamber. Puff, puff, puff. Flames flickered in dim yellow light on both sides of the secret room, illuminating the densely carved golden line runes on the walls. These runes were different from ordinary ones, they did not belong to any script on this blue planet. If observed closely, one could discover that these were actually runes from an alien civilization. Xiao Yongzheng knelt before a ferocious beast-like stone statue in the center of the secret chamber. He took out a dagger, cut his palm, and blood instantly flowed out, dripping onto the center of the formation before him. Hum. The formation was instantly activated, shining with countless golden lights, and the eyes of the beast statue before him seemed to come alive, staring directly at Xiao Yongzheng. Have you found it? The statue suddenly spoke with human words. Xiao Yongzheng grinned, to Lord Goldhorn, I have already found the interstellar mother worm. However, it is not yet in its complete form, it is only at the monarch level. The winged beast statue laughed heartily, its laughter echoing throughout the cavern. Good, very good. You are a great contributor to the Goldhorn beast clan. In the future, if you step into the starry sky, you may come find me in the vast world, and our Goldhorn beast clan will definitely protect you. Xiao Yongzheng's eyes lit up with joy, thank you for the protection of Lord Goldhorn. I will spare no effort in my training. The statue suddenly shot out a ray of golden light, the light rapidly condensed into a golden dagger. This is my sacrificial dagger. If you cannot retrieve the interstellar mother worm, you may choose to sacrifice your life for my true form to descend upon this star. The souls you collected at the spirit hall are already enough to summon my true form, right? The statue's eyes suddenly turned malicious, examining Xiao Yongzheng closely. Xiao Yongzheng's heart tightened and he hurriedly said, to serve Lord Goldhorn, how could we at the spirit hall not be diligent? Over these years, the Pope has collected tens of thousands of souls, enough for your true form to descend into this realm. It better be true. If I find out you deceived me, no matter how distant the stars, I will definitely come to kill you and extract your soul. After the statue finished speaking, the golden light in the secret chamber faded, as if everything that just happened was an illusion. Xiao Yongzheng stood up trembling, only to realize that his back was drenched in cold sweat. He grabbed the golden dagger and tucked it away securely. Chapter 90, Stepping onto the Path of Divinity. Ye Chen's decisive action bought him precious time. When all illusion beasts reached level 30, their divine power infusion was brutally interrupted by the interstellar devouring worm. However, even low-level divine beasts were not so easy to deal with, both sides summoned beasts were battling fiercely on the starplate, creating a scene of utter chaos. Ye Chen checked his spatial ring to see if there was usable equipment. The substitute scarecrow had already cracked open numerous gaps, from which small green lights were slowly recovering. Remembering the artifact arrows of that Sakura country person, he still felt anxious. Thankfully, he had swapped for the survival gear at the Divine Palace University, otherwise, he would have died by now. The ghostly headstaff was immediately ruled out, this equipment was only good for early stages, and attacking illusion beasts with it was utterly useless. That left only one last piece of epic equipment available. Angel Staff. Grade, Epic. Level, LV23. Equipment effect, increases the user's spirit power by 50 points when equipped. Equipment skills, Angel Healing, Sacred Light Judgment. Angel Healing. Skill effect, continues to heal friendly injuries within a 5-meter range for 10 seconds, restoring 3% health per second. Sacred Light Judgment. The skill effect, shoot out a beam of holy light to paralyze enemies for 2 seconds, doubled effect on evil beings. Ye Chen held the angel staff, feeling much more energized. He had previously struggled to see the movements of speed-type beast masters like the Star Insect King, but with the staff's boost of 50 mental power, he could barely see their actions now. He poured all his energy and spiritual power into the staff. Angel's Healing. Golden light fell in the center of the battlefield, revitalizing all of Ye Chen's beast companions, their wounds healing quickly as golden light entered their bodies, mending their injuries as well. With powerful support, the beasts grew more courageous in battle. The mirrored Ye Chen let out a cold snort, coalescing a blood-red rune in his palm. Berserk Spell. He tossed the rune, which exploded with crimson light in the air. Under the glow, the phantom divine beasts ignited with crimson flames, their attack power soaring instantly, their movements becoming extremely agile. After unleashing the Berserk spell, the mirrored Ye Chen's aura weakened considerably, indicating a significant energy cost for this skill. But the gains were evident. The Phantom Divine Beasts, empowered by the Berserk spell, were ferocious, acting as if they had just taken a great supplement. In just 3 seconds, 2 of Ye Chen's beasts were nearly stripped of their combat ability. The Azure Python's head was slammed to the ground by the blood-red glowing white tiger, a large gash splitting open at the top of its head, blood pouring out. The fiery red crow was struck in the chest by a massive meteor thrown by the Qilin, spewing blood on the spot and plummeting from the sky, severely injured internally. On the battlefield, only the star-consuming insects and the Star Insect King remained, struggling to hold on. The situation had suddenly reversed against them. If this continued, defeat was just a matter of time. Ye Chen glanced at the weak and weary mirrored Ye Chen across from him, and a flash of inspiration struck his mind. Take advantage of your illness to take your life. Holy Light Judgment. The staff in his hand erupted with a massive golden light ring. This ring swept across the entire area at lightning speed. The Phantom Divine Beasts trembled as they were hit, their movements slowing down, and the mirrored Ye Chen stood frozen in place. Holy Light Judgment has a paralysis effect lasting 2 seconds. At this moment, the mirrored Ye Chen was in a weakened state, completely unable to use divine power to shake off the effect. Now's the time. Star Insect King, stab that bastard to death. A red glow flashed in the eyes of the Star Insect King, filled with killing intent. Its speed was already fast, and the chimera in front of it moved as slowly as an old man, unable to block its advance at all. In a flash, it darted like a shadow over the chimera's head, heading straight for the mirrored Ye Chen. The mirrored Ye Chen, frozen in place and unable to move, could only watch helplessly as the ghostly Star Insect King drove its long knife into his heart. Bang! A crisp sound rang out, and the mirrored Ye Chen shattered like glass, turning into specks of blue light and disappearing. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated the Divine Mirror Image, and all your beasts receive 10 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations, the Fiery Red Crow has leveled up, current level LV 100. Ding! Congratulations, the Azure Python has leveled up, current level LV 100. Ding! Congratulations, the Star Insect King has leveled up, current level LV 100. Ding! Congratulations, the star-consuming insects have leveled up, current level LV 100. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up, current level LV 50. Hearing the continuous system prompts in his mind, Ye Chen was a bit incredulous. Killing the final level boss actually awarded him 10 million experience points, instantly leveling all his beasts to max level. Wow! This experience reward was simply outrageous. Ye Chen was flushed with excitement, having never seen a monster drop so much experience. Truly, the Tower of Death was something else entirely. Moreover, having already reached level 50, it meant he could learn 4 more job skills. He rubbed his hands together, preparing for the system to present him with skill options when... Once again, a majestic voice echoed in the void. You have passed the trial of the gods, and may receive the inheritance of the divine. Now opening the inheritance of the divine. The star chart beneath Ye Chen's feet began to shine with a blue light, revealing countless profound blue runes in the surrounding void. These runes were also cosmic characters, or to say, runes shaped by the laws of heaven and earth. Though Ye Chen did not know the origin of these runes, he understood from the divine aura emanating from them that these runes were indeed extraordinary. The blue light runes engulfed him like an endless ocean, as countless runes poured into Ye Chen's body. At that moment, Ye Chen's divinity was gradually shaped, and his body, through the baptism of the runes, began to shed its mortal shell and step towards the path of the divine. His eyes burst forth with a radiant blue light, his aura becoming ethereal and sacred, filling his limbs and bones with a power belonging to the gods. Ding! Detected that the host is receiving divine power inheritance. This system will assist you, starting the awakening of your rank. Awakening the rank of Life Sovereign. Life Sovereign rank, the highest rank in the realm of life. This deity is the only legal executor of life rights and possesses the 3 foundations of life origin, soul reincarnation, and life evolution. Granting authority of the Life Sovereign. Authority granted successfully. Life Sovereign authority, control of evolution, shared life. Control of evolution. During the evolution process of summoned beasts, critical evolution is guaranteed, mutation probability 1000%. Shared life, 100% transfer of damage to the summoned beast. Ye Chen landed after floating, his mind incredibly clear, as if his body was filled with endless energy. Is this the power of the gods? He threw a punch at the void, an invisible wave of energy forming a fist mark that struck out. This power is more than 100 times stronger than a mortal body. Ye Chen said excitedly. Only professionals can unleash such fist strength, mere mortals cannot achieve this at all. Physical enhancement is just the most insignificant aspect, the most important thing is the awakening of the rank and authority of Life Sovereign. Chapter 91, He's Out, Attack. Ding! Your personal panel has been updated. Ye Chen eagerly opened his personal panel, wanting to see how much stronger he had become. Name, Ye Chen. Level, LV50. Occupation, God Life Sovereign. Life Sovereign rank, highest rank in the realm of life. Life Sovereign authority, control of evolution, shared life. Summoned beasts, Azure Python, Crimson Sun Firecrow, Cosmic Devouring Bug, Star Bug Monarch. Skills, God level contract art, Berserk skill, command all beings, gain evolution points. Ye Chen casually clicked on the skill description. Berserk skill. Skill effect, all summoned beasts gain double 4-dimensional attributes, duration 1 hour. Command all beings. Skill effect, can forcibly command all beings within a range of 10 kilometers to fight for you, lasting 10 minutes. Regardless of hostile, neutral, or friendly, the strength of commanded beings is determined by the host's level, with a maximum not exceeding the host's level by 10. Gain evolution points. Skill effect, channels to gain evolution points are diversified, defeating enemies grants evolution points, double evolution points when an enemy dies. The number of evolution points obtained increases with the host's level, current acquisition amount, defeat/50, kill/100. This was truly a qualitative leap. Not only did he gain divine power, but he also instantly leveled up to 50 and learned 3 powerful skills. Ye Chen had already experienced the might of the Berserk skill, but the subsequent command all beings was even stronger, truly domineering. To forcibly command all beings within a 10-kilometer range was simply incredible. It was equivalent to having thousands of summoned beasts in an instant. Just imagining that overwhelming scene was terrifying. Finally, the gain evolution points skill was like a timely rain, exactly what Ye Chen urgently needed right now. Just think, to evolve the Cosmic Devouring Bug into the Cosmic Mother Bug required 1,000,000 evolution points, and just accumulating one a day was basically impossible to evolve. Now it's better. With this skill, I can grind monsters to level up, and at the same time, collect a lot of evolution points, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It's simply exhilarating. As for power, there's no need to mention it, it can only be summarized as invincible. Absolutely strong and unmatched. Evolution control, capable of crit evolution, something I've never heard of, but I don't need to think too hard. The creatures evolved in the future will definitely soar. Life sharing, even more invincible. For someone like Ye Chen, a fragile beast master, this skill is simply against the heavens, completely serving to address the beast master's shortcomings. Being able to transfer 100% of the damage taken to the beast means that as long as the beast doesn't die completely, even if there's only one left, he won't die. If he contracts a defensive beast, wouldn't he then be invincible? Regardless of the attack, as long as the damage is transferred to the defensive beast, wow, who could kill him then? Ha 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 ha. Awesome. Originally, Ye Chen was worried about the cooldown for the stand-in strawman, but now, without the stand-in strawman, he has such a divine skill, he simply cannot die. What I need the most now is a defensive beast. Ye Chen rubbed his chin. The 4 beasts he currently had were, strict speaking, all fragile chickens, strong in output or strong in support, but their bodies were all quite delicate. The green python could still serve as a meat shield in the early stages, but not anymore. It mainly comes down to its low rank. But that's okay, now he can evolve the green python. With the crit evolution of the divine skill, he believes this time the green python will definitely have a qualitative leap. Just like that, he decided to proceed. As Ye Chen was about to pull the green python into the beast space for evolution, the entire trial area of the gods suddenly began to collapse. A majestic voice echoed through the void again. The inheritance of the gods has ended, all will be teleported out of the Tower of Death. This sentence was heard not only by Ye Chen but also by all the young people from various countries inside the Tower of Death. What? What divine inheritance? I've never heard of it. Damn it, which bastard snuck in and stole the divine inheritance at the top of the Tower of Death? Crap. This was the greatest opportunity for Blue Star. Who the hell stole it? Oh no, there's absolutely no path for Blue Star to ascend to godhood, the only path has already been taken. How am I supposed to face the astrologers when I go back? I've let down the great hopes of my country, sigh. It must have been Ye Chen who stole the divine inheritance, don't forget that beam of golden light. Damn it, how did he trigger the golden light? For thousands of years, no one discovered that there was such a shortcut to the top. Zhang Yang and the others initially looked dumbfounded, but as they listened to the discussions around them, they gradually understood. Zhang Yang laughed arrogantly. I knew Brother Yi was amazing, ha ha ha. From now on, he's a god, and I'm the brother of a god, ha ha ha. Fan Xiaoman scoffed, with your big face, you think you're a brother? You're at most Ye's little lackey. Xiao Yu sat silently, a wave of defeat washing over her. Although she had long known that Ye Chen was a peerless genius, now she really couldn't even see his tail light, the gap was as vast as heaven and earth. Being born in the same era as him was lucky to witness the birth of a god, the rise of a true genius. But it was also unfortunately, everyone could only look up to him. This kind of admiration was absolute strength suppression, with no chance to approach him, not even a little bit. The so-called genius paled in comparison to Ye Chen. How could a speck of dust shine against the bright moon? Dong. A long bell rang, and everyone felt a powerful suction pulling them out of the tower. Ye Chen didn't have time to evolve the green python. In a daze, he was sucked out by the force. He was very puzzled. Didn't they say that after completing the divine inheritance, this tower of death would belong to him? Why was he being driven out now? Perhaps he hadn't recognized the master? Before he could gather his thoughts, he felt a void beneath his feet, and with a cry of hey, Ye Chen felt a pain in his bottom, realizing he had fallen onto the steel deck of the ship. Rubbing his butt, he stood up and looked around, discovering it was the Dragon Nation's big ship he had boarded, and all around him, there were sounds of people falling onto the deck. Ouch, damn it, can't there be a gentler way to land? My butt, oh, it hurts so much. Luckily, I was prepared and activated my flying device the moment I came out, hee hee hee. Let this be a lesson to you all for not practicing your martial arts, it's hilarious. I have flying techniques, and I landed steadily, not worried at all. Around him, various landing methods were on display, some floated down gently with umbrellas, others, skilled in flying techniques, fell like leaves in the wind, and then there were those who, like Ye Chen, landed on their butts. The worst was one poor fellow who landed face first in the mud, blood smeared all over his face. Among the crowd, Ye Chen spotted 3 familiar figures. He smiled and shouted, "Hey, you 3, you're all safe, that's awesome." Zhang Yong and the others turned around, and upon seeing Ye Chen greeting them, they joyfully rushed over. "Ah, my brother Yi. I missed you so much. Where did you just run off to?" Someone said Xiao Yue quickly covered his mouth. "Shut up. This is not a place to talk." Fan Xiaoman also reacted, "You big mouth, almost ruined everything." Xiao Yue said to Ye Chen, "Hurry up and leave here, my brother has arranged a speedboat nearby, you can come back to the land with us." Although Ye Chen didn't know why Xiao Yue was so anxious, she had no reason to harm him, so he said, "Okay." The 4 of them hurriedly marched towards the back. At this moment, 30 kilometers away, watching everything, Access said solemnly, "He's out, attack." Chapter 92, Rush back to the shore. Just at noon, many small black dots suddenly flew up from the horizon where the sea met the sky, accompanied by the sharp roar of engines rushing towards them. Ye Chen's spiritual power was now extremely strong. He glanced at the small black dots, his face instantly filled with shock. These were missiles. Why were so many missiles flying over? This was the North Sea of the Dragon Nation. Firing missiles here was equivalent to declaring war on the Dragon Nation. The crowd panicked, many took out their flying equipment and took off from the deck to escape to land. The ships from various countries had long distanced themselves from the Dragon Nation's big ship. It seemed they already had a retreat plan in place. At this moment, there was only the lonely Dragon Nation's big ship on the sea, while various ships from other countries were quickly rushing away. The sky was filled with densely packed missiles. Just as everyone thought the missiles were about to hit the big ship, more anti-aircraft missiles flew out from the Dragon Nation's land. In an instant, the 2 came into contact. The sky above the sea was immediately filled with sparks, and the sound of explosions was deafening. Xiao Zian stood on the deck of a speedboat, waving at Xiao Yue with an anxious expression, "Little sister, hurry. That young man is the son of the deity of our dragon kingdom, the chief's order is to protect him at all costs. If anyone holds back in this battle and something happens to him, you all know the consequences of the official's anger." Fan Qianshan's authoritative gaze scanned the crowd standing behind him. These people in front of him were all masters from hidden families temporarily called from nearby provinces, each with an incredibly powerful breath, at least above level 80. Everyone responded, "We understand." Before their voices fell, a sudden change occurred on Ye Chen's side. Suddenly, towering waves arose on the sea, crashing from both sides, covering Ye Chen's small boat. Fan Qianshan shouted sharply, "Up!" Swish, swish, swish. Everyone instantly vanished from their spots, and when they appeared again, they were already floating on either side of the giant wave. "Ice seal for 1,000 miles. One of them roared, stretching out his palm and pushing forward fiercely. A frigid air formed several air circles surrounded by dense symbols, looking extraordinarily mysterious. The cold air rushed into the giant wave. Crack, 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 crack. With a series of cracking sounds, the giant wave was instantly frozen into an iceberg and rapidly spread towards the sea. In just a few breaths, the sea surface had been frozen into a thick layer of ice. Ye Chen thought that enemies had appeared in the air, but unexpectedly, they were allies, and their strength was formidable. This move of ice seal for 1,000 miles was truly terrifying. At this moment, their speedboat was stuck in the ice, with towering icebergs on both sides. This scene looked like the speedboat was stopped in a circular valley. The sight was very spectacular. Fan Qianshan stood on the shore, shouting at Ye Chen and the others, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up!" Fan Xiaoman excitedly saw her grandfather, almost in tears, "Grandpa! Oh, my dear granddaughter, don't be afraid, Grandpa is here to save you." Xiao Ziyan spoke anxiously, "Quick, quick, quick! I heard that the enemy nation has sent many people and completely surrounded the entire coast. He was the first to jump off the speedboat, and Ye Chen and the others quickly followed. The master who had just used Ice Seal for 1,000 miles said to everyone, "You all quickly return to the shore and follow Fan Lao Gui to hide in Tianqing province." Before he finished speaking, a cold snort came from the air. Ye Chen's life must remain. Thunder Dragon. Roar. Suddenly, a strong purple light flashed in the sky, and a giant purple dragon formed from lightning roared down. The dragon's head was like a small mountain, and its massive body had 2 pairs of wings. Its downward force was more than 10,000 pounds. It descended like a meteor from the heavens, accompanied by a hurricane. I didn't expect the beautiful country's master of twists, Thunder Law King Axie, would also come. Someone exclaimed. I'll block him. You little brats, retreat quickly. Yamamoto Wu smiled slightly. It doesn't matter that you don't know me, what matters is that I know you, son of the divine. Behind, the spatial passage continued to let out many soldiers from the cherry blossom country. These soldiers all carried enormous auras, some even being high-level professionals. As Yamamoto Wu stared at Ye Chen, the air above suddenly twisted slightly. A small white light broke through the space, shooting towards his head. Clang! A samurai sword swung from the side, easily blocking the white light. This samurai sword came from a soldier standing beside Yamamoto Wu. His aura deep and vast, clearly a high-level master. Yamamoto Wu slightly leaned to the side, smiling as he looked at the empty icy ground. The stealth master of the dragon country, your ability to conceal your aura is so great that even I can't detect it. If it weren't for my guard's sensing ability, I would now be a corpse. Ha, your assassination skills are indeed terrifying. The place Yamamoto Wu was staring at, the air suddenly twisted. The sturdy figure of Fan Xinshan slowly revealed itself. The colonel of the cherry blossom country has come, bringing so many masters. This is a full-scale attack. Is it to launch a total war against my dragon country? Fan Xinshan's face was gloomy. Chapter 93, Withdraw to the Shore. Yamamoto Wu chuckled. In the world, the able reside in all things. Why should you, the people of the dragon country, occupy the richest land on Blue Star? While we, the people of the cherry blossom country, can only settle on small islands? Today we are merely reclaiming what is ours. Fan Xinshan sneered, arrogant. A small nation with few people daring to covet my dragon country's territory. The debt from 100 years ago has yet to be settled, and you dare to initiate another war of invasion. Do you truly think my dragon country is a soft persimmon that can be easily kneaded? This time, the leader of my dragon country will surely eliminate all invaders. And settle old and new grievances together. With a wave of Fan Xinshan's hand, countless missiles immediately rained down from the shore towards Yamamoto Wu and the others. Yamamoto Wu ignored the densely packed missiles filling the sky. Instead, he laughed heartily. Settlement? Ha, this time we are not the lone fighters of 100 years ago. We have united with more than a dozen allies to launch a total war. How could your dragon country possibly withstand this? This time, the dragon country will surely perish, and this land will belong to my cherry blossom country. The missiles wailed sharply as they rushed in, just moments before landing. Clang! A samurai sword suddenly unsheathed. Then countless streaks of white light flashed across the sky. That was the white sheen of the blade cutting through the sky, leaving traces behind. Bang bang bang. Countless missiles exploded in the air like dazzling fireworks. Yamamoto Wu and the others stood calmly facing Ye Chen and the others. The college students in front of him were naive, completely unaware of the horrors of war. Once war began, funds would flee to safe places. Who would dare to invest in a country torn apart by conflict? He was preoccupied, wanting nothing more than to leave this place quickly and return to arrange the transfer of his family's business interests. Yamamoto Satoru shook his head at Ye Chen and the others' talk of wiping out the cherry blossom country, saying, the ignorant are fearless. This group of naive college students has no idea what kind of enemy they are facing. He glanced up at the sky and murmured, it's about time. General Mikawa should be launching a full attack. Hashimoto Ryusuke, make your move, kill Ye Chen. A middle-aged man, carrying a massive black sword shaped like a cross, stepped out slowly from behind Yamamoto Satoru. His eyes were sharp like an eagle's. This man had been standing silently behind Yamamoto Satoru, and now that he stepped forward, everyone noticed how striking his eagle-like eyes were. It felt like once locked by those eyes, there was no escape from death. They sent shivers down one's spine. Hashimoto Ryusuke drew his gigantic black sword with one hand, lifting it lightly. Instantly, a metallic aura of slaughter gathered in the air, creating a violent green vortex that surged into the black sword. The hidden sword energy made the ground tremble violently, cracking the icy surface with countless fissures. With a fierce killing intent in his eyes, Hashimoto Ryusuke quickly swung down the sword towards the crowd. Buzz. This blow shocked everyone, it also shocked the world. What a stunningly brilliant strike. The green blade light seemed ready to split heaven and earth. The tremendous blade aura appeared to connect with the sky, leaving a long tail and cleaving the icy ground to form a bottomless black abyss. The ocean was split in two, revealing a massive trench beneath it. Fan Xinshan's pupils suddenly constricted. The strength of this blade aura was truly the strongest in the world. Zhu Hongda! Fan Xinshan shouted at the top of his lungs. I'm here! A towering figure descended from the sky, his body covered in a dark armor. A colossal demonic form merged with him as he held his sword horizontally, blocking the massive green blade light. Boom! The blade light struck the sword edge of the demonic form, exploding into dazzling white light. Everyone closed their eyes, the sound of harsh metallic friction ringing in their ears. At this moment, the eagle-eyed man struck again. An even larger and sharper green blade aura sliced forth like a crescent moon. The diameter of this blade aura was several kilometers, capable of easily flattening a mountain. After blocking one strike, Zhu Hongda's eyes flared with intense fighting spirit. Come on! It's been a long time since I've faced such a strong opponent. The demonic form on him swung the sword to meet it, unleashing a powerful surge of dark energy that enveloped the blade. At this moment, Fan Xinshan's entire body suddenly radiated an overwhelming white light, and he pushed towards Yamamoto Satoru and the others before him. The white light shot out like a laser, speeding towards them. Yamamoto Satoru furrowed his brows, and a person beside him stepped forward, deploying a massive paper umbrella to block the attack. Immediately, Fan Xinshan released a flying boat device, sending Ye Chen and the others aboard, then pushed the rear of the flying boat. The flying boat shot away rapidly like an arrow released from a bow. Fan Xiaoman turned back to look at Fan Xinshan and shouted, "Grandpa, come with us." Fan Xinshan smiled and said, "My dear granddaughter, hurry back. Leave everything here to Grandpa." Boom! The paper umbrella and the white light erupted in a violent explosion. The brilliance lit up the world as if thousands of flashbangs were thrown into the area, making it impossible to open one's eyes. The flying boat, carrying Ye Chen and the others, swiftly returned to the shore. As soon as they landed, many soldiers surrounded them. The leading soldier assertively pushed everyone onto the flying ship. You need to hurry back to Tianqing province. Everyone was pushed into a huge disc-shaped flying saucer, which was a time-space device capable of short-distance space travel. Ye Chen frowned, "I'll stay behind to help." The leading soldier frowned, ready to shout in anger, but a voice from inside the saucer stopped him. "Ye Chen, come over here, I have something to tell you." Ye Chen looked into the saucer and saw an old man with white hair and a fairy-like presence smiling at him. Chapter 94, The Golden Dragon of National Luck. The elder Xian Yang took Ye Chen to an independent chamber inside the saucer. Ye Chen looked at the kind old man in front of him with confusion. "I wonder what the elder wants to discuss with me." Elder Xian Yang politely gestured for him to sit and then brewed a pot of fine tea using top-quality tea leaves. The aroma of the tea filled the air. He placed the cup in front of Ye Chen and said slowly, "Although your soul is not from Blue Star, you have grown up here since childhood. The Dragon Nation raised you until you were 18, it is your second motherland, isn't it?" Ye Chen's pupils dilated, and a storm surged in his heart. This old man actually knew he was a traveler. "What are you talking about? I don't understand at all." Ye Chen pretended to not comprehend. Elder Xian Yang chuckled, "Whether you admit it or not doesn't matter to me. I just want you to understand that astrologers in this world have the ability to glimpse the past and the future. Although I am not skilled, I can catch a glimpse of some heavenly secrets. But you can rest assured, I have never told anyone that your soul is not from Blue Star." Ye Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. If people found out that he was a traveler, who could predict what would happen next? He might be treated as a research subject, taken to a lab, and dissected without a doubt. "What do you mean by telling me all this?" If this old man didn't give a satisfactory explanation, Ye Chen wouldn't mind sending him to hell ahead of time. Elder Xian Yang calmly took a sip of tea before slowly saying, "You don't need to harbor such great hostility towards me. If I wanted to harm you, everyone on Blue Star would know you come from a planet called Earth. Guessing is one thing, but hearing it confirmed is another." This old man truly knew his origin and even mentioned Earth. This made Ye Chen's heart skip a beat. It was uncomfortable to have his deepest secret laid bare. However, since the old man had laid everything on the table, he must have something to seek from him. Ye Chen took a small sip of tea, remaining silent, waiting for the old man to state his purpose. "Ye Chen, the Dragon Nation has nurtured you for 18 years. Do you acknowledge this?" "I do." "If so, the Dragon Nation is your motherland in this life, right?" "That is also true." "Then, you have the chance to become the son of a god, to reshape the fortune of the Dragon Nation, and to revive the path to divinity. Are you willing?" "Ha!" This old man spoke so much, and it turns out he was waiting for me here. The path to divinity for Blue Star had been cut off 100,000 years ago. While other professions might occasionally produce a divine being, the Beastmaster profession was completely severed. "Don't think about morally binding me. Although I grew up in the Dragon Nation, you want me to sacrifice my life to continue your so-called path to divinity? Don't even think about it. Elder Xianyang smiled slightly. Where did your thoughts go, child? Continuing the path to divinity does not require you to sacrifice your life. Then what price must be paid? If the cost is not too high, I might consider it. However, I have my own requirements. You must keep my identity as an earthling to yourself, and the Dragon Nation must provide all the necessary resources for my cultivation. Ah, Elder Xianyang laughed heartily, finding Ye Chen utterly amusing. You are truly a cunning little rascal, ensuring you don't lose out in anything I ask you to do. Ye Chen wore a look of self-evidence. Of course, if it's just because I am a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom that requires me to make huge sacrifices while you offer me nothing in return, do I look like a fool? The old Taoist Xianyang repeatedly agreed. Alright, I accept both of your conditions. From now on, whatever you want, just say it. As long as the Dragon Kingdom can do it, we will definitely provide it. Ye Chen nodded. That's more like it. Now we can talk about how to reconnect the path to becoming a deity. The old Taoist Xianyang put away his smile, and his expression became serious. The national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom is symbolized by a golden dragon. This golden dragon can only be seen with divine power. Right now, the golden dragon is broken into 9 segments, distributed across 9 provinces of the Dragon Kingdom. You need to use divine power to reconnect them. Once the golden dragon is revived, the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom will officially rise. You have just received the divine inheritance, so you should only have reached the initial divine level, which is the virtual deity stage. Ye Chen was hearing the concept of a virtual deity for the first time, and he immediately asked with interest, Old Senior, you know a lot, you understand divine matters. The old Taoist Xianyang stroked his beard and said proudly, my sect has a history of over 10,000 years, being the #1 sect in the Dragon Kingdom. Its depth far exceeds all the families you have seen. The ancient secrets of Blue Star, the secrets of deities, my sect knows a thing or two, and even many records from the universe. Ye Chen's eyes lit up. Oh, then quickly tell me, how does one cultivate a virtual deity, and what are the subsequent cultivation stages? The old Taoist Xianyang felt a little uneasy, showing an awkward expression, and lightly cleared his throat. Ahem, how to cultivate a virtual deity, how could I know? I haven't become a deity myself. I can tell you about the subsequent cultivation stages, though, but as for the specific skills and divine abilities of these stages, I am unclear. Ye Chen looked at the slightly guilty Xianyang and said doubtfully, wait a minute, old man, are you hiding something from me? You must know how to cultivate a virtual deity, right? The old Taoist Xianyang shifted his gaze away from Ye Chen. I already said I don't know. Believe it or not, do you still want to hear about the other stages? If you don't want to listen, I can leave. This sly old man is too sensitive. He almost let me see through his deliberate silence about the cultivation methods. Oh. There's no other way. If I tell him the cultivation method, this kid might immediately leave Blue Star to cultivate on higher level planets in the universe. Then who will restore the golden dragon of the national fortune? For the first time deceiving a child, the old Taoist Xianyang felt he had lost all his dignity, but for the national fortune and future of the Dragon Kingdom, he had no choice. Ye Chen's gaze flickered. No wonder. This made sense. Why, after passing the divine trial, all my beasts reached level 100 while I was stuck at level 50. Logically speaking, such a massive experience should be enough for me to reach level 100, and even exceed level 110 is not impossible. It seems that I have already shed my mortal being, and cultivating with a divine body requires higher levels of energy. But this old guy in front of me won't say anything, and there's nothing I can do about it. Alright then, just tell me what the subsequent stages are. I'm okay with just hearing them. Ye Chen responded helplessly. The old Taoist Xianyang saw Ye Chen looking gloomy and comforted him. You don't need to rush. You will figure out the cultivation methods yourself in the future. When you restore the golden dragon of national fortune, you won't be empty-handed. Perhaps at the moment the golden dragon revives, you will be able to upgrade your divine rank as well. Ye Chen looked dubious. Is that true? You're not trying to trick me into reviving the golden dragon, right? The old Taoist Xianyang rolled his eyes at him. Do I look like someone who would deceive a child? Ye Chen said seriously, yes, you do. What the hell? Anyway, the matter is settled. I'm going to rest first. When I wake up, we can talk again. He hadn't slept last night, and he felt a bit dizzy. Ye Chen grabbed his arm. Hey, I was just joking. Good, senior, you still haven't told me about the cultivation stages. No more talking, let's discuss when you wake up. The old Taoist Xianyang shook off Ye Chen and walked straight into a bedroom to sleep. Ye Chen still wanted to persuade him, but he was met with a closed door. Alright, fine, after you wake up, we will see if I bother you or not. The flying saucer shuttled through several time spaces in the air and then steadily stopped at the entrance of the Great Array in Tianqing Province. The officer guarding the Great Array confirmed the origin of the flying saucer before allowing it to enter through a small opening. Chapter 95, Hand over Ye Chen, and I will immediately withdraw my troops. After Ye Chen and the others got off the spaceship, they went directly to the hall of the teleportation square, where Zhang Yang and Fan Xiaoman wanted to return to the demon capital. The teachers from Divine Palace University were already waiting there. Seeing Ye Chen and the others return safe and sound, Nangong Yudi happily greeted them. Not bad, you not only returned safely, but I heard you also obtained the divine inheritance. Ye Chen smiled and said, thanks to the protection from the teachers of Divine Palace University, I was able to enter the Tower of Death, thank you all. How did you fare against the Wang family afterward? Nangong Yudi sighed softly, although we managed to repel them together, it seems they won't easily give up. You still have to be careful, a war is about to break out here. You should come back to school with us. Ye Chen shook his head, I want to stay and help, you take Zhang Yang and the others back first. Nangong Yudi frowned and said, how much can your strength contribute in a war? Do you know many old monsters at the Yizhuan level are coming to the battlefield? Of course I know, the old Taoist Qian Yang just told me that, he was the one who asked me to stay. Nangong Yudi was slightly surprised. Ordinary people might not know, but those from powerful families like hers were well aware. This guy was the master of Tianqing Pavilion, unmatched in divination and able to foresee the future, deduce the past. He usually kept a low profile, rarely showing himself outside, yet surprisingly he came to Tianqing province this time. Alright, since it's the national master who asked you to stay, then do your best to help here. Remember, always act within your strength. The battlefield is dangerous, I'll wait for your triumphant return at school. Ye Chen nodded, don't worry, teacher. Nangong Yudi turned and walked towards the huge teleportation array behind her. You too, hurry up and follow. Zhang Yang exclaimed, Brother Yi, I'll wait for you to come back to the demon capital to drink together. I promised to treat you to a meal, it's been so long, yet I haven't treated you. Haha, I'm really in awe of you, big busy person. Ye Chen patted his shoulder, good brother, when I return to the demon capital, I will definitely let you treat. It's a deal. It's a deal. Ye Chen smiled. Fan Xiaoman came to his side, reluctant to part, actually, I also want to stay and help, Yi de go. Ye Chen rolled his eyes, you should improve your strength more, right now, your strength is on par with Zhang Yang's, just not causing trouble is enough. Oomph, you underestimate me. Just wait, when you return to the demon capital, I will definitely make you see me in a different light. Okay, I'll be waiting. Fan Xiaoman took a few steps, then turned back and said, my grandpa is still here, if possible, I hope you can help him. You don't need to say, I will do that. Ye Chen gave her a reassuring look. Fan Xiaoman's face brightened, and she turned to bow at him, thank you, Yi de go. Alright, no need to be polite, hurry up, the teleportation array has started. Boom! The huge teleportation array glowed brightly, everyone stood on the array, and Fan Xiaoman waved at Ye Chen with tears in her eyes. You must come back safely, Yi de go, I'll be waiting for you in the demon capital. Nangong Yudi nodded at him. Zhang Yang grinned, jumping and waving his hands hard, come back to the demon capital, let's eat and drink together, we won't return until we're drunk, brother Yi. Ye Chen also waved his hand with a smile. The white light suddenly surged, then instantly extinguished, and everyone disappeared from the teleportation array. This place returned to desolation, as if everything that just happened was an illusion. Ye Chen turned and walked out the door, in the distance at a small pavilion, the old Taoist Qian Yang was sitting on a stone bench, admiring the surrounding flowers and grass. Finished saying goodbye? The old Taoist Qian Yang stroked his beard and asked. Otherwise, how long would a goodbye take? Hurry up, let's go fix the first golden dragon. Ye Chen stood by the stone bench and urged. What's the rush? A large number of enemies are attacking, it's not the right time yet. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge explosion sound suddenly erupted in the sky. At first, it was just one sound, then it began to sound like fireworks, continuously echoing. Ye Chen looked up at the source of the sound, and saw countless missiles flying densely in the sky. However, these missiles were blocked outside by the magic array. The old Taoist Qian Yang stood up, let's go take a look. At this moment, outside the magic array in Tianqing province, a dark mass of troops from various countries had gathered. Akash, with a large cigar in his mouth, looked glumly at the huge magic array in front of him. Missiles are useless against the dragon country's magic array, let the array mages go in, with other professions providing cover. Immediately, a group of array mages rushed toward the magic array under the cover of other combat-oriented professions. Fan Xianshan stood inside the magic array, watching the group of array mages charge in, and immediately ordered, let the warrior teams go stop them, the assassin team take the chance to sneak in and kill those array mages. As soon as he finished speaking, someone behind him immediately went to issue orders. At this moment, Ye Chen and the old Taoist Qian Yang arrived. What's happening? The old Taoist Qian Yang asked. Fan Xianshan replied respectfully, I've sent people to intercept their array mages. The old Taoist Qian Yang nodded, what about the experts sent to escort Ye Chen back? A few suffered minor injuries, among them Zhu Hongda is more seriously injured. There's a swordsman from Sakura country named Hashimoto Ryusuke. He needs special attention. This person's swordsmanship is extremely high. Hashimoto Ryusuke. Ye Chen's gaze tightened, recalling the sword energy this guy unleashed. It was really spectacular, and the power was very impressive. Before this, he had seen Sukiki's swordsmanship, and at the time he thought Tsukiki was already very impressive, but compared to a true swordsman, it was just like a small witch meeting a big witch. The two sides outside the magic array engaged in fierce combat in the middle ground. The sound of explosions constantly echoed, attracting the attention of both sides. Akash, sitting in the rear, squinted his eyes and looked toward the array. Suddenly his gaze solidified. That familiar figure stood right in front of him, Ye Chen. Since watching his battle video, he had begun to retrieve all information about Ye Chen. Not checking was fine, but once he checked, he was shocked. This Ye Chen was simply a monster. He had awakened his profession for less than 3 months, yet he had grown to possess 2 lords and 1 king level. If he was given a year to grow, wouldn't he produce a divine beast? Moreover, this time he also obtained the inheritance of the divine in the Tower of Death. That was even more terrifying. Such a character actually stepped onto the divine path. This was serious. Akash was restless. Every day Ye Chen lived, he felt that the beautiful country was one step closer to decline, and the rise of the dragon country had already started to tighten the pressure. Thinking of this, Akash clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging, showing a fierce expression as he stepped forward and shouted loudly into the magic array, "People of the dragon country, listen up. Hand over Ye Chen and I will immediately withdraw my troops."